The scene is set in the village hidden in the leaves on an autumn evening on October 10th. On top of the Hokage monument is a figure. He has tape on his legs, blue shinobi sandals, and blue shinobi pants. Additionally, he has on a matching long-sleeved shirt that is baggy. On top of this, he is dressed in a white, short-sleeved, ankle-length cloak with a red flame motif moving in the wind along the bottom. He has shaggy blonde hair with sideburns that frame his heart-shaped face. His bangs are held back by a hidden leaf headband that he is also sporting. This person is Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, the man known and feared throughout the entire shinobi world as the Yellow Flash. With his flying Raijin jutsu, he was regarded by many as the fastest shinobi in history, and the fourth Raikage was the only one who could match him in this regard. According to reports, Minato ended the Third Shinobi World War by facing and defeating 1,000 hidden stone shinobi by himself at the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. Minato is observing a scene of complete chaos from his stone head atop the Hokage monument. The stars and the light of the full moon are being smothered by smoke rising into the sky. Even from his location, he can clearly hear cries of terror. Below, a massive creature with red fur, crimson blood-thirsty eyes, and 9 swinging tails is destroying the hidden leaf while shinobi attempt in vain to stop it but are unsuccessful. The fox with 9 tails. The 9-tailed beast with the greatest power. According to legend, it could swing its tails to raise tsunamis and level mountains. It was currently demonstrating that there was some truth to its legend. Minato is reflecting on the circumstances that brought about this particular moment. The pregnancy was the first step. He and Kushina learned she was expecting quadruplets 9 months ago. They were overjoyed. The two couldn't believe they were going to have children. But there was a small problem: the seal of Kushina. Kushina was the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox. There was a period in a Jinchuriki's life when the seal that held his or her tailed beast became significantly weaker. This occurred during childbirth. The chakra that was typically used to keep the seal intact was focused on keeping the fetus, or, in Kushina's case, fetuses, maintained. When the third learned, he therefore insisted that the situation be handled in the strictest confidence. That's exactly what was done. They kept the pregnancy a secret. The Anbu Black Ops, who were a part of the third security detail, were to be on guard at the secret location where the children were to be delivered. The deliveries were a success. Their eldest son, Naruto, had arrived first. His cheeks were marked like whiskers, and he had tufts of blonde hair on top of his head. Their first daughter was born an hour later. Intu was the name given to her. Her hair was red like Kushina's. A short time later, their second son was born. Menma's head was covered in red and black hair tufts. Yayoi, their youngest and second daughter, was born just 15 minutes later. Only then did her blonde hair truly sink in, albeit a shade lighter than Minato's. He was now truly a father. As he turned to rebuild the seal, he saw Bawako and the other midwife fall to the ground, both of them dead. Standing with a kunai in hand in front of the cradle that contained the children was a cloaked, hooded man wearing an orange mask with a tiger-striped design that had one eye hole and the Uchiha's fully developed 3-tomo Sharingan visible through it. He warned him that they would perish if he approached Kushina. The man tried to fulfill his promise, but Minato was at a loss for what to do. Although he had to use his teleportation jutsu to save the children, Minato had abandoned Kushina to the enemy, whose goal he realized was to keep them apart from the start. He tried to reach her by using the flying Raijin seal he had added to her seal, but it was too late. She told the masked man that he intended to use the 9 tails to destroy the village after he tore them from her body. Minato was heartbroken. He was aware of what would happen if a tailed beast were torn from its Jinchuriki in such a manner. The masked man had, of course, sneaked into the village and called forth the 9 tails in the midst of it. That was all that led to the current situation. Minato takes deep breaths and lets them out. Tsunade had already been located by him and brought to Kushina's place. He hoped that she would be able to save her somehow. "I've allowed myself enough selfishness," he says internally. "It's time to protect the village." Meanwhile, the fox turned its head and stared directly at the Hokage monument, indicating that the 9 tails must have sensed his presence below. Its mouth opens, exposing its fangs. Before a massive purple ball of chakra forms, tiny balls of red and blue chakra start to form and converge on the area at its mouth. The beast bomb with tails. An attack that can only be carried out by a tailed beast. One that, in an instant, could wipe out whole armies and scar the earth itself. The bomb is aimed at the Hokage monument by the 9 tails before it is released. He assertively says, "You won't have to your way here." He shouts, Flying Raijin, guiding Thunderjutsu, after starting to weave through hand signals. In front of the monument, a complicated sealing formula appears in the air. The bomb stops its momentum when it reaches that point. It starts to blend in with the sealing array until it is invisible. An explosion can be seen in the distance as Minato raises a Flying Raijin kunai. Minato doesn't have time to look at his creation. With a kunai in hand, he turns and tries to decapitate the masked man who had attempted to ambush him. As though he isn't there, his attack passes straight through the man. When his hand comes out on the other side, the man grabs his wrist. The epicenter, the masked man's only visible eye, created a swirling distortion in the air. Abruptly, Minato notices that he is being drawn toward the man. He activates the Flying Raijin by acting quickly. Minato finds himself lying on the ground in front of one of his safe houses, the one that was previously destroyed, next to one of his kunai. He thought, my attack slipped through him as if he wasn't even there, and as he stood up, the same distortion from earlier materialized, followed by the masked man. Minato evaluated, so he can use space-time ninjutsu as well. Minato starts to examine the circumstances. You attacked the leaf, but why? He asks. The man in the mask just looks at Minato. I could claim that I did it for a reason or just out of whims. I could claim to have done it for both peace and war. Minato starts evaluating the circumstances. He knew that the seal weakened during childbirth, so he was able to kill all the Anbu Black Ops on guard assigned to the 3rd security detail, break through a top-secret barrier, tame the 9 tails, and sneak past the leaf's main barrier. Could it be? Are you Uchiha Madara? No, it isn't feasible. He is no longer alive. The masked man pulled out what looked like a pair of shackles and put them on, saying, I wonder about that. His space-time ninjutsu is superior to both mine and Lord Second's, and he has a dangerous ideology. I guess it doesn't matter who he is. He's still not an ordinary shinobi. Minato said to herself, I'll have to take him down here and now or he'll cause problems in the future. As the two sprint toward one another, Minato tries to stab his opponent, but his blow goes straight through him, and Madara stops him with the chain of his shackles, binding him. Minato then vanishes and resurfaces kneeling beside one of his kunai. With the 9 tails summoning time limit on his mind, he'll want to end this as quickly as possible. He stands up, and the two sprint at each other once more, Minato brandishing a Flying Raijin kunai. He's trying to use the chain as an effective method of attack for whenever he materializes, which is the only time he can attack. He can pull objects in but only when touching them. It appears that the masked man has the upper hand because his hand is less than a millisecond away from touching Minato. Whoever is faster wins this battle, says Minato, throwing his kunai at the masked ninja, and then, as it passes through him, a Rasengan appears in his right hand as the enemy tries to touch Minato's left shoulder and end the battle. I win, he says to himself. With the kunai he threw in hand, Minato emerges above the enemy and lowers his Rasengan, driving it into the masked man's back, causing dirt to be kicked up and cracks to form in the ground. He teleported to his kunai, he said. A Flying Raijin mark appears where Minato struck his back after his Rasengan dissipates. Ah! The masked man's hand melts and somehow falls off. You're a true Flash. For a moment, I dropped my defenses in. Minato appears in front of him with his hand on his stomach before he can finish. A seal for a contract? As a complicated sealing formula spreads across his body, the man in the mask utters these words. After declaring, the 9 tails is no longer yours, Minato leaps back, defeating the adversary. It makes no difference. You're just delaying the inevitable if you win this battle. I intend to take over the world. He says gravely, there are many ways to go about doing that, and then he vanishes, leaving Minato concerned. Meanwhile, in the leaf that is hidden. As the battle continues, a number of shinobi attempt to defeat the 9 tails, but so far, they are unable to do so. The 9 tails' eyes change from having a typical pupil with 3 dots at the very edge of the iris to having only a pupil slit. We'll drive the 9 tails from the community. Go ahead. The shinobi all obey the 3rd order and rush forward to take control of the demon fox. The 3rd, in the meantime, bites his thumb, swerves through a few hand signals, and then slams his hand down. A puff of smoke ensues, and when it subsides, Emma, the Monkey King, is standing beside him. Did the seal break? We have to push the 9 tails out of the village, he asks, and the former Hokage nods. A puff of smoke appears, and a big black staff replaces him. Hiruzen takes it, puts it under his arm, and yells, Adamantine staff. Extend. The staff obeys, abruptly extending its length, the tip racing out to meet the nine tails, and strikes the nine tails in the chest, pushing the beats back until it leaves the village. It's available. Keep going. Go ahead and strike. The third gives the order. A sealing formula appears in the air above the nine tails, a giant poof occurs, and a giant toad falls on top of the nine tails. Gamabunta, the chief toad and the boss summon of all toads, is summoned by Gamato, who teleports himself atop Gamabunta just as the nine tails are forming another tailed beast bomb. Minato reappears on the Hokage monument, this time on the third's head, just in time to witness the gathering of another tailed beast bomb. Minato gathers chakra and says, "I'm sorry, Kushina." He needs to get as far away from the village as he can. The third rushes towards Minato after realizing why he is gathering chakra. The shinobi's, Lord Third, protest. A distant explosion is seen as Hiruzen leaps onto the nine tails, and before anyone can intervene, Hiruzen, Minato, and the nine tails are gone. Look over there. Let's move quickly. The explosion scene. There is a lot of crying, and the safe house that Minato teleported to with Hiruzen and the nine tails at the last second is destroyed. Kushina asked, "Minato, what's going on?" She appeared somewhat better. "I apologize, Kushina. There was no other option. The village was about to be destroyed by the nine tails." While Hiruzen is holding Naruto and Yayoi, Tsunade is holding Menma and Mito as they run up towards the two. The group hears a growl and turns to see the nine tails rising. Clapping her hands together, Kushina exclaims, "Adamantine sealing chains." A unique type of chakra is used to make the yellow chains, which are drilled into the ground before emerging and encircling the nine tails. "Hear you all out. I'm going to seal the nine tails inside of me and carry it with me into the afterlife with what little strength I have left." Kushina, no confusing Tsunade and Hiruzen, he said, "The man who did this. This wasn't the last the village will see of him. When he returns, the nine tails' power will be required to combat him. If I put half of the nine tails in myself and the other half in. There's no need for either of you to do that." They turn to see Hiruzen holding Yayoi and Naruto. With a tone of finality, he states, "I will seal the nine tails using the Reaper Death Seal in conjunction with the 8 trigrams seal. I don't know what's the cause of the events that have transpired tonight, but I know the fate of the Hidden Leaf and perhaps the world is on the line. And that's all I need to know. The third lord, Minato, know my moment has passed. Conversely, you recently became Hokage. The fact that you accomplished this at such a young age represents the next generation taking over. And now you're a dad. You will have to be there for your kids. The time has come for the baton to be passed." "Very well, Lord Third," is his concession. He knows he is strong enough, but his chakra isn't building up, so the nine tails is thrashing around in a desperate attempt to free itself, but to no avail. This feeling. My chakra won't gather. I feel paralyzed. It's not Kushina's adamantine chains. It's. He looks ahead and his eyes land on Naruto. That brat. His chakra. With it he's unconsciously suppressing mine. His chakra feels just like. The nine tails thinks of a certain shinobi who lived ages ago. He was a leaf ninja and had the ability to subdue tailed beasts. Could it be he has the same ability? The ritual altar has been completed by the group. I'll divide the nine tails among the kids because it's too big to fit in just one. I'll split its chakra into 3 equal pieces and seal each into one of them, while I'll seal the beast itself into one. Minato? Naruto, he's the oldest, he sighs. Hiruzen gives a nod. The Reaper is called forth from his realm as he deftly navigates hand signals. Hiruzen feels an unfathomable chill as the Reaper runs his hand through him. No, despite the nine tails' protests, it tore from it in order to obtain its chakra. Naruto is then sealed with the nine tails itself. Hiruzen senses that he is fading. He drops to the floor. Tsunade carries 2 of the children, while Minato holds the other 2 as the 3 assemble around him. The words, "Tsunade, I want you to know I'm proud of you and tell Orochimaru and Jiraiya the same," brought tears to her eyes. And Tsunade, "I know it's hard but I want you to open your heart again. I want you to learn to love once more." He looks over at Kushina. As she fights to contain her tears, he says, "Kushina, from that little I welcomed to the leaf years ago you've grown into a splendid, strong woman. Lady Mito would be proud." At last, he looks at Minato. He hands him 4 scrolls, each containing the key to a seal, and says, "Well done, my boy. You've done me proud. I leave the village in your hands." Minato gives a nod. He declares resolutely, "I won't let you down." Hiruzen gazes at the moon above. His life has not been a bad one. He regrets a few things, such as allowing his best friend to descend into darkness and not being able to spend eternity with his wife. He smiles as he dies, closes his eyes, takes his last breath, and lets the Reaper take his soul. A few days later, Minato is pondering while seated in his office. The last few days have seen a lot of events. In response to the Nine Tails escaping, the council had demanded answers. Minato had labeled the breaking of the seal an accident and had chosen not to disclose what had occurred. Panic would break out in the village and shinobi community if it were widely known that a shinobi like Madara Uchiha might still be alive. Unfortunately, this meant that some council members were suspicious of the Uchiha. However, the elders were unhappy with the information, so he had to inform them. However, he had revealed to the public that the Nine Tails and its chakra were sealed away. As the village heroes who took away the demon fox's power, the villagers had hailed Mito, Menma, and Yayoi. They did appear a little nervous around Naruto, but he is confident that this will pass. The attack is still in its early stages. By some miracle, Kushina survived and no long-term harm was done. Although she was also confused by it, he had assumed it was Tsunade's fault. Ultimately, it was attributed to her Uzumaki ancestry. Minato has called Jiraiya to the village and is currently waiting for him. Through his window, he hears someone enter. He looks over at his sensei. Jiraiya says, "Hey brat," as she enters the office. With a smile, Minato instantly turns on the room's privacy seals to block out outside noise. He then goes on to give Jiraiya a detailed explanation of everything. The Sannin has a frown on his face when he is done. Minato remarks, "I think this is it, sensei, what you spoke about. The shinobi world will face great danger in the coming days. A child of prophecy will be born. She will hold a great power within and will either save the world or bring about its end," Jiraiya had stated to Minato and Kushina. "I believe one of our children is the child of prophecy," declares Minato. Jiraiya assumes a contemplative stance and says, "I think so too. It must be either Menma, Mito, or Yayoi because they have a lot of power, as the prophecy stated. So what will we do?" Then he exclaims, too enthusiastically, "Train them, of course, prepare them to save the world." This makes Minato smile. "Come on then. Take me to my godchildren," unaware that they have started a chain of events that will result in the birth of a lion that will either save or destroy the world. As the prophecy predicted, they both get up and depart for Minato's house. Hi everyone. So, this is King of the Forest's first official chapter. A Son Forgotten, by Dom Young, which I suggest you read if you haven't already, served as some of my inspiration. I wanted to keep the third alive so I could use him later, but doing so would have left a huge plot hole. I've read your reviews and would like to clarify that I'm not overly concerned about pairings at this time because they will be discussed later. So let's continue the story. 7 years have passed since the Nine Tails attack. Namikaze Estate in Uzumaki. The fourth Hokage's home is located on the southwest end of the Hidden Leaf. Here, we find 2 adults keeping watch over 3 children in the village leader's backyard training area. Minato Namikaze is the first adult, and Kushina Uzumaki comes in second. The 4th child is a daughter who was born first. She wears her dark blue or navy eyes in a ponytail and has red hair that falls just past her shoulders. She is 4 feet tall. It's Mito. The second is a boy who is 4 feet tall as well. He has deep purple eyes and a head of shaggy, spiky hair that is red and black. Menma, this is the 4th child. A girl with a head of blonde hair tied in pigtails is the 3rd. Her eyes are green, and her face is round. She shares her siblings' height. This is Yayoi, the youngest of the Uzumaki Namikaze siblings. Currently Minato and Kushina are watching over their kids practicing their taijutsu katas. The parents had made the decision to train Menma, Mito, and Yayoi as much as they could so that the one of the 3 who was the predicted savior would be prepared to face the masked man when he eventually came out of the shadows. Using his flying Raijin seal, which never leaves anything it's marked on, Minato had tried to find the man. He only discovered a piece of flesh buried in the earth. It was brought back to the village to check for a positive DNA match with any shinobi, but none was discovered. The issue was that, under the second's rule, the village only began preserving shinobi DNA samples in the hospital archives, making it impossible to find definitive evidence of whether or not it was Madara. "Alright, that's enough for now," says Minato. "Yayoi, you're very strong but try to be faster with your attacks. Mito, you move with a lot of grace and control when you attack but try to exert a bit more force. Menma, you have good speed and strength but try to have more control and grace when you attack," Minato evaluates. At this, they all nod. According to Kushina, let's head in for lunch. Alright, let's hurry. The sooner we finish, The sooner we can carry on with training and I can get stronger. Yayoi challenges, you'll just get left in my dust. Mito boastfully says, you two are already in my dust. The three start to quarrel. He abruptly grabs Mito and Yayoi and slings them over his shoulders like sacks as Kushina does the same with Menma. Alright enough. The three of you still have a long way to go as far as I'm concerned, he says. The entire family starts laughing after the children object. From the window of his bedroom, a figure observes this happening. His eyes are cerulean blue, and his hair is blonde and spiky. He has a heart-shaped face and odd whisker-like marks on his cheeks. The oldest of the Uzumaki Namikaze children is Naruto. One may wonder why he doesn't train with his family. The reason for this is that he never interacts with his family. It wasn't as bad as it had been. Naruto could see at an early age that his siblings, not just his parents, were getting more attention than he was. The three were also highly adored by the villagers, who referred to them as the saviors of the hidden leaf. This resulted from the Nine Tails chakra being sealed within them. With Naruto, it was the other way around. Every time he was present, the villagers would glare at him and whisper behind his back. This was due to the fact that the Nine Tails itself was sealed within him. In any case, when he turned 5, things only got worse. At the time, his parents had informed him that they would be training Menma, Mito, and Yayoi to become shinobi and that he would not receive the same instruction because their top priority was training his siblings to eventually control the power they possessed. Though saddened, Naruto understood. He was very intelligent, despite what many people think. Because his parents neglected to teach him, he had the foundation of a civilian academy student, which set him apart from his siblings. Naruto's family would abandon him whenever they went out because of the increasing neglect he endured. What were his siblings' thoughts on this? When he was older, Menma and Yayoi would constantly tease him about being weak and persuade the academy's children to avoid him. Mito just acted as though he didn't even exist. Naruto is hoping for a quick change. The following day, when Naruto awakens and goes downstairs, the house is deserted. Angrily he clenches his fist. As usual, he smiles as he realizes this is his opportunity. He goes to his father's study and starts rifling through the jutsu area. He first seizes some shuriken jutsu and shadow clone jutsu. Then he hears laughter coming from outside as he's ready to go for another. He curses and walks out of the study. He dashes to his bedroom, closes the door, leaps out the window, and heads to the closest training ground. After several hours, panting, Naruto sits on the ground. He has been practicing his taijutsu and shuriken jutsu since coming here. He quickly became proficient in the shadow clone jutsu. Because of his vast chakra reserves, it works well for him. At last, he has someone to accompany him to the academy while he undergoes some significant training. Naruto thinks the academy is a waste of time. It does not adequately prepare one for the skills required in the field. Most of the students will not graduate, and for those who do, it will be a matter of whether they will be able to make it through a year in the field. He rises and leaves for home. While strolling through the village, Naruto notices that a crowd is gathering around him. There are murmurs and whispers. There he is, look at him, disgrace to his family. How dare he call himself the fourth son, demon. The villagers have been treating him this way for as long as he can remember. At first they weren't as brazen, but they soon realized that no one was going to stop them. Naruto starts to feel angry and inadvertently infuses his chakra when he feels something rough wrapping around him. He opens his eyes to see what looks to be branches that have suddenly sprouted from the ground and wrapped around him. Naruto quickly untangles himself. Naruto runs until he reaches his training ground, where he falls to the ground and curls into a ball, as they always do. What was that? He closes his eyes, puts his hands in the snake seal, infuses chakra, and concentrates hard. When he opens his eyes and hears a sound, he sees a tree, which could only mean one thing. I say to myself out loud. The next day, in an attempt to validate his suspicions about what transpired the previous evening, Naruto leaps from his bed and quickly takes a shower and gets dressed before anyone else is awake. Not wanting to encounter any members of his family, he leaps out of his window and leaves. Training area Naruto forms two shadow clones. One heads to the academy, as is now routine, and the other goes up to the library to collect notes on wood-based jutsu. Then he opens a scroll and begins to read. The ability to transport a target to one's location is known as summoning jutsu. Before an animal can be summoned, a potential summoner must first establish a contract with the animal and/or its species. In rare instances, however, one can use the summoning jutsu before obtaining a contract to find out which animal one has a natural affinity for, but this can have disastrous results and is not recommended. What the hell? He asks himself, what's the worst that can happen? He reads on for the instructions, knowing that he need not worry about chakra exhaustion. Naruto bites his thumb while infusing a good deal of chakra, then slams his hand onto the ground, saying, "Summoning Jutsu." Naruto is engulfed in a puff of smoke. Naruto looks around in disbelief as the smoke clears, thinking, this is not the hidden leaf. It looks like he is in a mountainous region with thick jungles. When Naruto hears a growl, he turns to see a lion standing a few feet away. This lion isn't your typical lion, though, as it seems to be roughly the size of an adult horse. The roar, RRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR his feet and takes off, the beast pursuing him. Naruto leaps into a nearby tree, believing he is safe, only to have the lion leap after him. What? How could that be? The chase goes on like this until Naruto jumps down onto the forest floor, where he creates a dozen shadow clones that all run in different directions. The lion looks around, unsure which one to pursue, and then lets out a roar that reverberates throughout the forest. Shocked, he says, leaping to another tree, and the lion leaps after him. Alongside Naruto has sufficiently distanced himself from his assailant. What the devil was that? He continues to try to calm himself as he says, that lion was coming for me with the moves of a shinobi. His hunter leaps down from the trees in front of Naruto, who sighs as he looks around and notices more lions emerging from the surrounding trees. All right, now I need to get out of here. You have your friends to assist you in eliminating the clones, don't you? He pulls out a kunai. If this is it and he is truly going to die, he will fight to the end. Naruto jumps down beside a figure wearing a white haori, black shinobi pants, and sandals, and when he looks up, he sees a man who appears to be in his mid-50s, with black eyes, short gray hair, and facial stubble. Enough. With an authoritative tone, he says, "You dare protect this intruder?" snarls the hunter named Naruto. In a challenging tone, the man states, if he's here then that fact alone means he isn't one. The lions give a low growl before splitting apart to create a passageway for them. "Follow me," the man says, turning around and grinning at Naruto. With a frown, Naruto assumes a fighting stance and asks, "Why do you think I trust you?" The man points to the lions and asks, "Would you rather stay here and face them?" They walk in silence for a while before Naruto gives in and follows him. "What is your name, then?" "Akisada is mine, Takahashi Akisada." "My name is Naruto. Namikaze Naruto Uzumaki." "That's a good name," Akisada says with a laugh. "What, a maelstrom?" "Sorry about back there," Naruto says with a smile. "No issue." He says, "You were right not to come with me right away. I am aware of how you got here. You're training to be a shinobi, then?" he says. "Yes, tell me about this location," Naruto queries. "It's Mount Ryan here. You are just the second human to enter the home of the lion summons," Akisada replied. "Well, where are we heading?" Naruto inquires. "To Lord Helios, the local ruler. The summoning contract for the lions will be shown to you in his palace, and you will sign it," Akisada explains. After a few kilometers of walking, Naruto notices more lions and lionesses and realizes that they differ in size, with some being normal size, others being as big as horses, and still others being as big as elephants. They keep walking until they reach a large rock with two large stone lions on either side of a set of tall double doors. Akisada puts his hand on the doors, and they open wide, allowing him to enter with Naruto following. Inside, a huge lion sitting on a throne is visible. It has golden-brown fur with a mane that is slightly darker than his fur and golden eyes. The lion is big enough to crush Naruto with one finger. "Who is this Akisada?" With a tone of intimidation, Helios asks. "The young man who used the summoning jutsu without a contract ended up here, boss. He seems to naturally connect with your people," Akisada remarks. "Well, I'll judge that for myself. Pull out the contract for the summons." The man gulps as he says, "If it rejects his chakra, you will pay Akisada." A lion emerges from behind the throne, holding the scroll in his mouth, and places it in front of Naruto, where Akisada unfolds it. "Sign your name in blood here, put each of your fingerprints here and infuse chakra and push it in here," says the man. Naruto takes a deep breath before inserting his chakra into the contract, marking it with his fingerprints and signing his name, just as Akisada had stated that his name was the only one on it. "Huh. Akisada, it seems you were correct. What's your name, human boy? Helios, too. Naruto, is his response. Helios laughs to himself as he sees the resolve and fervor in his eyes. The authority to call forth the lions has now been granted to you. You are only the second person to have been given this honor. Don't let me down. He gives a nod. Right, Naruto, let's go. As they exit the chief lion's residence, they see a lion that is marginally smaller than Helios sitting there. Naruto becomes somewhat irate when Akisada asks the lion, "Who is this brat?" "I am Naruto, and I am your new summoner. This is Latios, your new summons and the boss's brother, Naruto." A fresh summoner? This tiny cub? Not a chance in hell. At last, Naruto says, "Want to wager on a kitten?" With a growl, Latios rises and lowers his head to meet Naruto's gaze. "Say that again," is his challenge. "Kitten." Naruto utters those words. Silence falls. Oh. Cub has a lot of roar. He gets up and stalks off, leaving an irritated Naruto and an amused Akisada behind. "But as for your bite, that remains to be seen," he says. "Don't worry about him. He's only trying to test you." Naruto lets out a sigh. "So I get to summon all lions? Even the manager?" Naruto queries. "No, everyone but the boss. When you become a sage, you will be granted that privilege," Akisada says. "How does that operate?" Naruto inquires. "You'll find out soon." He turns to face Akisada and states bluntly, "I need you to train me." Akisada is somewhat surprised. "Your village has people for that, don't you?" He responds bluntly, "I'm not going anywhere fast with them." Akisada mulls this over. "When do you require my assistance?" "Every day," is what Naruto says. He lets out a sigh. Akisada grins and says, "Okay, might as well." With a broad smile, Naruto says, "All right, see you tomorrow, sensei." He remembers something as he turns around and starts to leave. With a sheepish tone, he asks, "How do I get home?" "This child is something else." Akisada sighs. "Now weave those backwards and you'll be back home," is how Akisada demonstrates the hand signals Naruto must weave in order to call forth a lion. When the smoke clears, Naruto is gone. He nods, weaves the hand signs backwards, and slams his hand on the ground, creating a puff of smoke. "Fast learner," remarks Akisada. "Leaf hidden." After the smoke clears, Naruto is back in the leaf, happy that he finally has someone to train him. He looks at a book in front of him and remarks, "Must have gotten tired of waiting." He picks it up, opens it, and begins reading the book, which is titled, God of Shinobi. In addition to being the first Hokage and the creator of the ninja village system that governs the shinobi world, Hashirama Senju is regarded by many as the most powerful shinobi in history. He practiced a variety of jutsu, but the wood style was arguably the most potent in his vast arsenal, allowing him to subdue tailed beasts, bring down armies, and alter entire landscapes in a matter of seconds. This causes Naruto's eyes to enlarge. He continues to read. By combining a water-style change in the chakra nature with an earth-style change, he could employ the wood-style Kekkei Genkei. When Naruto pushes his chakra into the paper, it first splits in half, then one half turns into dirt and the other half becomes wet. There is no other explanation. Naruto has the wood style of the first Hokage. He removes the piece of paper that protrudes from the back. Time jump. 3 years later, Namikaze Estate in Uzumaki. Menma, Mito, and Yayoi are practicing chakra control by balancing kunai on their fingers in the family's private training area. This is so boring," Menma says. "When am I gonna get the chance to learn some real jutsu like Dad's Rasengan?" "Menma, please calm down. Chakra control is crucial. You can't use a jutsu like the Rasengan if you don't have it," Mito says. Yeah. Menma strikes Yayoi's kunai out of boredom. "Hey!" Yayoi yells. "Menma, I'm letting my parents know," she says as she runs to her parents, who are observing from the sidelines. "My kunai was blown off by Dad." "Menma, Mom, I didn't do that, correct, Mito?" "Both of them are causing trouble," Kushina responds. "Okay, that's enough for today." "Mom, Dad," everyone looks at Yayoi. "When will Naruto be able to begin training with us?" she inquires. Yayoi's feelings for Naruto have evolved in recent years as she has come to terms with her behavior toward him and is working to change it. There is instant silence. The sad expressions on Kushina and Minato's faces reflect their awareness of how much they have neglected Naruto over the past few years and their desire to make amends, but their lack of knowledge about how to do so. "You want to train with that loser, but why?" Menma was clearly getting upset. He hated Naruto. He was weak. He was the last person to graduate from the academy and was only good at causing trouble. When his name was mentioned, everything was spoiled. In Menma's opinion, Naruto doesn't deserve to be referred to as a member of this family. Don't say that about your brother, Menma, Kushina chastised, and Menma suppressed a laugh. Minato, who had been silent until now, said, maybe that isn't a bad idea. Minato declares, Naruto will be training with us from now on. Congratulations. She leaps to her feet and exclaims, Big brother will be so happy. Minato and Kushina laugh at her. Mito seems unconcerned. Menma is irritated. Good job, Yayoi. Mount Ryan. When Akisada tries to punch him in the stomach, Naruto tries to deliver a claw, but it is blocked. He jumps back, avoiding Akisada's leg sweep, and is forced to put his forearms up. In response, Naruto grabs Akisada's arm and tries a judo throw, but Akisada lands on his feet and kicks him in the stomach, causing him to skid back. Naruto leaps into the air and tries a right hook at Akisada, but he catches his fist. Finally, he tries a spinning kick at Akisada, grazing him. All right, that's sufficient. Sometimes you're faster, and other times you're more strength-focused. You must simultaneously be more of both. Naruto nods. Remember that the Lion Fist is about using a tremendous amount of strength and speed to grind your opponent down. He learned the taijutsu style from Akisada, which is the Lion Fist. Since Naruto had become Akisada's pupil, the two had developed a strong relationship and a close relationship. After learning that Akisada was a former shinobi of the Hidden Cloud, known as the Typhoon, due to his extensive collection of wind-style jutsu, Naruto did some research and discovered that Akisada was the cloud's equivalent of the Sannin, wreaking havoc on the battlefield during the Third Shinobi World War, and that during the war, he had mysteriously disappeared and was thought to be dead, but in reality, he had lost his entire family, his parents, his wife, and his children, in an attack, and had never again wanted to interact with the shinobi world. He had lived on Mount Ryan since, welcomed by the lions because he was their only summoner at the time. Akisada, who had never faced the Yellow Flash but an old friend had, was shocked to discover that Naruto had the first Hokage's wood style. He had learned that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife, the red-hot habanero of the hidden leaf Kushina Uzumaki and the vessel for the chakra-stripped Nine Tails. Naruto had learned a lot from Akisada, and not just about ninjutsu. Prior to meeting Akisada, Naruto had trained to get stronger so that the world would recognize his name, and to some degree that was still what he wanted. But he had a new perspective and realized that he and Akisada were victims of the way the shinobi world was, and he wanted to change that. Well, go back home. We'll carry on tomorrow, Akisada says. After nodding and biting his thumb, Naruto reverses the summoning jutsu hand signs and extinguishes a puff of smoke. The training ground of Naruto. In a poof of smoke, Naruto is back in the village. By now it is dark. He gets up and walks towards his home. He has worked by the same routine for the past 3 years. Every morning he wakes up, gets ready for the day and leaves before everyone else. He gets to his training ground, or at least what used to be his training ground, and forms a shadow clone that goes to the academy. He then performs the reverse summoning jutsu and spends the whole day on Mount Ryan training with Akisada. Once the day is up, he heads back. Of course, he has to make sure he doesn't get careless lest he risk being found out, so on days where they have practical tasks and sparring sessions at the academy, he has to show up. Naruto keeps up the appearance of a dead last hopeless loser at the academy. He believes that he can't afford to trust anyone with the knowledge of his true power lest he risk vulnerability. As for his wood style, Naruto had learned only a few jutsu with it and he hadn't trained extensively with it. Naruto is aware of the fact that if the village were to learn he possesses the first Kekkei Genkai, they would make efforts to transform him into a weapon, and his father, as always, would allow them to do as they please. He couldn't have that. He will, for now, only resort to using it in a dire life or death situation. Naruto turns a corner and pulls out a kunai as a swirling distortion forms in the air. He had awakened a sensory ability during his years under Akisada, and a figure wearing what appear to be traditional Uchiha robes emerges from the distortion. His face is hidden by an orange mask with a design resembling tiger stripes, and through its one eye hole, Naruto can see a 3-tomo Sharingan glowing in the dark. The man does a good job of concealing it, but his chakra feels disgusting. Naruto remarks, his chakra came out of nowhere. He asks, "Who are you?" The man in the mask laughs and says, "It's not surprising that you don't remember me." "But I do remember you," the man replies, not answering Naruto's question. He steps forward, giving Naruto his cue to attack. The blonde boy jumps at the masked man. a kunai in hand, intent on killing him. Naruto is shocked when he passes through the man as if he isn't there. He attempts to deactivate any genjutsu but there is none. He weaves through some hand signs before yelling, "Wind style. Wind orb barrage." After inhaling, Naruto releases several balls of wind chakra, directing them directly at the man. The same thing occurs. Like a ghost, they move through him. The masked man is in front of Naruto the next thing he knows. The boy hunches over after he knees him in the stomach. He then gives him a straight punch to the face, causing him to stumble back. Grabbing the boy by the collar, he throws him like a rag doll, causing him to roll and skid. Naruto rises to his knees and feels a lot of chakra being infused into him. In the snake seal, he places his hands. Wood style. Wood barrier jutsu. When the masked man sees this, he weaves his hand signals while wearing a manic smile behind his mask. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Somehow, a huge ball of fire emerges from the man's mouth and passes straight through his mask. Despite colliding with the barrier, it remains solid and shields Naruto from the fire. He separates his hands so that the wooden beams can sink back into the earth. He stands up and turns to face his adversary. This is not good. I can't attack him because he can make himself intangible. Naruto doesn't give himself any more time to reflect. As realization dawns on him, he puts his hands in the snake seal and his eyes widen. He exclaims, "Release!" He instantly breaks the genjutsu that was just cast on him, and the masked figure in front of him vanishes. He turns around, only to be knocked out cold by a kick to the chest. The masked figure maneuvers through a series of hand signals as he soars through the air. He exclaims, "Fire style! Fireball jutsu, once more!" Meanwhile, unable to muster the strength to jump up, Naruto falls to the ground and falls to his knees. When he sees the fireball shooting in his direction, his eyes enlarge. He leaps up and tries to dodge the fireball, but he is unable to avoid the explosion that occurs when it hits the ground. This sends him flying again until he hits the ground, rolls, and skids to a stop. As the man approaches him, Naruto lies on the ground, defenseless. The stranger in the mask snatches him and raises him by his collar. "I'm impressed. You've grown strong. Even I wasn't expecting wood style," he responds. In an attempt to break free from the man's hold, Naruto is frantically scratching at his arm. The man remarks, "But you're not nearly as strong as you should be." His Sharingan's Tomo spins as he fixes Naruto with his gaze. The blonde boy screams in agony before collapsing in the stranger's mask. He's completely unconscious. Unceremoniously, the masked man drops Naruto to the ground. As he vanishes into the whirling distortion he appeared through, he utters, "Now sleep, Naruto. Sleep and grow stronger." Namikaze Estate in Uzumaki. As the family gathers around the table at the Uzumaki Namikaze Estate, there is an unusual silence. They are awaiting Naruto's comeback. When Kushina had climbed up to his room, he had found it empty. Until her oldest son came back and joined them for dinner, she refused to serve it. He didn't usually eat with them, but given the situation, that ought to change. In a puff of smoke, an Anbu Black Op teleports into the room. "Lord Hokage," he says, kneeling and addressing the village chief appropriately. "Yes, what is it?" Minato inquires. "There's been a terrible incident. The Uchiha clan has been massacred. Itachi Uchiha is believed to be responsible." Minato exclaims, "What?" as he jumps out of his chair. Kushina can't finish her sentence, as Makoto. It can't be her best friend. A few hours ago, she and Fugaku departed for a visit to the Uzumaki Namikaze estate. Lady Makoto is alive. So is Lord Fugaku and their children. Itachi was caught by Lord Fugaku accosting his younger brother Sasuke. He and his sister Satsuki are currently at the Leaf Hospital. There is more. Your eldest son has been attacked. Itachi is believed to be responsible for this as well. The room is silent with shock. "No, no," exclaims Kushina, tears starting to fall down her cheeks. Kushina. "I'm going to the Uchiha clan compound. You head to the hospital now," says Minato. Yayoi, Mito, and Menma watch this scene play out, unsure of what to do. Hospital Leaf. According to Tsunade's assessment, she has second and third degree burns and fractured ribs. He should heal fast, all things considered, but that isn't the real issue. Naruto appears to have suffered an immense amount of psychological trauma. Tsunade says to Kushina, who is crying. Kushina is making a valiant effort to maintain her composure. Makoto, who has by now stopped crying and simply shut down, is held by her arm. Tsunade acknowledges, "I'm not sure when he'll come around." She says, "Thanks, Tsunade." They have no choice but to hope. A couple of days later, Naruto lets out a moan and opens his eyes at last. He feels as though a brick has struck his head. There he is. Tsunade is the first person he notices. To Tsunade's surprise, Naruto's physical wounds had all already healed. That, even for an Uzumaki, was amazing. Lady Tsunade. Naruto senses a body leaping on him. He sees his mother, who is crying and giving him a strong hug. He is unsure of how to react to this. She says, "Naruto, I was so scared." In his bed, he sits up. Since she arrived at the hospital, Kushina has remained by his side. Minato appears as soon as she inserts a tiny bit of chakra into the flying Raijin seal in her wedding ring. He smiles and says, "You're awake, Naruto." "Yes," he answers simply. Minato asks, "Do you remember what happened to you?" Naruto is rubbing his head. "I was on the way home from some training and he just came out of nowhere and attacked me. It tried to stop him but he was too strong." Minato asks, "Who?" "Itachi Uchiha," is Naruto's straightforward response. Minato can tell he is telling the truth when she looks him in the eyes. "I see. Well, all that matters is you're okay. There's something I meant to ask you before all of this. Your mother and I had discussed it. We were wondering if you would like us to train you along with your siblings from now on?" asks Minato. Naruto finds this surprising. From where did that originate? It doesn't matter, though. "No thank you," he says, shocking the couple. "But why?" inquires Kushina. Lying through his teeth, he claims, "The two of you have made so much progress with Menma, Mito, and Yayoi, and if I joined now I would only be holding them back." Kushina says, "Well, we could train you aside until you catch up." According to Naruto, "I'd rather not." This is how the conversation ends, but the couple notices that Naruto didn't call them Mom or Dad at any point during the exchange. The following day as usual, Naruto is awake. He promptly reminded Kushina that he had fully recovered despite her attempts to keep him bedridden. When Yayoi saw him home and well, she had smothered him and almost crushed him to death. After Mito merely expressed her relief that he was all right, things swiftly became awkward. He was not even addressed by Menma. He doesn't care about it. He has a million ideas running through his mind as he strolls around the village. Why he hasn't shown up for training in days will be a mystery to Akisada. Speaking of which, the entire situation remains incredibly perplexing. Itachi Uchiha was not someone he knew well. He was aware that Kushina was a once-in-a-generation prodigy who became a Chunin at the age of 10, an Anbu at 11, and captain of his own team just 2 years later at 13. He also knew that his mother was best friends with Kushina. But that was all. Not much else was there. Even though I didn't know much about Itachi, it didn't make sense for his clan to be nearly completely destroyed. Furthermore, the blonde found it even more incomprehensible that Itachi would attack Naruto of all people. How could he have ever hurt him? After giving it some serious thought, he realized that the two had never actually spoken to each other. Itachi's speech was peculiar when he attacked him, as if he had been observing him. Finally reaching his former training ground, he shakes his head. He creates a clone, who immediately departs for the academy. He disappears in a cloud of smoke after biting his thumb, slamming his hand against the ground, and navigating through the signs he has grown so used to. Mount Ryan. When Naruto gets to the training location he and Akisada typically use, he discovers his sensei is absent. He makes the decision to go to Helios's palace and search for him. As he passes numerous lions, he observes that some of them stare at him. This is rather odd because they have grown used to his presence over the last 3 years. The stone lions at the door greet him as he arrives at the palace. He opens the double doors with a push. "Lord Helios. Sorry to disturb you. I can't find Akisada," says Naruto. Latios sits next to Helios. Helios says, "Naruto, step forward." Naruto follows instructions. A lion with a scroll in its mouth approaches Naruto. He picks up the scroll and unfolds it. To Naruto, "I'm leaving if you're reading this. I'm feeling ill as I write this letter. In actuality, I've been ill since before our first day together. I initially kept it a secret because I didn't think you needed to know. Then, however, Naruto's situation changed. You and I developed an amazing bond over the course of our 3 years together. I found a place in your heart, and you found a place in mine. I felt like I had my family back because of you, as if I had regained my lost son. And I guess I was the father you never had for you. And that's probably the reason you're upset with me at the moment. I apologize as well. I sincerely apologize for being a coward and not telling you this in person. I was simply unable to bring myself to do it. I'm hoping you'll pardon me." Naruto, one more thing. I think it'll be you. I think it will be you who transforms this world of shinobi. To make sure that people like you and me never have to exist. The fact that you have the first Hokage's ability is no accident. Naruto, you are a sign of change for this world. Follow your dreams and prove to the world that you are who I have always known you to be. A lion. The world is a dangerous jungle, but you are the lion that rules it. Love. Your sensei, your companion, your dad Takahashi Akisada. P.S. A storage scroll with my life savings and a large scroll with nearly every jutsu I've ever learned will be given to you. Make good use of these. With a second, bigger scroll, the lion advances. By this point, Naruto is sobbing uncontrollably. He wipes away his tears with one hand while holding the scroll in the other. Latios asks, "Do you want to see his body?" "No," is Naruto's frantic attempt to contain his tears. I need some time." He leaves. It will be some time before he can muster the courage to return here. The Genin tests. For the aspiring ninja, this event represents the culmination of years of work. It was a day when academy students who had previously been dismissed as helpless rookie brats were acknowledged as complete shinobi. Naruto Uzumaki is making his way to the academy through the middle section of the Hidden Leaf. He will be taking the same tests today. If he claimed not to be a little excited, he would be lying. Akisada passed away 3 years ago. He has persisted in maintaining the appearance of a dead last loser during this time. He would figure out how many theory tests he would need to fail and pass in order to pass by a slim margin, and occasionally he would intentionally fail in order to receive extra credit. He would use the basic taijutsu style during sparring sessions at the academy, fighting until he had earned enough points to pass before diving, though he wouldn't have to for very long. When he becomes a shinobi, he will be legally considered an adult and will be impervious to physical harm. Not even Minato. Speaking of which, Naruto was tormented by his family's attempts to reintegrate into his life following his beating at the hands of Itachi Uchiha. Specifically, Minato, Kushina, and Yayui's attempts. Menma publicly expressed his contempt for him, while Mito consistently gave the impression that he was uninterested and uncaring. Naruto would have seized the chance to join the family years ago, but he no longer desired that. The issue of the wood style remains. Naruto acknowledges that he didn't give that much thought. He couldn't conceal it indefinitely. It's a powerful Kekkei Genkai, and not being able to use it is just inconvenient and a huge waste, not because he is incapable of doing so. He ultimately makes the decision to put that off for later, as he always does. He had been practicing its use ever since. Since that day 3 years ago, he has not visited Mount Ryan. He lost his sensei that day. Rewind the words. There is no use in being strong if you don't move fast enough to land a hit, and there is no use in being fast if you're not strong enough to actually land hits that have an affect. Or spoken by Akisada, and Naruto is kicked in the chest and sent flying through the air. Naruto skids and rolls across the floor. He sits up. "Are you going to teach me ninjutsu, or have you been lying to me this whole time and you never really made it past the academy?" Naruto asks with increasing annoyance. Steam emerges from Akisada's ears as he turns red. "How dare you? Do you know who I am? I am the Akisada Takahashi, the great typhoon of the hidden cloud. A man capable of commanding the wind with his very voice," he screams. Akisada keeps bashing, but he soon realizes Naruto is ignoring him. "Naruto, listen to me," he exclaims, his arms raised in the air as he grows redder. Sighing, Naruto presses both fists to his chin. "There's no point in learning ninjutsu without the correct base, which is taijutsu. Your opponent will have you on the ground before you can even finish weaving signs. Why are you so desperate to learn ninjutsu anyway?" Naruto murmurs. "What?" asks Akisada. "I want to get stronger so they regret ever leaving me out in the cold. So they can't ignore me any longer. I want them to fall to their knees and beg me to come back just for me to shut them out like they did," says Naruto. Akisada softens his expression. He approaches his pupil and takes a seat beside him. "Look, Naruto. I'm not going to sit here and pretend as if I understand and can relate to what you've been through and are going through, because the truth is I don't," Akisada responds. He shocks his student by telling Naruto, "But if that's really why you're doing this, maybe you should cut your losses and leave now. You have immense potential to become bigger than anything this world has ever seen." I know it. This is coming from someone who has fought alongside the 3rd and 4th Raikage. It's for that reason that, if your heart isn't in the right place, then someone like you could end up causing untold destruction, he says in a shocked tone. "And I don't want that. That's all I will say to you." After giving his pupil plenty to ponder, Akisada leaps up and twirls in the air before standing up in front of Naruto, who is now considering what his sensei said. He inhales while making signs, then exhales a gust of wind that lifts Naruto into the air. "So, ninjutsu huh?" he asks. It turns into a miniature tornado, and he watches. As the twister whips him around, Naruto screams in protest. Akisada sits down and says, "You must learn how to creatively avoid and/or neutralize the enemy's ninjutsu before you can learn it." Now he can rest his chin on his fists. He laughs and exclaims, "Well, go on then, get started." The flashback is over. That recollection makes Naruto laugh uncontrollably. Despite this, he is unsure of how to react to his sensei's warning. He lets out a sad sigh. Naruto had a deep affection for Akisada. No one else had ever done anything for him like his sensei had. However, he had also deceived him. That still doesn't sit well with him, because it forces him to confront the fact that he has never been able to trust anyone without being let down. Naruto doesn't give this topic much thought. Fortunately, he won't have to for long because the academy is in sight. It is made up of numerous buildings that have been connected and constructed over time. Not far away, there is a tree that swings. The large, bold kanji for fire that is prominently displayed at the front above its doors is possibly its most striking feature. Naruto has changed his attire to suit the situation. He is dressed in black sandals, black Enbu-style pants, and bandages wrapped around his legs. He has a tight-fitting black jersey on his upper body, with sleeves that fall just below his elbows to his forearms. The head of a golden lion can be seen on the upper portion of the right sleeve. He is dressed in a black hoodie with a gold lining that is sleeveless and has the zip left open. Naruto enters the academy and immediately makes his way to class. Without a doubt, the tests will be very simple. This is really dumb. If that's how the village determines a person's readiness for the shinobi world, then the village was in for a rough time. He enters his class after opening the door. In order to have time to meditate, he typically arrives before everyone else. As one moves farther back, the rows of seats get higher. Naruto looks around the room in search of prominent exam takers. His best friend Kiba Inuzuka, the son of the head of the Inuzuka clan, is seated next to his younger brother Menma in the front row. Mito, Yayoi, and their friends Kaori Hiroda and Hinata Hyuga are next to them. Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka, who are best friends and compete for the love of the two most popular boys in the class, are seated in the row behind them. One of those boys is opposite them. The second oldest son of Fugaku Uchiha, the leader of the Uchiha clan, is Sasuke Uchiha. His twin sister, Satsuki Uchiha, is next in line. Their faces are expressionless. Shikamaru Nara, the son of the village's Jonin commander and Nara clan leader Shukaku Nara, and his best friend Shoji Akamichi, the son of the Akamichi clan leader, are also standing next to them. The class's most enigmatic and reserved student, Shino Aburame, the heir to the Aburame clan and Naruto, was seated in the farthest row, slightly away from some civilian children. Many people think that this is the most promising generation of shinobi the village has seen in a long time because there are many clan heirs and people of noble blood in the class. Naruto pretends not to notice the people watching him as he makes his way to his usual location in the back. Menma smirks arrogantly as he looks at Naruto. Menma murmurs to herself, "That poor fool probably thinks a change of outfit is going to earn points." Naruto is still the same hopeless loser he has always been, if there is one thing that hasn't changed in the last few years. When his parents wanted to start including Naruto in their training sessions, he recalled how angry he had been. Fortunately, Naruto, being as foolish as he is, had refused even though he was in dire need of the assistance. In the years after his alleged encounter with the renegade Uchiha clan heir, Naruto's parents have been attempting to give him more attention, but he is certain that everything will soon come to an end. Like everyone else, they will realize that Naruto isn't worth their time once he doesn't graduate today. Sasuke Uchiha is another set of eyes that are closely examining Naruto. In contrast to most people, Sasuke has been a longtime Naruto fan. Ever since that evening. After recuperating from his attack, the boy with the raven hair learned that Naruto had been attacked by the same person. Since then, he has taken advantage of every opportunity to keep a close eye on Naruto. Sasuke has been analyzing Naruto and has determined that he is not who many people think him to be based on his fighting style, his eye movements, his study of his opponent, and the nature of his losses. Naruto is concealing his actual strength, which is not immediately apparent. From the few times he has sparred with him, Sasuke can attest to that. He's powerful. As strong as himself, maybe. Why would Naruto conceal his power is the question. Sasuke is adamant about learning. The rationale is that it might bring him one step nearer to him. Naruto finds his seat in the rear corner and settles in. He folds his arms and glances ahead at the chunin and exam proctors who have been overseeing this class since it started at the academy. Iruka Amino is the first one. His brown hair is pulled back in a ponytail, and his skin tone is tan. The scar on his face is arguably his most distinctive characteristic. He has a scar that extends from one side of his nose to the other, crossing the bridge. He's wearing traditional chunin clothing. Mizuki comes in second. Naruto has no idea what his last name is. His shoulder-length white hair has a faint blue undertone. His headband is tied around his head like a bandana, and he is also dressed in the typical hidden leaf shinobi uniform. Although it wasn't unexpected or new to him, Iruka appeared nervous around him. Based on his age, he believes that the chunin lost both of his parents in the Nine Tails attack. Iruka never attempted to undermine him, not that it would have mattered. He could tell the white-haired ninja didn't like him, but Mizuki didn't either. It isn't until Naruto sits down that Iruka realizes he is looking at the blonde boy. For him, Naruto has always been a mystery. He was told to ignore Naruto by the other academy teachers, and some even suggested that he take advantage of his predicament and ruin the brat's performance. Why should a shinobi pose as a demon brat? Most people agreed with this sentiment. But as time went on, he found Naruto was not the mischievous, unlikable brat that many of the villagers had painted him as. He kept to himself and was very quiet. Iruka, however, is certain that this isn't intentional because it would be an understatement to say that Naruto's reputation is poor. Because he is the only weak member of the Uzumaki Namikaze family, Naruto is constantly made fun of and ridiculed. Since their class entered the academy, his brother and Sasuke Uchiha have been locked in a duel for top of the class, while his sisters are consistently strong candidates for the title of top kunoichi. His parents' accomplishments don't need to be mentioned. Naruto, on the other hand, is the last to die, barely surviving each year and occasionally surviving on extra credit. Iruka initially agreed with this widely held belief because he could still clearly recall his parents' deaths, but he eventually realized that there was no solid evidence to cast doubt on Naruto. Iruka ultimately decided to be fair to Naruto, refusing to both sabotage and assist the struggling youngster. Since he never asked, he didn't make things difficult. Iruka was still wary of Naruto, though. Now he's wondering if the boy will survive. Probably not, he muses to himself. He silences the anxious muttering that has pervaded the room by saying, "Okay. This is it. The day you have all been working towards for years now. Without further ado, let's get into it. The exams will consist of two main components. A theory portion which will consist of a written test, and a practical portion split into two parts. In the first half each of you will engage in a sparring session with Mizuki here while I mark your performance, and you will perform an accuracy test with some kunai and shuriken. In the other half you will be required to perform the 3 basic jutsu of the academy which the village requires that any shinobi know. These 3 are the substitution jutsu, the clone jutsu and the transformation jutsu. You will obviously pass or fail to graduate depending on how many points you acquire from the exams altogether. Naruto holds back a chuckle. Is he being serious? Is that the only way to become a shinobi? No, it's not possible. Many of the people in this room are doomed if it is. Naruto believes there must be more going on. Even though it hurts to admit it, Minato is not a fool. Iruka distributes the exams. Writing it, Naruto breezes through it. He purposefully achieves a score slightly higher than the passing threshold. He then acts as though he is going to sleep, but in reality, he uses this additional time to meditate. The class goes outside for the first part of the practical exam after the tests have been gathered and graded. In order to maintain appearances, Naruto deliberately fails this section of the test. Sasuke and Satsuki are tied for first place in this exam section. Their respective fan clubs swoon and whisper over this. The two appear unconcerned. Following this, the sparring sessions begin. Even though he can tell Mizuki is treating him harsher than the others, Naruto, as usual, fights for points rather than to impress. After the practical exam's first half concludes, everyone enters, takes a seat, and waits to be called upon for the final exam. Naruto takes advantage of the chance to meditate and does as he did previously. After doing this for some time, he eventually notices a chakra signature that is familiar to him outside of the academy. Kushina. Soon after, there's another chakra signature that shows up out of nowhere. Minato. After he takes his test, he will have to do everything in his power to avoid them. There isn't much waiting for him. Iruka yells, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto gets to his feet and descends once more, ignoring the onlookers. The headbands have already been given to Menma, Mito, and Yayoi. He moves ahead of the pair of proctors. Right, Naruto? Iruka says, displaying what Naruto can tell is a phony smile. Because the less courageous people in the village choose to pretend that they put up with him in order to avoid provoking the Fourth's wrath, he is aware of what this looks like. You know what to do. Substitution, clone and transformation jutsu in that order. Naruto uses his chair in the corner as a stand-in. He then employs standard clone jutsu. There's no need to reveal anything just yet. He then uses transformation jutsu. Mizuki and Iruka are startled to see a perfect replica of Hashirama Senju in front of them. Not a single difference. Naruto, congratulations. You succeed. With a phony smile, he says. Well done, Mizuki says, wearing a phony smile that conceals his rage. Naruto merely bows and says, thank you, with a blank expression on his face, in contrast to the numerous smiles and shouts of delight they received today. Naruto picks up the only black strapped headband on the table, and after Iruka and Mizuki inform him that he must report to the academy in precisely 1 week to meet his assigned 3-man squad, he nods and departs, placing his headband in his pocket rather than wearing it with pride like the majority of the other new shinobi did. His family is right in front of the entrance, so Naruto can't flee as he had intended. If he had teleported away, his father would have detected him infusing chakra. When Minato sees Naruto, his oldest son, he is happy to see him and notices that he has changed his clothes, looking more like a man. However, Minato feels a sharp pang of guilt because he didn't get to see Naruto grow up and mature into this. He didn't intend for things to turn out this way. When Kushina sees Naruto, a slight smile appears on her face, but her eyes show how she really feels. She has a strong sense of self-loathing after realizing how much she has hurt her young son, and it took her some time to be able to look at him without considering crying. On some nights, Minato had to lull her to sleep, but she is determined to make amends and rebuild her family. As soon as Naruto appears, Yayoi heads in his direction. She has been frantically attempting to get close to her older brother for the past 3 years. She used to tease him and persuade all of the academy's children not to play with him. She would even pull practical jokes, and everyone would blame Naruto. She admits that she was foolish and younger at the time, and she just wants to be his sister once more. When she notices that he isn't wearing his headband, she realizes that he has failed. When Menma sees Naruto coming, he doesn't scoff because he really makes him sick. Naruto has always been good at ruining things, like when the family was going out to celebrate Menma, Mito, and Yayoi graduating from the academy with honors, but their parents insisted that they wait for their big brother. Menma didn't understand, because they had never done that before, and Naruto was always left out of everything. What was so different now? He sees that the blonde isn't wearing his headband. He smirks and thinks, I knew it. Mito merely observes with indifference. She is objective about Naruto, who is essentially a stranger to her. She is aware that her parents feel bad about their neglect of him, but they have attempted to re-establish contact with him, but he has cut them off. She is aware that he is the last person in their generation, but he is solely responsible for that. He declined the chance to train with them. He also developed a reputation for causing trouble for himself. What can you do for someone like that? When Naruto sees Yayoi approaching, he initially considers stepping aside and letting her fall, but ultimately decides against it. Yayoi leaps on Naruto and gives him a tight hug. Big brother, she examines him. Have you passed? Do you mind? She asks. No, he didn't. Are you taken aback? Menma smirks as she says. When Naruto removes his headband and fastens it around his head, all eyes are on him. Naruto, congratulations. With a smile, Minato says, I'm proud of you. Thank you, Lord Hokage, Naruto says simply, nodding and bowing, causing Minato to wince at the fact that he doesn't refer to him as his father. Before the conversation can continue, Naruto steps in to cut it off. He dismisses Yayoi and heads out, saying, I'll be seeing you all later. Kushina feels Minato's arm encircle her as she looks down sorrowfully. Kushina, give him some time. He'll change his mind, Minato reassures. All right, guys. What do you say we go out and celebrate, Minato says. How about Naruto, the big brother? With regret, Yayoi asks. Kushina remarks, your brother wants to be left alone right now. The training ground of Naruto. Opening his eyes, Naruto looks up to see the stars and crescent moon shining down. He came here to meditate a few hours ago after escaping his family. He declares, I did it, Akisada-sensei. Naruto rises and begins to walk home, but things are about to change when he senses a familiar chakra signature coming and sees a figure fly by in the trees on his way to the village gates. Alongside Mizuki is speeding toward the village exit with a large scroll, the Forbidden Scroll of Seals, under his arm. He is determined to deliver the scroll to his master, but this was not the original plan. The plan was for the demon Brad to fail to graduate so that Mizuki could trick him into thinking he could get extra credit by stealing the scroll and avoiding security. However, things didn't work out that way, and the demon Brad passed. Mizuki realized that the little rat had been concealing his ability the entire time, so he had to steal it himself, which led to the current situation. He realizes someone is following him and falls to the forest floor. When Naruto leaps to the ground, he sees Mizuki, his academy teacher. Mizuki grins and says, "Well, if it isn't the fox brat of the hidden leaf." Naruto remains unfazed by these words as he stands there. "You're not serving in the field right now. You're trying to get out of the village, but why?" "Whoa, amazing shot." Mizuki answers, "You think you can boss people around now just because you got lucky and graduated." His gaze flickers to the scroll in his arm, and Naruto realizes that he had been driven to follow him by a deep-seated feeling. "Oh, you're curious about this." Naruto is shocked when he says, "This, little rat, is the Forbidden Scroll of Seals." He goes on to shock Naruto even more by saying, "I was just on my way to deliver it to my master, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru is one of the 3 legendary Sannin and a former pupil of the 3rd. He was a candidate for the 4th Hokage position, but more significantly, he is the biggest traitor in the history of the Hidden Leaf. Why is Mizuki working with him? Naruto doesn't know or care. Mizuki is a traitor. "I'm sure you're wondering why I'm just telling you this. It's because you're going to die soon," he yells, removing the Fuma shuriken from his back and sending it hurtling in Naruto's direction. He stands motionless, but as the shuriken seems to be only centimeters away from severing Naruto in 2, he unleashes a burst of wind-style chakra, sending it straight back at Mizuki, who must leap into the air to avoid it. Mizuki feels the wind knocked out of him as Naruto unexpectedly kicks him in the back, sending him crashing into the ground. "What? How is he so fast?" exclaims Mizuki, startled. When he tries to stand up, Naruto kicks him in the side, breaking his ribs, sending him flying through the air into a tree. Mizuki is powerless to stop Naruto as he uses hand signals and yells, "Water style! Drilling bullet jutsu!" When a jet of water shoots out of Naruto's mouth, it hits Mizuki, sending him straight through the tree and shattering it. He flies for a few meters before collapsing on the ground, unconscious. Naruto approaches him and ties him up with ninja wire. If Mizuki hadn't underestimated him, it wouldn't have been so simple. After reflecting on all that has happened up to this point, he looks up and says, "One step closer," before teleporting off. The last few days have been particularly busy for Minato. All 4 of his children had graduated from the academy. On the night of the day they were promoted to genin, it had occurred that a Chunin Academy instructor, one of the 2 who had been teaching them, had stolen the Forbidden Scroll of Seals and attempted to leave the village. Mizuki had come very close to making away with the scroll and all the forbidden jutsu within and would have done so had it not been for a certain shinobi. Mizuki had been attacked and stopped by a mystery shinobi and left tied up for the Anbu to apprehend. For the past few days he had been interrogated about why he had stolen the scroll and who took him down before he could leave with it, but to no avail. Some, of the few who knew, had dismissed it as the actions of a power-hungry fool, but Minato is not so sure. Mizuki is just a Chunin. Surely no matter how much of a fool he is, he would have realized there is nothing a shinobi of his caliber could do with a scroll containing such jutsu. This leads Minato to the conclusion that someone tasked him with it. But who? An enemy village. Rogue shinobi. The hidden stone had been itching to get revenge since the war ended, but the memory of Kanabi Bridge ensured that the very mention of his name struck a terrible fear into them. The Hidden Cloud is a very militaristic village, and their current Raikage is on a mission to make the village the most powerful in the elemental nations. Though with their failed attempted kidnapping of the Hyuga clan head's firstborn daughter occurring only a few years ago, perhaps they wouldn't be so brazen. Rogue shinobi? Was it perhaps the criminal shinobi organization that Jiraiya had informed him of and that Itachi Uchiha was reported to have joined? Whatever the case, Minato knew this should be treated with the utmost seriousness. He had had Ibiki and Enko handle the matter, but when they failed, surprisingly, he had Inoichi attempt to extract the needed information. To his shock, the Yamanaka clan head failed as well. After some investigation, it was discovered there was a seal on the shinobi's brain that acted as a lock to his memory. The seal wasn't a problem for someone like Minato, however it is outfitted with a fail-safe mechanism that ensures that should it be broken Mizuki's brain will be destroyed before any information can be retrieved. This is worrying to Minato. Although this did confirm his suspicion that Mizuki was working for someone and someone powerful, but who? Minato was just thankful that the scroll was recovered. Now if only he knew who was responsible. He understands Mizuki not revealing his master, but why not reveal who stopped him? Perhaps this is another individual within the village who was working with him who ended up deciding against handing over the scroll and betrayed Mizuki, and now the Chunin is protecting this person for fear that they will tell all there is to know about the plot. Minato is very disappointed in how the scroll was even able to be stolen in the first place. Security around the tower has been tightened as a result. When Danzo gets word of this, he won't hear the end of it. But that is not the matter of importance Minato is handling right now. A man who looks to be a shinobi himself sits across from Minato. He has 2 scars on the right side of his face, dark eyes, a goatee beard, and dark hair tied in a spiky ponytail. He is dressed in a dark green flak jacket and what looks to be a deer skin coat on top of it. Other than this, his attire is typical of a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, and he is none other than Shukaku Nara, the Nara clan's commander and by far its most adept tactician and most perceptive mind. The two are currently debating how to organize the Hidden Leaf's recently promoted shinobi generation, which includes their kids. What are your thoughts on this lineup, Minato? Shukaku requests that the village chief not be addressed by his proper title. Minato noted, well, there are a lot more assault squads. There was only one team that was solely focused on tracking, and that was about it. At this, Shukaku gave a nod. Yes, there are. However, the village has plenty of tracking and espionage personnel. That's to be expected. Many in the village believed that this generation was destined for this. The idea that one must be from a shinobi clan to be talented is absurd to Naruto, who has no clan background himself, but they are a promising group. Minato assumed a contemplative stance. It has been a long time since a group of people with this much hype surrounded them. All right. Minato says, I'll give it my approval. He is optimistic about this generation and believes that new Jonin senseis will join this new group of shinobi. Kushina will be returning from retirement, and an old friend of his will also be teaching. Shukaku leaves Minato's office as the Hokage turns his seat to survey the village, once again lost in thought. Days later, time jump the academy, the classroom of Iruka. As usual, Naruto is sitting in the classroom's corner, where he was meditating a while ago. He enjoys meditation because it calms him and sharpens his senses, but as more genin entered the room, the noise level increased until he was unable to focus, so now he is just thinking. It has been precisely 1 week since he was promoted, and he is here to meet his new sensei and the team he was assigned to. It has also been 1 week since he stopped Mizuki, and the blonde is reflecting on what Mizuki said. My master, Orochimaru, he had said. Based on all the research he had done on Orochimaru over the past week, Naruto had been able to determine that he was a very power-hungry person, so his attempt to obtain the Forbidden Scroll of Seals shouldn't come as a surprise. Naruto realizes that he has put himself in a bit of a bind, and he wants to inform the Hokage of Orochimaru's involvement, but that would require exposing himself, which he isn't quite ready to do just yet. He isn't afraid that Mizuki will expose him because he is aware of how deeply some people hate him, and Mizuki won't want the demon fox brat to be hailed as a hero for defeating him. With his hood up and his head down, Naruto can still feel that he is being watched by 4 people in the class. Yayoi and Iruka haven't arrived yet. Based on his posture, he concludes that this is Sasuke Uchiha, and he does this frequently. Ever since Itachi attacked him 3 years ago, Sasuke has been surreptitiously examining him. He had heard that the raven-haired boy had experienced a similar attack at the hands of his older brother, and Naruto had noticed the behavioral changes that followed. Prior to the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke had been a self-assured, active boy, but after that he became more withdrawn and reserved. When Naruto notices that 4 chakra signatures are approaching the classroom, 3 of them closer than the 4th, he raises his head, removes his hood, and sits up straight with his arms crossed. Shortly after, the princesses of the Hidden Leaf and the prince of the Hidden Leaf enter the room. Menma, Mito, and Yayoi are all dressed in their typical outfits. A red jacket with a black flame motif along the bottom and along the end of the sleeves, with the zip left open. Underneath, he is wearing a white shirt with the kanji for fire on the front. He is wearing black trousers and blue shinobi sandals. His headband is strapped around his head, keeping the bangs of his shaggy hair out of the way, but not completely. In addition to wearing blue wristbands and a headband strapped around her waist, Mito is dressed in a red battle dress with an open front that ends just above the knees. She is also wearing short tights and blue shinobi sandals that fall to her mid-calf. Her long red hair is tied in a ponytail that reaches her mid-back. As always, Yayoi has her hair tied in pigtails and a headband strapped around her neck. She is dressed in tight blue shorts with mesh pants that fall to her ankles underneath, blue sandals, and a white top that reveals her belly button at the midriff. Their respective fan clubs swoon and whisper when the hero trio of the Hidden Leaf arrives. Menma, you're present. Take a look at him, he's really awesome. Yayoi is really attractive, marriage me, Mito. She's incredible. The three, accustomed to this kind of treatment, enter the classroom acting totally unaware of the yells and whispers. Menma gives Kiba a high five as they make their way to their seats and settle in. Kiba says, man, they can't get enough of you. Menma boasts, what can I say, I'm irresistible. Mito greets her friends with a smile. Hi Mito. Says hello to Hinata. Hey Kaori, are you ready, Hinata? Do you mind? She asks. Both of them give a nod. Yayoi, on the other hand, is with Hinata, Kaori, and Mito, but she is ignoring them as she looks at Naruto in the back of the class. Although Naruto is aware that Yayoi is staring at him, he is acting as though he is unaware of it. He had raised his head to look at Iruka, who should be here any moment. Kiba is standing in front of her when Yayoi says, Hey Yayoi. Yayoi sighs in frustration. How are you? Kiba inquires. Kiba's obsession with Yayoi is well known. The fan club for blonde girls starts to object. The Inuzuka challenges them to take action. Yes. Iruka yells as she enters, stop talking, sit down, Kiba. Nobody pays attention, and it appears that a brawl is about to start. Iruka lets out a sigh and then uses his big-headed jutsu. Stop talking, he shouts. Silence falls, and Kiba eventually takes a seat. The room erupts in applause, especially from the two boys' fangirls, as he says, right now, first of all, I would like to congratulate Menma Uzumaki Namikaze and Sasuke Uchiha for tying for Rookie of the Year. Menma smirked cockily, while Sasuke displayed his trademark scowl. Yayoi is clapping joyfully as he says, and I would also like to congratulate Satsuki Uchiha and Mito Uzumaki Namikaze for tying for top kunoichi. Menma had beaten both her and Mito on physicality, and she would have tied with Satsuki and Mito, but they had outperformed her on accuracy and theory. From the corner of her eye, Mito is observing Satsuki. I will. Satsuki looks at Mito, who is staring at her, and then she just turns back to face Iruka, which makes Mito grit her teeth and clench her fist. Now that we've cleared that up, it's time for everyone to learn their team assignments, but first. Knowing that Iruka is giving another of his drawn-out speeches, Naruto ignores her. He wonders who is going to be teamed with. Anybody would be better to him than his siblings. Being viewed as the dead last has the benefit of probably pairing him with at least one powerful individual. He still doesn't pay attention to Iruka. He had acquired this ability through years of tuning out Akisada when he was boasting or babbling. He keeps ignoring Iruka until he notices him glancing down at the clipboard he is holding. Right. The following are the squads you are all assigned to. Naruto pays attention, but he doesn't show much interest until the prominent genins are introduced. Menma, Mito, and Yayoi Uzumaki Namikaze will make up Team 7. The three complain about their good fortune. They are unable to avoid one another, even when on duty. I'm going to express my thoughts to Dad. They all say this inwardly at the same moment. Iruka goes on, looking surprised, your sensei will be Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. The three siblings are taken aback. Their mother serving as their sensei was not what they had anticipated. The room is filled with protesting murmurs. The cries of the three's respective fan clubs are common, as are the complaints about how unfair it is that the three strongest kids are on the same team and team family. Sakura is grinning, and Ino is crying uncontrollably. There Ino. You never really had a chance in the first place. I mean, only true love can prevail. Team 8 will consist of Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga and Shino Aburame. Your Jonin senseis will be Kurenai Yuhi. Iruka keeps going. Team 9 is currently active. Team 10 will consist of Sakura Haruno, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akamichi. No. Sakura screams and falls to the ground as Ino yells at her. Ino points to Choji and Shikamaru and exclaims, Ha! I may not be on the same team as Menma, but at least I'm not stuck with those two hopeless sacks. Shikamaru watches with his usual bored expression, and Choji raises an eyebrow. In his own words, "What a drag." At this behavior, Iruka breaks out in perspiration. With her best friend still lying on the floor, still in shock, Ino keeps laughing at her. Iruka yells, "Shut up!" a second time. Ino blushes in embarrassment and says, "Sorry, Iruka-sensei." Iruka gives a frustrated shake of his head. Team 11 will consist of Sasuke Uchiha, Kaori Hirota and Hisateru Hagiwara. Your Jonin-sensei is Kakashi Hitaki. And finally Team 12 will consist of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Satsuki Uchiha and Ino Yamanaka. Your Jonin-sensei will be Fugaku Uchiha. The two Uchiha in the classroom, who are the only ones there, widen their eyes in surprise at this. "You will wait here for your Jonin-senseis to arrive," says Iruka. Kurenai Yuhi shows up shortly after and picks up Team 8. The team lineups don't surprise Naruto. Naturally, Yayoi, Mito, and Menma are all on the same team. After all, it was crucial to train the village heroes. The decision to forego rebuilding the Ino-Shika-Cho formation somewhat surprises him. The Uchiha's placement makes sense. Both of them have been placed on teams with senseis who can instruct them on how to use the Sharingan. Well, as for him and the group to which he had been assigned, according to what he understood, Itachi Uchiha's father, Fugaku Uchiha, is the leader of the Uchiha clan. Because of his skill with the Sharingan, another legend created during the Third Shinobi World War, he is feared and well known throughout the shinobi community as Fugaku of the Wicked Eye. He is another applicant who was given consideration for the position of Hokage. Being paired with such a formidable shinobi excites him. Naruto's knowledge of Ino is limited. She is the daughter of Inoichi Yamanaka, the leader of the Yamanaka clan, and the heir apparent to the clan. She has a crush on Menma and is Sakura Haruno's best friend. That's all he really knows. He has doubts about her. He believes that she hasn't been exposed to the harsh realities of the shinobi world. Then there is, of course, Satsuki has been keeping a sidelong glance at him. Namikaze Naruto Uzumaki. She didn't know much about him before because the only thing that worried her about him was that he was Mito's brother, and even then, they didn't seem to be close. Then that awful night arrived. The night she lost the person she loved, respected, and trusted the most, aside from her mother. That was the night she lost her twin. She recalls waking up with the hope that it had all been a nightmare. No, it wasn't. She recalls learning that he had experienced a similar situation. Although she didn't even know him, she considered getting in touch with him. In addition, she was never able to get in touch with anyone again. She and he are now on the same team. It doesn't matter, though. All she needs to do is concentrate on strengthening herself. Ino lets out a frustrated sigh. She does not play for Menma. Sakura isn't on Sasuke's team, so at least she can't take it personally. She believes she has some knowledge of Satsuki. In the past, she was amiable and got along with everyone. Then she changed. Sasuke underwent a transformation at the same time. It happened following their brother's alleged massacre of their clan. On the other hand, she doesn't understand Naruto at all. He keeps to himself and avoids conversation. She recalls that he was treated differently from his siblings even as a small child. Because of what he carried inside of him, the villagers didn't view him the same way. Yayoi and Menma would advise the other children to avoid him since he would be teased by them all. She was advised by many of her friends to distance herself from him. Her father would respond that he is a typical boy and that Ino ought to befriend him after some of her older clansmen said the same thing. This led to disagreements between them. As a result, Ino adopted the widespread perception that Naruto was a troublemaker and avoided him, occasionally even making fun of him. She and he are now on the same team. This ought to be fascinating. A man walks into the room. He has onyx-colored eyes with noticeable wrinkles beneath them, and brown hair that reaches his shoulders. He is dressed in the traditional Jonin flak jacket, shin guards, a black open front apron with a white diamond pattern along the bottom, and a black shirt with the Uchiha clan's emblem on the shoulders. Before turning and walking away, the man who turned out to be Fugaku Uchiha says sternly, "Team 12, follow me." Disregarding the onlookers, Naruto gets up and descends the stairs. He passes the desks of Menma, Mito, and Yayoi. Yayoi has a dejected expression on her face as she looks at him. Menma is glaring at him with daggers, and Mito ignores him as usual. He turns to see a woman approaching as he leaves the classroom for the last time. Kushina. She's dressed in the typical hidden leaf Jonin garb. Her red hair is pulled back in a ponytail, and she has a headband strapped around her head. She says, "Naruto," with a charming smile. In response, he bows and says, "Lady Kushina, leaving a very dejected-looking Kushina in his wake. Naruto studies his teammates for a while. Satsuki is wearing an above-the-knees skirt. She can pull her kunai out of its holster thanks to a slit in the skirt that runs down the bandaged right thigh. In addition, she has on black shinobi sandals that reach her knees. She is dressed in a long-sleeved, dark blue midriff top that reveals her shoulders and has the Uchiha clan's crest on the back. She keeps her jet black hair out of her face, which is shaped like a heart, and cuts it above the shoulders. With platinum blonde hair that reaches her waist in a ponytail and bangs framing the right side of her face, Ino has fair skin, blue eyes, and platinum blonde hair. Ino is dressed in a purple ensemble that includes an apron and a high-collar blouse. Her legs and abdomen are covered in bandages. Her headband is worn as a belt, and she is dressed in white arm warmers with purple trim. Training area number 12 Fugaku is seated on one of 3 wooden stumps, with Naruto, Satsuki, and Ino seated in front of him. The group members have introduced themselves and shared information about their hobbies, likes, and dislikes. Naruto made sure to reveal as little as he could. Naruto doesn't think of himself as being stupid. Minato and Fugaku grew up together. The two have a close friendship. He is aware that the Hokage trusts him and has probably given him a long-term mission to watch and study Fugaku, which is one of the primary reasons he is on his team. Alright then, now it's time for you to take your graduation test. What do you mean? Ino responds, we've already been promoted. Not really, Fugaku responds. That was only a means of weeding out those truly capable of being shinobi. And this is a means of acquiring the best out of those capable. Naruto is not taken aback, as he had suspected. Fugaku takes 2 things out of his pocket and says, so let's not waste any time. A stopwatch is one of them. The other is a red string that connects 2 bells. The test is you each have to get one of these bells from me in order to pass. As you've observed, there are only 2 bells. So the 2 out of the 3 of you who get a bell will pass and be declared genin, and the odd one out will be sent back to the academy to repeat a year. There will be a time limit of 1 hour. Failure to acquire a bell within that time will also constitute failure. Fugaku states that setting the stopwatch is necessary. The bells are hooked onto his belt. Immediately after saying, any questions, no good. Your time starts. Now, Satsuki and Ino leap out of the clearing. Naruto just looks at Fugaku while standing there. You're not going into hiding like the others. I'm not surprised. Your file did indicate you weren't the sharpest knife in the proverbial toolbox, challenges Fugaku. Crossing his arms, Naruto refuses to fall for the ruse. There's no point to it. A shinobi of your caliber would be able to determine my location easily no matter where I hid. He responds. In reality, he is lying. He could conceal his presence from Fugaku if he so desired. He simply has no desire to hide. Fugaku smiles. A wise observation. In the meantime, Satsuki. Satsuki feels tense. She is hiding in a tree and watching Fugaku and Naruto engage in small talk below. Someone will have failed and returned to the academy by today's end. She needs to confirm that it's not her. Nothing else matters as long as she is able to keep her headband. Psst, Satsuki, is Ino's statement, which makes the Uchiha girl jump in fear and spin around while brandishing a kunai. What do you want? Satsuki hisses. Why are you sneaking up on me? Listen. We're up against a Jonin here. We can't go in on our own. If we work together and use all opportunities presented, we can get those bells, says Ino. With a gesture toward Naruto, Satsuki asks, oh yeah? And what about him? He's the dead last. He's hopeless anyway. Let's just focus on the bells, Ino responds. Satsuki gives a nod of approval. Ino asks, so how do we go about it? Well, he's distracted by Naruto right now. We can capitalize on that. Ino gives a nod. You go in and cover me. Once I give the signal, get out of the way. I'm going to use my clan jutsu to gain control of his body. Then the bells will be ours, Ino responds. Satsuki gives a nod, and they get ready to execute their strategy. With Naruto and Fugaku, the silence is absolute. Naruto remains motionless, gazing at Fugaku. Why does he not attack? Fugaku asks himself. He's taking his time. Well, I'll take the initiative if he doesn't, Fugaku resolves, but he is unable to do so as he turns to deflect a blow from his daughter. Fast, he notes. Satsuki kicks Fugaku in the middle, but he blocks and pushes her back. Unflinching, Satsuki attacks again, aiming a right hook at his face, but he parries it away. She goes low and tries a leg sweep, but he jumps up and back. Satsuki is getting frustrated because he hasn't even thrown an attack at her. Does he think she's too soft? She'll show him. It is far too simple for Fugaku to stand with his arms behind his back. Her interceptor fist isn't complete without the Sharingan, which he isn't even using at the moment. Satsuki shouts, "Fire style! Fireball jutsu!" After navigating through a few hand signals. He raises an eyebrow at this. Is she using this jutsu against him? Satsuki exhales a fireball the size of a small house, and it hurtles toward Fugaku. Fugaku appears to be engulfed by the fireball, but Satsuki remains vigilant, and when the fire goes out, nothing remains where Fugaku was. Once again he stands with his arms behind his back, and she whips around to get a backhand that sends her reeling back. Satsuki jumps to one side so that Fugaku can see Ino, who has her hands in a triangle, as a high-pitched whistle reverberates throughout the clearing. Jutsu mind transfer. She yells, and her consciousness departs her body, heading straight for Fugaku. Regretfully, he recognizes this jutsu and avoids her. His suspicions were right, as Naruto had been waiting for his teammates to attack without him so he could use them as a distraction. Fugaku is thrown through the air after Naruto kicks him in the side of the face, and he skids to a stop by placing his feet back on the ground. Naruto then appears behind Fugaku, aiming a chop at his neck, but the head of the Uchiha clan turns and grabs Naruto's hand. Fugaku remarks, "He's fast. Amazingly strong too." Naruto keeps up his attack, trying a spinning kick that Fugaku dodges by kneeling, but he has to leap aside as the blonde places his foot on the spot where Fugaku was kneeling, creating a spiderweb of cracks in the ground as a result of the impact. Fugaku comes to a skid stop. The dead last is engaged in an equal opportunity battle with her father, a shinobi of the highest caliber, and Satsuki is shocked. Fugaku asks himself, what is going on? Naruto is supposed to be the dead last of his generation, but he is showing off his Jonin-level strength and speed. Fugaku smirks as he tells himself, clearly the Academy's files were wrong. He's been hiding his strength. Naruto, who hasn't had a fight this good since Akisada, is also grinning and doing his best not to appear overly excited. He says to himself, okay, I've amused myself enough for now. He swerves through hand signals before yelling, water style, tidal wave jutsu. At Fugaku, a huge wave of water rushes. He notes, he must have a strong affinity for water-style jutsu because he used it like that without any bodies of water. The man navigates his own hand signals. Dragon Flame Jutsu in the fire style. From Fugaku's mouth, a gigantic fire dragon appears. The two jutsu clash and engage in a struggle for supremacy. Neither budges, then both dissipate, and steam fills the clearing. When the steam eventually clears, Fugaku is left standing by himself in the clearing, the three children gone. Alongside Naruto, Satsuki pushes herself out of Naruto's arm as he jumps through the trees, holding Ino in the other. When he is certain they are far enough away from their opponent, he jumps down and onto the forest floor. Release me, she yells as she pushes herself away from him, flushed. You pulled me away, but why? Angrily, she asks. You were losing, is Naruto's calm response as he gives her a blank stare. Ino's eyes flutter and open slowly as he places her on the floor. Are you okay, Ino? Naruto inquires. The jutsu didn't work, she moans. Pay attention. An elite Jonin is our adversary. After deciphering the test's meaning, Naruto looks to Ino and says, there's no point in attacking him like this. You were in a very precarious situation because of your jutsu. He could avoid it because he knew what it was. He says, you were wide open, which makes Ino frown and look down. He looks over at Satsuki. One could argue that you are at the greatest disadvantage of all since you use the Uchiha clan's interceptor fist. The leader of the Uchiha clan is the man we are currently facing. He is well versed in that fighting style, including its advantages and disadvantages. Naruto says, he's much more proficient in it than you, which infuriates Satsuki, who knows that she is at a significant disadvantage when it comes to her father of all people. You can't expect to use fire-style jutsu against him either. Only I remain after all of that. He says, I'm our best bet. Satsuki holds back a laugh. I'm not being arrogant. It's true. He has never witnessed my fighting style and is unaware of the jutsu I possess. The cover will be me. Naruto declares, I'll go in and fight him head-on, and you'll try to grab the bells when the chance arises. Oh, I see. She asks, have you forgotten that there are only 2 bells? They all exchange glances. Don't be concerned about that. Just concentrate on obtaining those bells. Naruto says, at this rate, none of us will pass, and gets to his feet. He says, wait for my signal, alongside Fugaku. Fugaku stands in the clearing with his arms crossed, waiting for a move. He had essentially dismissed Satsuki because he knew how she fights and thought it was stupid of her to attack him directly. Inoichi's girl had joined her and attempted to use the jutsu of her clan, but he recognized it from his childhood. However, it was Naruto who truly caught him off guard because he is a very strong and quick boy and he doesn't recognize his fighting style. He is curious to see what else he has in store. From a nearby tree, Naruto descends, takes a few steps, and then stops. "Are you ready for round 2? Fugaku says with an uncharacteristic smile on his face. Naruto flashes a smile of his own. This is going to be fun. He weaves through some hand signs. Fire style, huh? Well, give this a try. Wind style. Wind orb barrage jutsu. As the actual Naruto stands nearby, balls of wind style chakra shoot out of his mouth and head directly for Fugaku, who jumps aside and blocks the fist that lands in his face. Jutsu clone explosion. He yells, and Fugaku's eyes widen as the Naruto in front of him starts to glow white. There's a huge explosion, and he throws some shuriken down at the Uchiha, but he takes out a kunai and parries the incoming projectiles away as Fugaku jumps back. Substitution jutsu. He doesn't give Fugaku any time to rest. He suddenly appears in front of him and tries to cut him, but he's blocked. Naruto, holding the one kunai in a reverse grip, whips out another with his left hand, aiming for Fugaku's midsection, but Fugaku blocks it with another kunai. The two smirk at each other, but Fugaku notices that his kunai is dented. He looks at Naruto's kunai, which are coated in chakra. Wind style. Fugaku watches as a ball of concentrated wind-style chakra gathers in Naruto's hands as he leaps back as Naruto slashes at him while holding his hands by his side, causing his hair to blow. He tells himself, "Can't dodge while you're in midair." Wind style. Godly wind from the mountain jutsu. He yells, letting go of the ball and launching it directly at Fugaku. To Naruto's surprise, Fugaku holds his hand in a cross-hand seal while cursing. Shadow clone jutsu. Involves a clone forming in midair next to Fugaku, grabbing him and throwing him out of the way so he can take the full force of the attack. When the ball strikes the clone, a huge explosion occurs, leaving Fugaku standing with some cuts on his right arm. That was close. Without wasting any time, Naruto materializes behind Fugaku and encircles the Uchiha leader with his arms. Fugaku makes an unsuccessful attempt to break free. "Oh, he's too powerful. Now, Satsuki, Ino," Naruto yells. After watching all of this in disbelief, Satsuki and Ino jump out of the trees and charge directly at Fugaku. However, Fugaku is powerless to stop the clone that emerges from the ground with a kunai in hand, cutting the red string, grabbing both bells, and leaping back. Fugaku inhales and, despite his hands being restrained, blows out a fireball that makes the two girls jump out of the way. The clone yells, "It's over," raising the bells in the air as the stopwatch indicates that the allotted time has passed. Naruto released Fugaku. After Naruto passes the clone, who hands him the bells and vanishes in a cloud of smoke, he hands them to Satsuki and Ino, who are shocked. He says, "Well then it looks like you all pass," which surprises Satsuki and Ino but not Naruto, who already understood the test's purpose. This test's real goal was to ascertain whether you would act as a cohesive team regardless of the result or selfishly look out for yourself. He looks at Naruto and says, "I see one of you figured it out." Ino and Satsuki also look at Naruto with astonished and disbelieving eyes, and they look down guiltily at how they previously ignored him. Ino says, "We're sorry, Naruto." Satsuki responds to him, "Yeah. That's okay," he nods. "I get it," he answers. Members who sacrifice everything for one another rather than for themselves make a great team. You are all now members of Team 12 and fully fledged shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, Fugaku says. As he makes his way through the Hokage Tower's upper floors, Fugaku is headed to the man's own office. He is en route to deliver his report to the Hokage and the other Jonin senseis who conducted graduation exams today. He touches the spot on his right cheek where Naruto's foot made contact. He laughs a little. He had told Minato that there was no such thing as rust for Fugaku of the Wicked Eye, but now he's let a child hit him. Still a child, but a very strong one. Without knocking, he approaches the office door and goes inside. After a lengthy line of other Jonin senseis, he approaches to stand in front of the desk. Silence falls. 2 minutes go by. Kakashi shows up later. "I apologize for," Minato interrupts him, saying, "Now that we're all here, let's get started. I find it redundant to apologize for something you're just going to do again." As expected, half of the teams failed the first graduation exam, which is merely a ruse and not a true indicator of a person's ability to live a shinobi life. Please submit your reports on how your teams performed, going in numerical order, Minato says. Everyone looks at Kushina. Team 7 was successful. They performed admirably. After saying, their teamwork is very good, but that's to be expected, Kurenai gives her report, and Minato smiles in response. Team 8 passes, but there are a few flaws. There are times when Kiba Inuzuka tries to dominate his teammates. Kurenai notes that Hinata Hyuga is too timid and occasionally finds it difficult to express her opinions. Team 10 did not perform well, but they managed to pass Lord Hokage. Choji and Shikamaru get along well and are friends. But Sakura is really challenging. She spends half of her time griping about not being selected for Sasuke Uchiha's squad and the other half criticizing Choji and Shikamaru for receiving mediocre grades in the academy while the other was fortunate to pass. According to Asuma, she needs a serious attitude adjustment. He worries that the Hokage might live to regret not recreating the Ino-Shika-Cho formation. At this, Minato nods and looks at his pupil. Kakashi surprises everyone in the room by saying, Team 11 passed narrowly, Lord Hokage. Sasuke Uchiha has a strong sense of superiority and believes that his teammates are unworthy of joining him on a team. He is frequently made fun of by Hisateru Hagiwara, which strains relations within the team. Kaori Hiroda is currently the team's unifying factor, according to Kakashi. After nodding, Minato turns to face his friend, and although he controls his laughter, he can't help but smile when he notices the bruise on Fugaku's cheek. No rust, huh? Fugaku narrows his eyes slightly as he notices the expression on his face. Team 12 was successful. Although Satsuki Uchiha is impressive, her demeanor comes across as somewhat haughty. I wonder where she gets it from, Minato remarks sarcastically to herself. Ino Yamanaka is incredibly preoccupied. This time, Minato can't help but laugh because he knows that Inoichi's daughter is smitten with his son. She seems obsessed with Team 7's Menma. Everyone in the room is talking about the real shock, however, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Fugaku over and over again. To everyone's surprise, Fugaku declares, Naruto is without a doubt the strongest member of his team. He demonstrated unquestionably Jonin-level strength and speed during the test in a taijutsu style I had never seen before. Fugaku points to his cheek and says, he is the reason I have this bruise. He performed a clone explosion jutsu using a number of impressive elemental jutsu, including the shadow clone jutsu. Furthermore, when he deduced the test's actual purpose and persuaded his teammates to cooperate in order to pass, he demonstrated remarkable leadership abilities, Fugaku concludes. The room is silent, and everyone is shocked. Fugaku Uchiha's admiration isn't something that comes easily, and yet here he is praising Naruto. The same Naruto who isn't even close to being as good as his siblings. Not a single person in the room is more shocked than Naruto's parents. I need to find the truth about this, Minato tells himself. All right, thanks to all of you. He dismisses all of the Jonin, saying, please let the rookies on the teams that failed know that they should report to the academy at the start of the next year to repeat, assuming they still want to be shinobi. Everyone departs, with the exception of Fugaku. No rust, eh? Minato queries. Give me some time, frowns Fugaku. Put an end to the small talk. To make my report, I'm here. Minato smirks and says, okay. How do you feel about Naruto? Minato says, becoming solemn. The boy is extremely intelligent. He is aware that I am observing him, I'm sure. There is nothing that he has revealed. I'll keep watching, Fugaku declares. Minato gives a nod. Minato says, thank you, Fugaku. Since Fugaku was not the type to inquire, he carried out Minato's request as if it were a routine mission. Minato and Kushina are left alone when Fugaku leaves the office. How is this possible, Minato? Kushina asks incredulously. I'm not sure. Naruto has obviously been hiding things. Come on, let's head home. Minato says, we'll have to question him about everything. He is proud, but he doesn't understand why the boy would want to be known as a dead last. He will soon find out. In addition to how Naruto could be so strong, he is most concerned about why his son would conceal his strength. He rises from his seat, approaches his wife, and puts his arms around her. With a sickly sweet tone and a menacing smile on her face, she asks, speaking of Naruto, Minato, do you mind explaining to me why he wasn't on my team like I asked? Minato swallows. I can't have 5 people on one squad, so we decided that teaching Menma, Mito, and Yayoi how to use more of the Nine Tails chakra should come first, Minato says. In addition, don't you trust Fugaku? He says uneasily. She keeps grinning and says, "All right." Minato's eyes enlarge as Kushina says, "But you're definitely not getting any sex for a while. Now let's go home and celebrate." Namikaze Estate in Uzumaki. Menma is glaring daggers. Mito is expressionless. Yayoi is hysterical and has tears running down her cheeks. Naruto is sitting on one of the couches in the living room of the house, and Minato and Kushina enter. "Greetings to all, we are. What's happening?" Seeing that Yayoi is crying, Kushina inquires. Mito doesn't say anything, and Menma doesn't either. "Mom, Dad," her voice trembles as she manages to say, "Big brother is moving out." Minato and Kushina notice Naruto's backpack and suitcase placed beside him. Yayoi's words don't quite register at first, but when Minato sees Naruto's luggage, he realizes how serious the situation is, and Minato reels back in shock. Kushina is in utter shock and disbelief. She can't believe her son is leaving, and she knows that she is the reason for it. Minato's expression hardens. "Why are you leaving, Naruto? You live here. Your family is us. Where are you heading? When were you going to share any of this information with us?" Minato assertively states, "You can't just walk away." Naruto, who appears to be at ease while sitting on the couch, gets up. "When you got home, I was going to tell you. You don't have to worry about the specifics." "I can, in fact, Lord Hokage." Naruto calmly declares, "I am now a shinobi and therefore legally an adult." He slings his backpack over his back and says, "I owe no one any explanations." He then grabs his suitcase and starts to leave, only to discover that Kushina is now blocking the exit. She says, "You're not leaving," with a firm tone and a deadly aura, but it's obvious that she's about to cry. Naruto starts to become irritated. In an attempt to control his temper, he says, "Please move out of the way, Lady Kushina." "No, listen, Naruto. I am aware that you haven't had the best parents. I am aware that you have not considered us to be family. I am aware that I have not been your mother. But I'm confident that we can put things right if you just give us a chance. I am aware of the suffering we have caused you." Naruto yells, "No," at last losing his temper. Anger that had been suppressed for years finally comes out. He turns around again and says, "You have no idea what I've been through, none of you, twice. Years. For years I've been treated like some kind of monster for something out of my control, and you weren't even there for me." Minato asks in confusion, "What do you mean, Naruto? You don't even know? How naive you are, Lord Hokage," he grumbles. "The villagers. For as long as I can remember I've been ostracized and hated by them. At first they weren't so direct because they were scared of what you two would do to them. But after a while they must have realized you didn't care because when I was around 5 years old it all escalated. The looks, the names, people treating me like some sort of disease. Now given time I could have gotten over that, but what I really struggle to look past is that the people who are supposed to be my family, the people who should have my back when nobody else does, left me out to rot in the cold." Minato is taken aback. "Did the villagers do that? However, when? How?" Now Kushina is crying. Yayoi is as well. Mito and Menma are also taken aback. "Well, now I'm done. You've never been anything to me. The best you could do for me is let me go to live my life." Naruto concludes his statement. As he looks toward the exit, Kushina continues to block it. After infusing chakra, he disappears in a puff of smoke. When he leaves, Kushina runs to her in Minato's bedroom and starts crying. She shuts herself in and sobs uncontrollably. She failed to support her infant son, who endured a great deal of suffering. She only made matters worse. Mito is the only person who can console Yayoi as she breaks down. What was she capable of doing? Given how much suffering her own brother was going through, how could she have shut him out and even tortured him? Menma observes this scene and finds everything in utter chaos. He turns to see one of his sisters in the arms of another, crumbling. She takes her to her bedroom, and he turns to face the hallway where his father followed his mother after she ran. He grits his teeth and clenches his fists after looking down. The wall cracks into a spiderweb as he punches it. "I curse you, Naruto." He makes a silent promise. "I will hold you accountable for destroying this family." When he looks up, his round pupils have become slits and his normally purple eyes have turned crimson red. Alongside Naruto. In his new home, Naruto is currently lying on his bed. An apartment on the north end of the village, on the top floor of a building. It was finished after he used a few shadow clones to clean and furnish it. Akisada's life savings were worth millions, so he could afford to buy it and a lot of other things, but for the time being he doesn't want to draw unwanted attention. He looks thoughtfully up at the ceiling. It's just getting started. A couple of weeks later, Naruto has been gone from the Uzumaki Namikaze estate for weeks. He is grateful for his senses because they have prevented him from encountering the family on several occasions. News travels quickly. Although Naruto has observed that the villagers are treating him colder in recent weeks, he is not particularly surprised by this. It's obvious that his teammates have heard too. He has been receiving odd looks from the two women, especially Ino. Fortunately, Fugaku didn't even display his knowledge, even though it was clear that he did. With his new team, things are going smoothly. They've been cooperating better than Fugaku had expected. Therefore, on some occasions, when not on missions, they worked on team exercises based on a broad range of field simulations based on tracking, assault, espionage, etc. But on other occasions Fugaku worked with them on a rotational individual schedule. One day he would devote himself to one of them, while the other two were given a series of exercises to perform in one half of the day, followed by a full day of no-holds-barred combat. You are not allowed to surrender to your opponent at any point during this period. He has been putting a lot of emphasis on Satsuki's strength and power during their individual workouts. Although she is quick, it is insufficient. Naturally, he has also been working to help her get better at shuriken and fire-style jutsu. He has been working with Ino to help her become more physically fit overall because she is sadly far behind her teammates in that area. Since she obviously lacks their physical prowess, Fugaku also chose to teach her some genjutsu. Although she had made some progress, her attitude could still be improved. Regarding Naruto himself, not much is missing. The fact that he is the strongest of the three is now clear. Fugaku is someone Naruto enjoys sparring with, and his sensei appreciates the impact he has on his teammates. It's excellent that they have been pushing and encouraging themselves to catch up to him. Team 12 is currently reporting on their 40th D rank mission from the Hokage's office. Compared to other rookie teams in the village, they had completed the most. This was due to the fact that Fugaku was a drill sergeant in his manner of working, in addition to the fact that they were a very cohesive unit. He was unyielding, demanding 5 times as much from his students as they provided. According to Minato, congratulations on another successful mission. Team 12 inches as a big woman leaves his office holding a screaming cat that she is choking to death. By living vicariously through the woman, Ino says to himself, "That's right, give it to him." Goodbye to bad garbage, Satsuki tells herself, but she understands the little beast's constant flight. As he watches, Naruto tries not to smile. Tora is the name of the cat, and he nearly feels sorry for it. He sees himself in the animal. When Akisada was still alive, he would gather the swiftest lions on Mount Ryan and have them pursue Naruto all day long in order to test Naruto's speed. Tora and Team 12 have met numerous times in the past. Each time, Naruto had the option to end things quickly, but he decided against it because he believed it would benefit his teammates. They're furious about this and have vowed to cause him a lot of suffering in the future. Even though it wasn't as bad as what Tora endured, it was still pain. Minato remarks, "I assume you're here for another mission." The silence is tense. The 3 genin in the room narrow their eyes as they gaze at their sensei. At this, Fugaku smirks and lifts an eyebrow. "Yes, Lord Hokage. I believe that Team 12 are ready for their first C-rank mission. The minimum requirement has been met and I do believe they're ready," Fugaku responds. Minato hands the Uchiha male the scroll with the mission details and says, "You're right. Your team does qualify for such a mission, Fugaku. I have seen firsthand that they're very capable. They've performed more than any other rookie team within the village so far. It's a simple escort mission. It shouldn't be much trouble for you," he replies. He instructs his secretary to send the client up using the phone on his desk. Shortly after, an old man with a big hat, spectacles, and a sake-like odor enters. After giving Team 12 a close examination, he speaks at last. He wipes the alcohol from his chin and says, "This is it. I didn't pay my money for 3 rabbits." Naruto just raises an eyebrow, but Ino and Satsuki appear insulted. At this hour of the day, who gets drunk? Fugaku ignores what the man says. "We'll meet up tomorrow at the village gates at the time we usually meet up at the training grounds. From there we will head out to the land of waves. We'll be escorting and guarding Tazuna while he completes a bridge project for the nation. Pack enough supplies for at least a month," he states. At this, his students nod. Minato has been surreptitiously observing Naruto during all of this. Since Naruto moved out, things have changed. Yayoi hasn't been the vivacious person she usually is. Although Kushina is clearly in pain, she is making an effort to gather herself so that her team's performance won't suffer. Menma has also become more agitated. He acknowledges that he has been having trouble focusing on his work. The villagers have let him down, and he is upset about it. In addition to being upset with Yayoi and Menma for harming Naruto's reputation, the former having apologized while the latter seemed unconcerned, he is also upset with himself. Furious for permitting any of this to occur. How could he make his son suffer like this? He wants to put things right, but he is unsure of how to do it. Unlike his teammates, who used the door, Naruto uses a teleportation jutsu to leave the office before the Hokage can say anything after realizing he is being watched. This makes Minato sigh. The following day, Naruto has a backpack slung over his shoulders as he stands in front of the village gates. He is accompanied by Satsuki and Ino. He would be lying if he claimed he wasn't excited, as the two appear to be quite excited. Katetsu Hagane, one half of the eternal gate guards of the Hidden Leaf, exclaims, "Sai, look at him." He goes on to say, "What I would give to trade places with them." Azumo Kamizuki, his friend and the other half of the eternal gate guards, chastises Katetsu to stop daydreaming and focus on the mission at hand. He scoffs, "You call this a mission?" "Yeah, right." He recalls the first time they were asked to serve as gate guards. It's very important to control who enters and leaves the village. They had been informed, it's a big responsibility. The ease with which they had been duped into this still amazes him. Even though he won't acknowledge it, Azumo finds the idea of switching places alluring at the moment as he watches the genin. Tazuna and Fugaku arrive together. Fugaku gives the order, "Okay, let's not waste any time. Let's head out." The group departs for the land of waves after all the genin nod in agreement. They don't talk much as they walk. Naruto eventually spots a puddle in front of him. He would not have been fooled by this trick even if it weren't for his senses. It's been weeks since it rained. The group keeps walking. Chains immediately emerge and encircle Fugaku as soon as he steps on the puddle. He is torn to pieces as the chains tug in opposing directions. Two cloaked figures emerge with claw-like metal gauntlets, and the chains retract. "One down," is what one of the two say. They charge at the other members of the group, ready to strike. Satsuki isn't shocked by this. She is aware of her father's strength. Far too powerful to be defeated so easily, she leaps in front of a figure in a cloak. Ino is appalled when she witnesses her sensei being torn to pieces. He was a Jonin, an elite shinobi. And what good would she be if he were taken down? Despite the fact that death is inevitable, she fights through her fear. She casts a genjutsu and weaves through hand signals as she witnesses one of the two attackers rush for Satsuki. Genjutsu, descending hell. When Gozu looks up, he sees a huge ball of fire descending from the sky. He scoffs at how weak the genjutsu is and quickly breaks out of it, only to be kicked in the midsection, which sends him reeling back. Satsuki refuses to back down, kicking him square in the face before leaping out of the way. With a final uppercut, Ino knocks out the adversary. Maizu, meanwhile, charges at the target with the intention of cutting through the blonde brat in front of him, who hasn't even drawn a weapon or assumed battle stance. It's going to be too simple. The child abruptly vanishes, allowing him to get a good look at Tazuna. He's fleeing. As he approaches the elderly man who is closing his eyes and getting ready to die, he lets out a loud laugh. Something abruptly stops Maizu just as his gauntlet is millimeters from Tazuna. Naruto emerges behind his adversary and seizes his cloak by the neck. He pulls on it, and with one hand he throws the cloaked assailant away from Tazuna like a rag doll. Maizu skids and rolls after striking the ground hard. Unbelieving that child threw him in that manner, he leaps back to his feet. As Naruto suddenly materializes in front of him and knees him in the stomach, he squats down and coughs. The opponent is then rendered unconscious as Naruto lifts his hand and chops him on the back of the neck. Naruto ties up his opponent just as Satsuki and Ino finish with him. They marvel as he uses ninja wire to restrain his opponent. Satsuki clenches her fist and says to herself, "He's so strong." Ino watches have a similar appearance. She tells herself to think this is the same loser from the academy. Fugaku leaps from the tree from which he has been observing this scene. His team, especially Naruto, handled themselves well. Ino joyfully exclaims, "Sensei!" Upon realizing that their sensei is still alive and well, she realizes that her teammates already knew when she turns to face them. Tazuna watches in disbelief. "But I saw," he says, glancing to where he saw Fugaku torn to pieces, only to find wood fragments on the ground. Naruto tells the bewildered man, "Substitution jutsu. Sensei replaced himself with an inanimate object and made it appear as if he died." He asks angrily, "But why would you do that?" Calmly, he states, "It was for two reasons. The three of them smile as he says, "The first was to assess how my team would react in an actual battle situation. You three did well. I'm proud of you." He faces Tazuna once more. He narrows his eyes and says, "And the second was to determine which one of us they were after," which makes Tazuna swallow. When Naruto jumped out of the way of the enemy's attack to determine that, my suspicions were confirmed. Tazuna. These two are the demon brothers of the Hidden Mist, Chunin-level rogue ninja. Their ambushing us means this is no longer a C-rank mission. Explain yourself. Fugaku demands in a serious tone, causing Tazuna to gulp once more. Desperate for assistance, Tazuna turns to the genin, but they are unable to provide it. He lets out a sigh. Are you familiar with Gato of Gato Industries? Fugaku is familiar with the name. Gato is among the world's richest men. With a criminal empire spanning numerous countries, he is also one of its most prominent criminals. Tazuna goes on to describe how Gato had carried out a hostile takeover of the country and how his bridge project posed a threat to the criminal tycoon. Years ago he came into my country posing as a legitimate businessman who wanted a share in the potential rich economy. But he would soon reveal his true colors. He drops to his knees and says, "I only lied to you because the allotted funds of my people could only pay for a C-rank mission. I'm sorry. Please help me. I just want to save my country," he begs. As Fugaku hears the man's story, his expression softens. He strikes a pose of contemplation. He can't just hang him out to dry. Technically, he should be returning to the village with his team to inform the Hokage of this situation. He looks to his group to make a choice. When Fugaku declares, "We're heading back to the village," protests break out, but he quickly puts an end to them. "This mission is no longer ours to complete. I'm not asking. Let's go," he says. "No," everyone looks at Naruto. And Fugaku asks, "What?" Naruto crosses his arms and says, "I said no, sensei. I won't abandon this man or his people while they're in need." The two end up in a standoff. The silence is absolute. Fugaku lets out a sigh. Fugaku gives in and says, "Okay, fine. Tazuna, you're in luck." Fugaku bows with tears streaming down his cheeks as the genin smiles. Thus, they keep walking until they arrive at it. For the first time, Naruto sees the ocean as his teammates do. It's a little difficult for him to conceal his amazement. Even though it is unfamiliar to him, it feels familiar. They travel to the land of waves in a boat that a friend of the bridge builder lends them. At last, they reach Tazuna's native land. Tazuna tells them, "We're about an hour and a half away from my home." The group keeps on going. Naruto narrows his eyes. He says, "Sensei," to ensure that no one else hears. Fugaku responds, "I know." Naruto's sensory abilities are known to Fugaku. Like the boy, he is aware that they are being followed. "How many?" he inquires. "There's two of them. One is further away while the other is following more closely," Naruto says. Fugaku gives this a nod. His other two pupils nod as he tells them to be vigilant. The group keeps going for a short time. Fugaku is told by Tazuna, "We should be there soon." After giving this a nod, the Uchiha narrows his eyes. "Everyone get down." Fugaku and Naruto simultaneously exclaim. All comply, and as a big blade flew through the air where their heads had been and lodged itself in a tree behind them, Naruto grabbed Tazuna and pulled the old man down. A man emerges, standing atop the sword's handle. His hair is spiky, his eyes are beady, and the lower portion of his face is bandaged. His arm warmers are the only garments he wears on his upper body. "Fugaku Uchiha of the Wicked Eye. It's no wonder the demon brothers failed," says the individual. Fugaku stands up, looks closely at the man, and narrows his eyes. Fugaku recognizes the man and says, "Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the Hidden Mist. The one and only. I'm not going to beat about the bush. Hand over the old man. If you do so, I'll allow you and your genin to leave quietly," Zabuza responds. Fugaku states bluntly, his eyes turning crimson red with 3 black tomo marks surrounding the pupil, "I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. My mission is to protect him." Zabuza holds up his hand in a seal position and says, "Okay. I can do it that way. I don't mind having the head of a shinobi war legend." Hidden Mist Jutsu. Everything in view is engulfed and covered by the dense mist that is starting to form. Despite his nervousness, Naruto can't help but smirk as he draws his kunai. The real fun starts now. The kunai she pulled out is held in front of Satsuki, who is trembling and having trouble breathing. Not trusting her sweaty hands, she holds it tightly. She has been overcome by an unexplained sense of fear that has robbed her of the will to move. This sensation. I am unable to. I haven't felt this way since. She is further weakened and the toll she is taking from the killing intent is increased as memories of blood-stained streets lit by the moonlight and red eyes flood back. She starts to realize how quickly her life is passing by. She envisions meeting Mito as she grows up with her two brothers, mother and father, and the two of them becoming rivals and best friends. She discovers her cousins, aunt, uncle, and numerous other family members lying lifeless on the ground. She witnesses her older brother taking charge and claiming he never gave a damn about her. She witnesses her splitting from Sasuke, having a falling out with Mito, and ultimately being placed on Team 12. Ino's legs tremble. She can hardly stand at all. This is unlike anything she has ever experienced. Her heart feels like it might burst from her chest. She will die. She cannot pass away. She hasn't accomplished a great deal. She is unable to. She sees pictures in her head. She imagines herself as a child with her parents. She imagines herself meeting Sakura, protecting her, and seeing Menma for the first time. She sees all the events that led up to this point, including her assignment to Team 12. Naruto and his teammates are standing in formation, with a kunai held out in front of them. Since his late sensei displayed much greater intent to kill, he is doing far better than they are. He is still a little anxious, though. He has never before encountered an adversary this formidable in a real combat scenario. To the best of his knowledge, Zabuza uses one of the 7 swords, in this case, the Executioner's Blade, because he was once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Hidden Mist. Zabuza is well known for his covert murders. It was claimed that he is so skilled at this art that a victim of Zabuza's murder would not even be aware of it until they had passed away. Naruto has a rapid heartbeat. Excitement mixed with nerves. Naruto enjoys fighting, but he's not sure why. The sensation of sweat streaming down his body and the ringing of his heartbeat in his ears as he faces a formidable opponent. It simply affects him in some way. Although he dislikes violence, he enjoys a good challenge. With his voice piercing the mist and its effects, Fugaku reassures his students, Satsuki, Ino, Naruto. Don't be afraid, I won't let my comrades die, as they start to relax. Satsuki takes a deep breath and gathers herself, while Ino straightens up. The sound of Zabuza's laughter also reverberates through the fog. He then abruptly materializes in front of Tazuna, in the center of the group, his executioner's blade raised in the air, ready to cut the elderly man in two. When he tries to lower it, his arm becomes immobile. What? Zabuza turns to see his arm being held back by the blonde brat among the 3. He has a surprisingly firm grip. Naruto keeps from being shocked. Zabuza stops the man by grabbing his arm when he tries to kill Tazuna. Satsuki leaps back, grabbing Tazuna. Overcoming her shock, Ino follows. With the intention of stabbing the swordsman, Naruto aims at Zabuza's side. The blade of another executioner blocks his kunai. When he looks up, he sees another Zabuza standing in front of the original, stopping his kunai with his big sword while his blade is beneath the swordsman's arm. The original Zabuza turns his head to face Naruto and asks, "Brat's got moves, huh?" Naruto smiles. Not too far away, Fugaku is standing next to a clone of Naruto that the boy made when the mist rolled in, and he is navigating hand signals. He shouts, "Fire style, fireball jutsu," and shoots a huge fireball that cannons directly at Naruto and the 2 Zabuzas. Swiftly switching to his clone, Naruto observes with Fugaku as it, his opponent, and his clone are consumed by the flames. After giving his sensei a nod, Naruto vanishes and resurfaces in formation with his teammates. Not surprisingly, Zabuza makes another appearance. He, his group of brats, and the target are separated by Fugaku. He starts to do some analysis. That was not what he had anticipated. That brat is powerful. He ponders what more he has planned. But he has to be concerned about the man in front of him right now. He is aware of his disadvantage in this situation. Fugaku uses fire style, and he does it quite well. However, based on what he had heard, the man joined the Leaf Police Force after retiring from active field duty after the war in which he had established himself. Dealing with thugs and common criminals rather than shinobi. Over the years, he must have become a little rusty. He would take advantage of that. What about his fire style? Zabuza grins as a strategy starts to take shape in his mind. To keep his plan a secret, he avoids looking at the lake to his right. He watches as Fugaku makes a choice. "I must admit, I really wasn't expecting to be going up against you of all people. It's said that armed with those wicked eyes of yours and an arsenal of lethal fire-style jutsu many believed you to be a demon straight from the depths of hell," Zabuza says. Instead of honoring him with a reply, Fugaku just gives his opponent a blank stare. But I'm sure that after being reduced to a lowly cop in return for your services you've lost your touch. Zabuza replies with a smirk. Fugaku doesn't respond and stays silent. Speaking of which, I must also admit I was also shocked when I heard that the Uchiha clan was massacred. Apparently the culprit was the son of the clan head in the heir. Zabuza goes on. Fugaku's eyes narrow and take on a chilly expression. The only reported survivors were the head of the clan himself, his other 2 children and his wife. Can you confirm this? With his Sharingan's tomo spinning slightly, Fugaku says, I will warn you only once. His voice is low and menacing. Do not ever speak of my clan. Zabuza laughs and points his executioner's blade at the group behind Fugaku. A clan head's responsibility is to lead and protect his kinsmen. You not only couldn't do this but you also failed to protect your son from becoming what he is. A criminal. And now after failing as a clan leader and a father you're going to fail as a sensei when your students are killed, Zabuza says. As promised, Fugaku offers no warning. Unexpectedly, he emerges behind Zabuza brandishing a kunai. The bandaged swordsman turns and uses the flat side of his executioner's blade to block the kunai that was aimed at his back. There is a struggle for dominance. When his opponent summons a Fuma Shuriken, which he throws at Zabuza before setting on fire with a fireball, Zabuza leaps back and is compelled to move sideways. Zabuza feels pain as his executioner's blade is kicked out of his hand as he moves sideways. Then Fugaku turns and kicks Zabuza in the middle with a spinning motion with his other leg. After rolling and skidding, Zabuza leaps back up to his feet. He's quicker than he anticipated. He doesn't want to snicker. A bit more, please. With the intention of reclaiming his executioner's blade, which is still floating in midair, he turns and starts to sprint across the lake. His opponent is hot on the trail as he runs until he is directly beneath it. He smiles. The smirk vanishes almost instantly. As his blade is submerged in a tiny cloud of smoke and there is a poof, his eyes enlarge. Fugaku appears out of the cloud. He used the blade to replace himself. Fugaku says the words before the swordsman can act. Fire style. Dragon flame jutsu. From his mouth, several dragons composed entirely of fire style chakra emerge and make their way directly towards Zabuza. His eyes enlarge before he vanishes from sight as the dragons crash into the water's surface where he was previously visible. In addition to the mist, steam in the air makes visibility difficult. It lasts for a while before beginning to fade. At that moment, Fugaku is seen crossing the lake's surface in the direction of a fallen Zabuza who is lying face down in the water and looks to have sustained some burns. For a few seconds, Fugaku stands over Zabuza and looks at him. Then he lifts the swordsman into the air by grabbing him by the neck. His Sharingan is still active, and he maintains the icy expression from before as he looks him in the eye. He asks angrily, "You dare to sully my clan's name with your mouth?" Zabuza merely responds with a low moan. Fugaku goes on, "That is the last mistake you will ever make." A splash is heard as Zabuza smiles. To Fugaku's surprise, 2 hands appear from under the water and seize both of his ankles. As the hands drag him downward, he lets go of Zabuza and plunges under. The water clone that drew him in vanishes and transforms back into water when the Uchiha pulls out a kunai and stabs it. Just as Zabuza completes a series of hand signals, he breaks it by pulling himself back up to the surface. Water style. Water prison jutsu. With a wry smile, he wraps Fugaku in a ball of water and says, "You fell for that hook, line, and sinker. How easy can you be?" Smiles Zabuza. Fugaku gets stuck in a water sphere and swore. He is shocked that he was duped by that. It had been a setup from the start. He had let his rage get the better of him and allowed Zabuza to lead him into the lake where he was strongest. Now Tazuna and his team are in danger. Zabuza smiles at Fugaku, who frowns, and says, "You've underestimated me and that is the last mistake you will ever make." As this scene develops, Naruto, Satsuki, Ino, and Tazuna watch. At first, the 3 genins have unwavering faith in their sensei. They observe him remain composed in the face of the adversary. This quickly vanishes after Zabuza uses the massacre of the Uchiha clan to agitate him. Fugaku viciously grinds down on the swordsman as he attacks Zabuza. It looks like the Uchiha has his opponent on the defensive as Zabuza tries to get his blade back. Everyone but Naruto. His eyes enlarge as he realizes. Zabuza mostly uses water style. This mist and the water clone he had made earlier made that clear. Fugaku has now been lured into the lake by him. He tries to shout a warning to his sensei, but the sound of the fire dragons hitting the water drowns it out. He wishes Zabuza's plan had failed. No luck. Fugaku is imprisoned by Zabuza in a water sphere. In front of the group is a water clone of Zabuza. Not letting themselves be shocked this time, they respond by raising their kunai. The swordsman clone chuckles. He laughs. Well, don't you lot look serious? Do any of you even for a second believe you're capable of stopping me? He asks. Instead of honoring their opponent with a reply, the genin stays silent, waiting for him to strike. Do any of you even for a second think you're real shinobi? You're nothing more than kids playing pretend. Do you want to know how I became a shinobi? The Blood Mist, years ago, was somewhat like other villages, but it differed in some respects, particularly one. Its academy graduation exam. The final test to become a fully fledged shinobi in the mist was an all-out death match. Zabuza responds. In order to become a ninja, one had to slaughter all their peers. The friends they had grown up with, eaten with and played with. Naruto's eyes narrow as Ino and Satsuki's widen in surprise. The idea of having to murder Sakura made Ino shudder. Zabuza's words make Satsuki shudder. What if she had been forced to kill? When she realizes what she was thinking, she stops herself. He proudly exclaims, startling the genin, there is one thing that was particularly unique about my graduation. I wasn't even a registered participant. With his executioner's blade raised, Zabuza charges forward, saying, and yet little brats like you still think you're shinobi. Pathetic. Now. He yells, die. In anticipation of the blade slicing through them and taking their lives, Ino, Satsuki, and Tazuna close their eyes. It never appears. Rather, there is a clanging sound of metal. Their eyes widen in surprise as they open them. Naruto uses his kunai to stop Zabuza's blade. Zabuza is a little taken aback. Admittedly, this brat had shown some impressive strength in the past, but he wasn't really trying that hard. There is a struggle for dominance. At last, Zabuza leaps back. While grinning, Zabuza challenges, think you got the stones, kid? Naruto smiles. Without looking back, he addresses his teammates. I'll take him on, you two stay here and guard Tazuna, he replies. Are you crazy? You can't fight him? Exclaims Ino. Satsuki steps forward and declares, I'll fight with you if you're fighting. It's suicide. No, Naruto replies, turning his head. You must keep Tazuna safe. He didn't come by himself. He has a partner. That person could attack at any time. He returns his focus to Zabuza, who looks a little taken aback. Was the child aware of Haku? He's full of surprises, isn't he? He assumes his lion fist stance after removing two kunai. After closing and opening his eyes, Naruto releases his chakra in a burst. His hair blows and his jacket flaps about as a white aura becomes visibly apparent around him. Satsuki takes a startled step back. Naruto. It's unreal. He was there. It dwarfs the one she was trembling in terror in front of just seconds ago, Zabuza. Last she thought, this couldn't be the dead. Despite his support for her, it was still quite frightening. The previous doubt appears to be starting to fade. As Naruto infuses his chakra, Ino looks on in disbelief. It alters the atmosphere itself. She trembles at the killing intent, even though it is not aimed at her. Even his very presence is so unbeatable. Is Naruto actually here? Tazuna collapses to the ground. His heart was pounding more rapidly than before. This boy. He had previously witnessed his strength firsthand with the Demon Brothers, but this was simply unthinkable. This sensation. It was far more intense than anything he had previously experienced from Zabuza. He can't help but believe in the boy and is grateful that Naruto is on his side. Not looking as arrogant as before, the clone Zabuza steps back. This jerk. In fact, his desire to kill made him concerned. He was undoubtedly low kage in chakra, but how? It's stronger and more powerful than anything he's ever experienced. His eyes no longer have the same expression. His eyes used to be blank and reveal little, but now they are full of strength and resolve. The original Zabuza waits for his clone to finish the mission and murder the genin and Tazuna, carrying his executioner's blade once more. Instead, he witnesses the blonde brat stop him before letting go of what is undoubtedly low-cage spiritual energy. Even without the intention to kill, the blonde's presence alters the mood. Fugaku looks on in disbelief. Due to his excessive enthusiasm and lack of self-control, he had anticipated witnessing the death of his team. Rather, he witnesses Naruto halting the clone. This is unbelievable to him. Being an Uzumaki, Naruto should naturally have a lot of chakra reserves, but unlike his siblings, he is not a vehicle for a tailed beast's chakra. Therefore, how can he have reserves at a low cage level? How many secrets does he have? As the aura around him subsides, Naruto gets ready. Yeah, I got the stones, do you? He asks. Naruto moves quickly. The clone tries to decapitate him by swinging its executioner's blade. He vanishes and then resurfaces behind the clone, circling it and cutting straight through it. As the clone dissolves back into the water, he is gazing ahead to see where Zabuza and his sensei are. Zabuza watches in disbelief as a genin destroys his clone in a single blow. Scoffing, he creates 5 more water clones. Kill him, he commands, becoming irate. The clones charge ahead. Surprising his teammates, Naruto also sprints forward while running on the water as though it were a hard surface. He reaches the first clone who tries to cut him in 2. He gets around this by slicing through the clone while keeping his momentum and rotating his body at a 90-degree angle. He is abruptly confronted by another clone who attempts to sever his head. He leaps to his feet and stands on the blade, avoiding the horizontal slash. He leaps over it before the clone can react, piercing its head as he descends. Before hurling his other kunai at another clone, he lines it with wind-style chakra after landing on the water. The clone blocks the approaching kunai with his executioner's blade. Naruto persists in launching projectiles coated in wind. Meanwhile, from behind the clone, the real Naruto leaps out of the water and twists his neck. The clone that has been hurling kunai leaps up and rushes towards Naruto. Right in Naruto's hands, it stands up. He infuses chakra into his clone and tosses it to 2 other water clones. Clone explosion jutsu. The clone's intended targets are destroyed when it explodes. Zabuza looks on in disbelief. He's seeing the unimaginable. A genin cutting down his clones as if they were insignificant. With a grunt, he creates more clones, who charge directly at Naruto. Naruto lets out a frustrated grunt. Clones are a waste of his time. By now, Fugaku must be exhausted, and there's still the matter of Zabuza's unidentified accomplice to consider. He observes the clones getting ready. Naruto creates 5 of his own clones, which launch themselves into the air and head directly for the water clones. Clone explosion barrage. Multiple explosions occur, causing waves to rise up. Zabuza observes as his clones are defeated once more. Suddenly, Naruto is above him, holding a kunai coated in wind-style chakra. He flings it to the ground, where it strikes Zabuza's arm, which is preserving the water prison jutsu. Zabuza swears. If he is struck by that kunai, his arm will be useless. Fugaku falls back into the water after he leaps out of the way and releases the water prison jutsu. Savoring the first few breaths he's taken in what seems like an eternity, he gasps and wheezes. Naruto sighs in relief at seeing his sensei freed. However, Zabuza charges at him with his executioner's blade in hand, and he doesn't let himself unwind. In reverse grip, Naruto pulls out 2 kunai, 1 in each hand. When he dashes forward, the 2 collide, causing a clang and sparks to fly. Zabuza's newfound seriousness causes Naruto some difficulty, but he doesn't give up. They both leap away from each other. Once more, Zabuza rushes towards Naruto and attempts to slit the boy in 2 with a diagonal cut. Naruto retreats, avoiding a shoulder cut but avoiding the full force of the blow. With the intention of cutting his opponent in 2, Zabuza raises his blade into the air and brings it down. Once more, Naruto uses both of his kunai to stop the blade. Naruto pushes up in an attempt to counteract Zabuza's attempt to push his blade down. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zabuza kicks the blonde in the midsection, sending the boy flying. Naruto rolls and skids across the water's surface using his chakra. All right, enough of this. After setting his blade on his back and focusing on the target, Zabuza says inwardly, time to do what I'm getting paid for. He then weaves through a series of hand signals, determined to crush Naruto once and for all. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Around him, a dragon emerges from the water. Before focusing its bright yellow eyes on Naruto, it lets out a roar. It moves quickly with the intention of crushing him. In time to witness it, Naruto rises to his knees. He realizes he doesn't have enough time to cancel it out with a jutsu by dodging or weaving hand signals. Like before, he calls forth his chakra and releases it, complete with white aura. To Zabuza's surprise and dismay, the water dragon disintegrates due to the power from this. Abruptly, Naruto vanishes and resurfaces beside Fugaku. As he whips around and weaves through a series of hand signals, Zabuza has little time to admire the boy's performance. Fugaku exclaims, "Fire style! Majestic destroyer jutsu!" From his mouth, a massive wall of fire shoots straight toward Zabuza, who has just finished getting his jutsu ready. Water style. Water formation wall jutsu, says he. Fugaku's fire collides with a wall of water, After a brief struggle for supremacy, Fugaku's jutsu overwhelms Zabuza's, forcing him to leap out of the way of what would undoubtedly be death by incineration. However, he does not escape unharmed and sustains additional burns. Zabuza rises from his kneeling position and looks up to see that he is looking directly into Fugaku's eyes. Fugaku declares, "You're mine," as the world seems to be spinning and everything abruptly blurs for the swordsman. He appears to be immobile. The swordsman becomes paralyzed when Fugaku strikes a pressure point in his neck. He tumbles into the water backwards. The fog starts to clear. Naruto falls beside Fugaku as he draws a kunai. He moves forward a step. He uses the swordsman's words against him, just as they were used against him, saying, "It seems you've underestimated me." "It's done," he says. He is only permitted to take one step. 2 senbon needles land in Zabuza's neck after sailing through the air. His breathing stops. A figure in a mask emerges, and there is a puff of smoke. The edges of the mask that she or he is wearing are patterned in blue. Additionally, the hidden mist's emblem is easily recognizable. The eyes of Naruto and Fugaku narrow. The figure says, "Hello," in a feminine tone. Fugaku inquires, "And you are?" The newcomer declares, "I'm a hunter ninja of the hidden mist. I've been pursuing Zabuza for months. I appreciate you giving me the chance to apprehend him. Now I can." Naruto interrupts, "We've been waiting for you to show yourself. You can stop." The newcomer is shocked when Naruto says, "We know you're Zabuza's accomplice." "I see. Well, then." The newbie prepares herself by flipping out more senbon. To the surprise of the boys, Fugaku stops Naruto as he advances by placing a hand on his shoulder. "Naruto, let her go," he says, "we don't know how strong she is." Naruto obeys the order and stands down. After picking up Zabuza, the masked newcomer vanishes in a puff of smoke. Fugaku and Naruto return to the shore on foot. With an eye toward the future, Fugaku remarks, "Well done, Naruto. Thank you for saving my life." Naruto replies, "Thank you, sensei, and don't bring it up." "Although you do have some explaining to do," he replies. This is met with no response from Naruto. They remain silent for the remainder of their walk. At last, the two arrive at the shore, where their client and fellow soldiers are waiting. Nobody talks. The three are limited to staring at Naruto. Ino can't believe it. She was aware that her blonde teammate was more complex than she first thought, but what she had just witnessed was absurd. He'd used such strength against the enemy. She finds it hard to believe that this is actually Menma's older brother. Satsuki can't believe it. Naruto had faced and defeated Zabuza. Most likely, he had also saved her father's life. She is utterly amazed by the blonde as she looks at him. What is his strength? Tazuna lead the way. "The longer we stay out here, the more risk there is of another run-in with more of Gato's hired hands," Fugaku states. After some time, "There it is." Tazuna points to a house that is approaching. This 2-story home has a view of the ocean. They approach the front door and go inside. Tazuna exclaims, "Tsunami, I'm home." A black woman with bangs framing her face emerges from another room. She immediately rushes to Tazuna, leaps on him, and gives him a hug. "Father, you're back. You said you would only take 3 days to get back. Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Tazuna laughs. "I'm fine, Tsunami. Thanks to these 4. Tsunami, this is Fugaku, Satsuki, Naruto and Ino. They're the ninja who saved my life. Guys, this is my daughter Tsunami." He introduces them. Her expression is a mix of sadness and happiness as she says, "Thank you for protecting my father." This Fugaku notices. Before his daughter has a chance to lose herself in memories of the past, Tazuna says, "Right, Tsunami. We have guests. Let's make them feel at home and let them settle in." She smiles and says, "Oh, pardon me, everyone. This is our home. It's not the largest, but it's home." "Inari," she exclaims. A young boy emerges from another room. She greets him with an adoring smile and says, "This is my son Inari. Your grandfather is back. These ninja protected him on his way back. Come say hi." The boy merely gives the group a gloomy glance before climbing the stairs. With a sigh, Tsunami turns to face the group and gives them a smaller smile. "All right, let me show you where each of you will be sleeping," she replies. Unknown place. You can see Zabuza lying down. He has bandages wrapped around the burned areas of his body. He has removed and set aside his headband. The swordsman's eyes open and flutter, and he lets out a moan. "There's no point in attempting to move," the swordsman's accomplice says. She is dressed the same as before, but her mask has been taken off, and her lovely face is now visible as she lies next to her. He groans and darts his eyes, discovering that he is unable to turn his head. Haku. Yes, Master Zabuza. It's me. I'm sorry I didn't act sooner. Had I done so you wouldn't be in this state. All of this makes her feel bad. She considered intervening when she first witnessed the Uchiha man beating down on her sensei, but she realized his scheme. She believed the mission was accomplished when it was successful, but then that boy intervened. He had destroyed her master's clones, unleashed an incredible amount of chakra, and made him release Fugaku. Things took a turn for the worse after that. They knew she was with Zabuza all along, so it turned out she had paralyzed him for no reason. Forget it. That blonde brat knew you were hiding in wait. He would have given you a hell of a lot of trouble, that's certain. I suppose you got lucky and escaped, he replies. He only recalls running away from Fugaku's fire-style jutsu and staring up into the man's eyes. The world appeared to spin and reality vanished as soon as that occurred. If he could move, his fists would be clenched. In his haste, he had underestimated Fugaku. The Sharingan's genjutsu ability had slipped his mind. Naturally, credit had to go to the right person. Fugaku is incredibly strong, and you can be sure that he won't let himself or Naruto be underestimated again. That boy was unique. If his fate hadn't been predetermined, he would have turned into a complete monster in the future. Anyway, the next time we cross paths with them, Haku, I'm leaving those two girls in your hands. They shouldn't be any trouble for you, but as for Fugaku and that Naruto boy, both of their heads are mine. You can see Naruto leaning against a tree. Since last night, he has been out here. He came here to train, but he fell asleep instead. Rewind. Fugaku tells his team that Zabuza will likely need at least a week to recover and that they should be ready because he won't be alone when they next meet after Team 12 has arrived and moved into their new home for the next few weeks. I'd also like to apologize to all of you for what I did. I allowed my emotions to cloud my judgment, putting you all in danger. I promised you I wouldn't let you die, but the truth is, had it not been for Naruto, you would have all been killed, Fugaku says with a solemn voice. His position is quickly understood and forgiven by the Uchiha students. When Naruto is mentioned, all three of his allies look at him. He is aware of what will happen. They try to question him about the authority he demonstrated when he met Zabuza. Training is all he says. Naturally, they continue to question him because they know there is more to it than this, but Fugaku and Satsuki soon realize he won't divulge any information. Oh, come on, Naruto. Ino begs her teammate with the blue hair. She is fervently curious as to how Naruto accomplished what he did. Naruto does not respond in a way that honors her. Unlike the two Uchiha on the team, Ino refused to back down and let the matter go because she was known for spreading rumors back in the academy. The sooner she realizes that he won't be telling her anything, the better. Let it go, Ino. He isn't going to tell you anything, says Fugaku. He had intended to do much the same thing, but he soon realized his student had no intention of disclosing anything to his teammates, even though he had tried to dissuade Ino from questioning Naruto's abilities. His daughter is staring at the previously mentioned Naruto when he looks at her. Satsuki gives her female teammate a headshake. Naruto will not add anything more to what he has already stated. That much is obvious. Trying not to stare, she turns to face her other blonde teammate. Because of what happened, she is still in shock. It seems like he disproves her every time she starts to believe she has a reliable gauge of his strength. What is his strength? In the days that follow this specific meeting, Team 12 is responsible for protecting Tazuna. They follow a rotating schedule where 2 guards cover half of the day while the other stays behind to train. The days go by without incident until one evening. A voice says in a matter-of-fact tone, "There's no point, you know. You're all going to die." The silence is absolute. The room no longer has the chatter and the sound of eating that used to fill it. Everybody at the dinner table turns to look at Inari's eyes, which are blazing with hatred. Team 12 had previously been informed that Gado's repressive rule had resulted in the deaths of anyone who dared to oppose him or even be discovered to be secretly opposed to his rule. It was discovered that Kaiza, Inari's father and a village hero, had attempted to oppose the crime lord. For this, he had been tortured in public and put to death. Gado had used him as an example, warning everyone that if they showed any signs of resistance, they would all suffer the same fate. Inari was severely traumatized by the experience, which shaped who he is today. Negative and hostile. Fugaku doesn't react externally. Satsuki looks intently at the boy. As the atmosphere becomes tense, Ino's eyes dart around the room uneasily. Tsunami and Tazuna grow depressed. After swallowing a mouthful of food and raising an eyebrow, Naruto appears to return his focus to his meal. He looks at his plate and doesn't even look at Inari as he casually says, "I'm sorry. I didn't hear you. Say that again." Inari glares at the blonde idiot who has the audacity to make fun of him. "I told you're all going to die, you idiot. It doesn't matter how hard you train, how much you fight. It's hopeless. You're no match for Gato and his men." When Naruto finally turns to face Inari, he raises an eyebrow and asks, "And I suppose you are?" in a sarcastic tone. "Well, why don't you tell me about that, because from what I've seen, nothing's been done for this land since Kaiza died," he keeps saying. Inari loses it. Not only do these ninja idiots appear here and dare to believe they can defeat Gato, but one of them even has the audacity to bring up Kaiza. The boy yells angrily, "Don't you dare talk about Kaiza. Who do you think you are anyway? Kaiza was my hero and he was ripped away from me. You have no idea what that's like. Living in that ninja village of yours all your life. You know nothing about suffering." Inari continues to scream. Naruto's face takes on a gloomy expression. He sets down his chopsticks and gets to his feet. The boy takes a nervous step back as he looks directly at Inari. "And don't you dare stand there and speak as if you know I am and that you've had it worse than anyone else. Look around you. You have a home, a mother and grandfather who care about you and the memory of your father to look back on. There are kids just like you out there who have nothing and have lived their whole lives with nothing," Naruto says, yelling the final phrase that makes In start crying. He walks away after turning around. He continues walking until he is directly in front of the door. The eyes of everyone in the room widen in shock as he says, "You should be glad your father isn't alive," without turning. Because that means he was a hero. Better to die a hero than to live a coward. If you're not happy about the way things are, then stop crying, become a hero and change them," says the man. He pulls the door open and exits, shutting it behind him. Like everyone else in the room, Inari is standing there, thinking about what the blonde ninja said, and staring at the door that Naruto had left through. For a while, there is silence. Eventually, Ino breaks it. "Fugaku-sensei. Who is Naruto?" she asks, unable to find a more appropriate way to express her thoughts. This time, her sensei does not dismiss her attempt to learn more about her teammate. He replies, still staring at the door, "I'd be lying if I said I knew the answer to that, Ino." When Inari claimed that he had no idea what it was like to lose a loved one, he appeared to be extremely offended and incensed. However, based on the information I have, he has never had a close relationship with anyone in the village. Maybe Minato was mistaken. Introspectively, he examines whether Minato knew even less about his son than he believes. End of flashback. Naruto had come here for that reason. At the time, he wasn't really thinking. He just gotten frustrated and angry at hearing Inari's words. "He was torn from my grasp. You can't imagine how that feels." He lets out a sigh. He starts to reflect as he gazes up at the early morning sky. He hasn't had the opportunity to do this since he left the village. His observer most likely got a lead from blowing up like that. He has made the decision to be more forthcoming with his teammates. He might be able to avoid some of the suspicions he faces in this way. He is positive that, aside from the Hokage's personal reasons, he is a possible flight risk due to the way the villagers have treated him and the fact that he has no close relationships with any of them. Unfortunately, he has no more time to reflect. When he detects a chakra signature that he recognizes, he opens his eyes. Humming to herself, Haku enters a clearing. Her gorgeous face can be seen through her let-down raven hair. She is holding a basket in which she is gathering herbs to make a potent enough analgesic for Zabuza. She was glad to get out of the hiding place for a while. Although it's to be expected, her master has been extremely grumpy lately. He isn't accustomed to this kind of situation. A silhouette of a person sitting against a tree catches her eye. Wanting a better look, she walks up. When she realizes it's him, she freezes. The blonde boy who had battled her master a few days before. She starts to reflect. She could avoid a lot of trouble if she killed him now. She is certain she can manage the two kunoichi he was with without any issues. However, he is a completely different story. That was demonstrated by the fact that he was able to defeat her master. And his sensei comes next. That man poses a threat. Even though it hurts to acknowledge it, he might be more powerful than Zabuza. She comes up to him and reaches for his throat. His eyes are still closed when he grabs her wrist, and she almost jumps in surprise. His ocean blue eyes are visible when his eyelids open. Haku finds them fascinating. She suddenly finds herself immobile. When he speaks, she awakens from this trance. With an arched eyebrow, Naruto asks, "Can I help you?" Would she attempt to eliminate me prior to our upcoming meeting? He evaluates. Oh, She staggers, still in awe. I'm sorry. I wanted to wake you up because I saw you sleeping. You'll catch your death sleeping out here in the cold, she says, grinning at him. A good liar, he notes. He looks at the basket she is holding. He understands that the herbs are the components of a pain reliever. Obviously, this is for Zabuza. He rises to his feet and bows respectfully, saying, I see. My apologies. Please forgive me. It's okay. She stammers in embarrassment. She says, I'm Haku. What's your name? With grace. Naruto, is his reply. What are you doing out all alone? Asks him. A friend of mine is in pain and in need of medical attention. There are some medicinal herbs in this area that can help, she inquires. She asks Naruto to assist her in gathering the herbs. She tries to decline his offer, but he is adamant, so she gives him the herbs she requires. Working in silence, they begin their task. Haku starts to argue with herself about whether or not she should talk to the blonde. She wouldn't normally be acting in this way, but she can't help feeling captivated by him and the aura he emanates. She glances at him and notices the slight whisker lines on his cheeks, his blonde hair blowing in the wind, and Naruto is picking the medicinal herbs while kneeling. He senses that Haku is watching him. Although the girl is making an effort to conceal the fact that she is staring at him, Naruto could still tell if it weren't for his ability to sense when someone is looking at him. Is she thinking about killing him? Maybe. He gets to his feet and turns to face her. Her eyes meet his cerulean blue ones. He has enigmatic eyes. They appear emotionless and blank, masking all within. But Haku can perceive some of what he is trying to hide behind those eyes. They're laced with much the same determination and conviction she had seen on display against her master. His eyes also clearly have a dark look. They appear to be those of someone who has experienced a great deal of pain. Someone who doesn't trust anyone or anything but himself. Maybe this is the reason he hides his true self behind a mask. His eyes seem to know everything when they meet hers, penetrating deep into her being. As soon as she realizes she is blushing, she tries to push it down, but her cheeks only get redder after realizing how she is reacting to the attractive blonde. With the herbs in both hands, Naruto approaches her. Her abrupt change in skin tone prevents him from raising an eyebrow. Maybe Zabuza isn't the only one who isn't feeling their best. He sits down and puts the herbs in the basket she holds out. He places himself down next. She tries to strike up a conversation and avoid coming across as suspicious by asking, So, you're a shinobi? Naruto just responds with a nod. She goes on, you must be quite strong. Naruto gives a shrug. That depends on one's definition or measure of strength. In my opinion I am somewhat strong, but there are many who are far ahead of me, he says. She gives him another contemplative look. She asks, so why do you fight? His head turns to face her, startled by the inquiry. Why do you have to be strong? It is my belief that one can only be strong if they have something or someone precious to protect, she says. He speaks, looking ahead. With a smile on his face and a determined voice, he says, I have someone who is quite special to me who taught me many things. I wish to one day be his equal and eventually surpass him. To be an even greater hero than he was. Considering everything, he was a little surprised that the woman had asked such a question. As Naruto speaks, Haku listens and looks on in wonder. The wind blows through the blonde boy's hair as he speaks with conviction. His attractive heart-shaped face lights up with a smile, which makes him appear even more charming. As she hears him, Haku flushes. And besides this, he says, his face taking on a reflective expression. He sees Haku turn a bright red once more. He thinks about asking her about her health, but he knows he doesn't have time. When Haku hears Naruto's second justification, she manages to keep her eyebrows down. She becomes curious and tries to ask him, but he doesn't give her the opportunity. Well, it's been nice meeting you, he replies, should be getting back to my team. Haku gives a nod. It's been a pleasure meeting you too, Naruto. Hopefully our paths will cross again soon, she replies. She regrets that she will see the blonde in combat the next time she sees him. Oh, they will. Send Zabuza my best regards and tell him I will be looking forward to our next meeting. Haku is so shocked by these words that she almost drops her basket. Arming herself with senbon needles, she leaps back. Overcoming her shock, she stammers, you knew. But then, how? Why did you help me? In response to her surprise at how easily he read her, he says, you could have tried to kill me earlier but you didn't. You're not like Zabuza. And we're somewhat similar, you and I. We both have people who are precious to us, Naruto says, then turns around and leaves without saying anything more, giving Haku time to process her shock. After 6 days, the week had gone by without incident. The morning following his outburst, Naruto went back to Tazuna's house and apologized to Fugaku for his sudden departure and outburst. The boy had apologized, and Fugaku had accepted it. He knew the boy wouldn't give him a good response, so he didn't bother asking him any questions. Over the last few days, Team 12 has been keeping watch over Tazuna as he finishes the bridge project and trains for Zabuza and his cronies' return. Over the past few days, Fugaku has been keeping an eye on his students' behavior. They appear to be becoming closer to one another. Ino has been exerting more effort. She is adamant about getting closer to her teammates. She has been practicing genjutsu, taijutsu, chakra control exercises, and even some ninjutsu. She has a connection to the earth and water-natured chakras. Satsuki has been practicing her chakra control and fire-style jutsu. Her ego has obviously been bruised by missing the previous battle against Zabuza, and she is determined to show off her abilities this time. Mostly, Naruto has been practicing his taijutsu. His endurance is astounding. He could train non-stop all day and then get up the following morning to repeat the process. At the moment, Fugaku is on the bridge while Ino stands watch. His other two students are scheduled to arrive for rotation at any moment. Fugaku is on guard, his eyes darting around. By now, Zabuza is undoubtedly in fighting form. Still in combat condition despite being injured. The robed ninja from the hidden mist might attack at any time. Alongside Satsuki. Satsuki gathers her belongings and lets out an exasperated sigh. She discovered Naruto was gone when she got up this morning and went downstairs for breakfast. Her father informed them that Naruto had requested an exemption, citing his desire to train as justification. Following breakfast, Tazuna, Fugaku, and Ino headed for the bridge. Hours went by with no indication that Naruto would appear. She has made the decision to go. She's already too late. She is very concerned. Was there anything that could have happened to him? Satsuki asks herself inwardly. Tsunami tells Satsuki, "Are you sure you can't wait a little more? I'm sure he's on his way." The Uchiha woman stands in front of the door and turns to face Tsunami. "I'm late as it is. I should get going. For all I know he headed to the bridge without me," she says. A Tsunami. As Inari observes, he nods in understanding. "All right," Satsuki declares. According to Tsunami, "Be careful." Satsuki gives a small smile before leaving the house and shutting the door. She glances around and then leaps off. Alongside Naruto. Naruto is squatting in a warehouse's rafters. The room is crowded with people below him. In all, there are roughly 40. 10 are adolescent girls and 30 are men. A middle-aged man with brown hair, a bald spot, and a thick beard stands in the front of the room, with 15 of the men dispersed throughout it and 14 gathered around the women. What brought Naruto to this place? As he was about to return to Tazuna's house after continuing his training, he noticed a cluster of roughly 24 chakra signatures. He chose to investigate after hearing a scream coming from the group's location. When he did, he discovered 10 young women being led through the forest by a group of 14 armed men. One of the girls had been backhanded by a man. The blonde was enraged but unsurprised by the sight. Human trafficking has become commonplace in the country as a result of the Land of Waves becoming Gado's playground and the center of his criminal empire. Instead of taking the thugs out right away, Naruto decided to let them lead him to their base so he could free any more prisoners, which is how the current situation came to be. The middle-aged man is now in the center of the group of men and women. One of the men says, "We got the order, boss," as he advances. He says, grinning, 10, pick of the litter fresh ones, while wearing them. The man doesn't say anything in response. He examines each of the girls, taking his time to stroll around and observe them. He strolls leisurely, taking pleasure in the girl's obvious fear. He pulls out a key and throws it to the man who said it, then nods. He finally speaks, "Okay, put him with the others." The girls are escorted to a door on the left side of the room's front after the black-haired man nods. Before the door is locked behind them, it is opened and the girls are pushed inside. "All right, come together," the apparent leader yells. The men in the room assemble before him in compliance. There is some chit-chat, but he raises his hand to silence it. Right, Gado's order is ready. The confirmation of his suspicions causes Naruto to narrow his eyes. They're employed by Gado. So that everyone can unwind and prepare for the upcoming paycheck. "Boss," interrupts the previous speaker, saying, "If I may, I have a proposition." When interrupted, the leader frowns. "What did I say about you opening your mouth to speak? What on earth are you talking about?" he asks in a furious tone. "I apologize. We finished the task that Gato gave us. Even though we will be paid, why not go above and beyond when we can do better? A sadistic smile spreads across his face as he asks rhetorically. Go the extra mile. What do you mean? He asks, becoming irritated. We should ensure that the merchandise we're bringing to Gato is fresh. With the same wry smile, he concludes, if you get my drift. His countrymen yell their approval after he finishes speaking, and the leader raises his hand to silence them once more. I'm simply saying, boss. 30 of us, 45 girls to deliver. The man goes on, the math sounds good enough to me, as he swings the key on his finger. Approval muttering rises, but is cut off this time, not by the leader, but by a sound that reverberates throughout the room, and everyone turns to the back. After hearing everything he needs to hear, Naruto descends from his hiding spot in the rafters, lands on the ground, and observes as the thugs turn to face him. The room is silent for a moment before murmurs start to fill it again. Who in the world is that? It's a kid obviously. Yeah, but what's he doing here? Talk about shit timing. The leader becomes agitated as he surveys the room. The black-haired one with the key takes a step forward, still twirling it on his finger, and the thugs wait in silence as they scan the area for someone to move. Hey kid, he says, I'll handle this. You appear to be lost. With the lecherous smile from earlier still on his face, he says, why don't you run on out of here and find your way home? We were actually about to attend to some serious business. With a blank expression on his face, Naruto watches the group before speaking. He states bluntly, every single one of you are going to die. The thugs then burst into laughter after another period of silence. You fools. He's a shinobi. The leader yells angrily. Look at that thing on his head, don't you? Murder him. He gives the order, and the thugs eventually notice that Naruto is wearing a headband that identifies him as a shinobi. With the key in his back pocket, the black-haired thug says, okay, I'll handle this. He pulls his katana from his back and rushes at Naruto, determined to kill the boy as quickly as possible so he can return to enjoying himself. He raises his katana as he approaches the brat, and then he vanishes. The words are spoken inwardly by Naruto as he vanishes and then resurfaces in front of the thug brandishing the katana, palming him in the stomach and sending him flying back. Wood style. Jutsu with wood-cutting sprigs. There is total silence in the room as everyone's eyes are on the thug's body as his blood starts to pool. Branches of wood emerge from the thug's body in various places, including his head, midsection, and legs. Ma. Marichio, is uttered slowly by one of the thugs, who does not think their criminal partner has passed away. One of the thugs in the front yells loudly and charges forward, brandishing a battle axe, and the other thugs, determined to exact revenge on their fallen comrade, follow suit. When he crosses his arms and holds his hand over the ground, 8 pieces of wood jump up and land between his fingers. He then releases the projectiles, aiming them directly at the thugs. All 8 stab one thug each, and Naruto repeats the words. Wood style. Wood-cutting sprigs jutsu. The victims are killed, along with 5 other thugs who were nearby, as branches of wood infused with chakra emerge from their bodies. As the thugs watch in horror as more of their friends are slain, Naruto makes the snake hand sign with his hands before slamming one hand to the ground before they can react. Wood-style summoning. Burrowing carnivorous Buddha. On the ground the remaining thugs are standing, a huge ceiling formula appears. The ground trembles, and some of them jump away, but others are not so fortunate. 9 of the thugs are swallowed by the enormous 4-sided Venus fly trap as it rises from the ground, and the 7 that are able to escape attempt to flee, but this is ineffective. Vines emerge from the ground, grabbing at them and tossing them into the air, where they can only watch as they are consumed. Once it has consumed them all, it vanishes in a cloud of smoke. As the leader watches his men being mowed down and killed in a matter of seconds, he takes a step back, preparing to try to flee, but before he can get up, Naruto grabs him at the scruff of his neck and gives him another right hook that lays him out on the ground. Naruto then props him up on his knees, forcing him to witness the horrific scene that has taken place in the warehouse in this way. You see that? Your subordinates are all dead, he asks rhetorically. They no longer had to endure excruciating pain as they passed away. However, you might not be as fortunate. Having said that, I'm interested in learning everything I can about Gato's illegal actions in the Land of Waves. His arsenals. Where were the other people he was trafficking? His primary location and operational base. Everything, Naruto asks softly. Go to hell. The man spits. With his eyes narrowed, Naruto kicks the man back to the ground and holds his hands in the tiger seal. He says to himself, bringer of darkness jutsu. Naruto is aware that most people find darkness frightening. In a panic, the man starts to move around beneath Naruto. "How did you harm me? I am unable to see," he yells frantically. Thorn-covered vines emerge from the ground and completely encircle the man's body, excluding his head, as Naruto holds his hands in the snake hand sign. Naruto says, "Talk." The man's only vocal reaction is a low moan, and he grits his teeth in an attempt to suppress the scream of pain in his gut and the fear that has been heightened by losing his sight. More chakra is infused by Naruto, and as the thorns pierce the man's flesh, the vines tighten and move across his skin. "You continue to resist?" The vines tighten as the thorns get longer and pierce the man's very muscle as Naruto challenges him and injects more chakra. He mutters, "I don't know." Gato has many adversaries who pose a threat, and he conceals his location. He screams in agony, unable to contain it any longer. H. These plants are toxic. I'm sure you're starting to sense it. The burning feeling in all of those body cuts. Dropping to his knees, Naruto draws a kunai. He holds it up to the man's face after infusing it with wind-style chakra. His kunai cuts the man's already bleeding face as he runs it along the side, saying, "This is just the beginning." Naruto's voice is low as he adds, "This pain will only worsen if you don't tell me the truth." The gang leader gives in and says, Okay, I'll tell you, but if I do, you have to swear you won't kill me." Naruto releases his genjutsu and the restraints. When he eventually regains his movement and vision, the man groans in agony to find his clothing soaked in his own blood. Naruto crosses his legs and sits down. Evidence of smoke is visible coming from the black wristbands he is wearing. Naruto's hand displays a scroll. He holds his pen in his hand and unfolds it. "Begin." In doing so, the man gives him all the information he requires. After getting the first thing he came for, he gets up. The man, still lying on his back and unable to move, asks, "What do you even want with Gato?" To which Naruto replies, "I'm going to kill him." He mutters in agony, "You kill Gato? You won't be the first to try." Naruto narrows his eyes and declares, he will be dead before the sun sets today. Naruto glances down at the man, who is now frantically attempting to move. He turns and starts to walk toward the room where the abducted girls are being held, saying, "You shouldn't bother, you're gonna be dead soon anyway." The man yells, "What? But we had a deal. I gave you what you wanted." The statement, "I don't remember agreeing to anything with you," is straightforward. He continues to walk and asks, "In fact, I made myself quite clear from the beginning. I said you and your gang were all going to die, didn't I?" He whips out two kunai while standing in front of the metal door that the abducted women are being held behind. Alongside Satsuki. Satsuki leaps to her feet, reaching her destination. She moves in the direction of Fugaku and Ino. Fugaku asks, "Satsuki, where is Naruto?" Satsuki swears to himself. He failed to appear. "Sensei, he didn't come back to Tazuna's home. I'd assumed that it was a sign for us to rendezvous here," she says. A scream is heard before Fugaku can react. The group rushes to the source and discovers something unexpected but not shocking. Tazuna's employees are everywhere. It looks like they were attacked. Turning, Fugaku sees the mist rolling in and frowns. It appears that he has returned. Fugaku says. While Fugaku makes two earth clones and commands them to protect Tazuna, the two females draw kunai. The mist opens up to reveal two approaching silhouettes, one larger than the other. Even from this distance, the entire shinobi group can easily identify one of them, but only Fugaku can identify the other. Gazing at the group, Zabuza asks, "Where's the blonde brat?" Parts of his body are covered in bandages, which make the burns he sustained obvious. Fugaku challenges Zabuza, saying, "Don't let that worry you because you already have your hands full with me. He's not here right now but he's on his way." As his hand encircles the handle of his executioner's blade on his back, the swordsman narrows his eyes. With a kunai ready to pierce Zabuza's chest, Fugaku materializes in front of the man. Zabuza responds quickly, using the flat side of his executioner's blade to stop the kunai. As Fugaku activates his Sharingan, Zabuza closes his eyes and says, "Haku, just as planned. You take care of those brats and I'll deal with him." His masked accomplice responds, "Yes, Master Zabuza," and then leaps off. Satsuki and Ino do the same. Zabuza tries to subdue Fugaku by saying, "You realize that those two are no match for Haku, right? They're merely newly promoted genin. She's on a whole other level, far above them. As I'd said before, you already have your hands full with me. so I would advise you not to allow yourself to get distracted, Fugaku says with a smirk. The two leap away from one another. They remain silent. I see. You plan on fighting with your eyes closed to combat my visual jutsu? Fugaku evaluates. In order for you to use your genjutsu, you need to make eye contact. This will ensure that isn't possible for you. My specialty is killing based purely on sound. Not having my eyes won't pose the slightest hindrance, Zabuza says with a smirk. With an arrogant smirk on his face, Fugaku says, well, it doesn't matter, because I'm stronger than you. Zabuza's expression changes to one of annoyance. Our last meeting was a clear indication of that. I'll admit I allowed you to get under my skin, but that won't happen again. All I have to do is outpower you. Your failure to compare to me will be your downfall. Fugaku keeps going, trying to annoy Zabuza. Zabuza becomes irate. He knows that the last time he faced Fugaku, he was always on the defensive when they faced off one-on-one. He would have died if it weren't for Haku. Nevertheless, the Uchiha had let the swordsman almost kill him. Zabuza can and will kill him based on that fact alone. He raises his blade, aiming it directly at Fugaku. You are strong. At one point you were strong enough to be a cage, but it's like I said before. You're not the same shinobi you once were. Our last meeting is a clear indication of that, and it will be your downfall, Zabuza says in a menacing tone, turning the Uchiha's words against him. Do yourself a favor and don't underestimate me. Fugaku smiles. At his hands, a proof of smoke appears. As soon as the smoke clears, the Uchiha is seen holding a tanto with a black blade. This makes Zabuza smile. The two charge at one another, Haku, Ino, and Satsuki in the interim. Haku silently stands across from Satsuki and Ino. Haku sounds sincerely sorry as he says, I must do as Master Zabuza orders, but I'm very sorry. As she and Ino sprint forward, Satsuki asks, what are you apologizing for? You're the one who's about to get her ass kicked, Ino responds. The two of them leap into the air. While Satsuki maneuvers through a series of hand signals, Ino unleashes a barrage of shuriken. Little balls of fire shoot out of Satsuki's mouth and ignite the shuriken as they make their way directly to Haku in the fire style. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Move. After sidestepping them, the masked ninja is kicked in the back, which propels her forward. She says to herself, fast, as she is propelled forward in the direction of Ino. Ino shouts, water style, water bullet jutsu, as she launches several water balls in Haku's direction. After being sent in the opposite direction, they encounter their target. As Haku flies through the air, Satsuki sidesteps her and spin kicks her in the side. After hitting the ground, Haku rolls and skids before coming to a stop. With Zabuza and Fugaku, sparks fly from the collision of blades. Both Zabuza and Fugaku smirk at their opponent while keeping their eyes closed. The two fight for supremacy. In an attempt to cut Fugaku in two, Zabuza pushes him back and then raises and lowers his blade. To halt the swordsman's attack, Fugaku raises his tanto. He attempts to remove the swordsman's legs from under him. Zabuza leaps to his feet and uses the flat side of his executioner's blade to block the blade that is aimed at his stomach. A tiny fireball that is headed straight for Zabuza's face is inhaled by Fugaku and expelled at close range. The swordsman jumps and rolls out of the way when he senses it coming thanks to his improved senses. He leaps to his feet and comes to a skidding stop. At least you're smart enough to realize that even with those eyes of yours you can't hope to defeat me in a swordsman's duel, especially considering that my executioner's blade is far superior to that tanto, Zabuza grumbles. Fugaku smiles. You disappoint me, Zabuza. It is true that your executioner's blade is formidable, but it is useless in the hands of an individual who cannot use it, Fugaku responds. It isn't the blade itself that is special but what the wielder can do with it, Fugaku says. Zabuza agrees with this philosophy and nods. He challenges her, saying, true, but what can you do with that blade? Let's find out, replies Fugaku. He exhales flames onto his tanto. It has an aura of orange. Before Zabuza, Fugaku materializes and swings at the swordsman's midsection. Zabuza jumps back, dodging the swing while chuckling at the weak attack. Zabuza lets out a grunt and abruptly clutches his burned stomach. What the heck? What is this? Did he burn his blade? Zabuza is compelled to fall beneath a swing aimed at his neck. Fugaku swings at him once more, and he leaps back. He sustains a burn to his right leg but is not cut this time. Fugaku yells, this is what I can do, alongside Naruto. Naruto moves toward Tezuna's house. He instructed the prisoners to go back to their homes and spread the word that Gato's oppressive rule would end by the end of the day after he had released them from the warehouse. He got sick and puked in the bushes after he had totally destroyed the warehouse. He has never killed a human being before, until today. He must hurry. This is what his instincts tell him. He is aware that Satsuki has already gone. He is here to make sure Tsunami and Inari are safe. He narrows his eyes. Within the house, he detects 4 chakra signatures. Inside the home of Tazuna, Tsunami screams at the man who has her by the arm, "Let go of me." She falls onto her backside after he backhands her. He says, "I said you're coming with us." Inari looks on helplessly. He had come downstairs after hearing a loud noise to find these 2 men attempting to kidnap his mother. "Leave her alone," he desperationally yells. Everybody in the room looks at the boy. According to the shorter of the 2, "Hey, nobody said anything about a kid." The person holding Tsunami says, "Don't worry, look after him." The shorter thug obeys, taking a step toward Inari and drawing his sword. Inari starts to see his life flash before his eyes. He envisions himself being raised by his mother and grandfather. He sees himself almost drowning and first encountering Kaiza. After witnessing Kaiza's death, he eventually sees Naruto talking to him. Become a hero. Inari's eyes narrow. In preparation for killing the boy, the man lifts his sword into the air. "So long, kid." He stoops down abruptly before he can lower his blade. When Inari strikes him in the groin, he feels the strength to scream in agony leave him. To the surprise of the other 2 people in the room, Inari kicks the man's legs out from under him, laying him out on the floor. The man clutches his injured gonads and can hardly say, "You're so dead, kid." The other thug gets up and stalks in Inari's direction, saying, "Okay, that's it." About halfway through, he pauses and drops his weapon. He screams frantically, "My eyes, what's going on? I can't see." As he falls forward onto the ground, he is not permitted to speak again. Inari joyfully yells, "Naruto!" as she sees the blonde ninja standing above the now conscious criminal. As Naruto advances, he gives Inari a smile. With his sword in hand, the thug who was lying in front of Inari leaps back to his feet. He is about to make Naruto pay for eliminating his partner when Inari kicks him in the groin from behind, causing him to fall to his knees once more and scream in agony. Naruto chops the man in the neck while he is lying on the ground curled up in a ball, knocking him out as well. In the meantime, Inari runs to his mother, who embraces him warmly as the 2 sob over almost losing each other. Naruto gives this scene a sorrowful smile. He approaches the pair, who gaze up at him. He smiles down at the boy and says, "Inari, you did it, you became a hero." Not having fully processed what had just transpired, Inari asks incredulously, "Really?" "Yeah, you put your life on the line to protect your mother. That's no doubt heroic. Your dad would be proud," he replies. At these words, Inari's eyes well up with more tears. When his mother sees this, she gives him a stronger hug. 5 shadow clones are made by Naruto. Naruto says, "They will protect you until it's all over," as he moves to the door. Naruto closes the door behind him after saying, "I promise you that this country will be free by the end of this day." With Haku, Ino, and Satsuki. Haku rises to her hands and knees. That was not what was expected. They work as a very strong team. She gets up and turns to see the 2 standing next to each other. "Your teamwork is impressive. I've underestimated you, but now the time has come for this to end," Haku says to both of them. With a scowl, Ino replies, "You're right. Let's get this done, Satsuki." The 2 rush forward, determined to put an end to the situation so they can join their sensei, after the Uchiha female nods. As Haku retreats back into the fog and vanishes, they skid to a stop. As this occurs, the mist gets thicker. They each hold a kunai as they stand back to back. Haku's voice echoes through the fog, ice style, demonic mirroring ice crystals. An image of their opponent is clearly visible in each of the 21 mirrors, 12 of which are at ground level, 8 of which float above the first 12 and are angled towards the ground, and the final mirror, which is above the others and faces the ground directly. The 2 genin can only watch as mirror-like sheets of ice form in the air, creating a dome around them. The voice of the woman wearing a mask repeats, "It ends now." On the genin, a shower of senbon mirrors falls from above. With Fugaku and Zabuza, the swordsman whips around in an attempt to decapitate his opponent, but Fugaku leaps back while swinging his blade, and an arc of fire-style chakra emerges and heads straight for Zabuza. The former hidden mist shinobi moves out of the way, and although he doesn't take the full brunt of the attack, it grazes his side. He places his feet on the ground, skidding to a halt, touches his side, and grunts. Another burn on top of the numerous cuts and wounds he has already sustained. Fugaku smirks as he observes his opponent's frustrated expression. You had to have seen it sooner. The blade of this sword is black, in contrast to others. That's because I forged a unique type of ore to make it. It uses, conducts, and even amplifies fire-style chakra in an efficient manner. Only a person with a particularly strong affinity for fire-style, like Uchiha, can use it. Fugaku explains, still sporting a smirk, I can do 3 things with this blade at once. Cut, pierce, and scorch. Zabuza scowls. So that's how. Zabuza maneuvers through a series of hand signals as Fugaku charges forward, blade in hand. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. A huge dragon roars and charges at Fugaku, but before they can meet, Fugaku raises his blade and injects more chakra into it, intensifying the fire. He then uses his tanto to cut the dragon in half, causing Zabuza to gasp in disbelief. Fugaku then uses his opponent's shock to his advantage and emerges in front of him, stabbing the swordsman in the heart to end the battle. Zabuza curses as he realizes he can't avoid the impending attack. As he lifts his arm to stop the sword, it embeds itself in it, piercing and burning him simultaneously. "Ahhhhh," he yells. Fugaku says, cut, pierce, and scorch, with a determined tone. With Ino, Haku, and Satsuki, everything had been going smoothly until this dome of ice mirrors appeared, and Haku attacked them with waves of senbon needles. She has attempted to destroy the mirrors using her fire style, but each time they rebuild themselves. Satsuki is unsure of which is worse, the pain that plagues parts of her body or the numbness that slowly spreads through other parts. As wave after wave of steel rains down on them, Ino is on her hands and knees, not sure she can handle much more. She looks up at Satsuki, who is similarly covered in senbon needles, cuts, and bleeding. Satsuki. I doubt I'll be able to handle much more. We cannot launch a single attack, and every time one is launched against us, the situation worsens, Ino states in a voice brimming with pain. Satsuki extends her hand as she glances at every mirror in the room. Ino, hurry up. Satsuki looks down at her teammate and says, we must continue to fight. The words, you can do this, come from her. Observing from one of the mirrors, Haku is overcome with sympathy. It's time to end this, she says to herself, a little dejectedly, pulling out her senbon and throwing them at the two. Naruto could arrive at any moment. I need to be prepared for him. With newfound resolve from the Uchiha's words, Ino looks up at her teammate and takes her hand. Her eyes widen as she sees the enemy release another wave of senbon, realizing there is no way to avoid it. She jumps up and pulls Satsuki down onto the ground, standing above the Uchiha. Time seems to slow down as the senbon approaches, so she closes her eyes. Time returns to normal as the senbon hits her body, piercing her arms, chest, abdomen, and legs. All of the strength that was left in her disappears as her body collides with the hail of steel, and her legs buckle and she falls backwards. Satsuki is pulled down onto the ground by Ino before she can even protest, landing on her stomach and turning onto her backside to find Ino standing there, covered in steel. Satsuki, who wants to scream but seems to have lost her voice due to the sight, manages to whisper, Ino. She leaps forward as Ino falls backwards and catches her in her arms. Satsuki manages to say, Ino, in a voice that befits her state of horror, and Ino looks up at Satsuki, who is obviously having difficulty keeping her eyes open. You fool. Why? I don't. You did that, but why? Satsuki demands, unable to comprehend why her teammate would act in such a manner. Ino gurgles, unable to formulate a reply. Gasp, due to, we are swimming partners and teammates. When Satsuki realizes what Ino is discussing, her eyes enlarge. Rewind. Standing on the water's surface, Ino and Satsuki are deeply focused as they infuse their chakra. Fugaku was teaching them how to walk and fight on water after their battle with Zabuza, which wasn't really a battle for them. They are both drenched, which is a glaring sign that they are still struggling with their training. They are silent as they stand on the water's surface. With trepidation, Ino turns to face Satsuki and notices the Uchiha standing there with her eyes closed. Is there anything she should say? She wants to become friends with her teammates and grow closer to them. Although Naruto is obviously a more reserved and quiet person by nature, he has recently been trying to be a little more outspoken. Not so much for Satsuki, though. Her only apparent interest is growing stronger, and her female teammate has tunnel vision. She's not sure how to go about changing that, but she wants to. She smirks and her eyes widen as she gets an idea. With her eyes closed, Satsuki keeps infusing her chakra. She senses that Ino is looking at her. For the last few minutes, she has been. What's on her mind? Just concentrate, she tells herself, it doesn't matter. Satsuki doesn't bother opening her eyes when she hears a splash. She then hears additional splashes. Ino is thrashing around in the water when she opens her eyes. She's drowning. It must have been the last straw for her. Satsuki extends her hand to Ino as she runs out to her. Ino grabs it. Suddenly, a smile appears on her face. Before Satsuki realizes it, her teammate has dragged her into the water. When she cracks the surface, she hears Ino laughing. What the hell is wrong with you? Satsuki shouts angrily. In addition to the fact that she is struggling with this training, she now has to cope with this annoyance. Between chuckles, Ino manages to say, You told your dad you would fall in less than 10 times today. And, exclaims Satsuki, growing irritated. Ino chuckles and says, this is the 35th time you've fallen today. Satsuki is still scowling at Ino. Then her lip starts to quiver as she tries to hold back her smile. She fails. She lets out a smile and joins her blonde teammate in laughter. As they wade through the water, they laugh together. The statement, come on. Let's swim back to shore, from Ino makes Satsuki laugh even more. Together, the two lie on their backs after swimming back to the beach. There is a period of silence before Ino breaks it once more. Ino asks, you're a racehorse, aren't you? Satsuki raises an eyebrow as she turns to face the Yamanaka heiress. Ino goes on, you're all tunnel vision. Forward is all that exists. Satsuki sighs and looks back up, then laughs. She answers, I know. It's just how I was raised. Yeah well, you don't have to be like that all the time. Stop and smell the roses, Ino responds. Satsuki tells Ino, well, it's easy for you to say, you're the floral expert. Now it's time for the Yamanaka to laugh. She sits up and gives Satsuki a serious expression as she looks down at her. It's okay not to get everything perfect the first time, and until you get this down and maybe even after, if you'll let me. I'll be your swimming partner, Ino says with a grin. Satsuki sits up, chuckles, and looks at Ino, all right. Well, it's good to see you two hard at work. The two girls flinch. Both of them turn to see Fugaku standing with his arms folded beside Naruto. Ino says, Sensei, while wearing a fake smile. Fugaku lets out a sigh. You two go rest for the next couple of hours and then head back to the bridge with Tazuna, he says. He looks at his other pupil. He gestures toward the ocean and says, Naruto, it's time to get to your training. Naruto's eyebrow goes up. Incredulous, Naruto responds, Sensei, I've already mastered this. You're very impressive, but you can always be better. We'll start with laps. There's a small island with 2 pine trees on it not too far from here. Get moving, Fugaku says. Naruto lets out a sigh. Before taking off his tight jersey, he removes his jacket, leaving himself topless. Despite not reacting visibly, Fugaku is impressed by his student's amazing physical attributes, especially given his advanced age. He is well built but not overly bulky or muscle-bound. His arms are well defined and toned, and his abdomen is also well defined, with a six-pack prominently displayed. Ino becomes beet red in a matter of seconds, and her mouth falls open. She is in total awe of Naruto's physique as she looks at him. His hair and face are also not too bad. Did anyone realize how attractive Menma's older brother was? Even though her jaw isn't on the ground, Satsuki is still as red as a tomato, and unlike Ino, she has the grace to try to hide her reaction. Does she give a headshake? What is this? Although she has witnessed this type of behavior on numerous occasions, it has never occurred to her today. Fugaku laughs at how the two women on his team, especially his daughter, responded. Await Makoto's reaction to this. While he takes off, Naruto, as usual, acts totally unaware of it. The end of the flashback looking directly into Satsuki's eyes, Ino asks, but most of all because we're friends. At least I think we're friends. We're friends, aren't we? Before receiving a response. Tears stream down Satsuki's cheeks as she stammers, why? Yes, of course we're friends. She gives her friend a smile in an attempt to support her in some way. She hasn't had a friend in years until she met Ino. Ino flashes her own smile, which simultaneously conveys happiness and sorrow. She eventually made friends with Satsuki, but she had no intention of getting to know the distant girl any better. Ino's eyes glaze over and close. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad we're friends. She releases her hold on Satsuki's hand, stops breathing, and stops grinning. As the tears start to fall again, Satsuki cries in a panic, "Ino, Ino, Ino. Hey, open your eyes. We're supposed to keep fighting, come on, please. Just open your eyes." No. This isn't possible. She can't lose Ino because she's already lost so many. Haku observes the scene with guilt and sympathy. She will give the girl time to grieve for her lost comrade, even though this is the perfect chance to complete the fight. Since she will be dead in a few moments, it won't hurt her. Satsuki gently places Ino's body on the floor. She gets up and carries her head down as she passes it. She stares directly into her eyes as she looks up at the mirror where the enemy lies. As Haku looks directly into the jet black-haired girl's eyes, her eyes enlarge with surprise. Her eyes have turned scarlet. One tomo mark rotates slowly around the pupil of the left eye, while two tomo marks rotate slowly around the pupil of the right eye. The Sharingan. Is she also Uchiha? What prevented her from realizing sooner? It is irrelevant. Haku thinks to herself. She might be dangerous now that her Kekkei Genkai has been awakened. She has to put an end to this now. However, a figure appears in front of the Uchiha before she can take action. It's him. Satsuki is confronted by Naruto. To her surprise, he looks directly up at the mirror that Haku is in. He no longer has the same eyes. They arouse fear and are now frigid. With a chilly tone, Satsuki says, "Naruto." Naruto asks without finishing his sentence because he lacks the strength to ask, "Satsuki. Ino. Is she?" Satsuki commands, "Get out of the way." Naruto replies, "I see. Let me finish this." With a tone laced with venom, Satsuki glares at Naruto's back and exclaims, "I told you to move aside. You arrived late and you allowed Ino to die and yet you still want to play the hero." Suddenly, Naruto releases a burst of chakra. He is encircled by a white aura, which alters the mood. Satsuki takes a step back, a little intimidated, and the ground cracks beneath him. When Haku witnesses that power being used once more, her body tenses up. Pulling out her senbon, she throws them at him. The senbon are blown away when Naruto infuses chakra and then explodes it. When Haku notices that cracks are appearing in the mirrors as she surveys the dome, her eyes enlarge in disbelief. How can this be? She glances down at Naruto and sees that deadly, icy expression in his eyes once more. Suddenly, he is standing directly in front of the mirror she is in. She tries to speed to another mirror while acting hurried. In order to prevent her from doing so, he seizes her foot and throws her to the ground. A spiderweb of cracks is the result of the impact. After landing on the ground, Naruto observes her sitting up. With his fist cocked back, he vanishes and then resurfaces in front of her. Her mask is destroyed by his powerful punch, which also sends her flying to the opposite end of the dome. She skids to a stop after rolling. He advances and stands next to Satsuki, who is looking at him with a shocked expression on her face. With his hands by his sides, Naruto gathers wind. It grows into a ball almost as big as his body. Wind style. Godly wind from the mountains, he yells, letting it fly and directing it directly at Haku. "I apologize, Master Zabuza. I failed, with Fugaku and Zabuza." Zabuza's upper arm is further penetrated by Fugaku's blade. The Uchiha has a firm hold on the executioner's blade in Zabuza's other arm. When Zabuza notices that the blade of the Tonto is now sticking out from the opposite side of his arm, he grunts. He senses that it is burning him. The two shinobi suddenly experience a tremendous surge in chakra. Fugaku smirks and says, "I told you he was on his way." Zabuza kicks him in the stomach, sending him reeling back, embeds his executioner's blade in the ground, and removes the bloody Tonto from his arm. "Leave it." Zabuza frowns in response to Fugaku's advice, "You are already hard-pressed against me, so there's no way you can hope to beat me with one arm." Haku leaps down beside him, her mask gone, her body covered in cuts and bleeding. "Haku, I apologize, Master Zabuza. He was simply too powerful. She had barely escaped and would most likely be dead now if she hadn't leapt away at the last second. He destroyed my jutsu," she says, collapsing to her knees. Satsuki is holding Ino in her arms as Naruto and Satsuki appear on either side of their sensei. "Why are you late, Naruto?" Fugaku asks harsh questions. "Pardon me, sensei. There was another group of Gado's subordinates that I had to deal with. However, I was able to learn a great deal about his activities, including where he was. And sensei, I see a lot of chakra signatures going in this direction," Naruto answers. Fugaku gives this a nod. "Dad," Satsuki whimpers out, and Fugaku turns to see his daughter crying, something he hasn't seen her do for years, looking down at Ino in her arms and realizing that she isn't breathing. His face darkens, wondering how he could have allowed this to happen, and what he will say to Inoichi. He turns to Zabuza and Haku and moves forward, determined to put an end to them both right then and there, but the sound of a cane tapping reverberates across the bridge, breaking the stillness. All right, all right. A voice says, it appears that the demon of the hidden mist was just hype after all. A short man appears out of the fog. What the devil did you just say to me, Gato, and why are you here? Zabuza asks vehemently. You are nothing more than hype, I said. Mirrors and smoke. You failed the easy task I gave you. And the reason I'm here is because it's time to clean up and get rid of everyone, and there's no better time to do it than right now, when you're all weak and exposed. As he speaks, a number of silhouettes appear in the fog, and a sizable crowd of armed individuals emerges. Zabuza scowls. Gato, you're dead. I will slit you open like a lamb in a butcher shop. No one stabs me in the back, he says menacingly. I will not allow any of you to touch Master Zabuza, Haku declares as he gets to his feet and moves forward. Naruto says, the two of you are in no shape to fight. They turn to face him, and Zabuza frowns once more. Normally, having one arm wouldn't be an issue, but the burn marks he's sustained are too severe to ignore. Haku is bleeding heavily, and despite her best efforts to hide it, she's having trouble standing. Naruto says, Sensei, and advances. He pulls out a pair of kunai and says, you and I will handle this. Fugaku nods in agreement and moves forward with his student, approaching Zabuza, who gives him his tanto and nods. Take them all out. Gato shouts, and the men all yell as they rush in the direction of the group. Both Naruto and Fugaku charge forward, and Fugaku uses his unending momentum to cut through enemy after enemy with deadly speed. Naruto uses a similar strategy, using his kunai to kill with each blow, and whenever the thugs try to outnumber him, he uses concentrated bursts of wind-style chakra to drive them back. Like a hot knife slicing through butter, Gato observes as the two shinobi slash through his army of more than 200 men. Leave. Proceed. Take them out, he commands, urging more men to come forward. A second wave of men is sent forward, as Fugaku observes. Naruto. Nothing more needs to be said before Naruto vanishes. Fugaku navigates hand signals. He uses fire style, fireball jutsu, to blow out a huge fireball that covers the entire bridge, engulfing a number of mercenaries who are only able to scream as they burn. When Gato realizes that one attack has killed over half of his army, he gasps and starts to retreat. Before he can say or do anything, Naruto kicks him in the face, sending him to his rear end. Get me out of. He turns to see all four of his bodyguards lying on the ground with their throats cut open. He screams, "Ahhhh," while holding his broken nose. Even though he is crying, he can still see Naruto approaching him. The boy is standing above him, and Gato trembles in terror when he notices a huge lion, a creature with golden eyes and white teeth, standing behind the boy. Please, don't kill me, and I'll give you anything. I apologize, but, Naruto says icily, I don't break my word. Gato's head rolls off his shoulders and onto the ground before he can even scream. After several hours, Naruto had given Tazuna the scroll that contained the intelligence on all of Gato's operations, and many of the mercenaries he had hired tried to flee after his death, seeing no reason to fight any longer. Needless to say, none were permitted to do so. Despite everything that had happened, Satsuki had wanted to kill Haku, but Fugaku had calmed her down. Haku then revealed that she hadn't killed Ino, but had just put her in a deep sleep. Zabuza had shaken his head at this, telling her that she was too soft, and then he was glad that she hadn't died, telling her that she meant a lot to him. She started crying when she woke up, and Satsuki had hugged her tightly before striking her over the head for frightening her. Fugaku had expressed his concern by joking that he was happy she was okay, and he had smiled at her, to which she responded with a simple smile and a slight flush. Satsuki then apologized profusely to Naruto for her words, and he accepted it, saying he understood her emotional state at the time. It is now time for Team 12 to depart from the Land of Waves, and they are now standing on the bridge opposite Tazuna and his family, as well as Haku and Zabuza. Are you certain you must depart so quickly? Tsunami begs. I'm afraid so, answers Fugaku. Tazuna takes a step. He drops to his knees, saying, words cannot express my gratitude, thank you so much. When Fugaku notices that his two female students are laughing at him, he narrows his eyes and gives an awkward smile. unsure of how to react to the display. He turns to see his third student talking to Inari. Inari wipes the tears from his cheeks and sniffles. "Hi. Calm down. Now you should be a hero, right?" Naruto says with a smile. Inari gives a nod. "Yes," he replies with a smile, "I'm a hero." "What will we do now, then?" Haku asks, and Zabuza, whose arm is in a sling, sighs and raises an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by the question. The entire situation involving Gato has truly made me consider a few things. He narrows his eyes and says, "We're going back to the land of water to fight for our home." Haku nods. As Fugaku puts it, "Well, we'll be leaving now. Goodbye." As the group leaves, the entire village yells. There is a lot of shouts and suggestions, and Tazuna exclaims, "So, what should we name the bridge?" Tazuna smiles and gets to his feet as Inari tugs at his shirt, bends down, and whispers in his ear. The Great Naruto Bridge is a possibility. Tazuna makes a suggestion, and after a round of applause, the decision is made to name the bridge after the hero who rescued the land of waves. Footsteps on the dirt path are accompanied by the sound of leaves rustling in the wind. The returning Team 12 can clearly see the huge green gates of the Hidden Leaf, which are wide open. As his squad moves ahead of him toward the Leaf Village, Fugaku observes, taking in his surroundings. The scene evokes memories from his past. As he considers how he will explain everything that happened in relation to his team's mission, he fights the urge to sigh. He can deal with the Hokage. Minato is not a concern. He is worried about his wife. She finds out that he pursued a mission that went beyond his team's assignment grade and might have endangered their daughter. Hopefully, however, the wave experience had helped his team become more aware of the realities of the shinobi world. It had undoubtedly helped him become more aware of his own reality. The patriarch of Uchiha scoffs to himself, "I can't believe it took me so much trouble to take down Zabuza." Minato was correct. "I'm rusty." He shakes his head, saying, "Unacceptable." As she sees the entrance to her birthplace, Ino, who is thrilled to be back home, has a smile on her face in contrast to her sensei's thoughtful frown. She looks to her left at her female teammate and says, "Wait till the others hear that Team 12 successfully completed an A-rank mission. They're gonna be so jealous." Satsuki's eyes are fixed on one thing and she doesn't respond, obviously not even hearing what Ino has said. The Yamanaka looks forward to Satsuki's present focus and raises an eyebrow. She turns to see Satsuki still staring at Naruto, and her eyes narrow in contemplation. "Did something occur when I was unconscious?" Ino asks herself. Satsuki doesn't even look at the village. Instead, she is focused on her blonde male teammate and what she saw of him. She and Ino had been overpowered to the point of being toyed with by an enemy ninja, who was undoubtedly high Chunin level at the very least. He then appeared and, in a matter of seconds, defeated Haku and almost killed her. Before, she wasn't certain, but now she is. Without a doubt, Naruto is the most formidable ninja in his graduating class. He has to be. Nobody in the village her age is capable of doing such things. She finds it incomprehensible that he was able to conceal his strength for so long, despite being widely regarded as a hopeless fool who lacked the talent that everyone else in his family possessed. Another thing that baffled her was that she assumed right away that Naruto's strength was undoubtedly the result of his parents' training, but after more consideration, it doesn't seem likely. Naruto is not at all like Menma, Mito, or Yayoi in terms of fighting. He doesn't use the same taijutsu style as the three and doesn't have the same jutsu in his arsenal they do. He appears to have received completely different training. As she watches the blonde walk ahead of his teammates and open a water bottle, she asks, "Just where is all this strength coming from and why do you seem so desperate to keep it hidden?" "I'll discover your true identity, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze." Aware of the two sets of eyes watching him, Naruto takes a sip from his water bottle. He uses the back of his hand to wipe his mouth. The other pair has been focusing on him for what seems like forever, while the first pair has only recently started to stare. Why Satsuki is staring at him is a mystery to him. All he can do is speculate. During the mission, she had witnessed him use his power to kill all the mercenaries on the bridge, defeat and attempt to kill Haku. Is she now afraid of me? He asks himself. He's hoping not. That would be a pain. Later, when he is in front of her, he will have to attempt to read her body language. As Team 12 returns to the village hidden in the leaves, the dirt path turns to stone. The team leader begins to say, "Team 12 reporting back from," but is interrupted by an unpleasant scene. The village's two gatekeepers are sound asleep. Fugaku tells his students, "You guys pick up the pace and make your way to the tower. I just need a few moments." In compliance, the three genin ascend to the rooftops. Fugaku moves forward to stand directly in front of the Chunin, who are both obviously snoring as they sleep. He strikes the wooden desk where their heads are resting with his fist. As he suddenly awakens, Katetsu falls from his chair onto the floor in a startled panic. Azumo is startled awake by the sight of a frowning Fugaku Uchiha. Azumo laughs uneasily. "Lo Lord Fugaku, I see you've returned from your mission. What took so long?" For what seems like an eternity, the Jonin doesn't just frown at him in response. Fugaku glances back at the Chunin and down at the chair Azumo is seated on. The boy leaps to his feet after taking the hint. Katetsu groans as he stands up. Slowly, he finishes, "What the hell, man? What's the big idea?" and realizes who rudely woke him up. Gulping, he stands up straight and pays attention, just like his partner, and says, "Lord Fugaku, welcome back." Fugaku examines the Chunin from head to toe as they both perspire profusely. Before he speaks, he looks at the two young ninjas and reaches over the desk to grab the chairs they were sitting on. He says in a low, threatening voice, "If I ever catch the two of you asleep on duty again." The Jonin Uchiha doesn't bother to finish his sentence before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Outside the tower of Hokage before them, in a puff of smoke, is Naruto, Ino and Satsuki's sensei. When the three notice that Fugaku is holding two chairs in each of his hands, they all raise their eyebrows simultaneously before realizing what is happening. All three of them laugh to themselves. Naruto laughs and shakes his head, saying, "Sensei." "What?" Smirking, Fugaku asks, "What's amusing you three? Let's go inside." Inside the office of the Hokage Team 12 stands in front of Minato, who leans back in his chair. The four-man squad had been given a C-rank escort mission and was supposed to return some time ago. According to Fugaku, Team 12 reporting back from the Land of Waves. The Hokage greets Team 12 as they return. Seeing the two chairs in his hands, he turns to face the Team Jonin once more. The village chief asks in confusion, Fugaku, what are the chairs for?" Fugaku places the chairs in front of the Hokage's desk and says, "Consider them gifts. Your office seemed pretty bare last I was here. Figured you need more furniture." His genin shake their heads. "Oh well, thank you. You were scheduled to be back some time ago. I imagine some complications arose during your assignment," Minato replies while leaning forward. Minato's eyes widen in surprise as Fugaku responds, "Yes. Due to unforeseen circumstances including the involvement of Chunin and Junin level ninja, the C-rank mission assigned to us escalated into an A-rank level assignment." "I see. Why is it you were unable to return to the village sooner to blacklist the mission requester?" Fugaku calmly responds, "Because I made the decision to continue with and finish the mission." The fourth's eyes narrow. With a raised voice, the village leader asks, "You chose to pursue an A-rank level mission with a team of genin, newly promoted at that. How could you be so irresponsible?" Fugaku doesn't wince or display any feelings. "Lord Hokage," is Naruto's way of drawing everyone's attention to himself. It wasn't Fugaku-sensei's decision alone to continue with the mission. I was. The blonde is interrupted by, "Silence Naruto," from Fugaku. "The two of you as well," he says, glancing at Ino and his daughter, who appear poised to defend him himself. His gaze returns to Minato. Fugaku calmly states, his eyes meeting Minato's, "I'm the Jonin commander of this squad. The decision to continue with the mission was mine and mine alone. The other three people in the room think the two have been staring at each other for a very long time." With a sigh, the Hokage finally looks away from the leader of Team 12 to face the genin. The village chief says, "The three of you are dismissed." "Excuse us." The three remain motionless while they await their teacher's instructions. He says, "Leave," and gives it. "Go home and get some rest." Reluctantly, the three depart, leaving the office silent except for their footsteps. Words are not heard in the office again until the door closes and footsteps can be heard moving down the hallway. Minato says, "Explain," with Satsuki and Naruto Ino. As they move down the hallway, Ino looks to her left at her teammates and asks, "Do you guys think Sensei's in trouble?" Naruto responds, "I don't know, there's nothing we can do about it." In another part of the village, a man casually checks his surroundings while putting his hands in his pockets. He is dressed in what leaf shinobi typically wear. The navy mask covering the lower portion of his face, however, is a clear distinction. His left eye is the only feature of his face that is visible. His right eye is hidden by the headband that covers it and partially secures a shock of white, spiky hair. Right now, Kakashi Hatake ought to be with his genin team, but he isn't. Instead, it is a shadow clone. One that probably took a while to reach his pupils. Instead, he is in someone else's house, standing in front of the refrigerator. A few bowls of pasta and ramen are among the items present. Not surprising. He had taken the time to look through the kitchen cabinets, and it was evident that the resident had a fetish for these foods. After shutting the refrigerator, he returns to the living room. He takes a seat on the couch, leans back, and opens a bright orange book that says, "Make Out Paradise." He chuckles to himself as he opens it. He has already toured the space and will settle in while he awaits the arrival of his host. Alongside Naruto. Naruto leaps forward and flies between trees. He isn't going home. Not just yet. He jumps down onto the ground in a clearing. His practice area. As soon as word got out that he was using this location, people started to avoid it. As a result, no one is ever here. His surroundings fill him with nostalgia as he makes his way to a lone tree in the clearing. On this hot, clear day, he enjoys the sensation of the wind. He is standing in front of the enormously large tree. An inscription has been carved onto it. Just one word. Growth. He touches the word with his hand. Before, each time he came here, he had grown and never left anyone. Developed a slight increase in strength and resilience. And this is where he grew once more when he was left alone once more. He had stayed here a lot. This had served as a haven for him when he was younger and didn't want to return home. His haven. On both chilly and warm evenings. On stormy and calm ones. Naruto closes his eyes and sighs to himself as he sits down and leans back against the tree. Naruto's head turns as he nods off. "Hello, old friend. It's been a few weeks. Good to yawn, see why." The office of the Hokage. After Fugaku gives him his complete report, Minato takes a seat back and tries to take it all in. He thinks of only one word. Naruto. He asks, staring at a single area of his desk without raising his gaze to Fugaku. Naruto really did all that? The Uchiha, who is now lounging in one of the chairs he brought in, replies, "He sure did." He notices his childhood friend thinking deeply as he looks at him intently. The Hokage looks up at Fugaku as he says, "Minato, I think you owe me an explanation. When you first told me to watch Naruto closely and report back to you, I thought it was because you simply wanted to be kept updated on his progress. Since you already have Kushina watching over your other 3 kids. But all I've seen from him and the way you're reacting to me telling you about his strength tells me you didn't know at all what your son is truly capable of," says Fugaku. In response, Minato frowns and looks down once more. "That boy. I thought at first that his immense ability was because of you and Kushina training him. But after seeing more of him, I'm sure it isn't the case. He doesn't fight like either of you. He moves and strikes differently. Even his ninjutsu aren't the same as yours. It's like he was taught by someone else entirely. Tell me, Minato, why was Naruto not trained by you and Kushina? How is it that despite this he's likely the best genin in the entire village? And why is it you don't know what your own son is capable of?" Fugaku responds. Minato gets up from his desk and walks to his office window, where he can see the entire village. "Thank you, Fugaku. You can leave now." This response makes the patriarch of Uchiha frown. Without saying another word, he gets up and leaves. The compound of Yamanaka clan. After telling her father everything about her mission, Ino sits in her home's living room and watches him sit in silence while gulping nervously. Inoichi clenches his fists until his knuckles turn white as he looks at the ground. He gets to his feet and leaves the room. He says as he leaves, "Tell your mother I'll be back in time for supper." Ino yells, "Wait, Daddy. Daddy, where are you going?" She puts her hands in her face and says, "Oh no, I should have just said nothing." Outside of Naruto's residence, Naruto makes his way to his apartment's entrance. He was bathed in the rays of the waning sun. He yawns after just waking up from a few hours of napping. He sees new dirt on his welcome mat just before he opens the gate. He senses and infuses chakra. In his apartment, there was an alien chakra. The blonde pulls out a kunai and narrows his eyes. Compound of the Uzumaki Namikaze clan. The Uzumaki Namikaze family sits in silence, stunned by their own incredulity. Shortly after arriving, Minato told them that Naruto was back in the village and that the events in the Land of Waves had taken place, including Naruto facing off against one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, defeating his closest ally, and killing a crime boss in order to liberate a whole country. Additionally, Fugaku informed him of the bridge's name, which he had learned from other travelers while returning. Incredulous, Yayoi exclaims, "No way. Big brother really did all that?" Even though she was aware that Naruto was the weakest member of his class, her father was telling her that he had held his own against one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. She smiles, a sense of pride rising within her. Big brothers are more powerful than ever. How? Mito acknowledges the sting of mild jealousy and shakes her head in shock. Last but not least, Naruto had become a hero after facing one of the most feared men in the shinobi world. Thus, her brother is more complex than she initially believed. Menma laughs bitterly to himself. No, Naruto, the loser, could not have saved an entire country by going toe-to-toe with one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, his father claims to have heard it directly from Sasuke's father. Menma scowls. Maybe it was just luck or chance. Or maybe not. Menma laughs to herself, so the loser's actually improved for the first time in his life. It doesn't matter to Naruto that he can enjoy doing something noteworthy for the first time in his life. Menma, the best leaf shinobi of his generation and the best damn genin in the entire village, is still better than him. What he did doesn't matter to me, he still can't compete with me. As anger consumes her, Kushina's hair starts to move as if it had its own will. When they realize what this means, the other people in the room become anxious. What? You mean to tell me that bastard Fugaku put my baby boy in danger? Says Kushina. With the intention of reaching the Uchiha clan compound, she starts to run for the door. Minato, who is blocking her path, says, Kushina, please calm down. She raises her fist and yells, get out of my way, Minato. I'm going to give that smug asshole what for. Minato swallows uneasily. Calm down. I've already spoken to Fugaku. Naruto is perfectly fine and safe, nothing like this will ever happen again. Minato begs. As her hair straightens out, Kushina lets out a long sigh. With a collective sigh of relief, everyone else in the house realizes that a possible catastrophe has been avoided. Compound of the Uchiha clan. Come in, says Fugaku. As his office's sliding door opens, Satsuki and Inoichi are standing there. She says, I'm glad to see you, Dad, as the Yamanaka enters. Inoichi frowns as he turns to face Fugaku and shuts the sliding door behind him. Before he can ask the Yamanaka to sit, Fugaku's visitor speaks. Inoichi says in a low, threatening voice, I think you know why I'm here. With composure, Fugaku replies, no, actually, I don't. With a raised voice, Inoichi says, don't play dumb with me. I'm not. I find no enjoyment in it. You pursued an A-rank mission with a team of newly promoted genin Fugaku. You recklessly endangered the lives of your students, he screams now. Fugaku asks, and this is your business because? The head of the Yamanaka clan replies, it's my business because one of those genin is my daughter. Before he speaks, Fugaku takes a sip from his glass. Your daughter is a shinobi, Inoichi. She could die at any moment. If you're not prepared for that possibility, you never should have allowed her to become one, he calmly replies. I am. What I'm not prepared for is the possibility of her losing her life because of the gross negligence of her own teacher, Inoichi screams. Fugaku stands up and approaches the patriarch of Yamanaka, confronting him. Still as composed as when Inoichi first entered, Fugaku declares, Ino is my student and I'll protect her with my life. She might be your daughter, but she's my soldier. I'll order her as I see fit. The blonde, obviously growing more angry, places a finger on Fugaku's chest. You listen here, pal, if anything happens to my daughter because of you all. For the first time during the exchange, Fugaku's eyes narrow and his face displays genuine emotion as he asks in a hushed tone, you what? Inoichi takes his finger off of Fugaku's chest while still frowning. Didn't you hear what I just said? I'm about to have dinner with my family, so unless you plan on joining us, leave. Fugaku states clearly. Inoichi scoffs and walks away, leaving the sliding door open after pushing it open. Inside the apartment of Naruto, a kunai knife's cold steel presses against Kakashi's neck. Kakashi calmly states, it's about time, while keeping his eyes fixed on his book. After removing the knife, Naruto returns it to his weapons pouch. Naruto says menacingly, Kakashi Hatake, how nice of you to clean your feet before breaking into my house. Naruto circles the couch to confront the renowned copy ninja, who goes on reading his book for a while before turning to face Naruto as if nothing odd had happened. When Naruto asks, what do you want? The only light that can be seen is that of the stars and the full moon. Naruto finds it challenging to see because of this and the fog. The boy yells, Sensei, to the white-clad figure who is ahead of him, but the figure keeps moving forward as if his words are not being heard. Sensei. When the figure is engulfed in mist and only the outline of its silhouette is visible, the blond boy yells as he pursues it. He runs, but the figure somehow eludes him despite its serene gait in contrast to his sprint. As he emerges from the mist, he sees that it has completely vanished, along with the trees and forestry of the past, and that he is standing in a street that is empty, with the full moon and stars still hanging in the clear sky. He glances forward once more at the figure, which has now stopped and is hooded in black instead of the white as before. "Sensei?" Naruto reiterates, his tone now tinged with doubt. The figure turns, its face obscured by the shadow of its hood, leaving only a single eye with 3 tomo-shaped pupils that glow a ferocious red in the shadows. The figure removes its hood to reveal the face of a boy, probably in his early adolescence, with jet black hair pulled back in a low ponytail and center-parted bangs that reach his chin. His face is framed by long, prominent tear troughs that sit beneath his eyes, which have the same tomo pattern and glow red. As the orange ball of flame cannons toward Naruto, the boy puffs his cheeks and tilts his head back before thrusting it forward and opening his mouth to release a massive fireball that lights up the alley. As the flame touches his body, the blonde boy can only scream in agony. The blonde puts his hand on Naruto's forehead, feeling it damp with perspiration, while trying to steady his breathing as he sits up abruptly in his bed, gasping for air. Fearful of what his mind might show him, he lies back once more without closing his eyes. He has been having the same dream for years, but he never seems to get used to it. It always affects him in the same way. His breathing is finally under control as he looks at his bedroom's white ceiling and tries to divert his attention from his current situation and allow it to wander to other ideas. Rewind. "Hi, Naruto." Kakashi remarks nonchalantly, "I never even got to congratulate you for becoming a ninja. It's been a while." When Naruto sees a man breaking into his house and attempting to make friends with him, he clenches his jaw in an attempt to remain composed. "How may I assist you?" Naruto answers. For a brief moment, Kakashi looks down at his book before turning back to face the glass and taking in the view of the village, with rooftops dotted along the horizon and the stone faces of the village leaders visible in the distance. "You've been living with your family since when?" Kakashi queries. Naturally, this is the reason for Kakashi's visit, but Naruto fights the urge to laugh at it. "Were you sent here by the Hokage?" With his arms crossed, the blonde boy asks. The masked shinobi observes the boy's words and responds, "No, Sensei doesn't know I'm here." Kakashi says, "You haven't answered my question. My house was broken into by you. I'm not required to respond to anything you say," Naruto responds. There is a brief period of silence as the room's single black eye and 2 blue eyes gaze into each other. "You approach me like a regular person if you want to talk to me. You rap on the door. I will not tolerate this kind of disrespect." Naruto icily points to the door and says, "Get out." Kakashi maintains a calm demeanor, with his single visible eye showing no signs of emotion. "All right," he says, getting to his feet, "I can tell you're not feeling well. It's obvious you've had a busy day." Kakashi looks at the boy who is staring back at him and says, "I'll return at a later time." The masked shinobi says to himself, "Those eyes," as he looks into the blonde boy's cerulean eyes, eyes that behind a cold blank stare held both sadness and anger, sadness and paranoia akin to that of an abused stray animal that trusted nothing and no one, a kind of fear that manifested itself in territorial and defensive behavior like that on display now. The intensity of the anger and rage was like nothing he had ever seen, nothing as deep as the black pits of those irises, he could say. Kakashi throws up a 2-fingered salute and says, "Have a good night now." A cloud of smoke then emerges from his position, briefly remaining there before dissipating, revealing the Jonin to be gone. After putting his hands in his pockets and focusing on the spot where Kakashi had been standing for a few seconds, Naruto turns and walks to his living room's large glass screen, narrowing his eyes as he looks out over the roof-lit horizon toward the red tower of the Hokage and the renowned Great Stone Faces. The end of the flashback, the sound of the hawk that had been on his bedroom balcony has interrupted his thoughts, so Naruto pulls open the sliding door of his bedroom balcony, bends over, examines the green scroll, then pulls it open and reads it in the rising sun. "Good morning, Naruto. I wanted to inform you that, due to recent events, you have the next few days off. Make the most of them by resting and recuperating. I will notify you when we will next meet." Fugaku leaning back against his sliding door, Naruto lets out a deep sigh as he watches the golden morning sun creep up on the horizon and the night's darkness recede from the sky's edges. He will definitely enjoy some alone time to train. His battles with Zabuza and Haku have increased his awareness that he still has a long way to go before reaching his ideal level of strength. He was able to defeat the ice user and her jutsu by entering that state, which he cannot currently rely on for his own safety or the safety of his allies. Clan Compound Uchiha. As he lies in bed, Sasuke looks up at the ceiling, thinking about the same things. His father's and Satsuki's return, and the conditions of their mission. Rewind. The sound of his classmates reverberates throughout the grounds as Sasuke stands opposite Menma's older brother. Go, Sasuke. Teach a lesson to that loser. Give him a kick. Sasuke observes Menma's brother standing across from him, tensing his body and not even putting himself in a battle stance, as he awaits Iruka's command. Are you ready? Go. Iruka yells. After a few seconds, Naruto is lying on his back on the ground. Sasuke clutching the scruff of his collar, and a fist cocked back is ready. The next moment, the two boys are standing across from each other. After a few seconds of commotion, a shocked silence descends upon the grounds, followed by a few startled murmurs and whispers. Whoa! So fast! Just like I thought. Sasuke narrows his eyes and looks down at the blonde boy. As he looks into the blonde boy's eyes and maintains a level breathing, Sasuke reflects, he didn't flinch or tense for a moment when I came at him. The whole time, and even now his body is completely relaxed. Not an ounce of fear or anxiety. Those eyes, he says, lost in thought as he looks into those frigid eyes. Naruto's eyebrow goes up. Hey, it's finished. Get off, he says bluntly. The flashback is over. Sasuke opens his eyes and sees the ceiling once more. I was right about you. The Uchiha leaps from his bed, but he will need to verify his suspicions and everything he has heard for himself. Village center. That actually did happen? Absolutely not, Kiba exclaims as he looks incredulously at his best friend. Menma replies, that's what Dad said, as he walks forward with his hands in his pockets. There must be a mistake of some kind. Almost nothing of it sounds correct. Ino has never taken her role as a ninja very seriously. Almost decent. Naruto, however, has no hope. It was fortunate for that loser to even graduate. How could he defeat a Satsuki incapable opponent and defeat a Jonin-level ninja by himself? Kiba says incredulously, shaking his head. I have no idea. Perhaps Sasuke's dad. Menma walks, looking down, unable to even locate the words he believes he has. Nonsense. I'm telling you all of it. I'm prepared to be Hokage if Naruto can defeat a Jonin, Kiba chuckles. Menma and his friend both laugh as he looks up at them. I don't believe it. I wouldn't care even if it were true, he scoffs. Enough about him. Menma looks around and smiles, and the villagers return the smile, murmuring as they pass by the packed center. It's Lord Hokage's heir, the fourth son. Is that right? Menma looks to where his friend's finger is pointing, and it takes him a few moments to realize who it is. Kiba gestures toward a figure in the crowd. As they exchange smirks, he turns to face Kiba. Menma shouts, see you later, bro, as he dashes forward. Training ground for Team 12. Ino and her sensei are silent as they stand across from each other. She was awakened this morning by a messenger hawk, who instructed her to report for duty as usual. After doing so, she discovered that her teammates were not there. With his customary stern expression, Fugaku states, I asked you here today and not your teammates because what I have to say directly concerns you. Ino moans to himself. Damn it, Dad, what did you do? Sensei, if this is about my... Fugaku silences the Yamanaka by raising his hand. I called you here today to let you know I'll be training you for the next few days separately whilst your teammates rest, says Fugaku. The Uchiha goes on, I'm sure you know you're the weakest member of your squad. When Ino hears the words, which she knows to be true, her head drops. The extent to which this is true, however, is not acceptable. Your physical condition is unacceptable. Your muscles, strength and stamina are not good enough. And besides the singular water-style jutsu you've managed to master, the only jutsu that would be of real use in a combat situation against any competent shinobi would be that of your clan, the mind transfer technique, which considering its implications I'm labeling as a last resort. Fugaku goes on with Ino's fists lowered and her eyes concealed. The Uchiha observes as the floor in front of Ino gets stained with drops as she frantically tries to stop her trembling, head still down. Naruto's feats speak for themselves and I trained Satsuki myself so I know she would have been able to defeat the demon brothers alone. The same can't be said for you however. The reality is Ino, you're simply not a good enough shinobi. At the level you're at now you'll simply be a liability instead of an asset to your teammates. On every assignment they will have in the back of their minds that they have to worry about you holding them back. In the future that could even put their lives in jo. That's why I'm going to go hard on you. I'm going to put you through the most grueling training you've ever endured. And I need you to be ready for it. Not just for your own sake but that of your teammates. the clan leader replies. Ino remains silent and is now clearly trembling. Yes sensei. The blonde stutters. Training ground for Team 7. The boy falls on his back to the ground. He has a foot on his chest. Kakashi remarks nonchalantly, Sasuke wins, nice work. His female student stands next to him and yells, way to go, Sasuke. Better try Hisa. As if his sensei and teammates' words hadn't even registered, Sasuke removes his foot from his opponent's chest. Oh no, playing with weaklings here is a waste of time when I could be. Hisateru leaps to his feet, sweeping the dust from his spiked black hair and the footprint from the front of his black tracksuit with the white leaf emblem on the right side of the chest. As the brown-eyed boy scoffs, lucky that time emo boy. Sasuke answers, for the third time in a row. Yeah right loser, his teammate frowns. Then he challenges, wanna go? As he begins to leave, Sasuke replies, I've already wiped the floor with you enough for my taste. But before he can, a hand grabs his blue collar. Hisateru asks, think you're better than me? Saying, no, I know I am. Sasuke grabs his teammate's collar. They scowl at one another while keeping their fists clenched. As they stoop down, they release each other, hands gripping their heads, and a noticeable lump develops on each of them. With their fists up above their heads, Kaori yells angrily, do the two of you ever stop, damn it? As he watches the scene develop, Kakashi sighs. The doubt about letting his team perform as well as ever in the exams. The two boys would much rather spend their time thrashing each other and Kaori attempting to keep them apart than compete against other teams. The village center with a plastic bag in hand, Satsuki strolls down the reasonably congested street. She thinks about flying to the rooftops to get home faster, but she decides against it. Her thoughts are interrupted by an all-too-familiar voice that says, well, if it isn't the most stunning girl on the planet. Satsuki turns to see Menma standing next to her, blushing redly on his smiling face. Menma says, hi Satsuki, while keeping his hands behind his back to avoid awkwardly tinkering with them. She says, hello, with a straightforward glance at him, and as their eyes meet, his heart skips a beat. He asks, where y'all off to? As he walks beside her. Home, is her answer. He replies, his smile still firmly fixed on his face, let me walk you home. She asks, raising an eyebrow, shouldn't you be with your team? He makes a dismissive flick of his hand. With his eyebrows raised, he looks at the Uchiha and says, don't worry about it. I'm right where I should be. As the two walk side by side, she looks ahead and shakes her head. Training ground for Team 12. As she flies through the air and rolls across the ground, Ino screams in agony before stopping and lying in a heap with her clothes ripped in some places. Fugaku lets out a frustrated sigh and pinches the bridge of his nose. What on earth has Inoichi been up to? He observes as his pupil tries to stand up but fails, her palms on the floor. His gaze shifts away from her and toward the recently arrived Anbu Black Op. The masked shinobi says, Lord Fugaku, Lord 4th Hokage summons you. Fugaku furrows his brow. Minato? Is the blonde prepared to answer his questions at last? He turns to see Ino with a bruise on her left cheek and her head up, still not off the ground. Before vanishing in a cloud of smoke, he says, if I'm not back in an hour, feel free to head home. Until then, work on some training of your own. The Anbu shinobi then follows suit. Before letting her head drop and rest against the ground, gasping for air, the Yamanaka heiress takes a moment to check that her Jonin instructor has actually left. Hokage Tower, office of the Hokage. Inoichi yells, he actually looked me in the eye and said that to me. As he surveys the room, observing Minato at his desk. Shikaku in one of the two seats across from the village chief, and Chozo leaning against the wall to the right with his arms folded. After a few moments of silence, Shikaku shakes his head and laughs a little. The head of Nara responds, of course he did. It's Fugaku, what did you expect? Chozo smirks as he looks at his friend and asks, anyway what are you gonna do? Fight him? Rewind as the two boys stand opposite each other, the Chunin Academy instructor holds up his hand and asks, ready? Go, he exclaims. After receiving a hard right hook, Inoichi is on his back with his head turned to the side in a matter of seconds. Many of the other academy students burst into cheers. Winner. Fugaku Uchiha, as declared by the instructor. XXXXXXXXX. Go. The teacher exclaims. With the goal of denying his opponent the first this time, Inoichi charges forward. His punch is easily sidestepped by Fugaku, who spins around and uses one of his own to sweep his opponent's legs out from under him. His opponent grabs one of Inochi's still airborne feet as he lands on his back. Fugaku uses his leg to turn the blonde boy onto his stomach and starts twisting his ankle. The Yamanaka lets out a painful, "ah," and surrenders by slapping the ground with his palm. "Winner. Fugaku Uchiha," declares the instructor. XXXXXXXX with a hand up in the air, ready. The instructor watches as the two boys stand across from each other. With his hands behind his back, Inoichi reflects, "Not today, you're not." At this, Fugaku narrows his eyes suspiciously. "Go," says the teacher. Inoichi takes his hands out from behind him and holds them in front of him in a triangle. He exclaims, "Mind transfer jutsu." His subconscious departs from his physical form and heads straight for the Uchiha. "That's," reflects Fugaku, who has studied for hours and is familiar with the method. The boy successfully avoids the jutsu by jumping to the side, making his opponent unconsciously miss him. His opponent's eyes roll into the back of his head as his body sags and drops to its knees as he charges forward. Hey wait, he's already as his cocked fist flies through the air and slams squarely into the unconscious Yamanaka's face, laying him out onto his back. Fugaku's cries of, "ah," drown out the instructor's voice. End of the flashbacks. Everyone in the Hokage's office is laughing, with the exception of Inoichi. The Yamanaka has a deadpan look on his face as he surveys the room at his childhood pals. After Inochi angrily declares, "This isn't funny," the room bursts into giggles and then bursts into laughter. Shikaku and Minato join Choza in guffawing. Remember when he used that fire-style jutsu to set his hair ablaze? Ahahaha. This is serious. Inoichi screams once more. He's a loose cannon. This is only his first mission as the Jonin commander of a genin squad. Who knows what else he could pull? He can't be trusted with subordinates, Minato, and that's why I'm requesting you reassign Ino to a different squad. The atmosphere is stoic. I'm here as a father. Satsuki is Fugaku's student and daughter, so I can't speak for her, and Naruto is not only your subordinate as the Hokage but your son, so whatever decision you take regarding him is yours alone to take. But I'm committed to protecting Ino, which is why I'm here with this request. Minato reclines and gazes thoughtfully at Inoichi. What a drag, Shikaku says. Inoichi, your position is understood, but you know Minato can't just. Minato interrupts the head of Nara, saying, "You know." He turns to face Inoichi and follows up with a gesture of apologies to Shikaku for interrupting him. This time, Minato is cut off by the sound of the door opening without a knock. It's funny you mentioned Fugaku because Fugaku enters. He notices Choza when he turns to the right. The two acknowledge each other with a nod. He makes no effort to conceal his feelings for the Uchiha as he moves forward and turns to face Inoichi, who frowns at him. Fugaku just gives a blank stare in return, passing the Yamanaka and taking a seat in one of the two chairs in front of Minato's desk. Shikaku occupies the other. Shikaku shakes Uchiha's hand and says, "Old friend," before turning to Minato. Fugaku asks idly while leaning back, "What's up?" Shikaku and Choza both nod in response to Minato's nod. Without saying anything, the Nara gets up and walks out of the room with the Akamichi. The door shuts, and Minato doesn't speak to the two men who are still there until the sound of footsteps has subsided. Inoichi being here when I sent for you is actually convenient, because he's relevant to what I want to discuss with you. Fugaku listens carefully and raises an eyebrow. A few weeks ago, a Chunin Academy instructor attempted to steal the Forbidden Scroll of Seals and defect from the village with it. Naruto's practice area as a ball of wind-style charka rips through multiple trees and erupts into a spinning sphere. An explosion echoes through the forest, sending birds soaring. With his arms extended and palms facing out, Naruto stands in the clearing of his training area, panting, assessing the practical application of his strongest jutsu. He has become more proficient in the technique. However, it's still far from ideal. His sensei was able to form them more quickly and with just one hand. Naruto lowers his arms and looks at his hands' palms. On the other hand, Akisada's skill and proficiency in wind-style jutsu were unparalleled. Superhuman-like. Would such a thing be possible for him? He is distracted from his thoughts when he notices another chakra nearby that is obviously going directly to his training ground. Uchiha Sasuke. What could he want? He frowns. Is this visitor thing moving into the mainstream? With Satsuki and Menma, the pair stand in front of the Uchiha clan compound. Menma looks at the Uchiha girl awkwardly and says, "Well, here we are." With a broad smile, he says, "It was great seeing you again." Menma says, "Perhaps we can meet up again soon." Satsuki says, "Don't push it," as she leaves for her house. "Didn't say no," Menma says inwardly, pumping his fist into the air in front of him repeatedly. After examining Menma more closely, Satsuki has to concede that she is attractive. Certainly not as much as his brother, but still pretty. Naruto's practice area. Sasuke leaps into the open space. He looks out at the training ground everyone in the village avoids and sees him. Standing there, dressed entirely in black, the blonde boy is staring back at him. He advances until he is certain that he is both audibly close and still quite a distance away. The only sound in the clearing is the trees trembling in the wind as the two stand across from one another in silence. Sasuke looks behind the object of his interest, and his eyes enlarge when he notices the opposite end of the clearing, where some of the trees are torn and shredded, lying in a row that stops at what looks to be a hole in the ground. What sort of jutsu was capable of doing that? He turns to face the boy who is still standing there, staring at him without saying anything. At last, the boy from Uchiha speaks. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I've come to see your true power. Fight me." Alongside Hisateru he walks forward, shutting the door to his apartment behind him. He kicks off his black sandals, lays his head back in his hands, closes his eyes, sighs, and unzips his jacket, throwing it to the floor and flinging himself onto his sofa. Hisateru opens one eye to see an old man standing across the room and asks, "So how is everything proceeding?" He resembles Hisateru in that he has one brown eye and black, spiky hair. Bandages are wrapped around his head to hide his right eye. He is wearing a black robe that completely hides his right arm and shoulder, a long-sleeved white top, and a cane in his left hand. Hisateru closes his eyes after glancing back up at the ceiling. "Great," is his reply. The sound of the elderly man tapping his cane reverberates throughout the room, and then he shuffles into the opposite sofa. The old man asks, "So you've gained the trust of your teammates then?" Hisateru laughs. His eyes still closed. "Yeah, they trust me. Hee." Danzo raises his only visible eyebrow in response to the tone of the only subordinate who does not bow before him. Well, in any event, there's something important we must discuss. Mizuki. It appears he attempted to steal the forbidden scroll of seals, likely for his master. He failed and has been arrested. Danzo responds. Hisateru responds with a laugh. "Huh, you don't say. So that's why. I was wondering why he disappeared off the face of the earth," the child responds. Hisateru asks, "Why is this important to us? Isn't Mizuki the snake's boy?" That is true. But he is privy to vital information concerning Orochimaru's operations. In order to protect said information, Orochimaru has enlisted our help. Which we will provide, of course, once sufficient reward has been given. Danzo tells the child. He's currently being held at the Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility in solitary confinement and under regular interrogation. Our contact inside the facility, when the time comes, will assist you in getting in, but his skills in infiltration and assassination are nowhere near those of yours. I need you on standby and ready at a moment's notice to act. He must be silenced before he can say the wrong things. Assuming he hasn't already. Danzo continues. Hisateru looks at Danzo as he sits up. The strict correctional facility in Hidden Leaf. Hardened criminal shinobi are housed in a correctional facility. The worst of the worst enter this place. He licks his lips and smacks his hands together. A little enjoyment. Hisateru smiles giddily and responds, "Sure thing, old man. Just say the word." Danzo surveys the space. The old man asks, "Now to make sure you're keeping that head sharp. Where's your shogi set?" Hisateru responds with a moan. The boy hits the ground hard and falls onto his back. His eyes enlarge in horror, but a hand covers his mouth, preventing him from letting out the scream he wants to. He mumbles incoherently, pleading for mercy, but he is powerless to stop a kunai from slicing his throat open with a horizontal slash. The kunai wielder stands up and observes the young man flailing on the ground for a short while before his body eventually becomes limp and quiet. He notices two mature, masked people lying motionless not far from each other to his left. One was on his stomach, with two swords piercing his upper back and pinning his body to the ground, and the other was on his back, with the sickly purple glow of the setting sun on his skin. Standing erect, the murderer flings his kunai to the ground and stabs it into the ground. Three more masked people, two of whom are obviously adults and the third of whom is the height of the murderer, meet his gaze as he turns to look behind him. The tallest of the masked people asks, "Are any of you injured?" Both the tallest and the shortest mask wearers shake their heads. They all look forward as the murderer with the kunai reaches for his face, which is covered in its own mask. This one, however, is completely black with the design of a human skull on it, in contrast to all the others on the scene, which are white and each have their own animal design. The wearer puts it on and gives his victim, who has brown, matted hair and eyes and is dressed in traditional Chunin leaf clothing, one last glance before leaving for one of the numerous trees on either side of the dirt path where the bloody scene has taken place. "Clean up while I get change. Then we rendezvous with Seal and the real work begins," he states. According to the shortest person wearing a cloaked mask, right Hisateru. As the wind tousles his dark, spiky hair, the kunai wielder stops turning his head to gaze at the mask wearer in question, his brown eyes gleaming in the last of the sunlight. He says, "Don't call me that. We're on a mission," and then he leaves. As for the mask wearer, of course, apologies, Shadow. Naruto's practice area. Silently, Naruto looks across at his brother, a teammate, and the son of his Jonin commander. For a brief moment, he feels shivers down his spine as he observes the boy's face and realizes how much he resembles. He dismisses the idea. With an arched eyebrow, Naruto asks, What was that?" Sasuke responds, "I said I want you to fight me, right here and now." The blonde narrows his eyes and Naruto stands silently. Out of everyone in this village, why would he want to fight me? Before he discovers what he believes to be the solution, he ponders. Did his sister and father tell him what transpired in the Land of Waves? He's here now to witness for himself what his ears cannot comprehend. In any event, the blonde boy says to himself, "I'm not interested." Naruto states bluntly, "No, now please leave." Sasuke takes a few steps forward and says, "Perhaps my tone was deceptive. I wasn't asking for anything. I was telling you I'm not leaving until you and I fight," he says, his fists rising as his feet and legs move as well, putting him in his bloodline's taijutsu stance. Naruto asks, clearly starting to lose his temper, "Do you know where you are? This training ground isn't assigned to anyone, is it? It's open to all shinobi personnel for use." "Like I said, I'm not leaving without a fight," sternly replies the Uchiha. The trees tremble in the wind, seemingly anticipating the two young shinobi as they gaze at one another, the tension evident as Naruto's eyes narrow in reaction to the wind blowing through the clearing. Naruto lets out a sigh. He gives in and says, "I'll just make him leave if you won't." The boy with the whiskers, dressed in black, says, "Okay, I'll make fun of you, but after I've defeated you, go and don't return." In an attempt to irritate his opponent early on, Sasuke taunts, "And what exactly makes you think a dead last loser like yourself could beat someone like me?" Without even shifting into a battle stance, Naruto smirks and laughs to himself for a moment before his expression turns serious. He raises his open hand and makes an inviting motion with his fingers. "Come and find out." The interrogation wing of Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility. Fugaku observes the scene on the other side of the glass screen while standing in front of it. Tied to a chair with his head down, a young man with white shoulder-length hair wearing the gray uniform of the facility he finds himself in, his face dripping blood onto the floor. Over him, a man in a black trenchcoat stands with blood-soaked gloved hands and a bandana tied to his head. A voice from his left interrupted his thoughts, saying, "You're my only visible hope at this point, Fugaku." Minato's blue eyes meet his as he turns his head in this direction. The blonde asks, "Are you sure you can do it?" Inoichi draws the two men's attention by saying, "What's the point, Minato? If I couldn't get anything, then he can't either." They turn to face him. The Yamanaka stands with his arms crossed and his head turned away, but Fugaku smirks at him. The Uchiha turns to face the village chief. He turns and walks to his right toward a steel door with an intricate ceiling array, and an Enbu shinobi stands beside it. "Don't worry. I've got this. Let me in," he says. The masked shinobi weaves through a series of hand signals before yelling, and Minato nods. "Release," causes the ceiling array to vanish. Fugaku presses his hand against the door and pushes it open. With the scars on his face and the leaf insignia on his headband now prominent, the male in the room wearing a bandana turns to face him. Fugaku gestures for the male to exit the room by cocking his head to the side. With his gaze fixed on the white-haired boy whose head is always down, Fugaku enters the darkened room. The sound of the steel door closing reverberates throughout the room as he settles into the chair across from the young man. He glances to his left and sees the glass screen from earlier. It is completely black now, with nothing visible on the other side. He turns to face the inmate, whose head remains bowed. "Look at me, boy," says Fugaku. Mizuki looks up and notices Fugaku, who is a little surprised to see the patriarch of the Uchiha. Sitting back in his chair with his arms crossed, Fugaku examines the Chunin's face, which, like the rest of his body, is marred, bruised, and bleeding. For a few silent moments, the two look at one another. A smirk stretches across Mizuki's injured face. Do whatever you want. You'll get as much they did. I'm not telling you anything, he says with defiance. Fugaku replies nonchalantly, still reclined in his chair, oh don't worry. When he blinks, his eyelids lift to show that his eyes have changed, turning crimson red now, with 3 triangle-shaped tomo marks surrounding each pupil. You won't have to say a word, he says in a humble manner. The sight of the fabled Sharingan makes Mizuki's heart skip a beat. A sound draws the attention of both ninja, who abruptly turn their heads to the right. They search for a crack that appears roughly in the middle of the glass screen. The tiny crack starts to enlarge into a web of cracks that eventually reaches the glass screen's edges. Before the glass bursts everywhere, sending shards flying and filling the room with a cacophony of screeches, the cracks deepen and engulf the screen. Through what used to be the glass screen, countless bats swarm. As the bats encircle the 2 males in the room, a horrified scream escapes the restrained Mizuki's mouth. The entrance to the Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility. 3 people are walking forward off of a drawbridge when it is raised behind them, with a sea of molten lava extending on either side of them and a bright, blinding light shining down on them from 2 watchtowers on either side of a tall building in front of them. 2 of these people are dressed in the typical Anbu Black Ops uniform of the Leaf, which includes animal-patterned masks and gray combat vests. They flank the 3rd person, who is obviously a male in his teens and is dressed in the Leaf's traditional Chunin garb, with the exception of the headband. His eyes and hair are both matted brown. Rewind Hisateru looks at the shogi set and sighs as he reclines on his sofa. The game is over. The trend keeps going. The elderly man remarks, well played. You've gotten better. Not long now. Soon you'll be able to beat me, he thinks. The boy replies mockingly, woohoo, while resting his head back on the couch and pumping his fist into the air. The old man's cane reaches across the coffee table and lightly smacks his knee, causing him to squeak in pain. The boy complains, you're a real pain, Gramps, you know that, ouch. The old man responds, and one day you will be grateful for it. There is a brief pause before one of them speaks once more. The Chunin examinations will be commencing in less than 2 weeks, here in the Leaf, says the elderly gentleman. Hisateru replies, yeah, I know. No such fun for me though. I'm a rookie, he scoffs bitterly. There is no existing regulation that bars rookie genin from competing in the exams. It simply isn't common practice in these times as a safety precaution. So don't make assumptions or lose hope, Danzo states. At these words, Hisateru arches an eyebrow. Do you know something, ID? The boy is unable to complete his sentence. In a puff of smoke, a figure kneeling on one knee in a black hooded cloak emerges at the edge of the coffee table. Lord Danzo, he says to the elderly man, bowing his head. He lifts his head and his porcelain mask comes out. He briefly turns to face Hisateru, resting a hand on his chest and lowering his head a little. Hisateru responds with a nod. Presenting the brown envelope to the elderly man, the shinobi reaches into his cloak and takes it out. Hisateru observes as the elderly man takes the folder, silently opens it, and reads its contents while leaning his cane against the coffee table. After a few quiet moments, Danzo takes a handful of the several items in the envelope and puts them in his robe. Relocating the remaining files and documents into the envelope, he slides it across the coffee table between the 2 sofas. As the boy extracts the contents of the envelope and spreads them out on the coffee table, the elder says, at a moment's notice. There is your assignment. Your mission has been assigned. You are to infiltrate the Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility and eliminate the former Leaf Chunin known as Mizuki. You have been provided with a means of infiltration. There is a Leaf Chunin, 14 years of age, named Kenji Sato. He's been arrested, convicted and sentenced for several counts of armed robbery and assault in the countryside of the Land of Fire. He's currently being held in a holding facility in the village and is supposed to be transported to the Leaf Strict Correctional Facility in a few days. However, an altercation that will take place today in the holding cells will have him moved for safety reasons. Considering your closeness in terms of age as well as similar physical build, it shouldn't be too difficult to assume his identity. 2 newly promoted Anbu Black Ops Shinobi have been tasked with transporting him to the facility. Taking into consideration the abilities of these Shinobi, an assault squad has been assembled, including yourself, that should be able to eliminate these 2 individuals without much trouble. One of the members of this unit, as well as another you are to rendezvous with en route to the facility, will assist you in playing the role of prisoner in order to get in. Once inside, our contact inside the facility will ensure you make it out of your cell and are freed of any chakra suppressors. From there it will be your responsibility to ensure you carry out the mission and escape the facility without detection or capture. Your instructions have been given. Are they clear? Danzo questions. Hisateru reads the contents of the envelope while listening to this. A thorough map of the Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility along with additional mission-related information, including locations for participants to meet up. The coffee table has 4 files on it. The first 2 contain details about the 2 Anbu in question. The third contains details about Kenji Sato, and the fourth is Mizuki's prisoner file, which includes, among other things, the location of his cell. After some silence, Hisateru answers, "Crystal." Danzo grabs his cane, gets to his feet, and stands up. As the sound of his cane tapping reverberates throughout the room, he states, "It must be done before sunrise tomorrow." He points to the masked shinobi, who gets to his feet for the first time since coming. Hisateru, who has his eyes fixed on a picture among the papers arranged on his coffee table, hears the 2 explosions that mark the departure of his guests and only faintly sees the smoke. An image of a young man in his teens with brown eyes and brown hair that has been matted. His gaze then shifts from this image to another of an elderly man with green eyes and white shoulder-length hair who is still considered young by most standards. The end of the flashback, the 3 newcomers halt as 3 men, all dressed in traditional Jonin garb, appear in front of them, 2 standing back and 1 stepping forward. He uses the word, identification. The guard Jonin receives a file from one of the masked shinobi, who takes it from the inside of his gray combat vest. Wiping the perspiration from his forehead, he opens it. The rumbling of the nearby molten rock is the only sound he can hear as he reads for a short while. He lifts his head, focuses on the recently arrived prisoner, examines him from head to toe, and then turns back to the file in his hands. He takes a pen from his pocket and begins writing on the file before shutting it. Before returning the file to the masked shinobi who gave it to him, he nods and turns his head at his colleagues, who then approach the 3 men. As the other 2 Jonin seize Kenji's arms, the man who had arrived with the masked people turns and leaves. Kenji Sato. "Welcome to your new home," he says. As he is guided to the tall structure that houses the watchtowers, Kenji hears the drawbridge being lowered behind him. He and the guards are still under the blinding spotlights of one of them, while the masked ninja he had brought with him is under the other. You can see a big steel door in the middle of the building's front. For a moment, a ceiling array appears on it, then vanishes and the door opens, allowing the inmate and the 3 guards to enter. Naruto's practice area. With his left fist cocked back to launch the initial attack, Sasuke charges at his adversary. He thrusts his fist in Naruto's face. The blonde casually sidesteps the blow by cocking his head to the right. Sasuke aims his right leg at the blonde's midsection with a kick, but Naruto easily grabs it and stops it. Sasuke remarks to himself as he attacks, his reflexes were never anywhere near this impressive before. That grip, he observes as the blonde grabs his leg and stops his kick aimed at his stomach. How strong is he? He asks himself. The Uchiha boy lifts his left leg and uses the leg he still has to kick the blonde's head. Sasuke's right leg is released by Naruto, who lowers it and avoids the swinging kick that is directed at his head. He seizes the Uchiha by both feet and throws him like a rag doll through the air. Sasuke slams into ground, grunting in pain as he impacts with the surface, rolling before skidding to a stop. Naruto observes the boy with the raven hair as he swiftly rises to his knees and then stands again. He chuckles to himself, surprised that he's finding this enjoyable. Sharp reflexes and strength, the Uchiha thinks to himself as he brushes the dirt off his clothes. With a sly smile, Naruto asks, "What was it you said earlier? Dead last?" He taunts. Frustrated, his opponent scoffs. Not a single strike was successful. By now, Sasuke should normally have hit his opponent with at least 1 attack. If taijutsu won't work the Uchiha stoops over, eyes wide open, and the air leaves his body before he can finish his thought. Noting that neither he nor his opponent have actually attacked each other, Naruto charges at the red-haired boy at full speed. He observes his. As he punches his stomach, his onyx eyes enlarge. He strikes Sasuke's face with his right fist, causing him to stumble and sway side to side as his vision briefly blurs due to the force of the blow. That speed. How? The top graduate, trying to gather himself, says to himself incredulously. In anticipation of his collapse, Naruto remains motionless. Sasuke kicks Naruto in the head after launching himself off the ground and backflipping. The blonde stops the right-footed kick by raising his arms to protect his head. When Sasuke spots the opportunity, He cocks his left foot back and stomps it into Naruto's chest, sending the blonde reeling as he lands on his own 2 feet. Naruto catches his breath after being knocked out with a heave and a slight cough. He was caught off guard by his opponent's quick response to that sucker punch. Now that he knows a little more about his opponent, he brushes the dirt from his chest and looks down at him. I understand. He is actually dead even with Satsuki in terms of strength and speed, but because he moves, attacks, and reacts more instinctively and quickly than she does, he is more problematic. He thinks to himself, he's more of a natural fighter. With his own thoughts racing through his head, Sasuke looks back at his opponent. This is amazing. He has been concealing this kind of talent. Why? He's a better taijutsu fighter than his brother, he asks, his eyes narrowing. What more is he planning to do? Sasuke observes as Naruto looks at him in silence, contemplating his next move. Oh no. He is aware that he is stronger and faster than me. I won't be able to respond to him if he keeps moving as quickly as he did when he hit me with that right. As he runs forward, Sasuke reflects, continuing with taijutsu means certain loss. He reaches behind his back, inserts both hands into his weapons pouch, and draws shuriken out between each finger. After hurling the ninja tools at the blonde, who casually reaches into his own weapons pouch with one hand, he unleashes a barrage of shuriken that collide with the approaching projectiles, altering their trajectory sufficiently to cause them to collide and stop them in midair. As the colliding projectiles hit the ground, Sasuke leaps into the air and weaves through a series of hand signals. A barrage of fist-sized fireballs fly down at Naruto as the raven-haired boy yells, "Fire style! Phoenix Flower Jutsu!" When confronted by a Uchiha, the blonde uses a series of hand gestures to curse his own proficiency in just 2 water-style jutsu. He exclaims, "Water style! Water bullet jutsu!" before launching his own water-based fist-sized projectiles. When they clash with his opponent's jutsu, they cancel each other out and produce a cloud of steam. Flipping out a kunai from his weapons pouch, Sasuke lands on the ground and rushes in the direction of his adversary. The boy's conceit in trying to attack him up close once more is mocked by Naruto. He rushes toward him. Sasuke's eyes widen as he takes a fist to the stomach once more and lets go of the kunai in his hand. The boy, a log now in his place, is submerged in a puff of smoke as it collides with Naruto's fist. Naruto thinks, of course, as he hears a whirring noise behind him. He turns to see the Uchiha standing there navigating a series of hand signs while a demon windmill shuriken is flying through the air. Naruto easily sidesteps the approaching ninja tool by moving to the side. He moves in the same direction as his opponent. When Sasuke correctly predicts which way his opponent will dodge, he lets out an inward cry of triumph. He yells inwardly while holding his hands together in the tiger sign. Fire style! Fireball jutsu! He shoots a huge ball of fire at the blonde from his mouth. The interrogation wing of Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility. The sound of screeching fills the room as Mizuki screams in horror and confusion as the bats fill his field of vision. Before a loud thud against the ground strikes his ear, he hears the head of the Uchiha clan grunt and then yell in what sounds like pain. The flying things around him start to take off from the middle of the room. They all fly in the direction of the glass screen's opening, filling the room on the other side as they fly around and scream inside. Still wearing his restraint, Mizuki looks ahead and sees Fugaku lying on the ground in a heap, unconscious and bleeding from what appear to be 2 needle-sized holes in his neck. A figure is standing next to him. He looks up, taking in the figure's appearance. Baggy pants of the same color and black sandals are tucked into combat tape that is tied around the legs. A gray short-sleeved robe that falls just past the knees and is open on the sides on the lower half of the body is worn with a long-sleeved black polo shirt. A large purple rope belt is tied around the figure's waist. No, it's not possible, Mizuki tells himself incredulously. He looks up and sees another pair of eyes, both golden and with slits for pupils. The pupils have purple pigmentation, which colors their contours and marks the sides of the owner's nose bridge. They also have long black hair that reaches past their shoulders and frames a very pale face. "Lo Lord Orochimaru," Mizuki stammers out in a tone that sounds like a question in its incredulity. Orochimaru looks at the unconscious Fugaku on the ground and murmurs, "Hello, child. It's been a while." The man speaks smoothly and smirks. "You don't look very healthy right now. I'm very interested to know how it came to be that you found yourself in such a place." Mizuki stammers, "You see the," still not believing his eyes. With his eyes still fixed on the unconscious Uchiha at his feet, Orochimaru says, "No matter," raising a pale hand to silence the young man. "That can come later. As long as you haven't told our good friends here anything they shouldn't know, he adds. You haven't, have you? He asks. Mizuki responds, almost shouting, no, not at all. I haven't said anything. I would never in my wildest nightmares dream of betraying you, the young man with white hair exclaims. Orochimaru says, good, at last averting his gaze from Fugaku to the room filled with shrieking bats beyond what was once a darkened glass screen. He smiles as he watches the bats and remarks, the night is still young. Our hosts won't want to sleep for too long. You, I, and my friends over there should get going now. He stammers out, right, once more while glancing at the bats. He turns to face his master, who looks back at him. He met those golden eyes with his own green ones, with 3 tomo marks surrounding the slitted pupil, which is now round as it would be for most men. The pale man blinks and his eyelids rise to reveal a crimson color instead of gold. Orochimaru stands in front of Mizuki, the Sharingan shining in both of his eyes, and Mizuki's eyes enlarge with surprise and bewilderment. In the brief moment it takes for the young man's eyelids to lift after he blinks, a whole new scene is revealed. The same Uchiha who was on the ground unconscious just a split second ago is standing where his master was. He observes that the bat's screeching has abruptly stopped, and when he turns his head sharply to the left, he sees that the darkened glass screen is still in place with no visible cracks or breaks. What? For the umpteenth time, Mizuki stammers out, his breathing quickens, and his eyes dart around the room. What's happening here? He looks up at the head of the Uchiha clan and asks in confusion. Orochimaru, Fugaku responds, so that's who you stole the scroll for. I don't get it. I never did. The village of hidden sound. Mizuki gasps and looks up at Fugaku, who says, very interesting. His Sharingan eyes are still glowing in the darkened room. How? I remain silent. Mizuki lets out a cry that sounds almost desperate. Fugaku responds, I told you, but you didn't have to. He states bluntly, the moment you looked into my eyes, it was done, as the tomo pattern vanishes and the eyes turn back to their original black color. Mizuki is left staring into space with his mouth open as Fugaku leaves for the steel door he entered. Fugaku smirks as he approaches the door and chuckles briefly as a single thought races through his head. He says, Naruto, growing increasingly fond of his blonde pupil. The opposite side of the screen. The Uchiha patriarch had entered the room, sat down, and stared at Mizuki for a few seconds before getting up and leaving. When Fugaku steps through the steel door, he sees Minato, Ibiki, Inoichi, and Anko along with a few Anbu, all of whom are members of Minato's security detail. One of them was the one who opened the steel door, and they were all staring at him in amazement and shock after listening to the conversation happening on the other side of the glass screen. As the Anbu closes the steel door behind him, Fugaku leans against the wall with his arms folded and turns to face Minato. Let's return to your workplace, you won't enjoy this, he says. The juvenile wing of Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility. After removing the gray top of his prison uniform, Hisateru practices his taijutsu while pacing the dark cell. Damn, before sunrise. So he could arrive in hours or at any moment. The boy had gone through processing without any problems because he and Kenji were the same height, weight, and build, which made it easier to use his transformation jutsu. He throws a fist through the air, but as he is about to raise a leg for a kick, he hears a hand slamming against his cell door. A few seconds later, the door opens, and he moves toward it, aware of who is waiting. Shadow, sir, is said by a man. With the man's own codename, Rat, Hisateru acknowledges, and as he extends his hands, a soft object, garments, falls into them. The voice says, something more conspicuous, sir. Of course, is his reply. Hisateru hears the sound of hands clasping together a few times before a palm touches his bare chest. But first allow me to deactivate to the chakra suppressor, the voice says. News. The voice says in a low voice, and Hisateru's body feels a sudden surge of strength. He grunts with satisfaction, that's better, he says. He pulls on the black clothes and drops his pants. Hisateru follows the older man out into the dark hallway, examining himself in black pants and a long-sleeved black top with a mask and hood. They have malfunctioned, sir. They'll be back up and running in 45 minutes to an hour. It's just a minute from here to Mizuki's cell. You've got plenty of time. I take it that you already know how the facilities are laid out. The man now showed himself to be young, probably in his early 20s, with short brown hair and a thin face that was emotionless. Yeah, Hisateru replies, turning away, I really appreciate your assistance. I will never forget this, he says as he dashes down the hallway. Naruto's practice area Sasuke observes as his opponent is engulfed by his clan's signature technique, plants his feet on the ground, skids to a stop, narrows his eyes, and examines his handiwork before he yells as the wind is knocked out of him. A kick to the back propels him forward, and grunts as he hits the ground again, rolling and skidding across it. He steadies himself with a hand to the ground, leaps to his feet, and flips out a kunai, which he instantly lets go as a hand grabs his left wrist, pulling him forward into a knee to the stomach, causing him to hunch forward and cough up spit. Keeping his right hand on Sasuke's wrist, Naruto slams his left fist into the side of the raven-haired boy's face once more, grabbing the boy by the big collar, releasing his wrist, and cocking his right fist back before launching it forward and nailing his opponent square in the face, sending him flying through the air, while Sasuke thuds to the ground and lies motionless. After a few silent moments of staring at the unconscious boy, Naruto turns to face the newly arrived night sky. That exchange had only lasted a few minutes, he thinks to himself. When had it gotten dark? He turns back to face the Uchiha male and starts to approach him. He had actually kind of enjoyed the skirmish, despite suppressing his strongest ninjutsu and the short duration of the encounter. With Sasuke at his feet, he stops and crouches on his haunches, tapping his hand lightly against the boy's face as he looks down to see the trail of blood now dripping from one of the boy's nostrils. "Hey, wake up," the unconscious genin does not respond. "Hey, Sasuke. Get up, it's time to return home." Frequent tapping transforms into gentle slaps. With a heavy sigh, Naruto grabs the Uchiha's form by the shoulders and gives him a violent shake. "Hey, commence. Awaken. Is this not your first rodeo?" Naruto begs. With a frustrated sigh, he lets go of the boy and pinches the bridge of his nose, saying, "You have got to be joking." He then sighs again, picks up his sparring partner for the day, puts him on his back, and leaves. Hokage office. Hokage Tower. The head of the Uchiha clan sits across from the Hokage, who is seated at his desk with his hand clenched into a fist in front of his mouth. "I guess I shouldn't have been shocked." The village leader speculates that one should never underestimate Orochimaru. "It's true," Fugaku claims. "It appears that he has the daimyo lord of the land of rice firmly in his pocket. The daimyo's permission for Orochimaru to establish a base in his country, carry out his activities there, give him taxpayer money, and even permit him to conduct his repulsive experiments on the country's citizens was evidence of this. Well, either he's threatened him or he's sweet-talked and tempted him. According to Minato, either is typical." The two men look at each other and shake their heads, laughing bitterly as they simultaneously say, "Or maybe the daimyo's already dead." "All right. Now what? You know what he did, Minato?" Fugaku asks, gazing out the window behind the Hokage. "Do we allow the hidden sound to be condemned by the land of rice? Or," he asks, turning to face Minato, "is it war? No questions asked? May I ask?" he asks. "We won't give Orochimaru any advance notice," the yellow flash replies. "This is between us, but I'll have to inform the elders. While we observe and keep an eye on everything in the land of rice, let's give him the impression that he is currently off the radar, so that he won't be expecting anything when he does poke his head out of whatever hole he's hiding in," Minato says, gazing off into space. Fugaku nods and gets to his feet, saying, "Pardon me, old friend." He says, "I have to go home and have dinner with my family," as he turns to leave. The blonde stops his friend in his tracks and says, "Wait, Fugaku. Are you certain you didn't see anything that could tell us who took down Mizuki? It might lead to more information," he says. Fugaku glances in Minato's direction. "As I mentioned, old friend. He or she had a cloak on. A masked adult, obviously. Nothing stood out because it was all taijutsu, a style I'm not familiar with either." The head of the clan apologizes, and his friend nods at him with a look of obvious disappointment. "You have no right to sleep here." Minato laughs as Fugaku says, "You'll wake up tomorrow with a red-headed demon looking to claim your soul." He then closes the door behind him. The strict Hidden Leaf Correctional Facility. The young man clutches his head in his hands, grabbing at his hair, his heavy breathing audible throughout the cell as Mizuki staggers forward into his cell, the guard helping him in with a shove to the back, the slam of the steel door reverberating throughout the cell, but Mizuki doesn't even register it. I remain silent. I remain silent. He keeps saying to himself, "I didn't say anything," and he starts to pace back and forth while the sound of bats screeching fills his head. He keeps turning around to make sure there aren't any bats close by. "I didn't say anything," he repeats, the sound of screeching bats still haunting his thoughts, and he clings to his ears, nearly tearing them off, before closing his eyes in a last-ditch effort to block out the sound. his eyes open, and he sees the eerie image of a silhouette with a glowing pair of red eyes and a tomo pattern around the pupils. He shouts at the top of his lungs, "I didn't say anything." Mizuki looks around the cell for any flying rodents once more, but for the first time, he spots a silhouette sitting in the corner. Shadow shakes his head as he observes this display. He tells himself, the T&I department is no joke. "Hey! Who is present? Are you another one of them?" yells Chunin, the white-haired outlaw. "Don't leave," he shouts. Shadow sighs. He had intended to deceive Mizuki into giving up any valuable information by pretending to be Orochimaru's fellow subordinate who had been sent to save him, but it was obvious that he would no longer receive any reliable or valuable information from the renegade Chunin in this condition. Mizuki makes an effort to keep his gaze fixed on the silhouette, but every now and then, in the shadows of the cell, he spots red pairs of eyes in the corner of his eye. "Ah!" the white-haired man yells as he rushes forward at the silhouette, who calmly leaps to his feet and sidesteps a punch meant for his face. He snatches the outstretched arm and throws the older man onto the ground, laying him there. The brown-eyed boy grabs his target by the head, lifting it off the ground and wrapping his arm around his neck, and Mizuki claws at the boy's arms in a desperate attempt to break free, tightens his hold, and twists his former academy teacher's neck until an audible snap rings out and Mizuki's body goes limp. Shadow gently places him down and gets to his feet, stares at the silent Mizuki for a few seconds before turning and making his way to the steel door while navigating a series of hand signs. Time to leave. Compound of the Uchiha clan. With her mother busy in the kitchen and neither her father nor brother home yet, Satsuki answers the knock by walking to the front door, turning the knob and pulling the door open, and shouting, "Coming." "Oh." Satsuki stammers out, "Hi," her cheeks flushed as her eyes meet those deep cerulean blue ones. With a slight smile, Naruto answers, "Hey, your brother needed a ride home." Her eyes finally meet Sasuke's, and she becomes even more enraged that she didn't see her brother until he pointed out that her twin was on his back. She says, "Come in," and opens the door, stepping aside to let him in. Naruto notes his own bewilderment at his reaction to seeing his female teammate, and the slight smile on his face vanishes. After taking off his shoes, he enters through the door while Satsuki, her brother still on his back, moves aside to make room for him. He enters the house and looks around, taking in the opulent and majestic interior design that complements the exterior architecture, which is particularly striking given the other compound's remarkable construction. He watches in secret admiration. This was even more impressive than the Hokage's compound, which was a blatant demonstration of wealth and luxury. And Naruto, who has been sleeping under trees for cover for the great majority of his nights since he turned 5, was astounded by a house of this caliber. The blonde hears a female voice call out, "Satsuki, who's at the door?" followed by footsteps. A dark-haired woman with long, straight black hair that forms bangs on either side of her fair-skinned face and roughly frames her cheeks and eyebrows stops in front of the two as she emerges from another room wearing an apron, a dark purple blouse, and a red plum skirt. Makoto joyfully exclaims, "Naruto," upon seeing the oldest child of her best friend. Naruto formally bows his head in response to the Uchiha matriarch's greeting, "Evening, Lady Makoto." As she watches, Makoto is a little surprised that she hasn't seen Kushina's oldest child in years. Not since. Kushina's other three all called her Aunt Makoto, referring to her as family because she was close to their mother as a sister and had seen them grow up. On reflection, this is Naruto's first visit to the compound since he was around 5 years old, even though they had all been there and stayed over many times before. To her dismay, Fugaku had only confirmed the rumors she had heard, that the boy had packed his things and left his family's house, without sharing much more. For the past few weeks, Kushina has consistently disappeared, so there hasn't been a chance to ask the redhead what was going on. Looking at her son's back, where his clothes are filthy and his body has a good number of bruises, she remarks, "I see you're with Sasuke." As she approaches the blonde with her son on his back, her smile turns into a worried expression. "Is everything okay? What happened?" she asks. "We were training," Naruto replies plainly, glancing at the unconscious boy on his back before turning back to face the boy's mother, who is now in front of him. "And he took a knock. Nothing severe, I assure you." Makoto looks up and down at the blonde's response and raises an eyebrow, asking, "Really?" The blonde's body showed no signs of combat, not even a single scratch, bruise, or dirt particle. Fugaku wasn't overstating the skills of his male students. Raising her own eyebrow, Satsuki watches Naruto. She is not shocked that the blonde easily defeated her brother, but rather that they had practiced together. Her eyebrow drops as she considers what most likely transpired. Naruto would never have gone in search of Sasuke, or anyone, really. Given what he heard from Dad and me, Sasuke must have gone in search of Naruto to fight him. That's what her twin brother would be like. When he encountered someone who was stronger than him or rivaled him, he would do everything in his power to match and outperform them because he was driven to become the best. This mindset had led to years of rivalry between him and Menma, as well as a close friendship that is now non-existent. Although she remembers being superior to Sasuke at one point and that she and he were once equals, she now realizes that her sibling has outperformed her, albeit only slightly. As gifted as he is, this fact stems as much from Sasuke's ferocious will and desire for strength as it does from his innate talent. But maybe her new eyes will help bridge the gap. Well, okay then, Makoto says, her voice still full of worry. The woman from Uchiha walks away and then turns her head. I'll check on Sasuke in a few moments, but first I need to check on the food. Satsuki, show Naruto to Sasuke's room, she says. Makoto asks, you'll be joining us for dinner, right? For a brief moment, Naruto's eyebrows lift. The blonde is about to say, I'd rather N, when the door behind him opens. He looks back and sees his Jonin leader entering the house. Fugaku remarks, he will be joining us. I insist, as he looks directly at the blonde boy and smiles slightly. Naruto sighs inwardly as his mouth opens and closes. There's no use in arguing if it's Fugaku. Training Area 11 with logs scattered in front of her and fragments and hard lumps of dirt in between. Kaori collapses to her knees, struggling to breathe. Sweat-soaked, her clothes cling to her body. She leans over to support herself, placing her hands on the floor. The feeling of tears stinging her eyes causes her to close them tightly. The blue-haired Kunoichi collects dirt particles in her palms and clenches her hands into fists. As a large white snake slithers up her body and wraps itself around her, causing her to shake like a leaf in the wind, a young girl, approximately 7 or 8 years old, with black eyes and light blue hair tied in a spiky ponytail, stands motionless with a horrified expression on her face. Gee! Before she can even say anything, the breath escapes her body and she falls forward, thumping to the ground beneath the starry night sky. In the hidden leaf, elsewhere, the old man sits alone at the table and looks to his left at the breathtaking view of the village from the top of the restaurant. His black suit matches the dark glasses covering his eyes and the fedora hat on top of his head. His ears pick up the sound of footsteps approaching his position, but his eyes remain fixed on the scenery. He turns to see a young man with brown hair slicked back and a sharply dressed appearance. Without saying a word, the man sits across from Danzo and sets the silver platter on the table in his right hand. At last, Danzo looks at Hisateru, who is seated back in his waiter disguise. He utters the casual phrase, "Mission accomplished, old man," as he lifts the silver platter's lid and takes out a pair of chopsticks, separating them. As the boy pulls the platter of food he ordered and starts eating idly, Danzo observes. Danzo looks at the boy from behind his dark shades and muses, quite quick. So Mizuki is dead? Affirmative. Hisateru responds, ruffling his own hair with one hand in an effort to restore its typical spiky appearance. He is eager to remove this foolish dye. I see. And you ensured not to leave any trace of distinctive evidence? Asks the elderly gentleman. The old man watches in silence as the boy responds with a deadpan expression, expressing how insulted he feels by the question, and then proceeds with the meal in front of him. In his final moments, Hisateru remarks after a brief period of silence, aside from the sound of his eating, he seemed rattled. Talking to himself, seeing things, displaying paranoia. His psychological state was obviously unstable. It's possible that the T&I department may have broken him before I got to him, he muses nonchalantly, focusing entirely on his extraordinarily delicious meal rather than looking up at the elderly man. He must visit this location himself at some point. Perhaps. Perhaps not. That is of no concern to us. He knew nothing of the Foundation and any affiliation or ties we may have had to his master. The client's request was the elimination of Mizuki. That has been done and the payment for our services has been given, he states plainly. Hisateru briefly raises an eyebrow in curiosity as he looks up from his platter. What had the old man demanded, or rather, what had Orochimaru offered, in return for the accomplishment of this mission? Cash? Essential when managing a top-secret organization of black military operatives, but Gramps has plenty of it and wouldn't miss a chance to use the snake for financial gain. He decides to work on that later in his mind. His work is done, and that's what matters. Furthermore, there won't be a chance to recover any information from Mizuki's remains. Intel is difficult to extract from ashes, as far as he is aware. With his chin resting on his interlocked hands, one of which is concealed by a black glove that appears to extend up his sleeve, Danzo asks, "You understand that this doesn't count as an official mission report, right?" He observes as Hisateru stuffs his mouth with the last of the food on the platter. "I understand." He stands up and says, "I'll do that tomorrow. I'm exhausted, Gramps. See ya." He yells as he runs to the rooftop dining area's edge and jumps off, disguise and all, vanishing in a puff of smoke. "Hey!" Danzo yells in vain as the boy suddenly walks away. He looks back at the plate of food he ordered, which is completely gone. He shakes his head and lets out a deep sigh. He says to himself, "There's a lot to be desired, but you're coming along nicely," before turning his head and fixing his shaded eyes once more on the expansive view of his house. Compound Uchiha. The boy's eyelids flutter and rise, and he lets out a groan. Once more, Sasuke's eyes are met with his bedroom's white ceiling. He tilts his head to the left, observing the night sky outside his bedroom window. What is the duration of his unconsciousness? Wincing at the pain in his jaw, he reaches for his face and touches it, noting that the bandages have now covered the cuts and bruises all over his body. He keeps gazing thoughtfully at the night sky outside the window. A fist rushing at his face in the fading light was the last thing he recalled. He had been Naruto, is what Sasuke says aloud to himself. He had been easily defeated by Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Balling his fists in a display of arrogant annoyance, Sasuke remains on his back. They had completely outmatched him. He had landed one measly and ultimately ineffective kick and hadn't landed a scratch on his flesh. Wincing in agony once more, he puts a hand to his aching stomach and pushes himself up into a sitting position while placing his hands on either side of himself. What gives that guy his strength? How and why had he concealed this talent for so long? He differs from his brother, or sisters. He's different, Uchiha says to himself, squinting his eyes. Alongside Naruto, Fugaku, who has requested a private conversation with Naruto, walks beside him with his hands in his pockets. With only the chirping of crickets to break the eerie silence, Naruto surveys the compound. Through the windows, he observes the silent, dark interiors of every house they pass, gazing thoughtfully. The two are silent until Fugaku says, "You remind me of my son." Naruto turns to face his sensei, an eyebrow raised thoughtfully. "Who is he?" Fugaku looks at his student and says, "Well, technically he was my nephew, but he and his older brother became mine after his father, who was my elder brother, and his mother passed away." Fugaku looks up at the sky and says, "His name was Shisui." Naruto can quickly recognize the name. The teleporter Shisui. Known to be the second strongest member of the Uchiha clan at the time of his death, after the man who currently walks beside Naruto, he was one of the most formidable shinobi the Leaf had seen in recent memory. He turns his head and looks at his student once more. "I guess he was a little more of a joker than you at times, but aside from that, you two are pretty alike," he says. He decides that opening up to the boy is the best way to let him be honest and open with him. Unsure of what to say, Naruto turns his head away and gives his sensei a silent glance. "I know about Mizuki." The words cause the blonde to stop dead in his tracks. He doesn't become alarmed as he looks thoughtfully at the ground. He had been waiting for this in silence. He hadn't thought Mizuki would be honest. The humiliation of the demon brat defeating him and possibly receiving praise is not something he would have desired, perhaps. Furthermore, Naruto would have hoped that there wouldn't be any hard proof linking him to the Chunin's arrest even if the rogue Chunin had spoken the truth and Naruto had denied it. However, this is problematic. If Mizuki had been completely honest, then failing to disclose Orochimaru's role in the scheme to steal the Forbidden Scroll could and would have been seen as wrongdoing. After a few seconds of silence, Naruto says, "I see." His head lifts to gaze at the Uchiha. The blonde asks, "So I take it the Hokage knows as well?" With a slight smile on his lips and Naruto's eyebrows raised in surprise, Fugaku states, "He knows what he needs to, including Orochimaru's involvement. But as for who stopped Mizuki, his interrogator unfortunately just couldn't find that out." Fugaku approaches the boy and stands in front of him. Feeling as though he is getting closer to the information he needs, Fugaku asks, "Tell me, Naruto, why didn't you tell your father the truth?" Knowing where this is headed, Naruto shrugs inwardly. He doesn't care because he isn't divulging any private information that might be used against him in this situation. "Because I couldn't put it past Lord Hokage and other circles linked to him to assume I was complicit and act on said suspicions. Because I don't trust him," responds clearly. Fugaku narrows his eyes thoughtfully. He believes that the boy has no faith in anyone, including his fellow fighters. Nevertheless, he keeps digging. The Jonin asks, "Why don't you trust your father?" The blonde answers alongside Menma in a show of agility. The boy with the red and black hair skids and rolls before leaping to his feet. At once, the final 7 clones charge at him. He also rushes in their direction. He lowers his head, avoiding one of its kicks, then punches it after sweeping its other leg out from under it. The other 6 jump on him, dogpiling on top of him, as it bursts into a cloud of smoke. He closes his eyes beneath the pile, remains motionless for a second, and then they open, his pupils turning into slits and his once purple eyes turning red. In an amazing display of strength, he pushes the clones away and rises. He attacks each one of them one by one, scars and bruises and all, using single blows until they are all gone and he is standing by himself in the training ground under the stars. With his eyes now back to normal, he lifts his right hand and examines it in the dark before clenching it into a fist. "You've become stronger, then. Well, I can also get stronger. Much more powerful. You simply wait. I'll be with you. At last, you will be compelled to acknowledge me as you lie at my feet." He leaps away and lands atop the tallest tree he can see, giving him a clear view of the Hokage monument, which is even visible from this location. He yells, "I will be the greatest," and slams his fist into the air. Compound of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku looks at Naruto blankly as he says, "That is the truth, sensei. I won't try to prove anything to you. Whether you choose to believe me or not is your choice. I've simply told you because as my sensei as well as someone I've come to respect, I feel the need to answer and be honest to your question." Naruto says to the mute head of the Uchiha clan. He keeps walking. As he leaves, he says, "I'm sorry, but I just can't join your family for dinner." Fugaku stops his student in his tracks when he says, "I won't stand here and claim I understand precisely what you've experienced. That would be a lie." The patriarch of Uchiha says, "All the pain that you've endured has taught you to be weary of those around you, hasn't it?" The blonde doesn't have to say anything in response to his sensei's question. Naruto's eyes enlarge at the Uchiha's perceptive observations as he continues, "It's clear. In obvious ways, like your refusal to give away any information about your skills to subtle ones, like the way your eyes are always moving over your surroundings alertly even in the calmest moments with comrades near you." As he watches the blonde boy with his back to him, he says, "Naruto, respect isn't enough. Strength isn't enough. Not for me, you, or anybody. Sooner or later, you're going to have to start trusting me as your sensei. Trusting your comrades. Trusting those close to you." After a few moments of silence, his pupil finally speaks. He says simply, "Have a good night, Fugaku-sensei," and then he vanishes in a flash. The home of Uzumaki Namikaze, but Mom, Menma clutches the chair he's pulled out and begs. With her hair hanging from her head in 9 tendril-like bunches as if it were living on its own, Kushina responds, "But nothing menma. You're not eating at my table until you're clean. Have you caught a whiff of your own stench?" The other 4 people in the room are sweating as they watch this scene. Kakashi observes the scene and then turns to face his sensei, who laughs as his pupil gives him a look that conveys. The masked shinobi says to himself, "You sure know how to pick sensei," before turning to face the scene, fearing that the redhead had somehow heard him. When a newcomer enters the living room, everyone's attention is drawn to the entrance. "Uncle Fugaku," Menma says upon seeing Sasuke's father and Satsuki. Kushina smiles and says, "Fugaku, what a pleasant surprise. Have you come to join us?" Fugaku gives her a brief glance while maintaining his customary stern demeanor, and then turns to face Minato. "He told me everything. Naruto told me everything," he says. Minato's head hangs in shame after his eyes widen for a moment. Yayoi feels the sting of tears in her eyes once more as Mito and Kushina follow suit. Kakashi, meanwhile, observes this scene with a raised eyebrow and a narrowed eye in wonder and bewilderment. HMPH. "And just what did that lying loser say to you?" Menma grumbles. Kushina silences him by slapping him over the head while he yells in agony. As if the boy's words and the slap he received hadn't even registered, Fugaku keeps his gaze fixed on the Hokage. Still hoping for his friend, he asks despite knowing the answer and seeing the shame on the blonde's face. Calmly, he demands, "Is it true?" Minato doesn't say anything in response to the Uchiha. The blonde Hokage gets to his feet and approaches the Jonin. Minato stops in front of Fugaku and asks, "He spoke to you? He spoke to you openly and honestly? How did? What exactly did Minato asks in a desperate voice, but the man in front of him interrupts him. With the Hokage's head lowering in shame once more, the Jonin says, "Under normal circumstances I would just be letting you know how bitterly disappointed I am in you as a friend." Before cocking his fist back and hurling it forward at his friend's face, Fugaku says, "But that boy is my student. Which means he's one of my own. So telling you I'm disappointed, unfortunately, is not all I'm obliged to do." Seeing the punch coming, Minato does not dodge, instead, he remains motionless. This is something he deserves. He is thrown backwards and onto his back when the fist strikes his cheek. For a brief moment, the room is filled with a shocked silence. It is abruptly broken when Menma yells angrily and lunges at the Uchiha. However, he doesn't get close because he lands on his stomach on the floor with a thud, both hands pinned behind his back, and Kakashi kneeling over him on one knee, holding him down. "Bastard. Do you have any idea whose house this is? That's the Hokage. Let me go, big bro Kakashi. Let me teach this asshole a lesson. Kick his ass, dad." Beneath Kakashi, Menma shouts angrily while struggling in vain. The masked ninja sighs to himself as he observes the scene with composure. Fugaku Uchiha was the only person who could have the gall to enter the Hokage's house and punch him in front of his family. He glances at his sensei, who purposefully took the blow and maintains his composure. He trusts his teacher to handle himself, but he is always prepared to step in if things get too heated and incapacitate the struggling boy below him. Still ignoring the yelling child, Fugaku keeps his gaze fixed on Minato. As Minato falls, Kushina shouts his name, rushes to his side, and kneels down to see how he's doing. She clenches her jaw and gets to confront her husband's assailant, only to be confronted by Minato, who is suddenly standing in front of her with her hands raised. He says firmly, "No, don't do anything stupid." Minato, he see? The words, "It's nothing. I deserve a whole lot more," make his wife look down once more, her eyes welling up with tears. The scene adds to the mountain of guilt that is already engulfing him. He says, "Fugaku I," and turns to find his friend gone. Behind him, he can clearly hear his wife sobbing and trembling, and he lets out a sigh. Having to turn around and confront his responsibility is painful. In a puff of smoke, he sees an Anbu shinobi in the traditional kneeling pose. "Lord Hokage. I have some urgent news." Time jump, 6 days later. The foundation of all warfare is deception. Therefore, we must appear incapable of attacking when we are able to do so, inactive when employing our forces. Close to the enemy, we must give the impression that we are far away, and far away, we must give the impression that we are close. After closing the book, Naruto puts it on his freshly made bed. When he returns, he will read more, as he has done innumerable times. He gets up and moves toward the door of his bedroom. After 6 full days off, he will be meeting his team today. Yesterday morning, a messenger hawk left a message on his balcony asking him to report for duty as usual. Naruto had done some training during his vacation, but regrettably not much hard labor. Space is the cause. He had spent most of these days cooped up in his apartment. Unfortunately, Satsuki's brother had chosen to break their agreement and had returned to find him. Naruto, not in the mood to deal with him, had left his training ground as soon as he sensed his chakra signature approaching the first time. On the second occasion, the day immediately following, he realized that Sasuke was not going to abandon him, so he decided to avoid the training ground for the time being. Fortunately, the boy is unaware of his residence, as there would be trouble if Sasuke were to knock on his door. He closes his bedroom door behind him, locking it, scoffing in a show of frustration at the predicament. "It irritates me." The blonde wants to keep training properly and was already struggling to choose whether to improve his kenjutsu, broaden his ninjutsu repertoire, or intensify his taijutsu practice. His strength and speed have been plateauing for a while, and he has recently been thinking about getting a special weapon of choice. This kind of annoyance is just needless. Hokage office. Hokage tower with all of the village's genin team's files organized on his desk, Minato relaxes. In contemplation, he rests his chin on his fist. Each Jonin sensei who is willing to let his or her team take part in the exams, which start in 7 days, must inform him or her team about the exams and give them time to decide whether or not to participate. Although he is permitted to refuse admission to some teams, he thinks the Jonin sensei in charge of the teams will make the majority of the decisions this year. He'll have the chance to closely observe some of the hidden sounds ninja during the exams. He has already started making plans to send Anbu agents into the land of rice in disguise as traders in the near future to collect intelligence. Perhaps having some of the sounds ninja in the village will help him understand the nature of the enemy. Following a successful interrogation, Fugaku informed him that the hidden sound was actually a network of labs and hiding places spread across the land of rice rather than a true hidden village. That would complicate information gathering. The original source could not be used. Even if there was more information that could be extracted from him, it is no longer feasible. An Anbu shinobi showed up to inform him that Mizuki had been killed in his cell, his body burned to a crisp, following the chaos that had taken place at his house a few days prior. Not a shred of evidence had been discovered yet that would identify the murderer. He or she had disappeared, either by entering the prison and departing later or by already being inside its boundaries. For Minato, the former seems a little unrealistic. No one has ever gotten past the security at the Hidden Leaf Strict Correctional Facility, either by breaking in or out. Since only a few of the guards are able to deactivate the chakra suppressors, none of the inmates could have carried out the act. He believes he will begin his investigation there. Minato knew exactly what had happened as soon as he heard it. The renegade Sanin had acted too late, but Orochimaru had taken action to safeguard the information pertaining to his operations. Later, he will worry about Fugaku. They are best friends. Together, they have experienced a great deal of upheaval in hell. Furthermore, he doesn't really need to apologize and patch things up with Fugaku. He sighs aloud to himself as he turns in his chair and looks out over the village. Ground of Training 12. The 3 students seated in front of Fugaku are his students. Still a little shocked, Ino repeats her sensei's words, the Chunin exams? That's right. These exams give all genin, those who take part anyhow, the chance to have their skills evaluated. Those who are assessed and judged by the examiners to have the necessary skills to be awarded an ascension in rank then become Chunin, shinobi who among other responsibilities, are allowed to lead their own squads on missions, Fugaku says in passing, knowing that his students are aware of the exams but merely following protocol. Now under normal circumstances, rookie genin teams do not compete, not because of any existing regulation, but because they're commonly seen as not being ready. But the 3 of you have shown yourselves to me as a unit of being capable of competing against shinobi above the level of genin, so I'm going to allow you the opportunity to enter. He looks on as a determined smirk appears on the expression of his daughter. He observes Naruto trying to maintain his characteristically expressionless face next to her, but he notices that his eyes are becoming more focused. Satsuki's excitement is overwhelming her. She has a great chance to practice and gain strength by competing against other ninja. Her aspirations would be greatly advanced if she became a Chunin. Despite his obvious efforts to remain calm, Naruto is excited. Fighting shinobi with varying arsenals from various villages in various countries. It almost makes him want to jump. It would be appreciated confirmation that he had advanced to new shinobi levels if he became a Chunin. It would indicate that he is one step closer to being able to actively pursue his goals and a stepping stone towards the heights he aspires to. Much of what Akisada knew was taught to him by his parents, and he passed that knowledge on to his kids. However, they were all dead. The person who did it was probably a very strong shinobi. To be ready to confront that threat when it materializes, he must continue to strengthen himself. Ino anxiously observes her teammates. These 2 have supported and assisted her throughout the entire process. She believes she is not prepared for this. Fugaku looks her in the eye and observes her response. Participation isn't obligatory. If any 1 or 2 of you feels you're not ready, you can refuse entry and the other 2 or 1 will compete. He says while gnashing his teeth. In order to qualify, all 3 must compete as a 3-man squad. He wants to make sure that none of them experience any pressure to compete. He then gives each of the 3 of them a set of forms to fill out in order to register for the event. The exams commence in 7 days. My responsibility is to notify the Hokage today of whether I have granted you permission to compete or not. Yours is to decide in the time between now and the day before the exams if you wish to participate. Of course, it's important you understand what this entails and the implications. The exams permit the use of lethal force and killing as well as other things standard under normal mission conditions. Competing will mean placing one's life on the line. He insists. Satsuki puts a hand on her female teammate's shoulder after finally noticing the look on her face. She looks reassuringly into her comrade's eyes and says, "Hey, we're in this together. We fight, fall, and win together." Glancing over, the Yamanaka smiles at her friend. It doesn't seem right for the 2 of them to enter without her present because she wants to strengthen herself so she can fight with her teammates. It seems to her that she would be abandoning them. She looks at her sensei, a Jonin. She says resolutely, "Fugaku-sensei, I'd like to enter." "So would I," Satsuki replies right away. The team's male genin is the center of attention. He declares, "I will be competing in the exams." Fugaku's face lights up a little. Hokage Tower, the office of the Hokage. With his back to his desk and his chair reclined, Minato observes the sunset. Hours ago, a meeting had been held to determine who would participate in the Chunin exams. In an intriguing development, practically every rookie team would be participating. Almost, since Team 12's Jonin captain had not attended the meeting. As soon as Minato lets out a sigh, he hears his door open. As he turns, he sees Fugaku enter and close the door. The Uchiha places 3 files on the desk after approaching it. I hereby grant permission for Genin Team 12 to compete in this year's Chunin selection exams, he says. Minato nods, unsurprised that Fugaku, like all the other Jonin sensei, doesn't feel the need to justify his choice. As Minato reclines in his chair and Fugaku stands with his hands in his pockets, an awkward silence descends upon the room. The blonde says, "Look, I understand don't." Fugaku cuts him off with a hand. "Don't explain yourself to me. I don't care about what happened the other night anymore. You and I go way back and I'm not willing to let it come between us. If you feel angry about it, then so be it. I just needed to make you understand as a brother, the weight of your actions. And I can't apologize for that," Fugaku responds. Minato sighs again after listening with a blank expression on his face. He gives himself a smile. Even after all these years, Fugaku remains one of the few people he knows who does not consider him to be the Yellow Flash, or the 4th Hokage. Who continues to regard him as Minato. Still remembers him as the lonely orphan child he used to feed in the academy when he was hungry and who he allowed to sleep in his room at his clan compound for months after he ended up losing his home. He gets to his feet and extends his hand to the Uchiha. Fugaku accepts it, and they exchange a smile and a handshake. Minato is committed to putting things right, one step at a time. After 7 days, Naruto strolls along the road. The day of their commencement had finally arrived, and he was heading to the academy, the first location for the exams. He is dressed as he usually is. Black tight-fitting jersey top with sleeves that fall just below the elbows, black Anbu pants tucked into combat tape wrapped around his legs, and black shinobi sandals with a golden lion's head displayed on the upper right sleeve. He is wearing a black sleeveless hoodie with a gold lining and an open zipper over this. This time, instead of wearing black wristbands, he decides to conceal his storage seal inside his jacket going forward. The element of surprise plays a crucial role. Naturally, his headband is still on his head despite everything. He hears someone shout, "Hey, let me go," from around the corner he's about to turn. He keeps up his usual pace and raises an eyebrow. He sees 6 people standing together as he turns the corner. He can quickly identify Ino as the first. 3 academy students, identified by the goggles on their heads, are younger than the others. He doesn't recognize the last 2. The male is holding one of the 3 academy students by the rumple of his shirt, while the female is holding the other. Both appear to be quite young and wear the Hidden Sands headbands. The blonde assumes they must be taking the exam. The male has a strange bandaged object on his back, purple paint on his face, and a black, baggy suit that resembles a cat. The woman is wearing a single light purple off-the-shoulder garment that reaches halfway down her thighs, with a red sash tied around her waist. She has teal eyes and sandy blonde hair tied in 4 pigtails. While her comrade's headband is tied around his head, hers is tied around her neck. Staying calm but prepared for battle, Naruto stretches his neck and rolls his shoulders. Then he feels it. In the tree above the scene, there is a very evil and dangerous chakra. To avoid letting the person who is obviously the biggest threat here know that he is aware of his presence, he keeps his gaze on those in front of him. When he stops in front of the group, everyone looks at him. "Naruto," Ino says in a relieved tone. She's pursuing a brat for making a disparaging remark about her attire 1 minute, and then he's crashed into and gotten into trouble with a foreign shinobi the next. Kankuro furrows his brow. "Who is this man?" Konohamaru's eyes enlarge slightly. "Brother, it's Big Brother. The one that everyone despises." When Tamari sees the newcomer, her heart skips a beat. His hair was golden blonde. His face was shaped like a heart. His eyes were a vivid cerulean blue that nearly paralyzed. Those lips are red by nature. When she sees this attractive man, she realizes her mouth is open a little and shuts it. "Naruto," she says again, echoing what the other leaf ninja had said to herself. Naruto nods in greeting to Ino, before turning to face the oddly attired man. He states quite plainly, "You should really let the kid go." Kankuro scoffs. "Who's gonna make me kid?" "You," he half teases. Naruto looks at the boy again, still fascinated by his odd clothing, and remarks, "I'm sure I'd have no trouble at all handling a professional circus act like you." While Ino and every other genin present laugh, including Tamari, to Konkuro's ire, Konkuro clenches his teeth in resentment at the children's insult. "What'd you say, y'all lit?" With a shrug, Naruto says, "Honestly, though, I'd be the least of your worries. Given the fact that kid you're manhandling there," he adds, gesturing to the boy in Konkuro's grasp, "is the grandson of the late third Hokage if I'm not mistaken." Tamari also gasps in surprise as Konkuro's jaw drops and his face appears to turn a shade paler. "Not too many people are gonna clap for that trick. Are you trying to cause an international incident?" he asks. Still in shock over the realization, Konkuro's hand is struck by a stone before he can let go of the brat. With a cry of agony, he lets go of the boy, who instantly flees and hides behind Naruto. Naruto sternly orders, "Leave now," without even looking at the three kids who are hiding behind him. Running down the path in the direction he came from, they comply. Angrily, Konkuro glances up at the tree above to see who threw the stone. Satsuki sits on a branch and holds another rock, saying, "Clown, you're a long way from home to be running around causing trouble." Satsuki merely raises an eyebrow at Konkuro, who smirks and looks up at him. "Huh?" Konkuro laughs, "Fights with smart-mouthed snot-nosed brats and smoking hot girls. Just what kind of place is this?" Naruto yells, "Satsuki, get down from there." The Uchiha, who isn't used to hearing him yell, widens his eyes. A low voice murmurs in Satsuki's ear, "Your blood smells delicious." With a swift reaction, the Uchiha leaps down from the tree and lands next to her teammates while gazing up at the tree with her kunai drawn. The two sand shinobi on the ground respond to the action by pulling off the big war fan on her back and holding it out in front of her at the ready while the male draws his own kunai. Ino also draws her own kunai, except for Naruto, who remains composed as before, hands in his pockets, eyes fixed on the tree, and no sign of concern for the shinobi in front of him with their weapons drawn. The two groups stand apart and glare at each other. With their weapons in hand, the two sand shinobi watch Naruto in wonder. He felt the presence of Gaara. Who exactly is this man? Konkuro asks himself. He felt Gaara. You mean Naruto of the Leaf? Tamari looks at the attractive blonde while repeating the name to herself so she won't forget it. From one of the tree branches, a figure stands upside down, his face hidden by the shadow of the tree. A male with fair skin, green eyes, and short, spiky auburn hair who appears to lack eyebrows and distinguishable pupils emerges as he leaps from the tree and lands in front of the two sand shinobi. His eyes are surrounded by black rings. In an odd-looking scar, the kanji for love is carved into the left side of his forehead. A large gourd is tied to the boy's back by a wide leather band that runs from his left shoulder to his right hip. He is dressed in a black full bodysuit with an open neck, short sleeves, and a white cloth draped over his right shoulder and down to his left hip. That leather band is tied to his headband. The redhead asks, "Konkuro, why are you being a nuisance?" while glaring directly at Naruto and not even looking at his countrymen. The redhead says, "You're a disgrace to our village," while maintaining eye contact with Naruto. When he stammers, "I'm sorry Gaara, I was Jay," he is interrupted. He turns to face his countrymen and says, "Shut up, or I'll kill you." Tamari and he both stiffen in terror. He turns back to the group and looks straight at Naruto, who gives him another blank stare. His eyes, they look exactly like, Gaara mutters to herself. When Naruto sees such icy, dark eyes, he thinks, those eyes. Naruto tells his teammates, "Let's go, we've wasted enough time." They nod. He starts to leave, but the redhead stops him as he tries to avoid the 3-4 ninja. The blonde is stopped in his tracks when Gaara says, "Wait." Gaara asks, "What is your name?" After raising an eyebrow, Naruto answers, "Naruto. My name is Naruto." The boy with red hair introduces himself as, "Naruto. I am Gaara of the desert." The sand shinobi says icily, with a spooky smile, "Mother is scared of you. She says you're dangerous. That your blood must be spilled. I will enjoy tasting it." The words of their teammates cause the two other sand shinobi's eyes to widen in surprise. "What? All right. Really? What on earth is this guy?" Gazing at Naruto in disbelief, Konkuro thinks. Tamari watches in disbelief as well, while Naruto's teammates watch in bewilderment and mild terror at the odd, intimidating red-haired ninja. Naruto makes notes to himself but doesn't react externally. "Mom, what does this man do? He's dangerous." The blonde leaves without saying anything more, with his teammates trailing behind. Academy of Leaf Shinobi. Just months after leaving the academy, the members of Team 12 are standing in front of the entrance, eager to embark on yet another significant chapter in their shinobi careers. Before nodding and entering, the three stand side by side and pause to meet each other's eyes. In the land of fire, somewhere some of the most expensive food in the world is spread out in front of 7 men dressed in black suits as they sit around a large table in a dimly lit, opulent-looking room. They ignore the opulent meal as they all sit back and gaze at one another. Behind each seated man are 2 additional men in their own black suits, all but one of whom are armed with katanas. 3 men occupy one side of the table, 3 more occupy the opposite side, and a 7th occupies the head of the table. There is an empty seat at the other end. Everyone in the room looks at it. In a tone that suggests the issue isn't at all troubling, one of the men seated says, "Always sad when a friend passes." Another asks in a tone of controlled rage, "Who was it? Who did this?" Inhaling the smoke from his cigar and letting it fly into the air above, the elderly man at the head of the table looks at the black-clad man to his right, the only one standing without a blade. His right eye is hidden by the blonde hair on his head. The man speaks in response. The man in the suit holds up his right hand, missing a pinky finger, to pull on his cigarette. The investigation Big Boss Mishima had us carry out in the Land of Waves over the past couple of weeks yielded some info on the culprit of Boss Gato's murder. Not much but some. Apparently a leaf ninja did the deed. A guy by the name of Naruto, a genin who supposedly never went by any last name during his time in the Land of Waves, the man continues. The room falls silent once more as everyone takes their time thinking of the name. Another of the men seated says, "Naruto? Never heard of him. I suppose it's not surprising since he is a mere genin." The suited man who had demanded Gato's killer's identity swears, "He's gonna pay. My men will make sure this, Naruto, is found and pays for my brother's life." The elderly man at the head of the table, who is identified as Mishima, states, "That was precisely what I was getting to." Speaking for the first time and grabbing everyone's attention, one of the men seated asks, "With all due respect, is this some sort of joke? For years Gato made a mockery of us, hiring common low-life dogs who know nothing of our ways and traditions to serve under him, making moves to seize opposition territories without authorization or consultation and sullying our honorable name, and you're suggesting we go out of our way to avenge the bastard?" he asks. Gato's brother stands up in a fit of rage and asks, "What did you just say, asshole?" Those standing respond by drawing their blades, while the other men stay seated. The room falls silent once more, and the tension is evident as Gato's brother looks down at the man who just spoke and who looks back casually, not at all intimidated. With composure but firmness, Mishima commands, "Kohei, sit down. Sheath your blades, all of you." After a brief pause, the man known as Kohei sits down, and all of the armed men in the room put their blades back in their sheaths. Mishima scans the room before continuing her conversation. As Kohei clenches his teeth and balls his fist, Mishima says, "This isn't just about Gato. Frankly, I don't care about avenging him. The loss of his life means nothing to me." Mishima looks around the room at each of the seated men, cigar in hand, much like their attention, and says, "This is about the integrity and the honor of the organization. If one of those who had a seat at the table is killed so easily and nothing is done about it, it will give the more opportunistic of those beneath us the impression that we've gone soft. That a seat at the table is simply for the taking. That is not acceptable. My sources tell me that negotiations between the Leaf and the Land of Waves to begin a formal alliance and trading relationship are all but concluded. The Land of Waves is thus now essentially under the Leaf's protection and out of our hands, and as we speak lower-tier outsider-run gangs, despite being warned not to do anything stupid, are anxiously eyeing up the other territories Gato left behind. It's paramount, gentlemen, that at a time as uncertain as this, we send the right message to the rest of the underworld. That the Yakuza are still the only top dogs and that anyone who crosses us pays." Mishima keeps going. He turns to Gato's critic and says, "So for revenge's sake," while glancing at Kohei. "Or honor Sake," he adds. He says, "Or both. Naruto of the Leaf must die. Find out all there is to know about this, Naruto. I want to know exactly what we are dealing with before we strike," he says, turning his head to face the male to his right once more. The blonde male nods in agreement. Like many of the men seated here, Gato's life had been the subject of numerous attempts in the past, some of which had been made by these very men. Every attempt had been unsuccessful. Many, Naruto, of the Leaf have failed, but this one succeeded. Before taking any action, He wants to learn as much as he can. Although there isn't any concrete proof, he has a gut instinct that has been refined through years of fighting and living on the streets. They won't be dealing with just any person. Hidden Leaf Village. Academy of Ninjas. After entering the building, Team 12 stops when they notice a lot of noise. Before two Chunin, who are identifiable to Team 12, a sizable genin group stands. A female leaf genin with two buns on top of her head, wearing a pink sleeveless keep-out top and navy pants, cries, "Hey, let us in. We're here to compete." As she steps forward, one of the Chunin backhands her and she recoils. Tenten. Another leaf genin, a male, rushes to her side in alarm. He has a bowl-style haircut, bushy eyebrows, and is dressed in a green jumpsuit, orange leg warmers, and a lot of combat tape around his arms. The other genin stiffens in discomfort and mutters nervously as Katestu scoffs, "Ha, pathetic. If you can't even take that, then you don't stand a chance in these exams," he says. Naruto ignores the commotion as his gaze focuses on the sign above the door that the two Chunin are blocking. Satsuki is already staring at him when he turns to face her. Inwardly impressed, he nods in return to her nod. She was more aware of the genjutsu than he was. He looks over at Ino, who is scanning the scene ahead. She nods at the two and turns her head as well. The three then move past the group and head for the stairs, which lead to the actual exam location. Exam location for Chunin at Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy. A voice says, "So you guys are here too," from behind Menma. When the boy looks away from his sisters, he sees his teammates on either side of him, along with his best friend and partner on top of his head. Menma joyfully says, "Bro," as the two give each other a fist bump. He says, "Hey Akamaru," to the Inuzuka's partner, who responds with a bark. Him Menma, Mito, Yayoi. Hinata calls out shyly, blushing and trying to avoid making eye contact. Mito smiles and nods in agreement as Yayoi cheerfully returns the greeting, "Good to see you guys here." Shino remarks, "I guess it's not surprising to see you three here." An Aburame clan member responds, "You are, after all, the strongest rookie team the village has to offer." Kiba shakes his head and scoffs, "Geez Shino, way to kiss the opposition's ass." Shino only twitches his eyebrow in apparent response. Isn't he speaking the truth? Menma reassures, "There is no question about it. Our goal is to win, nothing else." Two out of the three females in the group watch and shake their heads as the two friends start arguing about how much farther one will go than the other. In the meantime, Shino watches as one of his insects, in a well-known display of anxiety and excitement, flies off the back of his hand and around. His insects only respond to one chakra in this way. The Aburame tells himself, "He's here." He hears a high-pitched scream fill the room as he raises his head to look around, and everyone turns. He is surrounded by a blurred purple figure that rushes past him and hits Menma. Ino joyfully clings to him and says, "Menma, I missed you so much." "Hey Ino." Menma replies nonchalantly, giving the hug back for a brief moment before releasing it while continuing to glance around. If Ino is present, it indicates that he can see her standing at the doorway of the room, looking as beautiful as ever, her brown eyes catching his attention even from a distance. He notices him standing beside her and frowns. When the red and black-haired boy releases her, Ino opens her eyes and looks to see where he is looking. She feels a sharp pain when she notices his gaze on her female teammate at the door, across the room. Menma is clearly still as enamored of Satsuki as ever. He is not to blame. After all, Satsuki is the most attractive girl in the entire village for their age group. She also has no animosity toward her friend. However, seeing him gaze at someone else in that way still hurts. The way she desires his attention. With Satsuki and Naruto as the double doors close behind Naruto and Satsuki, many of the other genin in the room continue to glare at the recently arrived Team 12 in an effort to scare the rookies. Naruto's gaze moves across the room. He and Satsuki both calmly face their stares before leaning against the wall with his hands in his pockets after taking a few steps. His eyebrows briefly lift in surprise at the girl's decision to stay with him rather than go off with Ino to the other rookie genin who are gathered in a group as he turns to see Satsuki walk and stand close to him. He tries to hide his reaction, but she notices it and asks, "Is something wrong?" "No, nothing," is his reply. Genin and other leaf rookies. As Team 10 joins them, Shikamaru tells the group, "What a drag. You guys are here too." With her arms still around Menma, Ino rolls her eyes and remarks, "Gosh, Shikamaru, you haven't changed at all. You're still a lazy ass as always." Shikamaru glances at the Yamanaka holding onto Menma before turning to face the boy with the red and black hair, who appears to be focused on something else and has his eyes fixed on the opposite side of the room. When Shikamaru follows the gaze, he sees the other two Team 12 members standing together. Well, by the looks of it, you guys haven't changed much either, he responds. Shikamaru begins to say, is Team LA, but is interrupted when everyone turns to face the door and another Leaf team enters. Sasuke. Sakura joyfully shouts, leaping with delight. Shino's shaded gaze, meanwhile, is fixed on the black-clad, blonde Leaf ninja across the room. Shino glances down at his hands again and notices that some of his insects are flying and others are moving swiftly along them. He tries to soothe the creatures by infusing some of his own chakra. Your chakra appears to be as formidable as ever, Naruto. Alongside Team 11 still not over the ass kicking the Uchiha just received at the hands of that other strange-looking Leaf genin, Hisateru laughs to himself once more. He sighs to himself inwardly. The less enjoyable aspect of being undercover is this: being unable to consistently go all out and enjoy oneself. If only he could have taken that guy on himself. As Team 11 enters the exam room, Sasuke mutters curses to himself. Someone had beaten him. Embarrassed. Once more. Naruto first saw that strange-looking Lee man. To think that even he could be easily defeated by such amazing fighters in his own village. He questions how many other ninjas from other villages are present in this exact space. As soon as they enter, the three recognize the other Leaf rookie genin and approach them. With the group rookie genin. As Team 7 approaches the group, Sakura yells, Sasuke, and approaches the Uchiha boy. She looks at him adoringly and says, I just knew you were gonna be here. There's no way the strongest genin in the village wasn't gonna compete in the exams. The boy just stares back at her, blankly unresponsive. Hisateru laughs once more, and Sasuke turns to scowl at him. Hisateru laughs as Kaori rolls her eyes and says, yeah, the strongest genin in the village. Sasuke, here's, in a class of his own. Hisateru simply enjoys teasing Sasuke. In front of everyone, will she really have to separate these two? Ino tells the pink-haired Kunoichi that Sasuke's not the strongest billboard brow. As all of the rookies in attendance sigh collectively in anticipation of what lies ahead, Shikamaru says, oh boy, here we go, shaking his head. Sakura yells angrily, yes he is Ino pig, as she turns to face the Yamanaka, who at last releases Menma. She says, no, he's not, we get it. Menma and Sasuke are really cool, can you two pipe down? Kiba adds. Sakura is about to bite Kiba's head off as they both turn to face him, but Ino speaks before she can do so. As all of the rookies' eyes widen in shock at the blonde's statement, Ino finally gets the boy's attention by saying, Menma's not the strongest either. What? Kiba asks, perplexed and taken aback by the blonde's remarks, as he has always been enamored with his best friend. Then who is? Asks Yayoi. If anyone in our graduating class is the strongest genin in the village it's N. The conversation is interrupted by a voice saying, hey, you know you really shouldn't be attracting so much attention to yourselves. Everyone in the group looks at the newcomer. His headband identifies him as one of their fellow Leaf citizens. He has onyx eyes with black-rimmed round glasses over them, and ash-gray hair pulled back in a ponytail. He is dressed in dark purple pants with a white cloth waistband, a white undershirt, and a dark purple shirt with a high collar. He has armored plates on the back of his hands and fingerless gloves that match the color of his pants. And just what's it got to do with you? Ino huffs as he asks the stranger. You're the rookies, right? Fresh out of the academy. Take a look around. You've made quite the impression, the gray-haired young male says, drawing the genin's attention to their surroundings. Sorry, the newcomer laughs, I meant no offense, just looking out for some fellow Leaf ninja. With the majority of the genin in the room glaring and staring down at them, the genin finally turn to face themselves and realize that the noise their group has been making has drawn some unwanted attention. As a result of the glares, Hinata, Choji, Sakura, and Ino shift uneasily and become anxious. Mito crosses her arms without expressing any other emotion, and Yayoi just huffs. While Shikamaru maintains his signature casual expression, Shino shows no visible response at all. In his own words, man, what a drag, Kiba complains, nice work, Ino and Sakura. The Uchiha are unfazed by the glares, and Sasuke's face stays expressionless. Hisateru laughs a little. Cute, he remarks mockingly. However, he questions how many of these men will pose a threat. Menma meets the glares as she turns around and surveys the room. The boy with the red and black hair asks loudly, anybody here got a problem? With all eyes on him, the room becomes quiet. His foot slams into the floor in front of him. If anybody in here has a problem with me or any of the people standing behind me, step right up right now and let's solve it, he yells. Menma scoffs as the room stays quiet. He turns back to face the group of rookies and says, "Bunch of posing cowards." Ino yells in awe, "Gosh Menma, you're so cool," as Shikamaru's eyebrow quivers. With a frustrated gesture, he drags his palm down his face and asks, "That's your big solution? Making things worse?" With Team Guy. As he sits with his teammates, who have all arrived covertly by teleportation to avoid drawing attention to themselves, a boy in his early teens with long dark brown hair and white eyes with a faint lavender tint asks, say isn't that the other, Rookie of the Year?" Indeed. He is one of the famed, Hero 3 of the Leaf. Lee responds to his teammate, son of the 4th Hokage. "I look forward to testing the limits of my youth against him," Lee says. Eyes on the black and red-haired boy, a few foreign shinobi overhearing him and gasping and murmuring in shock. Neji simply grunts, eyes also intently on the boy. Lee, as usual, prepared for battle. Now he knows who the boy is. He is, in fact, the son of the 4th. Although the boys and their father are friends, they have never spent any time together. He comes off as very brazen. He questions whether the boy has the skills to back up what he says. Tenten asks, "So that's Menma Uzumaki Namikaze, huh?" With Kankuro, Tamari, and Gaara. Tamari just laughs at the display, seeing nothing more than a brat with a big mouth who wants to die. Kankuro looks at the boy with the red and black hair after he turns away once more and remarks, "Lot of loudmouths and smart asses in this village." He smirks and says, "At this point I'm itching to shut one up." When the Sand Shinobi turns to face his siblings, he sees Tamari crossing her arms and appearing unimpressed, while Gaara is staring straight ahead and not at all interested in the boy. When Kankuro follows the redhead's gaze, two of the Leaf Shinobi they had previously encountered appear. "Hey, that Naruto guy is here," Kankuro reflects as he turns back to face the redhead, who is still ogling him without giving him any attention. Alongside Satsuki and Naruto. Following the boy's outburst, Satsuki remarks, "It's honestly strange remembering sometimes that you and Menma are actually brothers." Naruto chooses not to answer her and remains silent. After speaking to each other since entering the venue, the two stand silently once more. Satsuki watches in confusion and then realization as Naruto closes his eyes for 2 seconds to infuse his chakra. His head turns to face the rear of the classroom as his eyelids lift. 2 teal orbs lock with his cerulean ones. The red-haired Sand Shinobi he had met earlier in the day is the owner of them. The two look at one another, and Satsuki can see where he's looking by following his gaze. Satsuki narrows his eyes and remarks, "That guy. Something about him seems like trouble. A different kind of trouble." Naruto turns to face his teammate after breaking eye contact with the Sand Shinobi. "Satsuki, if it happens that you come face to face with that Sand Shinobi, don't fight him," Naruto commands. When instructed what to do, the Uchiha girl crosses her arms and raises an eyebrow in a slight frown. With matter-of-fact tone, the brown-eyed girl says, "I can take care of myself, Naruto." He says, "I never questioned that be you," before Naruto vanishes in a black blur as his head abruptly turns toward the group of rookies, Sasuke following suit. In the meantime, Leaf Rookies Shikamaru exclaims, "Whoa, the guy's been on a B rank as a genin and never been injured," with the same astonishment that everyone else in the group appears to be experiencing after learning the details of the Sand Shinobi that Ino had inquired about. With wide eyes, Ino watches in disbelief. No, looking down at the information card, she thinks to herself, a little afraid, this guy is that strong. She recalls what he said when they first met him. "I must warn Naruto to be wary of this man. Is her teammate strong enough to compete with someone who has never been hurt? Is there anyone else you'd like to know about? I can provide you with intel on shinobi from pretty much any village, apart from the Hidden Sound. They're a small, young village from a relatively uninfluential nation, so I can't give you much on them," Kabuto replies. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," Sasuke says, drawing astonished glances from all of the rookies here. "All right," Kabuto says, rearranging his cards. He stops on the top card and spins it, causing 3 shinobi to suddenly spring in front of the group. Before Ino can react, a hand catches her by the arm and pulls her away as if she were a simple rag doll. As soon as Naruto detects and witnesses the sound ninja approaching the rookies, he dashes across the room, snatches Ino by the arm, leaps back, and throws her to the ground behind him, standing in front of her in a protective gesture. Yayoi, Mito, and Menma leap into a triangle with their backs to each other, while Hisateru leaps ahead of Kaori and pulls out a kunai while Sasuke flips out his own. Kabuto dodges a punch from one of the sound ninja and then the glass of his glasses breaks into two spider webs of shards, causing him to hunch over and clutch at his ears while he coughs up some bile and cries out in agony. Menma's fist to the face sends the masked sound ninja flying back, giving him little time to inspect his handiwork before he lands with an unceremoniously loud thud. His teammates watch in disbelief for a moment before trying to strike back in rage, but before they can do so, a puff of smoke fills the front of the class. All right. Listen up, you baby-faced degenerates. As the smoke clears, a male with facial scars wearing a bandana with the hidden leaf forehead protector on it is flanked by multiple leaf chunin. He looks at the group of leaf and sound ninja a few paces away and announces, "I am Ibiki Morino, proctor for the first round of the chunin selection exams. Participants and their teammates will be immediately disqualified for engaging in any unapproved combat." He says sharply, "This is the first and last warning any of you will receive." "Apologies, sir." Mito bows her head in apology on behalf of the Leaf Ninja group. After his teammates give him an arm each, Dosu, who has just sat up, frowns and narrows his eyes at Menma, who is no longer even glancing at him. The three of them then leave. Zaku promises, "That brat's gonna pay. His time is coming. Do not be concerned. However, did you notice how quickly that blonde man moved? Watch him closely," he says, glancing at his teammates who nod in agreement on either side of him. The heads of the group turn to watch in disbelief as Naruto turns to face Ino and tucks the two kunai in each hand back into his weapons pouch. "How are you?" The blonde nods and takes his hand as he helps her up, but her face is marked with disappointment because she had once again found herself in the middle of a confrontation and needed assistance from a teammate. Watching with awe and sadness on her face, Yayoi witnesses her brother reach out and assist his teammate, a kind deed she has never witnessed him attempt. She laments inwardly, "Big brother didn't even look at us, he was only concerned about protecting Ino." Menma watches in stunned silence. The red and black-haired boy asks himself incredulously, "And no way. That speed, how did he do that?" As he watches the boy extend his hand to Ino, his eyebrows going up in bewilderment. Is Naruto defending someone? But Naruto doesn't care about anyone, and he never has. What is going on here? With Ino following, Naruto turns and starts to walk back to Satsuki, passing the group as if they weren't there. As her teammates approach her after pulling out their own kunai and moving toward the group upon noticing the disturbance, Satsuki deactivates her Sharingan and puts it back in her weapons pouch. "How are you all doing?" The two nod in agreement as she asks, "What just took place?" She turns to Ino and asks, "I'm not sure. Something about the hidden sound was mentioned by that Kabuto guy. They appeared out of nowhere." The Yamanaka replies, "They must have been offended," and she turns to face Kabuto, who is now being attended to by Mito and Yayoi. Naruto looks around the group and notices that everyone is staring at him in astonishment and shock, with the exception of two people. Sasuke, who is glaring at him with knowledge, and he notices that Menma is standing close to Mito, Yayoi, and Kabuto, a single fist clenched, glaring at him. Naruto calmly meets his gaze, then turns and leaves without saying anything. "Are you certain that a medical ninja is not necessary?" Mito queries. "Really, I'm all right," the gray-haired young man says, "thank you." He looks at the blonde boy wearing black as he leaves the group, seeing him clearly through the holes that the glass of his rimmed spectacles used to occupy, and narrows his eyes thoughtfully. "With Team Guy? What amazing speed. Who is that?" Lee slams a fist onto the desk he is sitting on and yells in shock and delight. Tenten remains silent as he observes. She thinks in shock, "No way. He's just as fast as Lee, if not faster. How did he react that quick?" Neji narrows her eyes as she looks at the blonde boy. "He appears to be someone you know, is that not the case?" "That boy is it. The one everyone in the village. So then," he says, mentally assembling the puzzle. Neji's eyes narrow in thought as he says, "He's the loud one's brother. The second son of the fourth. On closer inspection, isn't the blonde older? Even more upsetting, though, is that he knows the blonde to be an untalented shinobi, the worst of his generation. Even the most talented of genin among a class of graduates aren't anywhere near that level of speed and reactivity. With Kankuro, Tamari, and Gaara, Kankuro's jaw drops open in shock. Not at all. I was looking at him, he says, I didn't even see him move. His gaze remains fixed on the blonde wearing black. After noticing that her siblings were staring at something, Tamari noticed the blonde from earlier and watched with a similar expression. The only thing that had changed before he'd abruptly been on the other side of the room was his head turning sharply toward the leaf and sound skirmish before it had even started. Gaara also observes Naruto, whose breathing has obviously increased. A faint smile appears on his lips, one that his teammates glance at and tremble a little at. The red-haired boy licks his lips, his eyes briefly closing so that he can almost taste it, then opens them and locks onto the blonde once more. Alongside Ibiki. All right. Quit talking. Now, each of you will be drawn at random and given a seat, which you will occupy for the duration of the exam's first round, Ibiki declares. Alongside Fugaku. As the wind howls, Fugaku stands silently in front of the memorial stone, placing the bouquet of flowers he is holding against the monument, his gaze fixed on it despite the appearance of a familiar figure beside him. He turns his head to the left and sees Kakashi standing beside him as a calm voice says, "Long time no see." Before lowering his head back to the monument, the Uchiha returns the greeting, saying, "Not too long though, has it, Kakashi?" One thing is certain, though, that his own interest in his sensei's eldest child has grown even more. Kakashi looks down at the monument as well, and the two stand together for a few silent moments. He decides not to ask his second teacher about his argument with his first sensei because it's really none of his business. "Tell me, Sasuke, how are you doing?" With a brief smile on Kakashi's mask-clad face, the Uchiha head asks. He's doing great. In fact, he seems even more driven these days. Despite how absurd it may sound, he is training even harder than before. I believe that Sharingan has ignited a fire beneath him by waking his sister. He is making every effort to avoid falling behind. However, there might be more to it, Kakashi remarks as Fugaku's gaze stays fixed on one of the names in the list. I understand. I take it that you have faith in your group. Fugaku turns to face the masked Jonin, who gives him a meek scratch on the back of his head in return. The two of them laugh together. To which Kakashi replies simply, "I believe in them. Fugaku-sensei, they're very similar to the three of us from that time. It's strange," he says solemnly as he looks down at the monument once more, a faint smile spreading across Fugaku's lips. He can understand Kakashi seeing a part of himself in Sasuke. In fact, he does, too. But to think that there is someone on Kakashi's team who is even remotely similar to Obito. He is eager to meet that person and find out how they perform on the tests. How about yours? Fugaku glances up at his son's best friend before turning back to face the memorial stone as the masked ninja asks questions. My group? With a sly smile on his face, he replies, "Just you wait and see." This piques the copy ninja's curiosity. Exam location. Leaf Ninja Academy. Right, is how Ibiki addresses the genin seated in the room. He says, the first round of the Chunin selection exams, as he surveys the eager faces staring back at him from around the room, begins now. The proctor, in what appears to be pleasure to the blonde, stands in agonizing silence, soaking up every ounce of attention from the cadet ninja, seated in their assigned seats in the room, while Naruto sits back with his hands in his pockets as a silence of anticipation fills the room. The genin's eyes remain fixed on the exam proctor, ignoring the girl next to him who keeps turning her head to look at him. He had always been quiet and distant, but not in the same way. Previously, there had been a gentleness to his reserved nature that had always captivated her. She can still clearly recall the first time she'd seen the black clothing and ironclad thousand-yard gaze that had come to define him. Yayoi looks to her left for the umpteenth time to look at her brother, the blonde boy staring ahead, having not spared her even a glance since he first sat down next to her. Rewind. A crack of thunder and a flash of lightning illuminate the dark hallway leading to her room, and Yayoi jumps with a little fright, the loud sound and bright light dispelling her drowsiness and revealing the figure approaching her down the hallway. She lets out a sigh of relief upon realizing that the figure is her older sibling, back in the flesh for the first time in days. Amazingly, he had visited the academy on the first day after emerging from his coma, and he hasn't been seen by anyone since. She watches him walk towards her, a shaft of light from the window on the right of the corridor shining down on his soaked figure, and she gasps at how much weight he's lost, his usual orange and blue gear missing, replaced by a black long-sleeved shirt and pants. She feels a little panicked inside as she considers what she said to him for a moment. She wants to hear his voice and know that he is all right, and she won't be disrespectful to him this time or disparage him in an attempt to get his attention or provoke a response. You're there, as they get within a few steps of one another, she says. Naruto. Where in the world have you been? Parents have been extremely anxious. You just got out of the hospital. She spits out, pausing as the slender blonde boy, his eyes shaded by his damp hair, keeps moving forward as if her words haven't registered, passing her as if she hadn't been there at all. Yayoi, starting to get frustrated, snatches the boy by the collar from behind. As you always do, I won't just let you leave and ignore me, she says firmly. Where do you get away with ignoring our feelings about you? Will you ever care about us again? She begs, her eyes watering, still holding on to his collar, and his head slowly turns to meet her desperate gaze. The blonde's own icy, chilling gaze deprives her of the will to move, and she then notices the single teardrop running down his right cheek. The blonde girl asks herself, his eyes. They're different. Naruto. What's happened to you? As a flash of lightning strikes the corridor once more, she swears for a split second that his eyes' cerulean blue and whites change to a bright, glowing white that is reminiscent of the lightning flashing in the night sky outside. His eyes return to their deep, cold stare, and Yayoi is frozen by it. He turns his head once more and keeps walking down the corridor without saying a word. The flashback is over. Yayoi's mouth opens, but nothing comes out of it as her attention is still directed elsewhere. As the Chunin arranged on either side of the room begin to distribute papers to the genin, Ibiki says, the first round of these exams will be a written exam consisting of 10 questions. The exam's rules are as follows. Rule 1. There are 10 questions, each worth 1 point. If a question is answered incorrectly, 1 point is deducted. Rule 2. Any cheating offense will result in a 2-point deduction. If the maximum of 10 points has been used up, disqualification will occur. And Rule 3. Any participant found to have scored 0 points, whether through disqualification or another means, will fail along with their teammates. Ibiki says, to a commotion. He commands the genin to silence, and they do so. You will have 1 hour to complete the exam. The 10th question will be given verbally 45 minutes into the exam. Your time starts now. Alongside Naruto. The clock on the wall at the front of the classroom reads 10 on the dot. The paper in front of him is picked up by Naruto, who flips it over. He looks at it for a few seconds. He reads it a second time, then sits forward with his eyes closed and his chin resting on his interlocked hands. Genin-level theory is not what this is. Some of these questions would actually be difficult for the majority of Chunin-level ninja. With his eyelids raised and his gaze darting around the room and up at the ceiling, Naruto analyzes a maximum of 5-point deductions for cheating offenses instead of immediate disqualification. And theory practically impossible for Genin-level ninja to understand. Information gathering, huh? All right, then. Alongside Ino. Sensei only forbade her from using it in actual combat situations, so this was perfectly acceptable. Ino smirks to herself once more, squealing inwardly as she memorizes the final portion of Billboard Brow's work. Of course, Forehead, having the large brain she does, had made relatively easy work of the exam paper, and taking control of her body had proven no trouble at all. Come on guys, we've got this, she says to herself, knowing that her teammates are already working to find the answers. Alongside Satsuki. With her Sharingan eyes fixed intently on an exam taker a few rows ahead of her, Satsuki reflects, you always did spend so much time trying to master your theory. Perhaps that's why you couldn't defeat me, she thinks. She says to herself, no. That's not it. In any case, you've turned out to be useful, Mito, as her Sharingan fills her exam paper with answers by effortlessly copying the redhead meter's pen strokes away from her. Alongside Naruto. Team 43, don't succeed, the voice of another Chunin proctor yells. Team 37 did not succeed, someone else yells. As a projectile flies by and embeds itself in the desk behind him, Naruto remains motionless and looks down to see a leaf genin in distress, gazing down at the kunai that protrudes through his desk and paper. Team 21 is a failure. The blonde waits patiently while cracking his knuckles and turning his head back to the front. Ibiki observes the blonde's casual response, not tensing up or recoiling in the slightest during the performance, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. He looks at the genin, calm and collected, having returned his focus to his test, and he thinks to himself, that kunai could have killed him and yet. Using the shadow clone of Naruto sensing the chakra signature he's searching for directly below him, he says to himself, here. Reaching into the shadows for his weapons pouch, he pulls out a kunai. He infuses some wind-style chakra, cutting a small circle with it as he runs it along the length of the blades and stabs it into the bottom section of the vent. He then infuses chakra into his other hand's finger, placing it on the piece of surface he's cutting. The blonde pulls his finger away, the circle sticking to it, and sets it aside. He then reaches into his pouch once more and takes out a circular piece of glass, framed by a circular piece of black steel. He brings it up to his eye, leveling it with the hole, and looks down into the exam venue, past a head of red hair tied in a ponytail, to find an exam paper with nearly all of the questions answered. He then begins to memorize it. Alongside Naruto, he picks up his pen and fills in all the answers he hasn't been able to provide as a wave of memories hits him. Alongside Menma. As he writes down the remaining answers, Menma smirks to himself, thinking that with Mito on their team and their level of communication, they could never fail this exam. He just hopes that Yayoi can stay focused and that being next to him won't distract her. Menma taps his pencil a few times, the sound reverberating throughout the quiet room, no one paying any attention. 2 minutes later, he hears the responding set of taps come from his sister rows down. In the meantime, Neji the Hyuga genin stops in his tracks, gasping in wonder at what has captured his attention as Neji's gaze flickers across the room, Byakugan active and looking for answers. Neji focuses on one person in particular, whose chakra radiates a snow-white color, in contrast to all the other people in the room, whose chakra shines a blue hue as it flows through their bodies. As he looks at the blonde boy in black once more, the shock makes Neji let go of his pencil for a moment, causing the genin sitting next to him to raise an eyebrow. He flares his chakra, trying to release any genjutsu, but none appears to have been cast. The Hyuga asks itself, what? Just what kind of chakra is that? Just. What exactly is he? Alongside Naruto. Naruto sits with his chin resting on his interlocked hands, and he can feel a few pairs of eyes on him now, though he's not quite sure where they're in the room. His own performance earlier in that sound and leaf skirmish must have drawn some attention, which is not to the boy's liking, because he would have much preferred to be a complete mystery at this point in the exams. It was far more advantageous, but as soon as he realized that Ino might be in danger, there had been no time to think, and his body had reacted on its own to protect the girl. Why? It would have been much more like him to sit back and amuse himself by watching the two groups fight while gathering intelligence, which is probably what he was going to do anyhow after ensuring Ino was safe. Why? His own voice asks, echoing the question in his mind. He tries to stop thinking about the question, but it doesn't help. The thought of not being completely conscious or understanding of his own actions makes the blonde sour. He frowns to himself at the idea and shakes his head silently, trying harder this time to get the thought out of his head. Ino is a teammate, and since her presence is essential to the team's progress through the exams, it was imperative that she be protected because anything that happened to her would have hurt the team's chances of passing the tests. His reasoning had been instinctive in the heat of that skirmish, but that was all it was. Reasoning. Yes, that was the reason he had acted so quickly to keep her safe. Alongside Ibiki. Examinees are watching with almost tangible anticipation as Ibiki says, "Okay, it's time for the 10th question to be given." The Jonin snicker at this announcement. He goes on, drawing several raised eyebrows and perplexed looks in response, but first, you will each be given the opportunity to decide whether or not you wish to answer this question. Ibiki changes the confusion into a mix of shock, incredulity, and indignation as he announces, "Please note 2 rules in relation to this question. First, participants who choose not to attempt the 10th question will automatically forfeit all points and be disqualified along with their teammates, and secondly, those who answer the 10th question incorrectly will also automatically forfeit all points and as well as failing the exam, will be barred from ever competing in the Chunin exams again." The crowd erupts in cheers, and several competitors get up from their seats. Alongside Naruto. As the room erupts in protests and outbursts, he remains seated, waiting for the commotion to subside so he can answer the 10th question. In any case, the blonde doesn't believe the proctor's announcement for a moment. He thinks it's stupid to quit when failure isn't certain. Remain quiet. Ibiki issues a severe warning. I'll fail anyone who refuses to cooperate immediately. The genin who are protesting reluctantly silence themselves and take their seats. Raise your hands if you don't want to answer the 10th question. For a few minutes, the venue is silent. There are murmurs as some genin slowly raise their hands, and more as the minutes go by. Chunin exam proctors approach the genin, asking for their team numbers and calling out to the teammates of those who forfeit to leave the venue with their squadmates. Many wipe tears from their eyes, while others curse one another, looking on the verge of exchanging fists as they leave the room. Naruto watches casually, arms crossed, not expecting either of his teammates to quit, but he is not sure that they will all find the answer either. He turns his head and raises an eyebrow as he notices the girl next to him raise her hand. Alongside Ino as she looks around the room, she sees other genin leaving, and she looks down to see her own hands shaking. Damn it, the Yamanaka curses to herself, swallowing the lump in her throat and closing her eyes, almost begging to whatever supernatural force she can. Alongside Satsuki with her jaw clenched in anticipation, Satsuki leans forward and stares intently at the exam proctor, her eyes darting occasionally at those who get up and walk away. Alongside Yayoi with all of the participants still seated, turning their heads, and some gasping in recognition of the hero Kunoichi, Yayoi's hand shakily rises before suddenly balling into a fist and swinging down, colliding with her desk as she stands up. "I don't care what you threaten me with," Yayoi yells, her voice filling the quiet room and grabbing everyone's attention. "You'll have to try harder than to get me to quit. I'll never give up, so it's meaningless," she shouts. "As soon as possible, ask your question." With her hair falling in 9 tendril-like bunches from her head, she yells. Ibiki's eyebrows briefly lift in surprise at the outburst before a tiny smile and a chuckle appear on his lips. He reflects, looks like the apple doesn't fall very far from the tree. He looks back up at the blonde girl, scoffing to himself, wondering if she insists on igniting the competition. Naruto looks around the room, seeing expressions of fear and worry change with hope again. Before the Jonin speaks, there are a few more quiet moments. "Very well then," Ibiki says, "you all pass," to the Genin's silent astonishment. "We pass? But our exams haven't even been marked," Yayoi reiterates bewildered. Ibiki replies, "The written exams are a decoy. The first round of the exams was a written exam, but instead of testing knowledge, it tested 2 skills that are essential for ninjas. The first is your ability to gather intelligence. In order to force each of you to use your skills to gather information while maintaining stealth, as you will have to on active duty, the first 9 questions were based on ninja theory that was beyond even Chunin's level. According to Ibiki, those who were caught cheating for the most allowed offenses demonstrated that they were unable to perform at the level necessary to be a Chunin. The second is your fortitude. The 10th question put this to the test. As a shinobi, you will come across situations where the odds are stacked against you. Being resilient in those circumstances, never sacrificing one's allies, and giving their all for the mission is a crucial aspect of being a Chunin." He concludes by looking at Yayoi, who gradually starts to smile as he finally starts to believe the scarred Jonin. Those who forfeited proved they don't possess said quality. "Well, that's it. Everyone is instructed to wait here until the proctor for the second." Ibiki isn't permitted to finish as the room bursts into a wild celebration as numerous genin enthusiastically applaud their promotion to the next exam round. The blonde boy rolls his shoulders in anticipation, thinking, "The first exam wasn't half bad, but I'm hoping for some combat in the next one." When Yayoi turns her head, she sees Mito and Menma approaching her. The 3 of them embrace and laugh together. She turns her head to see him still sitting without giving them a sidelong glance, and a brief smile disappears from her face. Her desire to get his attention and see her strength had motivated her to get up. She gives him a brief smile as she looks at him for a little while longer before turning back to face Mito and Menma. As she stated, she won't give up until she is someone even he can be proud of. With a deadpan expression on his face, Ibiki stands in the front of the boisterous room. The fear he had evoked just a few moments before has vanished, and to make matters worse, there are still 84 people taking the test. Is he losing his touch? When he looks around among the happy genin, he notices 3 of the fourth's children embracing each other, and he notices the blonde one among them and he smirks. If there is a reason why so many people passed, it's probably her. He watches her turn her head to look at something for a few seconds, while she embraces her siblings. Ibiki follows her gaze and sees the blonde boy in black, the firstborn of the fourths, sitting nearby, arms crossed, wearing an expressionless expression, and giving his siblings as much attention as he would if he were a stranger. The scarred Jonin raises an eyebrow and frowns thoughtfully as he observes the blonde's deep, cold gaze. His thoughts come to a halt as smoke fills the front of the classroom and the sound of the window breaking muffles the joyous commotion. A voice shouts, "Now's no time to celebrate brats," and the smoke curtain lifts to reveal a slim young woman with light brown eyes and violet hair tied in a spiky ponytail. She is dressed in a dark orange miniskirt underneath a tan overcoat and a fitted mesh bodysuit from neck to thigh. Behind her, a banner that reads, "The Sexy and Single Enko Midarashi," is tied to 2 kunai. "I still have to worry about you." She introduces herself as Enko Midarashi, the proctor for the second Chunin exam round. Naruto sighs to himself as he observes the newcomer's arrival, hears her introduction, and reads the banner behind her. Another clown, fantastic. She looks around the room before turning to face Ibiki, who returns her gaze with the same deadpan expression, unimpressed by her impressive entrance. "What causes the large number? You passed how many brats?" She raises an eyebrow and asks her colleague. 84. is his straightforward reply, and the purple-haired ninja puts her hand to her chest in a mock shock gesture. 84. Oh my. Are you okay, old-timer? Do you need a seat? She teases. Perhaps some water, while the Jonin frowns back at her without admiration. Don't be concerned. Let me remind you how to do it. When I'm done with them, there will only be 20 of these brats left, at most, Enko says with a cunning smile as she turns to face the genin, some of whom tense up in alarm. She points to her entrance and says, all right, the location for your next test is Training Ground 44, which is close by, straight in that direction. We're supposed to meet there at 5 o'clock. She declares, be prompt or you will be failed, then turns to Ibiki, who gives him a cheeky smile before vanishing in a puff of smoke. Ibiki shakes his head and walks away, saying nothing more. As the room starts to empty, Naruto turns to see Satsuki coming toward him, followed closely by Ino, and they start walking toward the exit. So, how did you manage? Satsuki asks him, and the blonde raises an eyebrow in response to the ambiguous query. What should I do? He answers. Your shadow clone. How did you convey the data that was taken from Mito's paper? She continues, and Naruto's eyebrows lift slightly in recognition. For a brief moment, a smirk flashes across the boy's face as he remembers Satsuki using her Sharingan during the battle with those sound ninja. She must have known about the clone from that time. All of you are done. As they keep walking, Ino puts an arm around them both and exclaims. Satsuki acknowledges the Yamanaka with a smile before turning back to face her male teammate and waiting for a response. It's actually convenient that you bring it up. With the two kunoichi listening carefully, he says, it will be useful if the next exam is anything like what I'm expecting. In the village somewhere else. That's about it, really. With a half-empty plate in front of him, Kakashi says, the bit's worth going into detail about anyway, while Fugaku holds his chopsticks aside and works on his own meal. I admit that I'm a little worried. Sasuke might take rash actions because he is desperate to awaken his own Sharingan, Kakashi adds. Fugaku speaks while holding a piece of fish between chopsticks in front of his mouth and then swallowing it. Don't stress over Sasuke. Fugaku assures him, he knows who he has to answer to if he does anything stupid. Kakashi laughs a little in response, and the two sit in silence for a while before Kakashi decides he can't help himself. So, Sensei, tell me what you think of Naruto. The Uchiha takes another mouthful of food from his plate, speaks, and puts it in his mouth as Kakashi asks. Fugaku looks up from his plate at the masked ninja, chewing his food more slowly and thoughtfully. Well, between you and me, he says, then swallows, chews, and looks up at the masked ninja. Of all the shinobi I've ever laid eyes on, fought with and against, he has the most latent potential I've ever seen, he says plainly, causing Kakashi to gasp and drop the chopsticks he just picked up. The masked ninja looks at the Uchiha, who is still eating, his eyes wide, and waits for his mentor to say he's kidding, but then remembers that the man in front of him doesn't have a sense of humor, unlike his other teacher. Sensei, are you certain about what you just said? Kakashi says this, his voice becoming more solemn. Knowing that the younger Jonin is fishing, the head of the Uchiha clan says simply, you'll see it for yourself. Kakashi wants to know exactly what Naruto did to attract his attention. Ground of Training 44 Satsuki utters the words. I see, as Team 12 members join together, with all of the genin who passed the first exam in attendance. Sharing of memories and sensations, is her humble way of saying, is that the secret? Is that the source of your strength? With a hint of realization in her voice, Sasuke asks the blonde, and Ino leans in to hear his response. Naruto's face is expressionless and shows no signs of emotion. No, he answers, the shadow clone jutsu is a very useful tool. However, it's only for actual or hypothetical combat scenarios. The problematic aspect of his frequently expressionless manner is that, despite her improved ability to read him, it is still challenging. Abusing it would be counterintuitive, he says simply. Satsuki looks him up for a moment, but she sees no indication that he is lying. Knowing exactly what his teammates are thinking, Naruto goes on, it's a forbidden jutsu and for a reason. The drawback of working with Sharingan wielders is that, judging by the look in her eyes, she most likely already knows how to use it and possibly some of his other techniques. It needs a significant amount of chakra. Even for ninjas at the Jonin level. Any shinobi cannot use it, especially not in a casual manner. His teammates gasp in disbelief as he states, there are innumerable instances of shinobi dying from chakra exhaustion as a result of using it. I can utilize it more frequently because my chakra reserves are. His two teammates start to perspire at his attempt at discretion as he remarks, "Slightly abnormal." "Slightly abnormal, really?" Satsuki asks, raising an eyebrow. "Slightly abnormal," Ino replies inwardly, mimicking Satsuki's eyebrow twitch. "Isn't that an understatement? Gosh, does he always have to try to be so mysterious?" Alongside Anko, a voice in Anko's ear says, "Excuse me, Miss Proctor, I think you misplaced this." She swears at herself for almost gasping, and when she looks away from the brat in front of her, she sees an unusually long tongue wrapped around a kunai, apparently belonging to another genin, and swears again, wondering how the fuck did a genin manage to ambush her. As she returns the kunai, she smiles and says, "Thank you. Don't ever come up behind me again." Anko turns back to the loudmouth brat and finds him standing there, looking at the departing grass ninja, along with his teammates. "I won't be so kind next time," she says in a sickly sweet tone that doesn't seem to intimidate the genin at all, as he simply smiles back an eerie smile of his own and leaves. "Where was I now?" He takes a step back as she says, refocusing his attention. "Stop it, lady." Menma crosses his arms and sighs, "Start the exam and concentrate on your work now." Even though she would love to teach him some manners, it's time to start. Anko looks up at the sky to see where the sun is, and she realizes the brat has a point. "Brat, I'll see you later." She points the kunai at him and says, "You're dreaming if you think I'm finished with you." The boy sticks out his tongue in response, and Anko frowns before vanishing in a puff of smoke. "What an insane woman. Guys, am I correct?" Menma shakes his head, and when he turns around, he sees two fists hitting his skull. "You attempt to start a fight with every other genin first. You're attempting to pick a fight with the proctor now. What comes next? Give up being a clown." Of all the people to be placed on a three-man squad with, Mito chastises, as Menma, with a deadpan expression on his face, tends to the two large lumps his sisters left on his head. Alongside Team 11, when the renowned Forest of Death appears in front of Hisateru, he can hardly contain his smirk. He thinks to himself, almost giddy with anticipation, this is going to be good. The two boys exchange glances as Sasuke remarks, "Looks like the next exam is gonna be combat-based." Hisateru smirks, but Sasuke's face maintains its typical expression of blankness with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Kaori thinks to herself, well, as long as they're not fighting. Although they still butt heads occasionally, they are much less bickering, and she respects how strong they can be when tagging together. Sasuke looks at both of his teammates and says, "Be sure to keep an eye out for those sound ninja from earlier." They both nod in agreement. With Team Guy, with his arms folded and his eyes fixed intently on the ground, Neji declares, "I'm absolutely certain of what my Byakugan showed me. The youngest. Now I just have to confront him." Lee yells, clenching his fist and wearing a childlike grin of delight. "Lee, no way. Are you insane? Before the first exam, did you notice how quickly he moved?" Tenten chastises, looking around to see the blonde rookie in question talking to his teammates in the crowd. "We don't know what else he's capable of, even if you can match or even surpass his speed." With a harsh whisper, the kunoichi warns. "Yes, we don't. But fighting him is a good way to find out." Lee responds, but is cut off. "No. We'll try to find out more about him later if we can, but for now, we're to avoid him and his team at all costs," Neji says firmly, raising his head to meet his male teammate's eyes. The Uchiha and her Kekkei Genkai are one thing, but he could be one of the most dangerous people here, Neji adds, turning his head to gaze into those deep, cerulean, cold eyes. Alongside Anko, all of the genin assembled in front of the training ground pay attention as Anko blows a high-pitched whistle that reverberates through the forest behind the fence and sends birds soaring. "All right, welcome to Training Ground 44, also called the Forest of Death, the location for the second round of the Chunin exams." He lifts his head just enough to focus his cerulean eyes on the object of his attention, which is a blonde whose hair blends with the tanned grass as it calmly sips from a clear stream. The boy pushes himself off the grassy ground and releases the ninja tool, which flies in the direction of the antelope as a kunai flies through the air. The projectile embeds itself in the opposite river bank after gliding a millimeter beneath the animal's extended neck. The animal instantly leaps away from its unidentified predator, splattering water as it does so across the stream. A kunai sails past the boy's head, over the stream, and into the back of the antelope's head. The animal emerges on the other side to embed itself somewhere among the grass, and the boy tries to pursue, but he is only able to take one step before the beast falls to the ground in a silent heap. The boy lowers the outstretched hand from which the kunai had flown and turns angrily to glare daggers at his sensei. He yells angrily, "Hey, that was my hunt. I had him." The man's smile as he approaches Jim only makes him more irate. He asks in jest, "I'm sure you did. How long have you been chasing him again?" The boy's cheeks flush in shame, but he doesn't respond to the man's query. As he playfully touzles the blonde's hair, the man's smile grows wider. "You'll get one soon, don't worry," he assures, "and since he's your prey, you can carry him back up the mountain," Hisateru says, turning and walking away. The man laughs at the well-known taunts, "Lousy snowhead," as the boy turns away in a rage and approaches the dead animal. He looks over and sees the boy approaching the antelope that has been killed. He will soon get his own. He is progressing at an incredible rate. He coughs a few times and raises his hand to his mouth. His palm is smeared in red as he looks down at the hand. He glances at the boy standing over the antelope with his back to him as he swiftly stoops to wipe the blood onto the dirt. His chest pain is gradually intensifying to previously unheard of levels. Now it can't be too long. The flashback is over. The kunai buries itself in the beast's neck, killing it instantly, and the deer falls to the ground. From the shadows where the projectile originated, a black-clad figure slowly approaches the silent creature. A head of blonde hair is revealed when the hood is pulled back over the figure's head due to the wind. The figure stops in front of the silent animal, and the sun's rays shine on him through the dense canopy above. Rewind. This is the venue for the second round of the Chunin exams. Training Ground 44, also known as the Forest of Death, Enko announces, watching on with a gleeful smirk as the cadets stand in silent apprehension. For the second exam, you will be required to fight for survival in the forest for a period of 5 days while attempting to reach the tower in the center. Additionally, each team will be given one of a set of 2 scrolls, marked Heaven and Earth, and will have to acquire the other to qualify for the next round, by any means necessary, as well as reaching the tower with both scrolls unopened, with all 3 members of their squad present and accounted for. Failure to meet all of these conditions will mean failure of the exam, she says. The end of the flashback. The deer rests atop his shoulders as Naruto makes his way back to the location of his teammates. His expressionless face contorts into a frown as he detects 3 unfamiliar chakra signatures approaching the same location. He mutters a curse. He won't be able to return in time, particularly since he must first deal with the 3 people who have been observing him. He says casually, "Come out and let's get it over with." Immediately, 3 shinobi with hidden stone headbands surround him. They're all men. With a sly smile, one says, "Yup, no mistake. That's him." Another says, "Imagine our luck, guys. Forget Chunin, Lord Tsuchikage will have us promoted to Jonin when he hears about this." To the blonde's silent amusement, the 3 slowly circle him, treating him as if he were their prey. The first person to speak asks, "So you're the Yellow Flash's firstborn, huh?" Naruto just gives him a blank stare in return. A third says, "He asked you a question, kid. Talk." Another laughs and the other 2 laugh back. "The kid's scared. Lost your tongue, brat?" His response is straightforward. "My father died a long time ago, if that will get you to shut up." He drops his victim from his shoulders. As the 3 start to close in on him, the blonde's attitude remains casual. "Lying won't save you. We know exactly who you are. Fate's put you right into our hands. Try not to make too much of a mess, guys. We still have to take his head and check his body for a scroll after," the stone genin says. With Ino and Satsuki moving her head to the side, away from the fire that she and her teammates sit on either side of, under a darkening sky, Yamanaka says, "It's just scary sometimes. Realizing how far ahead you guys are of me," she adds solemnly, "I can't always be the one holding you back," as a frown crosses her face. "Ino," is the reply from the Uchiha. "You're not?" She pauses as the Yamanaka leaps to her feet with a kunai drawn. The 2 genin turn to watch their third teammate emerge from the tree shadows, while Satsuki stays seated. A fist slams into this face, sending the blonde back before he can finish. "Sorry guys, I couldn't find anything." He collapses and looks up, startled to see the female genin who was sitting just a moment before standing there, her fist outstretched, having just met his. He clutches at his face and demands, "What the hell are you doing?" "Naruto would never allow me to land a punch on him that easily," Satsuki states bluntly. "He definitely wouldn't go hunting and come back empty-handed either," she responds. He turns to face the other genin, who also comes toward him with a kunai. He responds with a smirk. His voice completely changes as he says, "Well, it was worth a shot. The hard way it is then." A cloud of smoke appears along with a sound that sounds like a tiny explosion. 3 hidden rain shinobi can be seen standing side by side as the smoke clears. As the hidden rain shinobi in the center says, "Let's have a look at that scroll, shall we?" Knowing full well that Naruto is carrying the team's scroll, Satsuki responds with a smirk. She challenges, "Come and take it." With a rush of shuriken, the 3 hidden rain ninja charge at the two. Running to meet the enemy halfway, the 2 leaf genin use their kunai to strike the projectiles away. With ease, Satsuki dodges a kunai slash and slams his fist into the shinobi's stomach, causing him to collide with his teammate behind him. Before melting into the water, the two landed in a pile. In the meantime, sparks fly when Ino's kunai collides with the 3rd rain ninja's. He lets out a loud cry in response to a strong kick to the knee that causes it to buckle. The male instantly dissolves into water as well as she does when she slashes her kunai across his chest. Out loud, Ino asks herself, "All clones huh?" Daiki curses to himself as he observes his clones being eliminated in a matter of seconds from the tops of the trees above. Oh no, it seems like these little bitches are capable of fighting. His eyes widen in shock as a voice breaks through his thoughts. "You know, for someone of your level to have the nerve to attack us alone, it's insulting." When he turns, he sees 2 red eyes, one on the left with a single tomo above the pupil and 2 on the right on either side. All he can do is watch as he is flung from the trees and lands viciously below, breaking some of his bones as 2 swift right hands collide with his face. While Satsuki leaps from the tree and lands upright above him, Ino walks to stand in front of her, above him, and he lies in an unconscious heap. With her eyes darting around, Yamanaka says, "He can't have been alone, surely." Satsuki frowns in offense as she looks down at him. "I'd like to think no." The Uchiha shoots a kunai past Ino's face, over the fire that has been extinguished by the Yamanaka to avoid drawing more attention, in the direction of another shadow that is beginning to appear. Despite the large animal on his shoulders, the figure effortlessly parries the projectile away after flipping out a kunai. "That's Naruto," she tells herself as Ino turns to see their male teammate approaching them once more while carrying a big deer on his shoulders. She urges him to stop right there, while pointing her kunai at him. The blonde obeys, appearing as unconcerned as she would like. Satsuki guarantees that it's him, Ino. She insists, "Let him give the code first." While Satsuki stays calm, Ino stiffens slightly in fear as Naruto drops the dead animal from his shoulders and reaches into his pockets. He pulls out 2 scrolls, both labeled, "Heaven," in each hand. As he gets closer, Ino lowers her kunai and smiles. "A great team is born from members who give everything for each other instead of for themselves," he says. The 3 rain shinobi now encircle him as he rises above the unconscious one. He says, "I see you had no trouble dealing with this one. I actually ran into his teammates on the way back," to which the 2 of them roll their eyes. Pulling a scroll from his earth bodysuit, Satsuki searches the ninja and says, "Neither of them had the scroll, which means it's on him." Ino exclaims eagerly, "We actually got both on the first day." Satsuki takes another look at the boy's hands. Satsuki asks, "Where did you get that second heaven scroll?" As his teammates start to perspire once more, he replies, "I bumped into some other candidates while I was hunting. I managed to snag it from them." Mr. Mysterious is there. No error exists. "It's him," Ino says to herself. With a similar deadpan expression, Satsuki tells herself, "That's the real Naruto, okay? But if our scroll is a heaven scroll and we already have the earth to accompany it, what's the point in having that?" Ino asks. Narrowing the competition is Naruto's straightforward response before turning and leaving. "If we can ensure one less team is able to advance, that'll immediately increase our own chances in the next round," he says. In addition to the 2 hidden rain ninja who had been nearby and were teammates of the unconscious one, he had also killed all 3 of those stone genin. As he effortlessly places the dead animal on his shoulders, he says, "This place has been compromised. Let's find somewhere else to camp for the night." His comrades comply, and the 3 leap away, leaving the injured and unconscious rain ninja alone, into the canopy above. As Team 12 gets ready to start moving again, Satsuki puts out the breakfast fire. As her blonde male teammate stretches, the Uchiha asks him, "Hey, why didn't you wake us up last night?" It was clear that the 3 had decided to take turns watching the camp. It was evident that Naruto had taken the first shift, which turned out to be the only one. He replies, blatantly lying, "I forgot. In any case I couldn't sleep anyway," as Ino moves to join them. She scowls and reprimands, "That won't do. You can't do everything by yourself. If one of us is tired, it puts us all at risk." The blonde holds back from rolling his eyes. He anticipates that she will be aware by now that his body differs from theirs. He turns and leaves, saying, "Well then, thankfully I'm not exhausted." Sasuke grits her teeth in exasperation, and Ino watches with concern as she sees the Uchiha's face. Besides, the night went by peacefully, according to him. Rewind: the hidden grass Genin's mouth is covered by a hand, and his eyes express his horror as he is pinned back against the tree, his teammates lying dead next to him just a few feet away. His eyes pierced the night with a pair of icy cerulean blue ones. As the owner of the eyes commands, "Hand me the scroll," with haste, the boy takes it out and hands it to her. One guy had taken them down. He didn't even attempt to summon his dozing teammates for assistance. He wishes this group had never been attacked. He'll regret that choice for the rest of his life, if he has one. His cries for said life are muffled when he is rendered unconscious by a severe neck chop. The end of the flashback. The blonde reflects, another Earth Scroll recovered, another team that won't be advancing. Alongside Team 11, where the freak of a grass ninja had just bitten him, a black pattern of 3 Tomo had appeared, and Kaori watched in horror as Sasuke writhed in agony, clutching at his neck. Her own body is covered in blood and bruises. Looking back at the devil-like woman, she sees that Sasuke's fire style has burned away the upper left portion of her face, exposing a pale layer of skin underneath and a golden eye with purple pigmentation around its contour. That eye is familiar to her. This child is going with me. As a white snake encircles Kaori's defenseless sister and her parents clutch her, holding her back, the strange man dressed in Jonin says, "Her gifts will be of great service to me." Tears are streaming down the faces of the 3. Gurren. The kunoichi's eyes sting from tears. She had been contemplating this moment for years, and now she finds herself in a helpless position. No, never again. I'm not going to be helpless again. The grass shinobi raises an eyebrow in response to the girl's loud cry, and then his eyes widen as a string of rose-colored crystal shards fly in his direction and lodge themselves across his stomach and chest. Kaori watches on in shock, looking down at her own outstretched hands from which the crystals had seemingly materialized. Before his body abruptly turns brown and melts into mud, the grass ninja staggers back in disbelief. That disgusting voice pierces her ear once more. "So it would seem you're not too different from your sister after all. How delectably interesting." She tries to spin around, but is stopped by a hard blow to the neck that makes her knees give way, and she falls unconscious against the tree branch she was standing on. After standing over her for a few seconds, the grass shinobi looks at the unconscious Uchiha a few feet away, who is grinning at the sight of the Tomo pattern on his neck. He appears to melt into the tree branch's wood, leaving the disabled genin there, but the smile stays. Alongside Hisateru. Hisateru is standing in front of the 2 snake summons that attacked him, separating him from Sasuke and Kaori, who are both lying lifeless in front of him. His face is marred by a look of deadly rage. Only 2 individuals possess the ability to call forth snakes in this world. That damned exam proctor must be responsible for this. If it isn't, then it must be. As he vanishes in a puff of black smoke, he says to himself, "There's only one way to find out." Alongside Team 12 as his team soars through the trees toward the tower in the middle of the forest, Naruto's eyes narrow. Something doesn't feel quite right. All he can hope is that, for once, his intuition is wrong. But how common is that? Alongside Anko is still on her hands and knees, frantically attempting to pull herself up, but her body is not cooperating. His laughter taunts her, escalating the pain in her aching neck. She lifts her face to meet those golden eyes and shivers as his icy cold hand reaches her chin. "Are you jealous?" he asks in jest. She responds with a wry smirk. "No, just amused. You and I both know that when Lord Fourth finds out you set foot back in the village, you're a dead man." Anko silently laughs at herself, enjoying whatever tiny triumph she can now have as the man's face goes blank. He starts to say, "Perhaps. Or perhaps not. But stops when he looks up and sees a cloud of black smoke. A boy with a leaf headband that conceals a shock of brown, spiky hair emerges from it. His outfit consists of a black tracksuit. As the stupid genin unexpectedly enters the scene, Anko screams in horror, "Hey! Get the hell out of here, you brat! Go!" The boy, who obviously has no idea who he is standing in front of, looks back at her with no fear in his eyes. Anko's body goes limp abruptly as the pale man chops her neck, sending her forward into a heap of unconsciousness. He smiles as he turns to face the newcomer. He smirks and says, "Look who it is. Danzo's boy in the flesh. You've grown," he muses, laughing. To get closer to the pallid man, Hisateru moves forward a few paces. He replies bluntly, "Snake. Just what are you doing back in the village? Did someone tell you the Hokage's dead, or are you just suicidal nowadays?" He asks sarcastically, his own smirk appearing on his lips as the pale man's smirk disappears once more. The boy keeps raising his hand, saying, "Don't answer that actually. I don't actually care." The boy with the brown hair says, "I'm just here to let you know, that if you come anywhere near my team again, you won't have to worry about the fourth cuz I'll kill you myself." His voice is unwavering and his expression turns serious once more, demonstrating his sincere belief in what he is saying. From the pale man comes a dark chuckle, "Is that so? If you only ever hear the truth once in your life, then that's it," says he. As he moves forward, the man asks, "How sweet." The spy cares for his teammates. "Do your new little friends know who you really are?" Hisateru doesn't show the slightest sign of fear. He stays motionless, his body totally at ease. The man approaches the boy and stands in front of him, squatting slightly so that their brown and golden eyes meet. "The fact that you were even able to track me down," he thinks. The curse mark had been the only thing that had allowed Anko to do so. With no answer from the boy, he says, "Not a shred of fear too. You're the real thing, boy. A true shinobi killer, aren't you? Made in your master's image. You and dear Sasuke will form quite the formidable partnership. Then of course there's that other little one and her Keke Genkai," he keeps saying. At the man's words, Hisateru narrows his eyes and stores the idea for later. The pale man is left to carry on with his work with the exam proctor after he turns and leaves. "Simply, you've been warned," he says, surrounded by a cloud of black smoke. As he exits the scene, he takes a black object out of his jacket. A black mask with a human skull design on it. It's time to communicate. The last of the black smoke lifts, revealing the boy gone, and a few rays of sunlight shine down on the pale man through the treetops. Before turning away, he turns to give the unconscious Anko one last glance. He appears to melt into the tree trunk of the branch he is standing on as he moves toward it, disappearing into the forest to find his next victim. Alongside Team 11 before it's too late, the female sound shinobi quickly seizes both of her wounded teammates and leaves the sizable group of Leaf Ninja. The dark chakra that had captured and possessed Sasuke appears to have retreated, but Kaori still clings to him. She implores, "Sasuke. Sasuke. Are you okay? Look at me. For help." The other Leaf Genin watches as the Uchiha tries to push himself up while the Kunoichi tries to hold him down. She scolds, "No, damn it, you're still injured, stupid." "That doesn't matter," he yells, raising his head, and for the second time in a row, the female Genin can only see true fear in his eyes. Faced with desperation, Sasuke yells, "We have to find Team 12. We have to find my sister now, Kaori." Alongside Team 12, leaping from tree branch to tree branch, Naruto, Sasuke, and Ino keep speeding through the forest toward their destination. Naruto's eyes enlarge abruptly, and the boy unleashes two kunai as a terrible gust of wind unexpectedly strikes them. After facing much more devastating wind-style jutsu, Naruto manages to withstand its force by focusing his chakra on his feet and securing himself to a tree branch. However, his teammates are unprepared and caught off guard, and they are separated from him after being carried away by the wind. When the blonde looks up, he sees two enormous snakes looming over him from the forest below. With his kunai in hand, they both lunge at him. As one of the enormous serpents slams through the tree branch he was just standing on, Naruto backflips away. The other opens its mouth and lunges for him. A clone materializes in front of him as he weaves a single sign. As the creature swallows the clone whole, the blonde jumps and pushes himself away from it by placing his feet on its back. A massive explosion from within the creature breaks it up into pieces as he lands with a release hand sign in place, reducing it to smithereens flying in all directions. As the blast's force burns the left side of its head, leaving it blind in one eye, the other hisses in pain and confusion and writhes. The creature, unable to respond, is somersaulting in midair above Naruto as he emerges from the little pillar of smoke that has formed. He swings his arms down, releasing two demon windmill shuriken that embed themselves on either side of its head, sending it down to the forest floor where it meets the ground in a dead heap before suddenly vanishing into thin air beneath a rapidly dissipating cloud of smoke. The boy pauses to look around before landing on another tree branch. Snake calls out. He wants to think that the noisy exam proctor is to blame, but she isn't permitted to meddle in the exam, so she wouldn't have used that wind-style jutsu to attack them. He's only ever heard of one other person with a snake summoning contract. He merely hopes that some genin have somehow gotten their hands on it and that his suspicions are unfounded. With a dark frown that partially obscures his icy blue eyes, he gazes into the depths of the forest where the wind gust originated before turning his head in the direction his teammates were blown. With Ino and Satsuki, the mere sight of the pale man in front of them causes the two genin to tremble and shake like leaves in the wind. He briefly removes his tongue from his mouth and licks his lips in a manner that is uncannily similar to that of the enormous serpent whose head he is standing on. As he leaves the creature's head and climbs onto a tree branch, the man thinks to himself, I guess since dear Sasuke burned my cover away, there's no point in trying to play pretend anymore. He is still wearing the grass headband. He speaks again, sighing to himself in a playful way as he brushes the side of the snake's head. Well, this is rather disappointing, he says, and the snake rises in response, approaching the paralyzed genin. I'll let you know that your brother fought much harder than this, dear Satsuki, the two genin finally said, exhaling as they did so. A massive fireball appears out of nowhere as the snake is closing in on them, striking the snake's head directly. Satsuki has thrown her head back and let go of the flame projectile from her mouth, and it hisses in pain as it drops to the forest floor below. Turning her head, Ino is shocked to see her teammate standing beside her. Her Sharingan is glowing in both eyes, and the fear that had been on her face just a moment before has completely vanished, replaced by a look of dark rage. Witnessing the scene, the pale man smiles with a dark glee. Oh, she must have roused hers before his. Fascinating. Also without any hand signals. That's what I came to see, indeed. The Uchiha looks directly into those golden eyes and asks, what did you just say about my brother? As the Uchiha approaches him, the man replies, Dear Sasuke proved quite the decent challenge, all things considered. I'm intrigued to see how you compare to him. With her eyes briefly hidden in shadow, she says softly, You dare touch my brother. The man continues, laughing ominously to himself, he's quite the young shinobi. Even though it will be quite agonizing, I'm confident he'll survive his injuries. Now of course we have to see how you fare. She repeats, You touched my brother, as her head rises to show that her left eye now has two tomo instead of the one it had previously, and both eyes now have two tomo. The man laughs inwardly with a dark glee at the sight. With the pale man still grinning, she says icily, If you touched my brother then this damned exam can wait, until you're dead. The smirk vanishes as the girl transforms into an apparition in front of him, and the man uses one hand to deflect a kunai that was headed for his back. He grabs her wrist with one hand and says, An impressive genjutsu, child. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree indeed. He looks into the young kunoichi's eyes and sees that, in fact, all of her fear has vanished, and she is glaring at him with a dark expression of rage that is burning in the red of her Sharingan. The girl is punched in the stomach as the male ducks under a kunai slash. She immediately throws the kunai in his face as she lunges back at him. Before deflecting a blow to the face, he nods his head to the side. Ino observes as Satsuki, as if suddenly, ignores the obvious fear that had seized them both and confronts this man. As the two engage in a barrage of attacks and taijutsu, the kunai Satsuki throws embeds itself in the wood directly next to her foot. She chastises herself, making herself pick up the kunai, saying, Damn it, here you are again, frozen like a frightened rabbit. She lifts it, piercing her own thigh's flesh. Get out of here, she chastises herself while sprinting in the direction of the two as they move faster than she does. The man kicks Satsuki to push him back. She can read my movements more accurately than Sasuke thanks to her more developed eyes. How enjoyable. He turns and easily smacks the wrist holding Ino's kunai away before slamming a punch into her face. To the man's silent astonishment and amusement, the Yamanaka seizes his arm and pulls him towards her while crouching low to strike his stomach with a fist. He seizes it and throws her to the ground after elbowing her in the back of the neck. As he feels wire tying his ankles together, he turns to see a fireball blaring in his direction. The enemy screams in pain as he passes over her, and Ino grits her teeth as the fireball's heat scrapes her back. In the opposite direction, he collides in a ball of flames with a tree. Satsuki turns to barely block a punch to her face, but just as she is about to punch back, Ino leaps to her feet. A viscous kick hits the side of the pale man's face and sends him flying, causing him to reel in shock. An actual kick that was painful. As he is launched into the air, he glimpses blonde hair. What a waste, no way. Naruto stands in front of Satsuki, his leg extended, and she is momentarily stunned. While weaving a series of hand signs, she turns her head to watch the pale man collide with another tree and then use his chakra to stand upright against it. She stiffens while Naruto stays calm and identifies their type, only for the man to halt in the middle. As the man maneuvers through the signs, getting ready to flee, he looks up and realizes he has misidentified his assailant. With a few exceptions, he smirks when he sees the nearly exact replica of a young Minato standing in front of him. These consist of the newcomer's entirely dark attire, the whisker lines on either side of his face, his dark eyebrows, and one of the coldest eyes he has ever seen. The two kunoichi tens while the boy stays motionless as the male shinobi smirks and leaps from tree branch to stand upright. He smirks as he recognizes the boy and says, well, one of Minato's litter, huh? You actually hit me. The old saying is proving to be true indeed. That boy is it. The individual who. Why Lord Fourth keeps him around is unknown. Don't be concerned about him. This is not the place for him. Eventually, he will undoubtedly be exiled. The man's golden eyes narrow on the black-clad boy, and his tongue drops out of his mouth once more, dangling from it. His chakra. The hair on my neck is standing on end. What is this? The ninja reflects as he looks down at his shaking hand and laughs to himself. He then turns to face the boy, who gives him a chilly look without displaying any signs of fear. His teammate's eyes dart a little at the remark, what chakra you have there, boy? Dare I say it doesn't feel human. I came for one prize, but why not look closely at another? He asks himself. With his eyes fixed on the enemy, Naruto calls out to his teammates, listen. I can buy some time, but the two of you need to get out of here now, he says, to which Satsuki laughs mockingly. With her own eyes fixed on the pale ninja, the Uchiha replies, there you go again, Mr. Arrive and save the damsels in distress. I'm not going anywhere. This bastard said he hurt my brother. I've got nowhere to be until he's dead, to hell with this exam. Well, there's no way I'm running away while the two of you stay here. Forget it, says Yamanaka. For a moment, Naruto's scowl of concentration gets deeper. Naruto looks down at the forest floor to another snake summon, still slowly burning away, now mostly ash, and says, listen, I said I'd only buy time, didn't I? 3-on-1 or 1-on-1. This isn't a fight we're going to win. He looks ahead and says, that contract once belonged to the Leaf and only one shinobi in recent history possessed it. The pale man smirks once more as he hears him say this. As his teammates gasp in disbelief, Naruto reveals, one of the 3 legendary Sannin, one who betrayed and left the Leaf. Orochimaru. With Kaori and Sasuke, the Uchiha shows a little annoyance at Kaori's question, you're sure he's after Satsuki? He says, I'm certain and I'm going after him, and Kaori can see the unwavering certainty in his eyes as she looks directly into them. To the surprise of the Uchiha, she grabs him by the arm and helps him up, saying, well then I guess I'm coming with you. Her tone is lighthearted but serious as she says, you'll have to toughen up and forget about those injuries for a moment, softy. As they listen to the conversation, the members of Team Guy and Team 8 turn to face each other. Shikamaru. Choji speaks out. Satsuki's in our graduating class. If someone wants to hurt her, we have to do something, he states. The Nara lets out a frustrated sigh. This is such a hassle. Their participation in this will essentially amount to shelving and possibly exam failure. However, they also can't do nothing. With resolute eyes, Lee exclaims, Neji, our devastatingly gorgeous Uchiha comrade is in danger, we must intervene. The group gasps in shock when Neji says, no, but Sasuke says, whatever this is, we can't allow ourselves to get dragged into it. We have a mission to complete and that's the exam. He turns and leaves. Lee exclaims, you would allow harm to come to a comrade knowing it can be prevented? With fury and incredulity. Lee clenches his fists as he observes Tenten trailing the Hyuga, saying, as long as the exam is underway, she's competition. If she's in danger, that's her teammate's problem. Sasuke states bluntly, I don't care if all of you help or none of you do. I will protect my sister. This stupid exam can go to hell for all. His eyes flash crimson red, and the mark on his neck briefly glows, causing Kaori to shudder. He looks over at the kunoichi. He touches the mark on his neck once more and says to her, I know where he is. Hopefully we can find him before he gets to her. And kill him. Sasuke says icily, and Kaori notices the change in his onyx eyes. His teammate follows him as he turns and jumps away, and Team 8 members follow suit. Neji turns to face the boy in green, who is staring at him defiantly, and commands, Lee, let's go. He defies, turning and leaving after saying, I'm sorry, Neji, but duty calls. The life of a comrade is in danger. Neji yells, Lee, stop messing around, in a rage. He says simply, flashing his signature smile. You won't pass without all three of us present in any case. Once I'm done saving Satsuki, I'll be right back. If you're not coming, you can wait for me here. Then he leaps away, following the departing group, leaving a seething Neji and a torn-looking Tenten. The Hyuga grudgingly follows the group, Tenten right behind him, and yells, "You damned fool." With Zaku, Dosu, and Kin. With Dosu and Zaku in each arm, Kin jumps from one tree branch to the next. While Zaku moans at the pain in his arms, she simply wants to make sure they're far enough away before stopping. Dosu says, "Damn it, just what the hell was that?" Kin swears to herself. They were fortunate to make it out alive, though she won't say it aloud. They must now admit their failure to Lord Orochimaru. A kunai burrows into a tree branch in front of her, bringing her thoughts to a grinding halt. She tries to avoid it as soon as she notices the explosive tag attached to it. She and her teammates are sent flying to the forest floor by the blast's force, where they are met with a hard landing and Zaku screaming in agony as his arm injuries worsen. Wood splinters and flame fly in all directions. Kin stands up fast, while her teammates struggle to get up, with Dosu doing better than Zaku. She observes as a tendril of fire suddenly emerges, creeping across the ground, encircling them in a wide ring of fire, and ascending some of the trees to create a towering wall of flames. She holds her kunai tightly, and Dosu does the same while Zaku continues to hold his arms. In the ring of flames, a silhouette emerges and approaches the group, with two people standing ready and the third person eventually standing up. The figure emerges by walking through the flames. It looks to be a man wearing black Anbu uniforms. His face is hidden behind a black mask shaped like a human skull, with a head of brown, spiky hair on top. His age seems to be about the same as theirs. Zaku snarls at the newcomer, "You chose the wrong team, little boy. I'm in a bad mood." The newcomer unsheaths a tanto and keeps walking in the direction of the three without answering. Without further invitation, the three sound ninja charge at the newcomer. Dosu's tanto clashes with the boy's kunai as he swings a punch at his face, which he easily avoids. The smirk that Dosu had hidden behind his mask vanishes, to be replaced by a look of surprise. "My arm of melody." "What?" A fist to the face knocks him back, stopping his train of thought. Kabuto squats down and grips his ears, coughing and squinting as the glass of his rimmed glasses breaks. After sidestepping Kin's kunai slash and putting a swift right hand in her face, the masked assailant kicks her hard in the stomach, sending her flying. Zaku raises his arm and lets out a loud cry, forcing himself to bear the pain as a jet of compressed air leaves his hand and barrels towards the attacker. Dosu looks to his male teammate and needs no warning as he leaps out of the way. As the attack crashes into the ground, the masked man merely cartwheels out of its path. Zaku keeps shooting at the assailant, who keeps slipping away with ease, and then retreats behind the flames. A series of tall shadows darting about in the trees above the circle of flames catch the sound ninja's attention, and their eyes dart around. Dosu observes angrily, "This bastard is toying with us." "Perceptive of you," is the voice's reply. He turns to see the masked ninja, who he mistakenly believed to be his own shadow, leap on him and bury the tanto in his chest before he can react. In unison, the sound shinobi's teammates exclaim, "Dosu," in horror. As Zaku raises both arms and launches twin jets of compressed air at the assailant, his horror turns to rage. The masked man merely tosses the stunned Dosu in the direction of the impending attack after removing his tanto. As a result, both of his teammates scream in horror as the sound shinobi is reduced to pieces by an explosion. With a cry of bloodlust, Zaku tries to strike once more. His arms reject his attempt, and he grips them tightly. He moans and tries to scream in agony, but his head rolls away from his shoulders, the tanto separating it from his body, robbing him of his voice. Kin is horrified to see both of her teammates perish just a few seconds apart in front of her. The masked assailant turns and approaches her composedly. She makes a succession of hand signs, as if her form were expanding with each one. Suddenly, more than 40 identical versions of the girl appear in front of the male, causing him to pause momentarily. After standing motionless for a few seconds, he charges ahead quickly and weaves through the copies. Kin can only watch in horror as the masked assailant calmly stands in front of her and buries the tanto in her own chest before she can react. She asks in horror, "How?" as a tiny trail of blood runs from her mouth. For the second time, he answers, "A hopeless tactic. Deception might be a mere tool for you, but it's my religion." Watching the girl fall to the ground in a silent heap, he removes the tanto from her body. After taking an earplug out of his ear and looking around for a while, he grabs the sound Kunoichi's body and pulls her in the direction of the other one and the remnants of the third. Alongside Team 12. Are you absolutely certain of that? Satsuki asks, maintaining her death gaze. Naruto adds, looking straight ahead at the man, he's clearly not a genin. The man starts laughing again. For the boy, the ninja's ability to conceal his presence from Naruto's senses is sufficient proof of his skill. His chakra is definitely cage level now that he can feel it directly. So you were able to deduce my identity, and it didn't take you any time at all dealing with my two other friends. You're becoming more and more intriguing by the second boy. I'm interested to see just how similar you are to your father, he says, the blonde's scowl deepening. Ino reiterates, if you guys aren't going, I'm not either. Naruto looks at her, then at Satsuki, who is still gritting his teeth and hasn't moved. Oh no, these two. His thoughts are interrupted when he notices the renegade shinobi approaching them at a leisurely pace, signaling him to charge. With the kunoichi trailing behind, he rushes in the direction of the male, generating 2 kunai. Orochimaru fires his own lone kunai, sparks flying from the weapons as they collide. He kicks her in the air after dodging a kunai slash from the Yamanaka and another from the Uchiha. With a kunai aimed at his throat, the boy keeps driving at him. He opens his mouth to parry this. When a Satsuki approaches, a snake emerges from it to encircle her leg, swinging and flinging her into the air. She twists in midair while navigating a series of hand signals. As the two male shinobi engage in a kenjutsu battle, the Uchiha's signature technique, fire style, Fireball Jutsu, shoots out of her mouth and descends from above towards them. The rogue ninja raises an eyebrow in mild amusement at the boy's remarkable strength as Naruto grabs the man's wrist to stop a kunai from thrusting towards his chest. Orochimaru's eyes widen a little as he hears another Justu name called out, but Naruto holds on tight. Wind style. Wind Orb Jutsu, is called out by a near-identical boy who launches a barrage of projectiles in the shape of orbs. That jutsu, as Naruto weaves a single-handed sign, the fireball from above and the wind-style projectiles strike the clone and the snake like ninja at the same time, resulting in a brilliant eruption of blue flame. Satsuki lands next to Naruto as the 3 members of Team 12 leap back from the combustion, watching in mild awe of the scene as the blue and white colors of the clone explode in Clone Explosion Jutsu. Satsuki turns to face Naruto with a small smirk. Her eyes suddenly enlarge in warning, turning to avert an assault. A cut to the neck, however, buckles her knees and sends her to the ground because her body is not quick enough to stop it. As a clone of Naruto stands over an unconscious Satsuki, Ino turns and gasps in surprise. When she turns to face him, he leaps at her, but her body isn't even close to quick enough to react. He swings a rigid hand at her neck, leaving her unconscious on the ground. Without saying a word, the clone snatches one kunoichi and then the other, throwing them both over his shoulders before turning and running away. As anticipated, the renegade shinobi appears to obstruct his path from the shadows of the overhead canopy, apparently unharmed. He can only do this briefly because he has to block the original's roundhouse kick, which gives the clone time to jump away. Following the clone and his victim, the male opens his mouth and lets out another snake. The creature is killed instantly when a kunai embeds itself in its head, pinning it to a tree branch. After a moment of frowning, the man grins. He assumes this isn't bad either, even though his prey escaping isn't ideal. He can examine this boy closely, by himself, without any distractions. At any rate, he has already applied his curse mark to Sasuke. Cold cerulean blue eyes meet dark golden ones as he watches the boy lower the outstretched arm from which the kunai flew. This kid. I have a feeling that this will be enjoyable. Orochimaru asks, amusement dancing in his golden eyes, trying to save your teammates at your expense. How noble of you. Since you know who I am, how confident are you that you stand even a shred of a chance? The boy merely sighs to himself and stares back blankly. He's most likely going to pass away soon. However, he can ensure that Satsuki and Ino are out of sight if he can wait a reasonable amount of time. The idea nearly makes him laugh out loud. He didn't care about anyone until a few months ago. He, too, had persuaded himself of that fact. He is now ready to sacrifice himself for others. He doesn't seem to know himself as well as he initially believed. It appears that he will not be able to honor his sensei in the end. But he can finally join him, at least. But not without a struggle. The blonde says, this is actually perfect. Now that no one is looking, I can stop holding back, to which the snake Sanin sneers. You don't say? Well then, let's see just what you're made of. When the older shinobi crosses his arms to block a kick, Naruto charges at him. He pushes the boy back, and the older shinobi catches his right hand as it swings and ducks under a kick. Swinging his left fist for his stomach, he pulls the older shinobi towards him as he opens his hand to lock hands. This fist is also captured, and the two lock eyes once more before Orochimaru is sent back by a burst of wind-style chakra, which causes his eyes to widen. That wind-style technique is used. Where else have I seen that? To myself, the shinobi says. A rush of kunai follows him as he crashes into a tree behind him. As he avoids the kunai, his body appears to become more elastic, slithering up and around the tree in a way that is strikingly similar to that of a snake. As the man transforms back into his original form, Naruto is running up the tree not far behind. As they move from tree to tree and dodge each other's punches and kicks, the two fight taijutsu once more. As they stand on opposite trees, staring down at each other, their fists clash before they leap back from one another. He's definitely stronger than Sasuke and Satsuki, Orochimaru thinks triumphantly. Naruto just stares back as the older shinobi says, "Tell me, boy. Your fighting style definitely looks familiar, but it's absolutely nothing like your father's or mother's. Who exactly trained you?" the rogue ninja asks. "I'm sure you're smart enough to figure that out yourself," he says. He never imagined he would be doing this, but he must give it his all if he is to survive this ordeal. Orochimaru watches from above as he jumps from the tree and makes a snake hand sign before falling to the ground. His words cause Orochimaru's face to register real shock for the first time as his hand slams against the ground. The ground rumbles as wood-style summoning jutsu, burrowing carnivorous Buddha. Then a massive four-sided Venus fly trap rises from the ground, with Naruto standing atop its head. Naruto rises until both of them tower over the snake Sannin, who looks on in wonder as sunlight shines on the blonde through the canopy. He says, "Impossible," out loud. "How is that possible? Did Minato? No, such measures are far too weak-minded for that boy to contemplate." Which implies. Naruto narrows his eyes as Orochimaru chuckles to himself in a low voice before erupting into dark laughter. He's located him. Orochimaru has discovered the god of shinobi and all people, the second coming. He is physically present here. The enormous plant leaps on him, biting his thumbs and slamming his hands onto the wood he is standing on as he fumbles through his own set of hand signs. As the plant creatures collide with one snake summon while the other tries to attack it, he exclaims, "Summoning jutsu," before he leaps away in a burst of smoke. Both summons struggle because the creature is much bigger than them. In the meantime, Naruto jumps off with its head pursuing the elder shinobi. With a sly smile on his face, he tells himself, "I came for the Sharingan, but I might have found something even better. The sky is beaming down at me," he tells himself. With two clones following, Naruto closes in on the snake summoner, and the three of them charge at him simultaneously. A firm hand on the wrist stops someone from thrusting a kunai at the Sannin's face, and a fist is used to strike the face. As a huge explosion engulfs the ninja, sending pieces of flesh and cloth flying in all directions, the second clone is upon him, glowing white in front of him. A charred serpent lands on a tree branch after plummeting from the wreckage. As the snake summoner emerges unharmed, its mouth expands to unnatural lengths. When he looks up, he sees the boy with the kunai leaping at him. He pushes the boy back and blocks his kunai by opening his mouth and releasing a blade from his throat. When the blade completely comes out of the enemy's mouth, revealing itself to be a sword, he lands on his feet and holds it in his right hand while Naruto charges at him. Orochimaru notices a whirring noise and what appears to be a wind building in the back of his mind. As the clone, in now familiar fashion, combusts in a flash of white, the boy swings his kunai in an attempt to decapitate the Sannin, who ducks beneath the weapon and cleaves his blade through the boy's midsection, jumping away. The man emerges from the shell again, unharmed, and the left side of his body, which appears to have been burned, falls away like a snakeskin shed. He sees it when he looks up. With the enemy in midair and unable to dodge, Naruto stands atop a tree above, his technique primed and ready in his hands. He releases it as he thrusts his hands forward. Alongside teams Guy, 8, and 11 for the 100th time, Neji threatens the boy in green, saying, "When this is over, it's you and I, Lee. I promise you." The Hyuga's groaning has now made Kaori sick to her stomach, and she rolls her eyes. Is he ever going to stop talking? As they jump through the trees, she moans to herself. She barely hears Sasuke grunt as she turns to see him touching the mark on his neck once more. He can't finish saying, "We're getting CL," as the group all leaps down to the forest floor below at once, avoiding a barrage of kunai. A number of cloud shinobi appear from the surrounding shadows as they stand in a circle with their backs to each other. Attacking in groups based on village affiliation? Pathetic, Neji grumbles. One of them replies, after we take your scrolls and supplies, we'll see how pathetic you reckon we are. Are you serious? What a drag! Exclaims Shikamaru, with a kunai ready and drawn. In his signature taijutsu stance, Lee continues, we don't have time for this. The longer we are here, the more peril the gorgeous Satsuki could be facing. Kaori's gaze flickers to Sasuke's lowered head, shadowed eyes, and the mark that pulses between glowing red and black. His head lifts as his eyes snap open, revealing 2 tomo in each eye. Another Cloud Shinobi member says, now, as he walks forward with a blade in hand. Why don't we? He is interrupted when a fist suddenly strikes his stomach, sending him into a nearby tree, where he collapses in an unconscious heap. As chaos breaks out and another Cloud Shinobi tries to block his path, Sasuke continues to dart in the direction he was originally going. Before the male ninja can even react with his own kunai, he produces one and slashes across his chest. The violet aura from earlier glows faintly around him, and the Uchiha leap away, leaving the groups to clash as the mark on his neck continues to pulse, alternating between spreading and retreating to its source. Get out of my way! He yells in a menacingly enraged tone. When Kaori notices that chakra threatening to reappear, she exclaims, Sasuke, with concern. After that, she focuses on the Cloud Shinobi and helps the others fight them. All she can do is hope he gets there in time. A blood-lustered cry of Satsuki erupts from the Uchiha as he speeds through the forest to reach his destination. Alongside Naruto, he lets out the ball of wind-style chakra and cannons it towards Orochimaru, who watches in disbelief as it shoots in his direction. Wind style. Godly wind from the mountain, he cries. I am aware of that jutsu. Rewind the wind howls and sings a spooky symphony, and the gray sky above crackles with thunder. With his strength nearly gone, Orochimaru is on his knees, gasping for air and using his kusanagi blade to support himself. As Tsunade kneels over him, green chakra leaking from her hands onto the massive wound in his chest, her 100 healing marks spread across her body, the male toad sage half pleads and commands, hang in there Jiraiya boy. With his eyes threatening to occasionally roll back into his head and his sage mode by now nearly entirely gone, the blood still pours from his mouth. The giant funnel cloud is now so close that it towers over them, its winds compressed within with otherworldly control to prevent them from being blown away. Orochimaru grits his teeth as his head lifts to see it. A figure falls from the tornado and lands on the ground a few meters away from them, taking a few steps to get closer. The tornado vanishes in a single second. He is topless, exposing a scarred body that appears to be carved out of stone. His lower half is covered in black pants, but the right leg is missing. On top of his head, a hidden cloud headband is wrapped around a head of entirely white hair that is secured in a bun. His stubbled face does not appear aged in any way, regardless of the color of his hair. Tsunade screams, damn it, as she catches a glimpse of him but can't take her eyes off Jiraiya. The male shinobi nearly screams as Orochimaru tries to push himself up, but his legs defy him and he falls back to his knees. How can this be? How was this possible for one man? The 3 legendary Sannin, he says, and at the sound of his voice, Jiraiya appears to come to. He says, it's been an honor, truly, as lightning strikes the surrounding area, illuminating the gray sky above. He raises his right hand in their direction and says, but now I'm afraid your time has come to die. In the name of the hidden cloud. With his hands out in front of him as it closes in, the Sannin bites his thumbs as the lethal wind-style chakra cannonball hurtles toward him. He exclaims, summoning jutsu. Single Rashomon, as a cloud of smoke and a sealing formula emerge from his hands. The incoming attack instantly blows away the smoke, exposing a large, thick, closed gate with a face that looks demonic. Despite resistance, the projectile slams into the gate and dents it instantly. From above, Naruto observes as his attack spins against the shield for a few seconds before exploding and tearing through everything in its path before colliding with the forest floor, producing a huge explosion in the shape of a dome, with dust and debris rising into the sky above the tree canopy and the punctured gate falling to the ground to contribute to the dust and debris that is already there. While waiting for the scene to clear, Naruto remains in the same position, his eyes narrowed. He is still able to feel the chakra of the enemy. To find out how much or whether he is hurt, he hears coughing and makes 2 kunai. Gai Kaori, with Team 8. Neji laughs once more as the group of Cloud Shinobi are scattered in front of the Leaf Cadets, saying, no wonder they're moving in groups. He turns to see the target of his ire looking at one of the pink crystals that the rookie girl with the blue hair had created. With astonished curiosity, Lee asks Kaori, "Incredible. I never would have guessed you were a Kekkei Genkai wielder. Tell me, when did you awaken it?" When the distant sound of an explosion causes everyone to turn, she opens her mouth to respond while sheepishly rubbing her head. The statement, "That's the direction Sasuke headed in," is delivered with great concern. Lee replies, "Then that is where we should be heading right now as well," and starts to back off, with Kaori following closely behind. With Byakugan in action and not bothering to waste it on the Cloud weaklings, Neji cautions, "That's not a good idea." Having had enough of the Hyuga's pessimism, Kaori turns and responds, "We don't have time for more of this." The lavender-eyed boy goes on, "That sounded like a fight, and right now I see two mammoth chakras opposite one another. At first glance neither of them are anywhere near Genin." The group gasps as they notice the dust and debris cloud rising in the distance. The Uchiha is heading towards both of them, and the closer he gets, the more visible that sinister chakra from before seems to become. "If you go over there, you'll be walking into the middle of a bear fight," he warns. After a brief period of silence, Lee clenches his fist and lifts it into the air. Lee asks, "So Satsuki is not among them?" "No," Neji replies, squinting his eyes after identifying one of the chakra signatures by its icy hue. "Her teammate is the Loud One's brother," he reveals, causing the group to gasp in surprise. Choji asks, "No way, Naruto?" and the Hyuga nods. The realization causes Shikamaru's eyes to narrow. Back at the academy, it had always been obvious that Naruto wasn't even trying. To think, however, that he had been concealing this all along. He first demonstrated his speed to shield Ino prior to the written exam, and now this. Kaori clenches her jaw in exasperation. The entire exam has been a complete failure. Hisa is no longer there at all. Sasuke is about to enter a hornet's nest and is struggling to control himself, and she is just standing around doing nothing. No, she defies herself. With all the genin present except for Neji and Tenten calling her name, she turns and leaps away without a word. With Neji in his path, Lee tries to lunge after her but is stopped by an open palm to the chest, which he blocks with his forearm. The boy in green yells, "What the hell are you doing?" Neji assertively declares, "The rest of you can do whatever you want," looking at the rookies before turning back to face Lee. "But if you want to throw your life away on a whim, you'll have to go through me first." Neji then adopts his clan's renowned trademark taijutsu stance, to which Lee frowns and returns the favor by adopting his own. Tenten yells, "You guys, stop it," as she moves in between them. The thick-browed boy says gravely, "Tenten, get out of the way. This has been a long time coming." She chastises, "No, you two are acting stupid. We're on the same team, damn it." But Lee moves past her too quickly for her to react, attacking Neji with a fist to the face that is parried and an attempt at an open palm to the chest that is also blocked. The two then trade a barrage of taijutsu blows. "Hey, cut it out!" shouts Shikamaru, weaving the rat sign as his shadow stretches forward and collides with the two males' shadows to stop them. Neji holding an open palm and Lee frozen with a cocked fist. "You are a fool," Neji taunts. Tenten watches in despair as Lee responds, "I would rather be a loyal idiot than disloyal in anything else. I'm not worthy of this," alongside Naruto. As the debris starts to lift, Naruto looks on to see how much damage his opponent has sustained. A silhouette slowly emerges, bent over and gripping its side. Orochimaru looks down and notices a large wound after spitting out a mouthful of blood and placing a hand by his side. As the dust and debris lift, he looks ahead to see his lone Rashomon gate on the ground with a hole ripped through it and only the edges of the demon face that once adorned it remaining. Now Naruto can see his opponent crouched. He hears what he believes to be laughter, and his ears perk up a little. When it changes to full-on laughter, he realizes he is not mistaken. Naruto frowns at the sight of Orochimaru erupting into a fit of deranged laughter, while the enemy raises his head, his golden eyes meeting blue. Is this man insane, or is he just not human? As he watches in shock, the blonde asks himself this question. Both of them could be involved. The Sannin sees his destroyed Rashomon gate and immediately breaks out in malevolently joyful laughter. An unprecedented accomplishment. When he sees the warning, Naruto stiffens in readiness, his mouth and tongue hanging from it once more as he crouches low. There isn't any doubt. As his body transforms, he says to himself, he's the one. He dodges a barrage of shuriken and kunai from above and slithers up the tree towards the blonde, sword in hand. Naruto runs down the tree to meet him halfway, kunai and sword clashing, sparks flying as the Sannin's lower half returns to its original shape. Before the elder of the two smacks one of the younger shinai out of his hand and slams a fist into his stomach, causing Naruto to cough up spit, the ninja tools clash a few more times as the shinobi trade blows. However, he manages to hold onto the kunai in his other hand and shoots it directly into his opponent's wound, causing him to scream in agony and release more blood from his mouth. The two look into each other's eyes once more as Naruto glares at them. Orochimaru smiles wryly as he digs his fist deeper into the boy's midsection, and the boy pushes his kunai deeper into his side in response. Orochimaru's mouth is red with his own blood. Before a spin kick sends him flying to the forest floor and landing on his hands and knees, the man abruptly releases his sword from his left hand, tosses it up, and swings his fist into the side of the boy's face as he staggers back. A right fist sends him stumbling back once more. The older shinobi smirks at Naruto as he gets back on his feet, turning with a defiant expression still firmly fixed on his now bleeding face. Meanwhile, the Sannin pulls the kunai from his side, catching his sword in his hand once more before vanishing and resurfacing on the ground as well, meters away. He restrained himself, played with the boy for a while, and was hurt as a result. He's impressed. With Naruto's expression unchanging, Orochimaru says, "The Lion Fist taijutsu style as well as the Godly Mountain Wind. Those are two hallmarks of the arsenal of the legendary Ikisada Takahashi, the Typhoon of the Hidden Cloud. He single-handedly dominated entire battlefields during the Third Shinobi War, conquering armies on his own with his otherworldly wind-style affinity." He keeps going. Neither a Jinchuriki nor the Raikage, he was still considered the Hidden Cloud's ultimate weapon and believed to be their only hope of winning the war. In the build-up to the climax of the war, however, he vanished from the face of the earth, never to be seen or heard from again, taking all his ninjutsu with him. The Sannin continues before allowing a brief pause, interrupted only by the wind's humming. Naruto's frown of concentration remains in place as he asks, "Tell me, boy, how is it that you of all people possess that shinobi's jutsu, so coveted by the rest of the shinobi world and even his own village?" There is another pause before he speaks again. He merely responds, "You said earlier you wanted to know how similar I was to my father, right? Now you have an idea." Orochimaru grins without needing to explain. In the world of shinobi, the idea of masters functioning as adoptive fathers is not uncommon. The third Hokage used to be practically his father. The Sannin can't help but laugh at the idea, which typically pertains to orphaned children, as the puzzle that was strewn in front of him begins to come together, albeit not completely. The boy's icy gaze, his recent remarks, and the fact that it appears he only uses the shadow clone jutsu technique with his parents. In addition, Orochimaru had personally witnessed some of the treatment he has endured since birth, which is only given to him and not to his siblings, the pseudo-Jinchuriki. The rogue ninja sees the ideal set of circumstances unfolded before him, and a glint dances in his eyes. He asks, "That headband around your head, does it mean anything to you?" Naruto is taken aback by the question, but he normally keeps his expression neutral and doesn't respond to the rogue ninja's faint joy. With Naruto's face still expressionless, he goes on, "What does it hold for you? What does a life of servanthood in this village, where even your own flesh and blood see nothing in you, truly hold?" For a brief moment, a resemblance of a dark-haired young boy with a scarred leaf headband and an equally expressionless manner replaces the blonde. Scorned, despised, hated, feared by all, accepted by none. This is a path that only a select and chosen few in this world are worthy of walking, he continues. Naruto is a little impressed by the older ninja's apparent disregard for his side injury, aside from a hand injury, as he says, "This is our first time truly meeting one another, but I can already tell. Your latent potential may be greater than anything I've seen." But he doesn't respond to the remark. It is not the first time he has heard it. "With the right guidance, I dare to say you could become not only the finest shinobi to walk this earth in his lifetime but also the finest it's seen in this era at least." With blood now flowing from his mouth to contrast with his gleaming white teeth, he adds to himself, "And that's just to start." With his eyes fixed on the boy, Snake Sannin says humbly, "It would take a good deal of work, but I could shape you into a shinobi who the Leaf themselves would kneel helplessly before, one who even the fourth himself and his three chosen ones would fall to. All you have to do is remove that meaningless accessory from your head, place it on the ground behind you and follow me to your destiny." The elder ninja looks on in silence, waiting for a response, while Naruto looks back blankly. He slips back into a battle-ready stance and produces two more kunai. "Sorry, not interested," is his straightforward response as he runs toward the man, sparks flying once more as they swing back and forth, sword and kunai in hand, before Orochimaru kicks the boy back, looking at his side and grunting lowly as he weaves through a series of hand signs. When Naruto recognizes them, he weaves a single sign, and the clone that results grabs his arm and throws him high into the air to escape the attack. Wind style. Great breakthrough. The clone disappears as the wind gusts. As he observes a chakra signature coming toward him in the enemy's position, Naruto squirms and twists in midair. Uchiha Sasuke. Of all times, now, this guy is becoming obnoxious. He observes that the Uchiha's chakra has changed, and his brow furrows a little more. Although it is recognizable, it has a darker, more sinister undertone. With Ino and Satsuki's lids are heavy and her eyes flutter. As she watches from the trees, they rise and fall repeatedly as the blur below her gradually transforms into a clearer image of the forest floor moving beneath her. She becomes aware that she is draping herself over someone's shoulder and that she is traveling at a high speed. Her elbow automatically swings to meet the stranger's face, and even though there is a cloud of smoke blocking her vision, she still reaches out with both arms. One below to grasp her unconscious teammate's hand as she falls, and one above to grasp a tree branch. The stranger and the smoke are now both gone. Still half asleep and numb, Satsuki grunts in exasperation at her own limbs. The Yamanaka grunts as she pulls herself onto the thick branch after she swings her right arm a few times, draping her over a tree branch and swinging her teammate. The blonde moans and puts a hand to her neck as she asks, "Ino, are you okay? Do you have any injuries?" "No," she moans, "I'm fine." Satsuki says, "We were being transported by a clone. I destroyed it before I even got a look." Her head turns, and she lets out a gasp as realization finally hits her. "Wait, where's Naruto?" Ino interrupts. The words, "Satsuki, he knocked us both out. That clone was his. He stayed back to fight that man alone," trailed off into a horrified whisper as she put her hands to her mouth, seemingly to stop the words from leaving her mouth. Teeth clenched in anger, Satsuki slams a fist into the tree branch they're both kneeling on. "You fool! You foolish fool!" With her eyes darting everywhere and Sharingan active, she leaps to her feet. How long she was unconscious is unknown to her. Miles away from him and that freak, they could be and most likely are. The Kunoichi all yell, "Naruto," at once, alongside Naruto. Naruto is crouching behind a tree, his ear resting against its trunk. As it bursts into fragments and another enormous snake summon slams through it, he suddenly leaps from behind it. In order to make up for his injury, his opponent has turned to medium to long-range combat. Orochimaru observes as the boy's summon roars through a tree and he leaps out from behind it. Before he swings a Fuma shuriken, a puff of smoke rises from his sleeveless jacket. The weapon flies through the air and into the animal's open mouth as it closes in on him, tearing through the roof of its maw and emerging through its head to continue and bury itself in a nearby tree trunk. As it rides about, the life fading from it, he produces two more Fuma shuriken, one in each hand, swinging and tossing them at his opponent, their trajectories intersecting as they sail towards him. To avoid the projectiles, the Sannin's body flexes and sways at cruel angles. A huge fireball slams into the spot where he was standing, and he backflips. When the smoke clears and he sees Sasuke standing in front of him and a few paces ahead of Naruto, that smile returns to his lips. His face is adorned with a heartless frown, and the mark on his neck is pulsing. But before anything else, the Sannin notices the boy's eyes, which show the evolved Sharingan, both of which are now carrying two Tomo. He is filled with joy at the sight, and his joy is increased when he sees Naruto approach Sasuke and stand beside him. The renegade ninja says, "Sasuke, how kind of you to join." To further infuriate the young Uchiha, Orochimaru merely chuckles to himself when the Uchiha demands, "Shut up, bastard, where's my sister?" As the mark spreads across the left side of his face, down his neck, and down his arm, he adds coldly, "Answer me now, so I can finish you." Naruto watches with narrowed eyes. What on earth is that? He thinks to himself as his chakra manifests and he feels the same evil undertone growing stronger. His eyes are fixed on the mark on the Uchiha's neck. The pattern appears to be 3 Tomo. He lets out a sigh, "Unfortunately I have no idea." Sasuke turns to see the blonde staring at the enemy. "The one standing next to you knows the answer to that question," he responds. Naruto states unequivocally, "Satsuki is safe, and you shouldn't have come here." When he finally notices the large wound in the ninja's side, Sasuke turns his head from the blonde, who has a few scars and bruises, back to the freak and lets out a low gasp. His gaze then quickly returns to Naruto. His hand signals are flying, and the two weave through their own set in response. This is quite convenient actually. I'm almost out of time, so why don't we make this last act a worthy one? Why don't the two of you show me why you're so different one more time? He says. Fire style. Dragon flame just you. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Water style. Tidal wave jutsu. When the three techniques clash, a massive cloud of steam is created. Naruto grabs Sasuke and jumps back until they are outside the cloud, using a single-handed sign to infuse chakra while kneeling with his eyes closed. What or why, SS shish, Naruto says quietly. We're not going to beat this guy. Your teammate is heading in our direction. Go back the way you came and you and her get as far away from here as you can. If this doesn't work, nothing will. When Sasuke says, if what doesn't work? What are you talking about? I'm not going anywhere until I see Satsuki with my own EY. He lets out a low gasp before proceeding. The blonde's eyelids lift to show that his eyes have turned a brilliant white, with the whites and irises entirely gone and replaced by this glowing white. His right eye still has the menacing snow-white glow, while his left eye returns to normal. His chakra. It's crazy, Sasuke says to himself incredulously, his curse mark still visible. Take a breath, exhale, take a breath command. Alongside Orochimaru, the cloud of steam rushes toward the Sannin, submerging him as he stands motionless. Sasuke is impressed by his use of water style, but his fire style is stronger than before. That much power from just his own chakra. That's the only thing he would anticipate from Kisame. This boy is a real gem. I wish I could give him Sasuke's gift, but I can't. It would undoubtedly be overpowered by his chakra, he thinks to himself. But he will be mine nonetheless. When used to its maximum capacity, his body will be unmatched in this world. Even Minato and the Akatsuki's combined strength wouldn't be sufficient to stop me with him. I could easily take the Sharingan if I so desired. The puppets would start to laugh as they analyzed the tailed beasts themselves. He lets out a grunt and reaches for his bleeding side once more. He's beginning to experience the jutsu's effects. The thought lingers in his mind and he lets out another dark laugh. A shinobi god. I enjoy the way it sounds, with Guy and Team 8. Sighing in frustration, Shikamaru says, look, how about you two stop acting like knuckleheads so I can let you go? This is really a drag. The two older genin are still bound by his jutsu. With Byakugan still in action, Lee glares daggers at Neji while the Hyuga just stares back blankly. Tenten asks in a knowing tone, what are you seeing? Before everyone turns as a slightly less loud boom is heard. Sakura exclaims in horror, Shikamaru, Sasuke's gone over there, as she looks toward the sound. We have to go stop him, she begs, and the Nara lets out another sigh. Shikamaru asks, Hyuga, what exactly is happening over there right now? Neji scowls. In response to the group's disappointment, he grunts, I can't see them anymore, they're out of my range. With Ino and Satsuki. As the two jump through the trees, Ino calls, Satsuki, a second time. The Yamanaka yells, Satsuki, once more before grabbing the Uchiha by the arm and stopping her. What damn it? Satsuki lets out a furious whirl. The blonde, unable to finish the sentence, says, we have no idea how long we were out for or the direction we were taken in. We could be moving away from him. Or he could. Satsuki lifts his fist and slams it into the tree branch's trunk, sending splinters flying. Ino observes her teammate's head bowed and eyes shadowed as she trembles with anger. The sting of tears pierces the Yamanaka's eyes. Desperate to hide the tears behind them from the world, Satsuki utters the words, that damned idiot, through clenched teeth and tightly closed eyes. Sasuke. Naruto. Alongside Orochimaru. A few seconds after emerging from the ground, the large carnivorous plant swings a tendril over his head, causing him to duck down. As he lands, a long snake emerges from his sleeve to stop another tendril as it changes direction and smacks him through the air. For its size, it moves incredibly quickly. The man swings his sword and cuts through his own snake to stop his motion, but the creature throws it into its mouth as it tries to pull him towards itself, its mouth wide. It tries to attack him once more, but as he prepares for it, the creature abruptly freezes, twists, and burrows into the ground, leaving Orochimaru by himself with his sword and the steam from earlier still partially dissipated. The Sannin stand motionless in anticipation, a look of bewilderment turning into a frown. There's going to be something. He asks aloud, so what exactly do you have up your sleeves now? Alongside Naruto. Sasuke watches in stunned silence as he stands up. Itachi, is this the reason you? The ground starts to rumble and shake, interrupting his train of thought. He looks down and sees into the earth with his eyes, which causes him to gasp again. When the carnivorous Buddha bursts from the ground and towers over the two boys, Sasuke looks shocked, while Naruto keeps his stern face. Naruto just looks straight ahead, his eyes not even on the creature, while Sasuke tries to maneuver through a series of hand signs as the creature swings back and then towards them. With its mouth wide open, it burrows into the ground and swallows the Uchiha whole, leaving Naruto standing beside a big hole. Okay, let's get started, he says to himself nonchalantly. If this doesn't work, then I guess that's the end of that. His eyes are still glowing as he raises his hands and clasps them together. Tiger Ram Snake. When the steam eventually subsides, Orochimaru and the blonde make eye contact once more while holding hands in the snake sign. His body tingles at the sensation of that chakra, the air itself shifting, and he notices his glowing right eye, grinning slightly in anticipation. Then he realizes that both Sasuke and the savage plant have vanished. What are these boys exactly? The words that come out of the boy's mouth cause Orochimaru to gasp, stopping his train of thought. Wood style. Deep forest emergence, quiet. More than before, the ground starts to rumble and shake. Incredulously, the Sannin observes as the ground in front of the boy splits open, with massive wood limbs growing and spreading out, rising and unraveling. The boy is obliterated from Orochimaru's view as the wooden limbs loom over him and charge in his direction. The Sannin merely look on in horror as a just you who is mentioned in myths and war stories and who is supposed to have molded the terrain itself charges at them. Alongside Kaori. Desperate to get to her destination, Kaori keeps jumping through the trees. Damn it, Sasuke is faster than before, she observes, recalling the Uchiha's brief performance against the Cloud Shinobi. She halts in her tracks as the earth rumbles powerfully and the tree she is standing on trembles along with the others around her. The Kunoichi look down to see a large spiderweb of cracks in the ground below as the rumble intensifies. Kaori yelled and fell back from the tree branch she was standing on, landing on the ground below with a thud as the fissures burst open, releasing a massive four-sided Venus flytrap. She produces several kunai with explosive tags strapped to them, and her expression changes from one of shock and fear to one of confrontation. Kaori releases two of the kunai towards the creature as it throws a projectile out of its mouth towards the girl, but her face twisted in horror when she realized what the projectile was. Sasuke can see the two explosive rigged kunai approaching him in slow motion thanks to his eyes. 4 of his own are produced by him, 2 of which collide with the approaching ninja tools and alter their trajectory, and 2 more of which fly into the holes at the end of each handle, sending the kunai hurtling into the forest behind Kaori. Sasuke thuds into the ground in front of Kaori, and 2 explosions ring out simultaneously. The girl's head darts behind her to see the smoke and fire-drenched trees, and she turns back in time to see the plant creature disappear back into the earth, leaving only a hole in the ground as a reminder of its existence. Sasuke. In order to assist the Uchiha in sitting, she drops to her knees. "Are you all right? What the hell was that?" she asks. He stops as the ground rumbles once more, this time from what appears to be a farther source. "I'm fine, calm down Ka," he says. Without taking any chances, the two leap to their feet and draw their kunai. Another massive cloud of dust and debris rises into the sky as they look up. Sasuke murmurs to himself, Naruto, as he observes the dust rising. With Guy and Team 8, after hearing what sounded like 2 more simultaneous explosions, the group stands tense. A moment later, they feel an earthquake-like sensation, and the forest begins to tremble all around them. There was a lot of dust and debris rising in one area of the forest where their fellow cadets had ventured, and smoke rising in another. With a shaky laugh and a swallow, Choji observes, "It sounds pretty hot over there." Sakura cries, "Shikamaru, P," but is interrupted. With the girl staring down in despair, he says bluntly, "Sakura, we can't just walk into a situation where we're certain to get ourselves killed." Neji mockingly asks his teammate, "Did you hear that, Lee?" After the two are released from their bonds, and the boy in green's eyes light up with rage. The group is silent once more as they watch the ominous rise of the dust and debris cloud in the distance. They are all wondering what kind of shinobi or monsters they have been locked in the same den with. Alongside Minato as Minato observes the domestic security branch Anbu, lying on the ground, dead, with more ninja gathering evidence from the scene, the Anbu remarks, "They've not been dead for long, sir." A cloud of smoke reveals another black agent in front of the blonde. He addresses the village leader as Lord Hokage, before approaching him and whispering in his ear. His expression changes to one of silent rage and coldness. When their leader abruptly vanishes into thin air, leaving not even a hair behind. The Anbu standing in front of Minato and beside him are not at all surprised. Alongside Anko, with a medical shinobi kneeling to her right and writing on a clipboard, the kunoichi moans for the umpteenth time while sitting on the grass in front of one of the forest's numerous entrances. She hears a low rumble and raises her head to see a dust cloud rising in the distance. When the kunoichi looks to her left and sees the Hokage standing above her, she lets out a low gasp. She addresses Lord Hokage, as he squats on his haunches in front of her. Normally, she would make a joke, but then she notices the stern and frigid expression on his face. It's been years since she's seen that look. With 8 and Team Guy, with the mark on the Uchiha's neck still and silent, the group leaders turn to watch Kaori and Sasuke emerge from behind the trees. Sakura yells, "Sasuke," as he rushes in the direction of the Uchiha, but his dark blue-haired teammate stops her in her tracks by standing in front of him with her hand up. Sakura growls angrily as the other genin approach, with the exception of Neji, who stands back with his arms crossed. "He's injured, sweetheart. Get your autograph later," she says sarcastically. Lee says, "Kaori, are the two of you all right?" Choji laughs and adds, "Yeah, are you guys okay? It sounded like a war zone over there." "Thank goodness, we're all okay," the kunoichi replies, grinning at the group. Kaori's head turns to Sasuke, who didn't say anything to her on the way back, and he asks, "Were you successful in locating Satsuki? Where is she? How is she?" The Uchiha exclaims, "Satsuki's safe," and Lee exhales in relief. Sakura's eyes are full of admiration as she exclaims, "I just knew you were gonna save her, Sasuke." Ja. He addresses the girl's apparent surprise with a straightforward, "It wasn't me," response. She asks, "Why you didn't?" "So who did?" Satsuki's teammate was the one who protected her, he claims. "Naruto," is said by Shikamaru, as the group looks around at each other, their surprised expressions showing. "Sasuke," Kaori says, "we need to go to get the Uchiha's attention." "Looks like I wasn't invited to the party." Neji frowns thoughtfully as the entire group turns to watch Hisateru emerge from the tree shadows. "Wow, amazing stealth." His female teammate joyfully yells, "Hisa," as she rushes over to give him a playful shove. She asks, "You're okay? You're not injured, are you? What happened?" And the boy laughs. As Sasuke moves toward the two, he laughs and sheepishly scratches the back of his head, saying, "I guess I got a little lost, that's all." Hisateru smirks and says, "Hey jerk. Why the long face? Were you hoping I was dead?" Shikamaru yells, "Hey, Sasuke," before mentioning Sasuke's current thought. "So if you're here, where's Naruto?" Sasuke's contemplative expression doesn't change as silence falls. The creature swings back and then swings towards them, with Sasuke trying to weave through a series of hand signs while Naruto just looks straight ahead, eyes not even on the creature. The carnivorous Buddha explodes from the earth to tower over both boys, with Sasuke wearing a shocked expression and Naruto maintaining the same stern expression. The Uchiha is swallowed whole as it falls upon them, its mouth wide open. He had summoned that creature. At first, Sasuke had his doubts, but now they are all gone. If he hadn't, he couldn't have responded with such composure. He had decided to remain behind and face that freak by himself. One question now consumes the Uchiha's thoughts. The blonde is still alive, right? Alongside Orochimaru. To keep the blood from his temple from entering his right eye, he has it closed. He steps out into the tiny, shaded clearing from the tree's shadows. In contrast to his appearance, he has a calm demeanor. Along with a few other noteworthy injuries, the large wound on his side is still there. His right arm, which is missing from the shoulder, is the most noticeable of these. He stands in the middle of the clearing and examines the scene in front of him. In front of each of the 3 human skulls is a hidden sound headband. To convey a message, kanji have been carved into the front of the skulls. "You've been alerted." Simply, "You've been warned," he says, surrounded by a cloud of black smoke. The man licks his bloodied lips and lets out a low laugh. The upcoming generation of Leaf Shinobi will be unique. He disappears from the scene as he starts to bury himself in the earth. He disappears without a trace in a few short seconds. A few seconds later, with one of his signature kunai in hand, Minato stands above the scene, reading the message to himself twice before scowling. Warned. It is obvious that Orochimaru has forgotten who he is interacting with. In time, he will recall. He disappears into thin air as the wind blows, turning and walking away to find Sasuke. Alongside Naruto. With his headband in one hand and his sleeveless jacket off his shoulders, he plods forward. As he trudges on and on, the wind embraces his battered and bruised body and blows through his golden mane. Once more, the wind embraces the bruised body of the young shinobi and sings. He trudges on with his jacket and headband in hand, lifting an arm occasionally to dab at the blood and perspiration on his forehead. Almost, his third trump card had worked. Even though Orochimaru is still alive, his injuries from his deep forest emergence have forced him to flee. At the very least, the godly mountain wind had been successful in leaving a window open and gently limiting his opponent's range of motion. Fortunately, his first trump card had been available when the Uchiha almost destroyed everything. He rolls his shoulders and lets out a deep breath. He enjoys having control over. Pushed against his own chakra, to regulate how much he infused in order to execute the deep forest emergence. A difficult task. He will acknowledge that this may have been even more extreme than the only other time he has gone this far, which was against Haku. There was a greater chance of losing control. He keeps walking while shaking his head. He doesn't want to let himself think about how such a result might have affected his chances against the Sannin. It would have been just another catastrophe. As he feels them coming toward him, he puts his sleeveless jacket back on his shoulders and tucks the leaf headband away instead of around his head. With Ino and Satsuki. As she watches through the trees as Satsuki tears away once more, Ino gasps for breath. Since her eyes change, her speed has slightly increased, observes Ino. Her body is already trying to adjust to the increased perception it has been given without more intense training. The Yamanaka remarks, almost incredulously, Satsuki's genes are insane. As Ino tries to catch up, she witnesses the Uchiha leap from the canopy and fall to the forest floor below, while another figure appears. As soon as her feet touch the floor, Satsuki leaps forward and runs in his direction. With two tomo in each of its red-eyed eyes, Naruto watches as the kunoichi rushes toward him. He can easily react, but he chooses not to, watching as she cocks back and raises her fist as she approaches him. As her female teammate swings a fist that strikes their other comrade's face and sends him onto his back against the ground, Ino gasps for a second before screaming in protest. As his body tries to react instinctively, Naruto makes it stiffen. His fist hits his already bruised face, sending him to the ground. As Satsuki slams fist after fist into the face of the downed boy, who lies motionless as the punches come one after the other, Ino yells, "Satsuki, no," and rushes towards the two. "You reckless bastard. Who do you think you are, pulling something like th?" She keeps screaming bloody murder as Ino yanks her away from the blonde, who then sits up nonchalantly. "Where do you get off making decisions for us? Are you crazy?" Ino, who is still restraining the girl, demands, "Satsuki, calm down," in an attempt to be heard. As Ino turns to face Naruto, who is still sitting calmly, the Uchiha clenches her teeth and complies reluctantly, her eyes still red. "Naruto. You're all right. Are you carrying any injuries?" "No," he says bluntly, and Satsuki's jaw tightens even more at his attitude. With a serious tone and expression, Ino asks, "Naruto, why would you blindside us like that?" "Simply, I chose the most logical outcome," is his response. She asks, "And why would you call it that? The enemy was in a completely different class to us. Even if we'd faced him, 3 against 1, we wouldn't have won. If anything, the chances of one, if not all 3, of us dying or being taken hostage were much higher," he says. She looks at her other teammate, who is obviously still furious, and asks, "If that's the case, then how are you here?" The kunoichi all gasp together as Naruto declares, "He's still very much alive, but I was able to force him into retreat." Ino stammers, "Why, you did what?" but then stops. Satsuki just silently observes. "It's there." Just as she had anticipated. "You're mistaken just when you believe you understand his strength." The Yamanaka asks, "What do you mean you forced him to retreat?" Naruto answers bluntly, "I mean I injured him to the extent of no longer being able to fight." "But, ho." She begins, but stops short as the question repeats itself to her. To what extent do they truly understand Naruto? With her hair overshadowing her eyes and Satsuki still silent, she says, "So you're saying all 3 of us together wouldn't have survived, but you did alone?" This time, Naruto doesn't reply. Instead, the blonde woman looks down with a faint frown on her face. With a low gasp from Ino at the direct charge, Satsuki speaks up this time and states, "The reason you did what you did is because you don't trust us." Naruto still has the same laid-back attitude. She challenges, "Well?" Ino steps in to stop any more physical violence between them. As the boy gets back up on his feet, she tries to reason, "Guys, this is not the time or the place. I've told you the truth, he says, believe what you want. In a combative tone, Uchiha responds, you didn't answer my question. There is silence for a moment, and Ino's gaze flickers between the two. The boy then starts talking. No, that's not the reason. And no, I don't trust anyone, he replies. Silence returns, and the wind blows. As Ino watches in worry, the Uchiha challenges, yeah? And who says we want to risk our lives alongside someone who doesn't trust us? That's your choice, is his apathetic response. There is a brief pause before he continues, but since we now have both scrolls and should be going to the tower, if you don't want to continue alongside me, now would be the moment to make that clear so we can forfeit. As the Uchiha looks down at him with his fist still clenched and his teeth gritted, he asks, well? Alongside Team 11. You have an Earth Scroll? Kaori asks the brown-haired teammate, almost incredulously. Earth is written in kanji on a scroll that Hisateru pulls out of his jacket. As her Uchiha teammate watches the scroll in silence, she asks, where did you get it? Sasuke narrows his eyes briefly as he grins cheekily and says, I managed to snag it. Although the loser is obnoxious, he is undoubtedly a unique individual. Glancing at Sasuke, Kaori observes, so we have one Heaven Scroll and two Earth Scrolls. You guys have an Earth Scroll as well? Where did you? There you three are. At the fourth voice, the three genin leap, making kanai and turning as they jump back. The leader of their village appears to greet them. Very strange disguise choice for a genjutsu, remarks Kaori, raising an eyebrow. Sasuke corrects, it's not a genjutsu. Sharingan becomes active, and Kaori lets out a low gasp. Hisateru is not taken aback. To unnoticeably approach them so closely, it is undoubtedly the Hokage. He could have killed all three of them before they even realized what was going on if he had been an enemy shinobi. Amazing. The man gives Kaori a tentative, Lord Hokage, greeting, and he briefly smiles. Before adopting a more severe expression, Minato says, good to see you three. His teammates look at him as he addresses his best friend's son, saying, listen, I'm not going to beat about the bush, Sasuke. The other two genin gasp as he says, I have strong information that your life may be in danger. I'm afraid in light of the circumstances, I'm going to have to withdraw you from the exam. The Uchiha frown. The three of you can only qualify for the next round as a complete unit, so unfortunately this does mean your team will not be able to progress any further in the exams. It's unfortunate, but it would be gross negligence on my part to allow you to continue at this point. He says only for the Uchiha to respond right away. When the boy says, I know exactly what you're talking about, Minato's eyebrows briefly rise before his eyes narrow. Do you? Alongside Team 12. As they approach the entrance to their destination, Team 12 keeps walking silently. Since the blonde male had asked his question, Ino has not spoken, and she looks nervously at both of her teammates. She lets out a silent sigh as Satsuki opens the double doors, Naruto trailing behind her as she enters. This is the most tense she can recall since the team was established. She can only hope that the team won't suffer too much harm from. She is in the middle of thinking when she notices a broken message on the far wall of the open room they're in. The words, without heaven. She reads out. She looks at her two teammates, who have yet to exchange words, and concludes, guys, I think we have to open the scrolls. Both scrolls are produced by Naruto, who unravels them and throws them in front of himself. Smoke rises from the scrolls, creating a cloud that swiftly clears to reveal a well-known figure. Ino says, Iruka-sensei, and the Chunin smiles in return. He cheerfully returns the greeting, great to see you guys. What are you doing here, sensei? Ino beams as he says, only here to congratulate you on passing the second exam. Satsuki maintains the same frown that has been on her face for some time, and Naruto remains expressionless as usual. On the second day, you three got here pretty early. Iruka observes that Naruto appears to be the most injured of the three, which is not surprising given that he is most likely the least skilled. Both of the kunoichi give Naruto a look. They hadn't considered the distance that Clone had carried them. Iruka clears his throat and says, allow me to explain the significance of the second exam. Ino perspires, Satsuki keeps her expression icy, and Naruto adopts a casual one. Alongside Team 11 with his blonde hair casting a shadow over his eyes, Minato asks, I see. So Naruto was left behind alone with that man. Yes. Sasuke answers, his teammates watching closely as the Uchiha thoroughly explains everything that happened during the previous day, including the times he wasn't with them. Hisateru listens carefully and doesn't say anything. Therefore, Orochimaru is pursuing the Sharingan, and the oldest fourth fought him? Bombshells, huh? You mean, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze? I think, he says. The three of you will have to come with me so I can remove you from the forest. Interrupting, the Uchiha calls the village chief, Uncle Minato, using an old, well-known term. On any other day, it would make him smile. Kaori and Hisateru look at the Uchiha in shock as he says, please let us finish the exam first. I'll do whatever you need after, but my teammates need to advance. With a sigh, the village chief pulls out one of his signature kunai and hurls it at the Uchiha, who catches it in his left hand. He emphasizes the last part of the sentence, infuse chakra and line it along the kunai if you run into any problems out of the ordinary, and the boy nods. I'll still need to speak to all three of you later. Until then, you're not to say a word to anyone about what you've seen today, he states. The man disappears once more in an instant, and Kaori gives the Uchiha a worry-filled look. He had never once told the village chief about the mark on his neck. Later on, that could be an issue. With the clone of Naruto, a figure that is an exact replica of himself leaps down from the hideous wooden entanglement to stand directly in front of him. The clone gives him a black-wrapped object that was found inside the enormous wooden jigsaw puzzle that has totally changed the layout of this area of the forest. After looking at the object and partially unwrapping it, he hides it once more. The two nod before the person with the object jumps away and disappears in a cloud of smoke. A white glow appears from the depths of the entanglement as the clone looks back, and it explodes away, speeding up. Alongside Naruto. After being pulled in by his teammates, Tsunade turns to tend to Kushina's oldest child once more and remarks, "It looks like you had quite the 2 days." Wearing a number of cuts and bruises, he sits on a bed without a top. He says nothing. Shizune tinkers in a different area of the room, occasionally glancing over. Tsunade laughs to herself as she observes the kunoichi's red flush. As she tends to a cut on the side of his head, she explains, "You're actually the third team to make it here. Your brother and sisters came in earlier today. Another team came in yesterday." Naruto is still not responding. He is prepared to wager that it is the Sand Shinobi. If the woman in front of him knew that her former teammate was the cause of these injuries, he wonders how she would respond. The room trembles abruptly as a series of explosions, including a seismic one, appear to reverberate in the distance. Shizune remarks, "That sounds like more from earlier." Tsunade shakes her head and remarks, "Such chaos from only genin," as the room trembles and objects fall from the shelves. What sort of children are these? As Naruto gets the all-clear from one of the numerous clones at the scene, he discreetly weaves the release sign to set the others off, feeling the memories flooding back. He lets out a deep sigh of fatigue. At least his secret is safe, even though it cost a lot of chakra. Abruptly, the boy feels a set of arms envelop him from behind. He would have reacted violently if he weren't as exhausted as he is now. The Hokage is holding on to him as he turns his head. He says, "You're all right," in a relieved tone. "Are you all right? You're not seriously injured, are you?" To which Naruto replies simply, "I'm fine, Lord Hokage." Tsunade smiles solemnly as she observes the two. With a single look, a stranger could tell they were related. Tsunade ends her treatment of the blonde by jokingly rolling her eyes and saying, "You had to have had more faith in the boy than that, Minato." The Sannin observes the stern look on his face as he says, "It's not that. I knew Naruto would pass. It's something else. Please allow me a moment alone with him," he asks, and Tsunade nods before heading for the exit, Shizune following closely behind. The sound of the door closing reverberates through the bed-lined room as Minato takes the seat that Tsunade occupied just a few moments before. There is a brief pause before the elder of the two speaks once more. "I've already spoken with Sasuke. Now I'm going to need your account of everything that's happened today, Naruto." Alongside Satsuki, with the distant seismic explosion making it difficult to hear her own voice, Ino yells, "Satsuki!" at the Uchiha. When the commotion subsides and Satsuki continues to march down the hallway, Ino quickly follows the girl. "Hey, why are you so angry? Listen, Naruto shouldn't have blindsided us like that, you." As they stop, the Uchiha asks, "Don't you get it? This proves we know nothing about him. One of the legendary three, Ino. A shinobi we couldn't dream of defeating. He fought someone like that alone and survived. That means everything we've seen up until now has been a facade. The bell test, the land of waves. Even this exam, they've all been games to him. But he's protected us. He knocked us out because he didn't want us to see his real power, Ino. He said himself he doesn't trust us," she responds. The Yamanaka protests, but he still put his life on the line for us, Satsuki, as she marches on in a huff. Look, Naruto has trust issues, clearly, but so did you. I fancy seeing you guys here. Menma is leaning against the wall when the two kunoichi turn around. Menma, Ino says hello. He smirks at the Uchiha, who just turns and keeps walking away in a huff. So you made it as well. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You have got Satsuki on your team after all, he says. With a look of sincere worry on his face, he asks, what's up with her? Ino sighs inwardly. Before pursuing her teammate, Ino responds, your brother is what's up with her. Later, she can speak with Menma. As the Yamanaka rushes away, a frown appears on his face. Is the loser teasing his girlfriend? Not while he's still able to comment on it. Alongside Minato, you fought him? He asks incredulously. Yes, Naruto says, although I do strongly suspect he held back to some extent. Even so Naruto, he begins, but both of their heads turn as the door opens. A hooded figure enters wearing all black, the same color scheme as Naruto except for the top that has been taken off. As it approaches the two and hands Naruto an object wrapped in a black cloth, it shuts the door. The village chief accepts the object from the boy with a curious look on his face. With a low gasp, he opens the cloth and holds a pale, severed human arm in his hands. He is well aware of it. He looks up into his son's eyes, and he receives a casual look in return. Naruto. How? With Team Guy. Tenten chastises the two boys as they clutch each other's collars and look down at each other. Will the two of you stop it? I'll beat the both of you senseless, Tenten says. With narrowed eyes, the Hyuga swears, risking our chances of progression over a crush. You ever do anything stupid like that again and I promise you, I won't show any mercy. He replies boldly, I look forward to that hour, Neji. The Hyuga pushes the boy in green back and responds, the sooner you start using your brain and listening the better for all three of us. This isn't a game. We still don't know what kind of monsters we're in here with. I was right about the blonde one, he says, staring at Tenten. He scoffs as he looks back at his male teammate, who is staring back at him. He's only a rookie genin by name. He's far more dangerous, and to think you wanted to fight him. Enough sideshows. Let's find the other scroll and head for the tower already. Alongside Naruto, he makes his way to his temporary quarters down the hallway, his upper half once more dressed. Aside from a few things, such as how precisely he had removed the Sannin's arm from him or caused the other injury the Uchiha had mentioned, he had essentially told the Hokage everything. At a junction of passageways, he turns left while a voice that he knows to be obnoxious calls out to him. Hey! He looks over and sees the man he was talking to just a few seconds ago, his son. What's your problem with Satsuki, loser? 'Cause it's a problem with me now, he says. He replies bluntly, you bored again or something? Get lost, and he keeps walking while Menma grits his teeth in resentment at the dismissal. With his fist cocked back, he sprints in the direction of the blonde, determined to give him a well-earned lesson. Before being swung by the arm and ragdolled through the air, the boy with the black and red hair finds himself flying through the air after his fist is caught. His back hits the floor with a loud grunt, and he leaps to his feet to make another fist, which is also caught. After exchanging a series of taijutsu blows that cancel each other out, Naruto's fist hits Menma's stomach, causing him to gasp for air as the wind is knocked out of him. As the blonde passes him, he coughs and grips his stomach to go to his destination. What the devil is happening? This isn't Naruto's strength and speed. He reaches out to grab the blonde's shoulder, but the boy grabs his wrist instead, and he turns his head to look him in the eye. Don't use Satsuki as an excuse to chase your little dream of getting under my skin, he says quietly. Menma pulls him toward himself, seething, and he feels her sudden grip on his wrist. He finds himself on the ground once more, the air gone from his lungs, as Naruto stands over him as Menma pulls him in for a fist to the nose. The blonde gives him a brief glance before turning to leave without saying anything. What just took place? With Tsunade and Minato. Tsunade, who doesn't even trust the walls, says in a harsh whisper, Minato, if there's even a chance you aren't certain of what you just said. The village chief, sitting on one of the beds, looks at a black-wrapped object on one of the infirmary's examination tables without replying. His silent gesture is picked up by Tsunade, who walks over to the table and opens the enigmatic object. She lets out a loud gasp and puts her hands to her mouth. Reeling from the shock, she turns away from the arm. But why? Why is he here? And how could a mere child? Minato, she finds it difficult to put into words, letting them slip out of her mouth. The younger shinobi lets out a sigh. Although he doesn't think of himself as conceited, he is widely regarded as the most dangerous man on the planet at the moment, so Orochimaru's willingness to return to the leaf is quite bold, he must admit. All Anbu personnel are on high alert. I've already sent for Jiraiya-sensei. Now I have to tell Fugaku everything, he says with a sigh. It ought to be enjoyable. Alongside Naruto, the blonde, relieved to be free of all irritations, lies on his bed in his makeshift personal space. The day has effectively reminded him of the reasons behind his preference for solitude. He has heavy eyelids from the warmth of the covers. They keep going down and up until his ceiling melts and turns into a tunnel of darkness. He finds himself ankle-deep in water, and his bed appears to vanish into thin air. He looks at the big steel door behind him and then moves forward down the dimly lit hallway. As he goes on, the light seems to go out and then come back as he enters a different room. As he gets closer, he is dwarfed by a massive set of steel gates with wooden vines and tendrils encircling the bars. A big set of crimson eyes with slitted pupils burst open in the darkness of the apparent cage, staring at the boy with a fiery intensity. When Naruto meets the enigmatic crimson gaze, a low growl that reverberates throughout the room emerges from the cage. A menacingly deep and thunderous voice murmurs, "Well, well. It's been a while, boy. How nice of you to come and see me." Naruto says nothing. He didn't intentionally come here. For whatever reason, his subconscious seems to have drawn him here. Maybe fatigue? He is unable to say. "I witnessed your little exchange from earlier with that shinobi. Had you called upon my power, you would have been able to destroy him." A dark rumble of laughter erupts from the cage as the blonde asks, "Since when have I ever needed your power?" He was aware that the beast had been replenishing its chakra for a number of years. He doesn't know if the person who made this seal knows, but if he doesn't, he won't be the one to inform him. "You seem intent on simply keeping me suppressed here for as long as you can. What do you plan on doing when your father learns I've regained my former strength?" "If you're talking about the Hokage, frankly I don't care, and as far as I'm concerned, you may as well not even be here," he states bluntly. "Just cross your fingers and hope someone might manage to kill me, 'cause until then this is as good as it gets," he continues. The boy frowns as the beast asks in a half-loking tone, "How disappointing. I was sure you weren't like the others, but as it turns out you're just as pitiful. Risking your life to save your new little friends, and they don't even care. You're better than that, aren't you, Naruto?" But before he can respond, the boy's head quickly races to the dim hallway that led him here. The giant creature's face contorts into a grimace as he looks back at it. Sand covers the floor as it spills beneath the doorway into the room and travels across the space to the foot of the bed. Slowly, the sand crawls up the bed's foot. As the sand encroaches on the clone in his bed, Naruto watches from his upside-down crouch on the ceiling. He looks at the shadow cast by the pair of feet on the other side of the door, ready to detonate the clone and leap, while holding a kunai in one hand and a release sign in the other. Abruptly, the sand rapidly separates from the bed and rushes across the floor and through the underside of the door until it disappears completely. For a few seconds, the pair of feet on the opposite side remain motionless before the sound of fading footsteps follows them out. After closing his eyes, Naruto stays upright on the ceiling and looks out the window to see that the daytime sky has changed to night. Leaping from it, he approaches the forest to gaze at it under the waxing moon, the ashes of the forest fire he started earlier still rumbling in the distance. The temporary Hokage office is located elsewhere in the tower. Fugaku swings a kick into the chair, which flies through the air and hits the wall, shattering it. Sasuke, who arrived with his team just minutes ago, is standing a few steps away from Minato, who is seated behind a desk. Minato chastises Sasuke sharply, "You should have told me." The boy reaches for the back of his neck. He was taken directly to the infirmary for an examination as soon as he arrived. Obviously, the mark could not be concealed at that time. With a murderous look of rage on his face, the boy looks at his father. The nerve. The boldness. To put his hands on his son, his daughter, his group. Fugaku says, "Minato. He needs to die," in a chilly, low voice. The Hokage lets out a sigh. It would seem that the Sharingan is Orochimaru's target. It's interesting that Naruto had informed him that the man had also attempted to recruit him. He felt his own blood run cold at the thought. Fugaku moves forward, unwrapping the black object on the desk and skillfully slicing a piece of it away with his tanto. The blonde says, "I'll get to work immediately on a way to try and get rid of that mark. For now the best I can do is apply a seal to restrict it. Personally I don't think it would be wise for Sasuke to continue with the exams, but I'll leave that between you and Kakashi to decide." The Uchiha Patriarch declares resolutely, seal it. Right now. And those sound ninja do not leave this village before I've gotten my hands on them, before turning and leaving the room quickly, slamming the door behind him. Alongside Menma he swings his fist against the wall of the room he's in. That jerk. He hasn't even been making an effort this entire time. His black and red hair casts a shadow over his eyes as he brings the fist down, causing a web of cracks to form. He is breathing heavily. His head raises, and his crimson red eyes with slits shine through. Alongside Kakashi, Guy exclaims loudly as the two walk through the packed square in the dark, I'm telling you Kakashi. Those three are as certain to get promoted as can be. MHMH, is Kakashi's casual response, his eyes fixed on his book. Just you wait until you see them in action. Guy's words are cut off when he turns his head and sees Kakashi stop. Kakashi turns to see his teacher standing in front of him after feeling a hand on his shoulder. Kakashi says, Minato-sensei, and the older shinobi smiles slightly. He continues to be astounded by the man's youthful appearance. As more people pay attention to their leader, Guy exclaims, Lord Fourth, as excited, beaming murmurs reverberate throughout the packed square. He says, Guy, I'm going to have to borrow Kakashi for the rest of the night, before turning to face his student and wearing a more severe expression in place of the little smile. The words, we have a problem, are spoken by Minato before his head turns in response to distant howls that are audible even in the crowded square. Fugaku. The abandoned old Uchiha clan compound. As he crosses another old police tape, Fugaku lets out another high-pitched whistle that reverberates through the woods ahead, the howls getting closer. Growls can be heard, and a pair of eyes glows faintly in the darkness. He sees the flash of fangs in the shadows as a big wolf, a little taller than the man, appears out of the shadows, with more of them trailing behind. The animal appears directly in front of him. After giving the dog in front of him a few sniffs, he produces the piece of flesh he had previously taken and throws it to the other members of the pack, who then jostle and wrestle for it. Onyx's eyes meet golden as the Uchiha male gazes directly into the creature's eyes. Find him, is all he says. With a growl, the wolf nods his head in agreement. He lifts his head and lets out a loud howl. His peers instantly stop squabbling and join him in creating a symphony of howls, with more coming from behind them in the deeper forest and even from outside the village walls. Barking, the pack follows as the creature dashes back into the forest. Fugaku is left on his own. A flurry of screeches suddenly erupts as the male bat appears to dissolve into a swarm of bats that soar through the night sky after the group of hunters that were just killed. Naruto's temporary quarters 3 days later, headband in hand, Naruto rises from his perch on the windowsill. He pauses, staring down at the thing. What significance does it have for you? Naruto, you're better than that, aren't you? He frowns for a moment, tucks it away, and walks to the door. Now that the second exam is officially over, he must learn about the upcoming round. Since they hauled him to the hospital, he hasn't seen his teammates. Arena of battle. Minato ends by stating, that is the true purpose of the exams. Anko is to his right, and the other participants, aside from one, as well as their individual Jonin senseis are present, with the exception of one. He starts to say, now, with that out of, but is cut off when the sound of the room's double door opens. When the blonde from the written exam enters, everyone looks at her. Having not seen his son since they spoke in the hospital a few days prior, he watches him enter. As usual, the boy had been nowhere to be found, but he had wanted the opportunity to ask him for more information. He watches him walk in with a sense of pride. For the first time since that day, Sasuke sees Naruto. Not a single injury in sight. As Naruto enters the spacious room, he sees a large pair of concrete hands performing the ram seal on the far side of the room, elevated platforms connected to steel staircases on either side, and a large electronic screen nearby. The Hokage and exam proctor were in front of the genin stand, which was gathered in the middle of the room. Although he observes that his own Jonin sensei is absent, theirs is also present. He moves to stand beside his own teammates, ignoring the anxious glances and a few glares he gets. Satsuki avoids making eye contact, but Ino nods and smiles in acknowledgement. He glances over at the Hokage, who smiles before he speaks again. Now, in light of the fact that more participants have advanced from the second exam than anticipated, there will be a preliminary round of one-on-one battles, the winners of which will advance to the third and final round of the exams. Matchups are selected at random, presenting the possibility of facing your teammates. From this moment onwards, your progression will be solely dependent on your own efforts. The blonde shinobi speaks. Many of the trainees darting. Let's not waste any more time.